Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. He could have used giants and boars to crush his enemies. With such thoughts, Promise followed Cerberus along the path to the underworld. The lantern given by the veiled goddess illuminated the dark path, casting light on the poplar trees and red spider lilies on either side. The underworld breeze blew, making Promise, who was just holding the lantern, feel a chill. Without the lantern, that gust of wind could have kept him in the underworld forever. Cerberus continued leading the way, occasionally looking back to ensure Promise was following. After an unknown amount of time, Promise finally arrived at the gates of the underworld. The gates were illuminated by 2 eternally burning divine fires. Cerberus returned to the gates, placed the honey cakes down, and then, in Promise's sight, grew to a size as large as a small mountain, revealing its true form. Cerberus assumed this would scare Promise, but instead, it saw the boy's green eyes practically glowing with excitement. Feeling a bit disgruntled, Cerberus wanted to bark to assert its terror, but knowing it might permanently keep Promise in the underworld, it refrained because of the honey cakes. It lay down, yawned, and closed its eyes. Its tail wagged, pointing Promise towards the gates. Understanding, Promise reluctantly looked at Cerberus a few more times before entering through the gates with the lantern. As soon as Promise left, Cerberus, with its ears perked to confirm he was gone, shrank back to puppy size and ran towards the honey cakes, drooling. Soon, the sound of dogs fighting echoed. Even with 3 honey cakes, they fought over them fiercely. The next step would typically involve meeting the ferryman god Charon and using the last ancient Greek coin in the package to gain passage across the river Styx. But just as Promise arrived by the river Styx, before he could see the boat, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves. Chapter 68, Cap of Invisibility. Clotho, the gentle goddess of fate, held the crystal ball containing Promise's destiny, standing at a loss. Because when Promise agreed to Apollo and his fate intertwined with Orpheus, she saw the thread representing Hades' fate intertwine with his, despite her countless attempts to stop it. And this was just the beginning. When the thread of Persephone's fate also intertwined with Promise's, everything began to spiral out of control. At that moment, both Clotho and her sickly sister Lachesis, and even their emotionless elder sister Atropos, were stunned for a while. Because then, 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Yes, countless threads of fate intertwined with Promise's. They wrapped around the crystal ball containing his destiny, yet no future could be seen extending from them. The 3 fate goddesses knew what this meant. It meant that Promise's decisions would determine the futures of these people. These people might die because of his decisions, or they might have more beautiful futures. And this wasn't the first time the 3 fate goddesses had seen this. During the pure white courtroom, when Promise was making his judgment, they had seen a similar scene. But even then, it wasn't as exaggerated as it is now. Since that day, Clotho had been tirelessly trying to grasp and foresee Promise's fate. In just a few days, she had seen hundreds of thousands of different outcomes without resting. But no matter how different the processes were, the results were surprisingly consistent. They were all the results that Clotho, the goddess of fate, least wanted to see. Why doesn't she tell Promise everything? Atropos, the emotionless sister, stood quietly at a distance, watching Clotho's efforts and asked the sickly Lachesis beside her, confused. She probably doesn't want to put the child through such a difficult choice and wants to try to help him, Lachesis said, coughing twice. Despite her pale face, she smiled. After all, seeing Clotho, who hadn't left the temple in centuries and tried to emulate Atropos to be emotionless, show such an expression was heartwarming for Lachesis. While feeling sorry for Clotho, Lachesis was also happy for her. Then why didn't we forcibly stop everything from happening in the first place? Atropos asked after a while, looking at the crystal ball. If we could have stopped it, I would have long ago. But this fate didn't start today. The seeds were sown during the trial at the White Courtroom that day, Lachesis said, glancing at her. Back then, Clotho prevented it, maybe intentionally or maybe not. But that's fate, it's inherently unpredictable. Even we can only watch over it, not control it. Even if we avoid it temporarily, it will come back and could become even worse. Having said so much, Lachesis almost fainted from exhaustion. So, what do we do? Atropos asked, bewildered. What do we do? The latter looked at her logically minded but emotionally clueless sister in frustration. We aren't Claudio. Why should we let our sister suffer? We do what we must. Thus, Lachesis and Atropos took advantage of Claudio's distraction and quietly left the temple, with one going to the gods and the other to the human world. At the crossroads by the grave at the entrance to the underworld, as the night passed and the next day was drawing to an end, Promise finally returned to the mortal world, carrying the underworld lantern. As soon as he came back, he was surprised to find that the goddess he met last night, who helped him go to the underworld, was standing under a tree waiting for him. Because she wore a black veil, Promise couldn't see her face clearly and only caught a glimpse of her very beautiful red eyes. Before he could speak, she stepped forward, took the underworld lantern from his hand, and with a sudden burst of underworld butterflies, this goddess disappeared right before Promise's eyes. Strange, did I miss something and make her angry? To be honest, this was the first time Promise had encountered such an ungracious goddess, so he was momentarily puzzled. What he didn't know was that she wasn't angry, she just disliked him. Yes, this goddess found him troublesome because, from the moment she first saw him last night, she knew he was a problematic individual. This goddess is Hecate. She is a very special goddess in ancient Greek mythology. Although she resides in the underworld, she is not an underworld deity. Strictly speaking, she doesn't belong to any faction. She is the three-faced goddess of opportunity and also the goddess of magic in Greek mythology, the creator of magic. Moreover, she is the teacher of the witch Medea, who is at the end of the Golden Fleece journey. At the same time, one must remember that this world is type moon, so for a goddess who is the creator of magic in the age of gods, her strength needs no further explanation. And it just so happens that she is also one of the controllers of fate, and the one she controls is the most special aspect of fate. So, when she saw the chaotic fate around Promise last night, there was only one thought left in the goddess' mind, which was to stay away from this guy. Promise, of course, didn't know any of this. Although he was puzzled, he didn't pay too much attention. Anyway, it would be better if every goddess ignored him, especially virgin ones. He looked at the sky, where the sun was about to set, and returned to the small town before nightfall. From a distance, he saw Orpheus and found that the man no longer appeared as he did last night, drunk and despondent. Upon waking in the morning and learning from others that Promise had indeed come looking for him, seen him in such a state, paid his bar tab, and retrieved his lyre, a deeply ashamed Orpheus had tidied himself up and waited anxiously at the town gate for him all day. Seeing Orpheus from afar, who seemed to have regained his spirit, Promise waved to him, eager to share the good news. Promise indeed brought back good news because in the underworld, not only did Hades agree to his request, but he also provided him with a very powerful artifact to help bring back Persephone. That would be his helm of invisibility. This is a terrifying artifact that even the king of the gods, Zeus, cannot detect. But at this moment, I finally found you. A familiar yet unfamiliar weak voice sounded in his ear. Curious, Promise turned his head, only to have the delicate body of the fainting goddess fall into his arms. To find Promise, the goddess of fate, Lachesis, had really exerted herself. She had walked over 1,000 steps. When Lachesis, who was proficient in fainting, finally woke up and opened her eyes, the sky had already darkened, and the night and stars hung high above. She was lying on a patch of grass, her head resting on Promise's lap. Realizing her situation, Lachesis did not feel ashamed of lying on the boy, she was even too lazy to get up for a moment. After all, for someone who faints several times a day, she was used to this. Initially, Claudio and Atropos would care for her and settle her down after she fainted, but now they just let her wake up wherever she collapsed. After all, she was a goddess, she wouldn't die from it. As she blinked and slightly raised her head to look at Promise, the movement caught his attention, and he looked down to see that she was awake. Seeing her awake, Promise was about to speak. But she suddenly put on a serious expression, and, with a weak voice, said, "Promise, you have brought shame to the goddess of fate because of you." This somewhat distant remark made Promise pause. But before he could react, she began coughing violently with a hint of laughter. Seeing this, Promise quickly helped her sit up and, looking worriedly at her, who was coughing but still laughing, couldn't help but say, "Lady Lachesis, are you alright? You remember me?" Lachesis weakly smiled at Promise, such a good child, but... Looking at the boy, she couldn't help but tease again, "Before worrying about a goddess, you should eat 2 more golden apples. You are as delicate as a flower." After saying this with a smile, under Promise's somewhat speechless gaze, she almost fainted again from the excitement. "Lady Lachesis, may I ask why you are looking for me?" Promise asked to change the topic. What's the matter? Lachesis, though speaking with difficulty, still smiled and blinked at him. Were you disappointed it wasn't my sister Claudio who came looking for you? Have you always wanted to shame my lovely sister Claudio? But I understand, after all, my sister Claudio is the cutest in the world. Promise didn't respond to that. Sometimes, it was indeed troublesome to talk to gods. And he couldn't deny Claudio's cuteness. Seeing his reaction, Lachesis couldn't help but laugh more, but her eyes gradually turned serious. Promise. She softly called his name, quietly staring at him. Though her face still bore a weak smile, her voice was light and serious. Do you remember your promise to Claudio? That you would show her a more beautiful future? Promise nodded. Seeing this, Lachesis smiled and beckoned him closer. When he did, she patted his head and said, but actually, I always wanted to tell you that you shouldn't have walked this path. But now it's too late. No one expected you to actually do it and come this far. But child, have you ever thought about how steep and rugged this path is? It's a future that no god can foresee, and now the choice of fate has come before you again. Chapter 69, Hades' Condition. Instinctively looking up, he saw 4 night black horses pulling a chariot in the sky above the underworld. The chariot was initially going to cross the river Styx and return to the underworld under Promise's gaze. However, halfway across, as if noticing something, it suddenly turned around. Accompanied by a soft exclamation, the chariot ran back and stopped in front of the slightly stunned Promise. From the chariot emerged an incredibly beautiful goddess. Her appearance was stunning, with long black hair like the night cascading down her back, eyes as bright as stars, and wearing a divine garment woven from the night sky and stars. She approached Promise. Walking around him twice, she confirmed his identity and, clapping her hands in surprise and delight, said, "It really is you, here is follower. You're the child who used my body as a canvas that night, right?" With just these words, Promise immediately realized who this goddess was. The goddess of night, Nyx, the embodiment of night in Greek mythology, one of the primordial deities. In myth, she was even the foster mother of the current king of gods, Zeus. "Child, why have you come to the underworld? And holding little Hecate's lantern?" Nyx looked at Promise and then at the lantern in his hand, curious. Facing such a deity, Promise naturally told the truth. "I have came to the underworld to see the great king Hades." "You want to see Hades?" Nyx tilted her head. Before the nodding Promise could answer, she laughed, grabbed his hand, and pulled him into the night chariot, saying, "All right then, I'll take you to see him." As the night chariot once again sped through the skies of the underworld, the ferryman Charon arrived at the river bank. Seeing no one there and smelling the scent of a living being, he was momentarily puzzled. Inside the night chariot, facing Nyx's questions, Promise honestly told her everything. When Nyx learned that Promise came to the underworld solely for his friend Orpheus, even she, who had lived longer than the world itself, was taken aback. "Child, aren't you afraid that once you come down here, you might never return to the beautiful mortal world?" She couldn't help but ask. There had been heroes who ventured into the underworld, but none as fragile as Promise, who could be killed by a mere gust of underworld wind. There likely wouldn't be another like him in any sense from now on. "The goddess of wisdom will help me," Promise replied. "Have you considered that Hades might not agree to help you? Moreover, this isn't your problem, it's your friend's problem. You came to this place, where you could lose your life forever, just to seize a slim chance for your friend. Is it really worth it? I never thought about whether it was worth it or not. I just think Orpheus shouldn't end up like that. It's very different from the him I remember, and besides..." At this, Promise paused and smiled at Nyx. "Noble goddess, isn't his very heroic? To die like a true hero on the path of a hero is my lifelong dream." Nyx had heard such words before. After the night she became a canvas, she had been curious and learned about Promise, thus knowing his oath with Athena and his past with Chiron. But knowing and hearing it firsthand were two different things, especially here in the underworld. Promise had truly come to the underworld without a shred of hesitation. Could anything be more convincing than this moment? No wonder Hera and Athena are fighting over you. Even all the gods of Olympus know about it now, Nyx couldn't help but sigh. Promise didn't respond, only recalling the night when the two goddesses faced off, with Artemis watching from the side, and felt a headache. He wasn't unaware that Athena had genuine feelings for him. After all, she had already revealed Claudio's second prophecy. Athena had helped him a lot so far, and Promise acknowledged that. But goddess of wisdom, why are you a virgin goddess? In fact, forget about being a virgin goddess, why are you also a god of fun? And you are so powerful. If Artemis can run out and strangle someone through a heroic spirit. If it were you. Thinking of this, Promise showed a look of utter resignation and even more determination in his eyes. He was destined to be Hera's guardian in this life. to fight for Hera's glory. The goddess of night, Nyx blinked as she looked at the determined Promise. Though she didn't know what he was thinking, Nyx wanted to say one thing. That goddesses don't easily let go of what they like. Especially not the possessive Hera and the proud Athena. Defying them could lead to very terrible consequences. Do you know about the Trojan War? Paris gave the golden apple to the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. I can. The goddess of night Nyx brought him to the temple of Hades, the god of the underworld. In the magnificent temple lit by the divine fire, Promise naturally saw the god sitting on the throne. And when he explained his purpose to Hades, what Promise and even the goddess of night Nyx did not expect was that Hades agreed very readily. Just as Promise was slightly stunned when he heard the words, he looked at the man sitting on the throne, dressed in black, looking a little gloomy and intimidating without even getting angry. But I have a condition. Hades said in a steady tone, staring quietly at the young man who dared to enter the underworld. I need you to help me bring a goddess here, and her name is Persephone. Persephone, she is the daughter of Zeus and the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. She is also the wife of Hades, the king of the underworld. Even among all goddesses, she is renowned for her beauty. When she first appeared at the banquet of the gods, she amazed everyone. Whether it was Zeus, Poseidon, or Apollo, they couldn't help but approach her, which naturally raised the vigilance of her mother, Demeter. Since then, Demeter never allowed her to interact with the gods and even hid her away. By the way, Demeter is not only one of the 12 Olympians but also the sister of Hades, Zeus, and Hera. Yes, the future queen of the underworld, Persephone, despite being the daughter of Zeus, was still coveted by him for a long time. If it weren't for Demeter's quick reaction. Oh, right, considering this, Persephone should probably call Hades uncle. Well, that's typical of Greek mythology, no need to dwell on it. Promise didn't refuse. When he heard Hades' request, he was surprised that Persephone had not yet become the queen of the underworld. But he quickly recalled a slip of the tongue from Hera on the night of the Caledonian boar hunt. Hera had mentioned she was preparing a wedding for Hades, a follow-up to the trial at the Pure White courtroom. So, Promise agreed. What he didn't know was that almost at the moment he agreed, in the ancient temple of fate woven from threads of destiny, a soft sigh was heard. Chapter 70, Meeting of the Goddess. Seeing Lachesis speak so seriously, Promise was not shocked or flustered. Instead, he was very puzzled. His clear green eyes reflected the image of the sickly goddess in front of him. Seeing this, the goddess didn't explain much. She reached into the night sky, took out the prepared thread of fate and lightly waved it to show Promise that future. As Persephone leaves, the crying goddess of agriculture, Demeter, in her fury, makes the earth wither, all things perish, and all food disappears from the world. Famine and fear engulf humanity, beasts and monsters riot, attacking towns, and countless people die in the disaster. At this point, Lachesis spoke again. Promise, do you remember your judgment in the goddess Themis courtroom? You revived the dead, and in return, Hera promised Hades a marriage. The latter nodded, recalling that it was this memory that led him to agree with Hades in the underworld so readily. Lachesis then showed another thread of fate, one already cut and belonging to the past. It depicted the earth splitting, Hades driving his chariot from the underworld to the world, and taking Persephone, who held a daffodil. Seeing this past, Promise recalled the story of Hades and Persephone from Greek mythology. In mythology, Hades and Persephone did not have a wedding. Hades forcibly took her. And half a year ago, Persephone should have already been the queen of the underworld. Even Orpheus, in the underworld, was supposed to move not Hades but Persephone with his music. Someone changed all this, and that person. The one who changed all this was you, Promise. Lachesis, coughing lightly, said weakly, all this happened because of your judgment. Clotho cut this fate at that time because it was a matter between gods, not something a child like you should interfere with. But that's fate. Even after half a year, it found you. But even without me, this would still happen, right? After a moment of silence, Promise asked. Lachesis smiled weakly and nodded. Yes, without you, it would still happen. Persephone would still become the queen of the underworld, and Demeter would make the earth barren. For half a year, countless lives would be lost. But this was originally unrelated to you. Lachesis looked at Promise and continued, but now you have become the one who decides everything. Hearing this, Promise thought of the helm of invisibility from Hades and the promise he made to him. He would take Persephone from her mother to the underworld. Yes, this way, he was already indirectly deciding the future Lachesis showed him. Which Clotho had been trying to avoid. Wait, shouldn't this marriage be completed by Hera? Couldn't I entrust this matter to the gods and ask Hera, Athena, and others for help to avoid it? Promise suddenly thought of this. Although Demeter is a major goddess and the sister of Zeus and Hera, who can bring life to the earth and make it barren, Hera's status still surpasses hers, and Athena is even stronger. As Promise was about to share this thought with Lachesis, he recalled Orpheus's situation and his reason for visiting Hades. He was there to change Orpheus's tragic fate. Realizing this, Promise closed his mouth. "Seems like you've figured it out," Lachesis said with a somewhat helpless smile. "You cannot hand this matter over to the gods to solve, not just because you promised Hades, but also because of your oath with Clotho. No, to be precise, because of the oath with the 4 goddesses tied to you. Promise must take Persephone to the underworld due to his oath with the gods?" On Mount Olympus, within the grand temple of Hera, the queen of the gods, Hera looked puzzled at the immaculate goddess Athena, who was dressed in a white gown. At that moment, Atropos, the eldest of the Fates, like her sickly sister Lachesis, was explaining the situation. Lachesis had informed Promise, while she was informing the gathered goddesses. Athena, Hera, and the blindfolded goddess of justice, Themis. Themis was also present, sitting nearby after all her presence was essential. Therefore, aside from Clotho, who remained in the Temple of the Fates, the goddesses gathered here were the ones whose threads of fate were intertwined with Promise, the ones who would receive glory from him. Although there was also Hermes, who had caught the scent of the situation and come over, and Artemis, who happened to be nearby and now wore a look of "This sounds interesting." "What are you talking about, Athena?" Hera frowned deeply. "What oath? This was the wedding I promised Hades. What does it have to do with Promise? And why would such a burden be placed on a child?" Hearing this, Themis, the goddess of justice, was somewhat surprised. Because she had not been paying attention to the situation recently, she hadn't realized how close Promise and Hera had become. Knowing Hera's nature, she understood that anyone else in Promise's place wouldn't have received such concern from Hera. "Under normal circumstances, even I would never impose such a trial," Athena said, looking at the somewhat agitated Hera with a hint of helplessness on her face. "But this time, I cannot, and must not, stop it. Because it is his oath with me. With us, that this matter must be decided by him." Hera couldn't comprehend her words, and there was no longer any point in hiding the truth. Or rather, it was impossible to hide it. Seeing the composed Atropos and the blindfolded Themis, Athena stepped forward, raised her voice slightly, and declared, "I will witness him become the brightest star of this era, and at the end of his journey, I will give him the grandest finale." As Athena finished speaking, Hera, who was already aware of the situation, looked at her in confusion. "And I will protect his growth with my sword." Themis, the goddess of justice, stood up, holding the scales of judgment. As Hera, Hermes, and Artemis, who was blinking in surprise, turned their gazes towards her, she said in a cold voice, "I will cut down the thorns in his path and gaze upon the road he chooses. This is a road that, once chosen, cannot be turned back. And I will stand at the end of that road, waiting for him to draw me." "Huh?" Hera, hearing this for the first time, stared blankly at Themis, still trying to comprehend. "And the path he ultimately chooses will be one of fate." The goddess of fate Atropos spoke without any emotion, saying, "His life will be one of changing fate, and he will draw the most beautiful future for my dear sister, Clotho, who cannot see the present but always looks to the future." Yes, this was Promise's oath with them. Athena, Themis, and Clotho had their threads of fate intertwined with Promise, who would bring them glory. This was the first time Athena disclosed this to the gods. Upon hearing these 3 oaths, not only was Hera stunned, but even Artemis was bewildered. As for Hermes, had he not feared the wrath of these powerful goddesses, he would have stood up and applauded enthusiastically. "Wait, this. When did all this happen?" Hera, confused, stared wide-eyed at the 3 goddesses. Athena heard this and winked at Hera before smiling faintly. Themis, the goddess of justice, did not speak. She put down the scales of judgment, with a faint smile on her lips. Atropos remained expressionless, devoid of emotion, as the one truly bound by oath to Promise was not her but Clotho, who was still in the Temple of the Fates, trying to find a solution. Just as Hera's mind went blank due to this revelation, indeed. Suppressing his urge to applaud, Hermes understood, looking at the 3 goddesses. "Athena, you will witness Promise shine like a star. Themis, you will protect his chosen, irreversible path. And Atropos, your sister Clotho will grasp the beautiful future Promise draws for her. And Promise's journey to the underworld is directly tied to his oath with you all, so not only can you not stop him, but you must." "Witness," Athena answered. "Protect," Themis said. "Wait," Atropos responded for Clotho. Clap, clap, clap. Hermes couldn't hold back. Even if it meant being beaten to death by these goddesses today, he had to applaud. And, after Hermes started clapping, Artemis joined in too. She didn't understand, but she felt that in this atmosphere, she had to follow the crowd. Athena ignored the 2 people's antics and once again looked at the calm goddess of fate, Atropos. Her golden eyes shone with absolute wisdom as she said, "And if I'm not mistaken, this matter, is actually unavoidable. When that child made the judgment in that pure white court. When he chose to take this path, the matter could only be resolved by the child himself because it was he who changed the fate of Hades and Persephone, and it was also he who chose this. Unless he gives up on his own initiative. Themis took over the conversation coldly, saying, "Give up being a hero and break our oath. In this way, we can take over and deal with this matter, but he promised my sister that he would let her see a more beautiful future." Atropos said calmly, "Even if his next decision will determine the future of countless lives, I don't want to see him give up because I don't want to see my sister sad. But there's no way I'll give up on Little Promise." Artemis blinked. As a bystander, she naturally said what she saw, because Little Promise wants to be a hero. I have never seen a child who is so determined that even death can't stop him. So, for this matter. Hermes laughed happily and said, "There is no solution." Athena glanced at Hermes calmly. She decided that she would grab her spear and shield and beat this guy up first. Anyway, she just happened to be in a bad mood right now. In fact, even Hades did not expect this. Although he gave Promise the task of bringing back Persephone, but he was not optimistic about the boy. In fact, he never thought of letting Promise solve the problem. Hades was completely looking at the shining marks left by Athena and the others on his body. In addition, it was the goddess of night, Nyx, who brought Promise to find him at that time, so Hades wanted to borrow the power behind the boy and gave the task to Promise. After all, any normal god would never think of letting a child do such a thing. Hera was silent. She was silent for a long time. And finally, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Then she stretched out her hand and pointed her white fingers at Athena, Themis and Atropos in front of her. Those amber eyes seemed to be on fire at this moment, filled with anger and undisguised jealousy. In a tone close to a roar, she said loudly, You guys, what on earth do you want to do to my believer? He is my believer, not yours. Also, why don't Promise and I have such a vow? Chapter 71, I will become that kind of hero. Promise now understood why Lachesis came to him and said those words. The choice of fate did come to him once again. He thought for a moment and asked, "Where is the goddess Clotho?" "Child, let me teach you something. It is very rude to mention another goddess in front of a goddess." Because of the curse of fate, Lachesis, who was responsible for deciding the length of the lifeline, was not like a goddess. She was so weak that she would faint on the spot if she said a few more words. But she couldn't help but tease THD boy for a bit before she weakly replied, "But because the other person is my cutest sister, I forgive you. Clotho is in the Temple of Destiny, trying to find a different future for you." "What kind of future is that?" the boy asked curiously. Lachesis tilted her head and said, "I don't know. Clotho didn't let us see it. But isn't this the best proof?" Promise nodded when he heard this, and then said, "Then, can I go see her? Now?" This time it was Lachesis' turn to be stunned. She looked at the boy with a slightly surprised look and said, "Have you made a decision?" "Yeah." The latter nodded again. "Are you really not going to reconsider it?" Lachesis was silent for a while, then asked, "After all, giving up is much easier. You only need to say one word, and you don't have to bear the fate of hundreds of thousands of people. This is much more cost-effective. And most importantly, even if you don't give up, what can you do?" This was the business of the goddess Persephone, who became the queen of the underworld, a fate no mortal should ever get involved in. However, not only did Promise wanted to get involved, he also wanted to take away the most beloved daughter from the hands of the main god, who could make the earth desolate and abduct her to be someone else's wife. Being his wife would be fine, but the place she would be abducted to was dark and gloomy, like a cage. It was the underworld that most gods despised, and it was a place where she would undoubtedly suffer. Not to mention a goddess, even if it were just an ordinary mother, facing such a thing, she would probably want to fight to the death. Therefore, even if she didn't see it, Lachesis could roughly guess that the future that her sister Clotho peeked into should be called Promise 1,000 Ways to Die. Perhaps because of this surprise, Lachesis spoke so many words but her breathing was still even and she didn't faint on the spot. "You are right." Promise nodded and did not refute her. After all, it was the fact. "When I think about the fact that my choice now will determine the future fate of hundreds of thousands of people, and even the direction of the world, it's impossible to say that I don't care at all. And I only need to take a step back to let all of this go, but in that case, I won't be able to fulfill my promise to your sister, right? If he give up his promise, can Athena and Hera avoid the future where Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, makes the earth barren?" Actually, it was hard to say. Because they couldn't force her to do so, not even the king of gods Zeus could do so, not only because Demeter was a main god, but also because she was the sister of Hera and Zeus. It is Demeter's power to give life to the earth or to leave it barren. If the anger in her heart cannot be quelled, all of this is very likely to happen, Not to mention that this is the future that was originally destined in ancient Greek mythology. I promised her. He smiled and said to Lachesis, I want her to see a better future. What's more, this is the path I chose. So soon, Promise came to the ancient Temple of Destiny, again. When he opened his eyes, as usual, he found himself lying on the floor of the temple, with the thread of fate of all things hanging over his head. Beside him, Clotho, the goddess of fate, who was wearing a white robe with some white hair sticking out from her hood, was kneeling quietly beside him, holding a crystal ball. When Promise sat up, he looked at the petite goddess of fate in front of him carefully. Even though Clotho forced himself to cheer up, there was still visible fatigue on her face. Facing his arrival, there was no surprise on Clotho's delicate face. She must have been waiting for him for a long time, since she could not see the present but could see the future. The two of them didn't speak for a while. Until the boy laughed and spoke first. Goddess Clotho, I am here to embarrass you again. As soon as he finished speaking, Promise was skillfully hit on the head by Clotho with the crystal ball. After hitting so many times, the goddess found that she could control her strength better and better. You annoying guy. Clotho said in a childish voice, my sister should have told you everything. Even so, are you sure you want to change the fate I see and bring shame to me? Of course. Promise answered without hesitation. If he had hesitated, he would not have come here. He smiled and said, after all, I promised you that I would let you see a more beautiful future. How can I go back on my word? Hearing this, Clotho was quiet for a while. If you only made a vow with me, without Athena and Themis, would you still make such a choice? Clotho said this softly, and her voice only became softer and softer, so soft it became inaudible. Huh? Promise blinked and looked at the petite goddess who was sitting in front of him, speaking in surprise. Goddess Clotho, what did you just say? Clotho did not answer. She was thinking whether she should hit the liar in front of her again. Promise probably noticed it, so in order to avoid being hit on the head again, he smiled and then suddenly said to Clotho seriously, Goddess Clotho, thank you. There is no need to continue, you just need to wait, just as we promised, you just need to wait for me to present the future to you. What you mean is that no matter what I do, there will be no results. Unlike the goddesses Athena and Themis, I will be humiliated by you anyway, so I should just give up, right? Clotho replied calmly. Although she tried hard to stay calm and appear to have the dignity of a goddess, she still pouted and looked unhappy, which made him laugh. Athena gave Promise the oracle and prepared trials for him, allowing him to become the shining star of the world step by step. Themis, the goddess of justice, gave him the sword to protect him on this journey. Although Clotho also gave a prophecy, the prophecy she gave had only one result, which was to be broken by the boy in various ways. No wonder she was unwilling to accept this. Moreover, there was that competitive spirit within Clotho herself towards Athena and Themis over Promise that she herself didn't realize. Of course not. As he spoke, Promise subconsciously reached out to pat Clotho's head, but gave up halfway. After all, no matter how delicate she looked, the one in front of him was still a goddess. Just as I am grateful to Goddess Athena and Themis, I am also grateful to you. Lachesis said that Clotho had been trying to find a different future for him, and Promise, who came here, saw with his own eyes how tired Clotho was now. After all, if it were a normal day, she would definitely try hard to keep a straight face and make herself look dignified. Hearing Promise's sincere words, Clotho looked down slightly, playing with the crystal ball in her hand for a moment before speaking. Though I believe it's impossible, I still want to ask you, are you really not going to give up? This time you are intervening in a matter between gods. Lady Demeter loves her daughter more than anyone else and cherishes the goddess Persephone. Anyone who wants to take her daughter away from her will surely pay a heavy price. Moreover, fate cannot be changed. Even if you really take Persephone away, the enraged Demeter will use her power to vent her anger on the entire world. By the time, Promise, who was supposed to be a bystander, would become the one who indirectly promoted all this and killed tens or even hundreds of thousands of lives. After all, the decision was in his hands now. Hades even gave him the invisibility helmet. And most importantly, because of the oath you made with the goddesses Athena and Themis, no one will come out to help you this time. They will even prevent other gods from getting involved, because this is the path you chose. Clotho said a lot. This scene was actually just like what happened between the moon goddess Artemis and the Pegasus. What she really wanted to hear was not his words "I will let you see a better future," but to hear the boy give up. But even so, Promise still smiled and answered without even hesitation, "Yes, this is exactly the path I have chosen, and I will become that kind of hero." Chapter 72, I will never give him to you. The next morning, as dawn broke, Pegasus flapped its silver-white wings, carrying Promise through the morning sky. Promise left the small town without meeting his friend Orpheus again because it was clearly not yet time. After all, he had told Orpheus that everything was just a nightmare, and he would bring his wife back to him. "Pegasus, please take me to Persephone," Promise said to Pegasus. The winged horse turned its head to look at him, then nodded gently. Because as soon as Promise spoke, the goddess of wisdom had already marked the location for it. "Athena, are you really sending him to his death?" On Mount Olympus, Hera, witnessing this scene, looked extremely displeased as she addressed Athena. Though she now understood the oaths Athena and the others had made with Promise and had heard the reasoning from Atropos, knowing and actually seeing it were two different things. Seeing that Promise was really going to intervene in this matter and Athena and the others were choosing to observe and witness it, Hera was anxious. "He won't die, and he will complete this trial," Athena replied calmly, "because that is his oath with me." "That's absurd." Hera's eyes seemed to blaze with anger as she glared at her. "Even you and I can't guarantee we could take Demeter's daughter away from her. And now, for that ridiculous oath, you want me to watch him die?" Having said that, she turned to leave, intending to go to Promise's side. But to Hera's surprise, Themis, the goddess of justice, stepped forward and blocked her path. Hera looked at her in disbelief, seeing the goddess holding the scales of judgment. "Themis, even you are going to stop me?" "That child has not given up," Themis answered coldly. "Therefore, I will continue to protect him until the end. That is my oath with him. That's your concern. It has nothing to do with me." "Oath, oath." The more Hera heard it, the angrier she became. "I don't care about your oaths. They have nothing to do with me. I'm going to stop this now. I will take him away today, and I want to see who dares to stop me." However, just as she was about to push Themis aside, "No," Athena said softly. "Hera, you cannot do that because this matter is also related to your agreement with Promise." "What are you talking about? I don't remember." Hera's words were cut short. "The trial of the Golden Fleece." Athena's golden eyes quietly stared at Hera, who froze at her words. "It was because of the trial you initially set that made Promise sought his friend Orpheus in the first place. And don't forget, Hera, this is also a marriage you agreed to with Hades. It was Promise's judgment then, and he is your believer." Hearing this, Hera fell silent. Her ember eyes looked at the calm Athena in front of her, then shifted to Themis, the goddess of justice, who stood in her way with her eyes covered by a white cloth. Her expression grew increasingly grim. Hermes, standing nearby, remained silent. At this moment, he was quietly moving his body, glancing at the still wide-eyed, excited moon goddess Artemis eating her popcorn. He scornfully curled his lip. Hermes knew he had to run away quickly. The atmosphere was getting heavier. Even Athena, with all her wisdom, might not be entirely sure if this trial would indeed be Promise's final moment. Though her expression remained calm, there was no trace of the usual light-hearted smile, as if she held everything in her control. "Athena, I can see things clearly now." And as Hera's rage cooled, no, more accurately, as her extreme anger made her calm, she looked icily at the goddess of wisdom. "Even if the child no longer chooses me as his goddess in the future, even if he chooses that fate goddess, or even chooses Themis, I would not object. But you, Athena, I will never hand that child over to you." Hermes swallowed hard, feeling the gravity of the situation. This was turning into quite the drama. Just as he was about to stealthily make his exit, "Hermes, where do you think you're going?" Athena called out to him, flashing an unusually bright smile. 3 nights later, in the silence of the night, the goddess of the night Nyx covered the sky with her dark veil and stars. Deep in an ancient forest, in a temple built in a perilous location, the future queen of the underworld, Persephone, was sitting by the window, her beautiful eyes filled with sadness as she looked at the stars. Not long ago, she had a fierce argument with her mother, Demeter. The reason was simple: when Hera was searching for a new bride for Hades, Persephone had stepped forward, and her mother, Demeter, found out. Since that day, Demeter had forcibly brought Persephone to this temple and imprisoned her. Outside the temple were various strange plants, all of which were Demeter's eyes. Whoever came here, she would know. In front of the temple's gate crouched 2 terrifying beasts, a pair of lion-sized guardians standing like giants, obeying Demeter's orders to prevent any being from entering. They also watched over Persephone, not allowing her to leave. Sigh. Persephone sighed deeply as she looked at the starry sky. She didn't know how long these days would last and was constantly worried that the situation would escalate. On one side was her beloved Hades, the king of the underworld, and on the other, her mother, Demeter. As Persephone stared blankly at the night sky, she suddenly felt something strange in the room. "Who's there?" Persephone quickly turned her head and loudly demanded, "Who's there?" Seeing no one and realizing it wasn't one of the nymphs who served her, she frowned but then seemed to think of something and her expression turned to one of delight. She quickly stood up, looked around the room, and joyfully called out, "Hades? Hades, is that you? Have you come to find me? Well, it seemed this wasn't the first time. Hades had previously visited her while wearing his invisibility helmet, evading Demeter's watchful eyes to have a tryst with Persephone. But soon Persephone realized something was off because she and Hades had a secret signal. Just as she realized this, Promise removed the invisibility helmet and appeared before her beautiful eyes, confirming her doubt. Hello, beautiful goddess Persephone. My name is Promise, a student of the centaur sage Chiron and a devotee of Queen Hera. By an agreement with King Hades, I've come to find you and bring you to the god of the underworld, Hades. Chapter 73, The Gods of Olympus. Watching Promise looked at the goddess Persephone in front of him. She was indeed beautiful, just as the myths described, with wavy golden hair and lovely brown eyes, wearing a pale silver dress. At this moment, her bright eyes were reflecting Promise's figure. Persephone gazed at the black-haired, green-eyed boy who had taken off Hades' invisibility helmet and appeared before her, blinking in surprise. Surprised at his appearance and also surprised that he was Promise. You're Promise, Hera's follower. Persephone knew about Promise, not just because Hera had already boasted about him to the gods or because of Artemis' remarkable painting that caught their attention. It was also because she knew that if it weren't for Promise's judgment in the White Court, she and Hades wouldn't have Hera's blessing for their marriage. Promise nodded. Seeing him confirm his identity, Persephone grew more curious as she studied him. Truly, Promise wasn't the most handsome man she had ever seen, but he was the most comfortable to look at. The experiences of over 6 months and the careful shaping by the wise goddess Athena, combined with his naturally artistic aura, made Persephone's eyes shine. Such a cute and delicate child. Persephone held her breath, fearing that a single breath might knock him down. After composing herself, she nervously pricked up her ears to listen for any sound outside the door. Only when she was sure no one had noticed did she let out a sigh of relief. She reached out, gently taking the boy's hand and pulling him closer before whispering, "Child, you said it was Hades who sent you?" Promise nodded again, while his green eyes observed Persephone closely. The primary purpose of his visit was to ask if she was willing to follow Hades to the underworld. After all, he remembered the original story of Greek mythology. In the myth, Persephone wasn't a willing participant but was taken by force by Hades, who used pomegranate seeds to make her stay. However, whether it was because Promise had altered fate from the beginning, allowing half a year for feelings to develop between the two or something else, but Persephone's excitement didn't seem to be fake. This greatly relieved Promise. After all, if she herself was unwilling to go, his only option would be to choose death and leave the matter to Athena and Hera. "Can you take me away now?" Persephone asked excitedly. However, the boy shook his head. Seeing this, Persephone was a bit disappointed, though not surprised as she glanced at the invisibility helmet in his hand. If it could take two people away unnoticed, she would have already gone to the underworld with Hades. She understood but was puzzled by Promise's next words. "I cannot take you away right now, Goddess Persephone, because to take you, I must first obtain the permission of Goddess Demeter." When Promise said this, Persephone stared at him with a bewildered look. She even reached out to touch his head. Child, do you not know that this matter actually?" Persephone hesitated, her voice trailing off. "I know everything. Not only that, I am aware of the future of this matter. The goddess of fate has informed me of everything, and it is precisely because of this that I cannot just take you away." Before Persephone could continue her inquiries, Promise looked at her, his voice calm and serious as he spoke. "But Goddess Persephone, please believe me. I will bring you to Hades, even if it costs me my life." Hearing this, Persephone was stunned. Her first reaction was to think that Promise was lying, but her second reaction was the realization that he was telling the truth. Just as she was about to ask for more details, she sensed something and looked out the window at a distance. Quickly, she turned to Promise and said urgently, "Child, you must leave now. My mother is about to return. If she finds you here with Hades' helmet, she will not spare you." Hearing this, Promise did not panic. He glanced outside, thought for a moment, then nodded and disappeared using the invisibility helmet right before Persephone's eyes. Persephone turned around and quickly opened the door. She called Promise a few times, and when he did not respond, she sighed in relief, thinking he had left. What she didn't know was that Promise was actually still in the corner of her room. When Promise first met Persephone, he had already tested it. Unless he made a deliberate noise, no one could detect his presence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get past Demeter's watchful plants and the pair of guardian lions at the gate to reach Persephone so easily. After all, this invisibility helmet was on par with Zeus's lightning bolt and Poseidon's trident in terms of power. Standing quietly in the corner, Promise did not wait long. After about 10 minutes, he heard footsteps. Soon, the goddess Demeter, crowned with a wreath of golden weed and with her hair in a braided bun, arrived. When Promise saw this noble goddess, he was surprised. She appeared to be a very gentle deity, with a kind and gentle demeanor, quite different from Hera's regal presence. Given her future actions of causing the earth to wither and imprisoning Persephone, Promise had always imagined Demeter to be a very strict goddess. "Are you still angry with me, Persephone?" Demeter, upon seeing her daughter, showed a pained expression, looking at her with gentle eyes and speaking softly. The latter turned her head away, not speaking to her. Seeing this, Demeter sighed, "I did this all for your own good. Regardless, I will never agree to it." With a determined expression, Demeter turned and left. She knew that continuing the conversation would only lead to another argument with Persephone, as had been happening for the past month. With each argument, her hatred for Hades and even Hera grew. While their meeting was brief, it was enough for Promise to judge that Demeter would never relent regarding Persephone. Indeed, Demeter loved her daughter dearly and was incredibly protective. Moreover, with her resolute nature, once she decided on something, it was even harder to change her mind. This task really should have been handled by Athena. Remembering the wise and gentle yet fundamentally mischievous goddess, Promise couldn't help but shake his head. If it were Athena, she would have found a way. In normal circumstances, Athena would have rushed to guide him, giving divine instructions. But in this unique situation, she could only watch. Even other goddesses could only observe unless Promise actively sought their help. Because of this, somewhere on Mount Olympus, a certain deity was currently crying out in pain. Enjoying the spectacle and not fleeing immediately, thinking it was too interesting to leave, he brought this upon himself. Even Athena believed that only with her and Hera's intervention could the situation be resolved. So, at this moment, what Promise did not know was that the gods were all watching him intently, never looking away. Not only Athena and the others, but even Apollo had bid farewell to the laurel tree nymph Daphne and returned to Olympus. Thus, apart from the goddess of justice Themis and the three fates, the main gods of Olympus involved in this matter and watching it unfold numbered 7. In Greek mythology, only 2 or 3 events have ever drawn the attention of so many principal gods at once. Such as the adventure of the Golden Fleece, or the Trojan War. Leaving the palace where Persephone was held, when Promise left the depths of the mountain, dawn had already broken. At a small river, he took off the invisibility helmet. After washing his face with the river water and rubbing his stomach, feeling a bit hungry, he heard a clear neigh from Pegasus, who landed next to a surprised Promise. It was the first time Pegasus had come to him voluntarily, without being summoned. Pegasus folded its silvery white wings and looked at the boy with a gaze full of concern. "Are you worried about me?" Promise asked, slightly puzzled but understanding after a moment. Pegasus nodded and neighed softly. Seeing this, Promise couldn't help but smile, patting his head. "Thank you, but I'm okay." "Well, not completely okay, but..." He paused, thinking for a long while. "Pegasus, can you take me to see someone?" Pegasus nodded, its hooves striking the ground. "I want to see someone. If this really is my end, I think I should at least say goodbye to him." Chapter 74, Today I will take her to the underworld. Arcadia, in the cave on Mount Pelion. In the afternoon, outside a wooden house built from trees, the centaur sage Chiron sat under a lush tree, eyes closed, playing a golden lyre, waiting for the arrival of that child. Soon, the sound of Pegasus's hooves echoed in the sky above Chiron, and he smiled, opening his eyes to see his student returning after half a year. Yes, the person Promise wanted to see was his teacher. The one who taught him, protected him for more than 3 years, and even after Promise disobeyed and ran off with Jason, still guarded him until he made a vow with Athena. "Long time no see, teacher." Pegasus landed before Chiron, and Promise dismounted, smiling genuinely at the one who had cared for him most in the Greek mythological era. Yes, Promise now had the protection and guidance of Athena and Clotho, but that was only in the past half year. But what about the 3 years before that? Anyone could see how much effort Chiron put into this frail student, who seemed to be blown away by the wind, yet was more obedient and hardworking than anyone, determined to become a hero. "You've grown up." Chiron smiled, clearly happy and proud. "I've heard the songs praising your stories around the world. Promise, you've really done it." Promise nodded. "But it's still not enough." "I see." Chiron smiled again. "Then go, I will always watch over you." "Huh?" Promise blinked, surprised. "Teacher, you're not going to stop me?" Think about Promise's friends. Their first reaction upon seeing him was always, "Promise, you came down the mountain?" Chiron must be out of his mind. Yes, everyone thought Chiron was out of his mind, including Promise himself. He was sure Chiron would try to keep him on the mountain again. "Because you've grown up." Chiron stood up, looking at the still frail but awe-inspiring boy who had repeatedly made the gods take notice and people look up to him. "You are no longer the same as before, only seeking death. Now, you choose to challenge it, so I don't need to keep you on the mountain anymore." Hearing this, the boy stood stunned for a moment, realizing the reason Chiron had never let him leave the mountain. While on the mountain, many thought that his dream of becoming a hero was unrealistic because of his frailty. But Chiron had always believed he would become a hero. And the reason he opposed his leaving the mountain was just because, at that time, Promise was merely seeking a symbolic death. "Chiron, let me draw a picture for you." After a period of silence, Promise spoke to Chiron. However, hearing this, the latter laughed and patted his head. "Have you forgotten? I am also a god, and I already have your picture." Promise looked puzzled. Chiron smiled, looking at the young man who had gradually been sculpted into his current form. "Your growth, to me as your teacher, is already the best painting you could give." Later, Promise prepared to leave. Sitting on Pegasus, looking at his teacher, who was smiling and seeing him off in the sunset, Promise thought for a long time, before speaking. "Teacher Chiron, I will survive. Because I have yet to change your fate." With that, Pegasus flapped its wings, carrying the boy into the sky under the setting sun. Athena, who had been watching over him, glanced at Hera beside her. "Really, Hera, are you even jealous of this?" Hera remained silent. But the goddess of justice Themis couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. As the god stared in disbelief at her smile, she calmly said, "But Athena, I sense the same jealousy in you." The scene fell silent. Hera looked disdainfully at Athena. Hermes and Artemis wanted to laugh, but Hermes, with his bruised and battered face, found even a twitch of his mouth painful. So Artemis, surprisingly, managed to suppress her laughter. Later, the gods discussed what Promise might do next, but they couldn't reach a conclusion. Because on the surface, the best choice seemed to be for Promise to use Hades' helmet to secretly take Persephone when Demeter wasn't looking. This way, he could fulfill his promise to Hades and his friend, ending the matter and allowing Athena and the others to intervene. But even Artemis knew Promise wouldn't do that. And indeed, Promise never intended to do so from the beginning. Not only that, the boy made the choice that Athena and the others thought was the worst. That was. The next day at dawn, Promise once again arrived outside the palace where Persephone was held, but this time he didn't wear Hades' invisibility helmet. Pegasus flew in plain sight over the ancient forest, visible to Demeter, and landed directly at the palace gates. The two giant lions guarding the palace, under Demeter's command, stood up, baring their sharp teeth, glaring at Promise and Pegasus. But sensing the divine auras on Promise, they hesitated and didn't attack immediately. Promise then tore apart the drawing of the 100-eyed giant Argus. As a projection wouldn't suffice, Argus needed to be here personally. When the drawing was torn, Argus emerged, surprising the two lions. He then looked at Promise. "Respected Argus, I need your help." Hearing this, Argus, who was immediately ready to fight, was stopped by Promise. "No, that's not what I meant." Promise quickly clarified, smiling at the two lions. "Would you be willing to listen to a song?" He took out the black flute given by Hermes. The two lions, looking at Argus and the divine auras on Promise, nodded. Promise played a beautiful melody on the black flute. After about 10 minutes, the lions, Argus, and even Pegasus fell asleep. The boy watched them sleep before entering the palace. Inside, he encountered several nymphs serving the gods, who curiously came to see him. Instead of stopping him, they made way and guided him to Demeter. Thus, Promise boldly entered the palace and arrived at the evergreen courtyard maintained by Demeter's power. Demeter sat in a pavilion in the courtyard. The goddess Persephone loved flowers, all kinds of flowers, so the temple prepared by Demeter was actually very thoughtful and decorated with all kinds of beautiful flowers. One of the reasons why Hades, the god of the underworld, fell in love with Persephone was that she had the power to make flowers bloom even in the underworld. Persephone was the goddess of seeds. In Greek mythology, her presence in the underworld represented seeds sleeping in the dark soil, and her return to the surface symbolized the arrival of spring and the revival of life. Promise looked at the seated goddess Demeter, and then walked towards her lightly, and during this time the goddess did not even turn her head to look. Only after he finally arrived did she sigh quietly, turn her head and ask him, "Child, why can't my daughter understand her mother's painstaking efforts?" Hearing this, Promise did not answer immediately. The two looked at each other for a while, and Demeter smiled. Her smile was very gentle as she said, "Hera asked you to come. Is she planning to have you paint a picture to cheer up my daughter and me?" It was clear that she knew Promise. After Artemis' famous painting that night, it was hard not to know him, especially since Hera had initially boasted about him. Therefore, Demeter naturally made this assumption. She was quite pleased, thinking that a painting by Promise might indeed lift Persephone's spirits. In this regard, Promise could have avoided answering directly. Although he couldn't lie, he just had to tell some other truths. But the boy's answer was blunt. In fact, it was so straightforward that the gentle smile on Demeter's face froze in an instant. No. Promise shook his head and replied, "It was Hades, the god of the underworld, who asked me to come here." Hearing the name of Hades, the god of the underworld, Demeter was stunned, but before she could react, she heard the boy continue to speak softly. "He asked me to come here and take your daughter, the goddess Persephone, to the underworld." Chapter 75, Goddess, isn't this like a hero? When Demeter heard this, she naturally froze. Her purple eyes stared at the young man before her. She thought she must have misheard, so she didn't speak for a while, but seeing the boy not explaining, she couldn't help but frown before asking in an uncertain tone, "You said Hades sent you, and you intend to take my daughter away?" "Yes," Promise nodded. Demeter understood. She also realized why Promise had made her two guardian lions fall asleep. This boy wasn't here to pay his respects to the gods, he was here to intrude on her sanctuary. But upon realizing this, Demeter did not get angry. No, to be precise, in a fleeting moment of anger where she almost wanted to strike out, looking at Promise, that thought vanished quickly. Instead, she laughed. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Promise speak first. "Actually, the story is like this." Promise then recounted how he obtained the seven-stringed lyre from Apollo, sought out his friend Orpheus, learned about his plight, and ultimately made a deal with Hades in the underworld, explaining everything to Demeter. During this recounting, the goddess didn't interrupt him, and she seemed more intrigued as the story went on. When Promise finished, she blinked and couldn't help but urge, "And then? What happened next?" The boy did not answer, but looked at her with his emerald eyes, slightly subtle. Only then did Demeter realize the next was now. Promise had come to her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Demeter smiled and then said to Promise, "My dear child, you might be mistaken. Hades probably didn't mean for you to come to me but to seek out Athena, Hera, or the others." Facing the boy, who had came to see her and claimed he wanted to take her daughter away, she really couldn't muster any anger. To put it simply, Demeter felt like she was facing a very adorable kitten, meowing at her about taking her daughter away. Demeter couldn't get angry, she even wanted to pet this cute and obedient kitten in front of her. But what she didn't expect was, "Yes, I know. Hades, the god of the underworld, probably thinks so too." Promise nodded, answering. Hades' plan wasn't hard to guess, and he wasn't foolish. But for various reasons, I cannot leave this matter to the goddesses. And Goddess Demeter, there's something else I need to apologize to you and your daughter for. We actually met the night before last. As he spoke, under Demeter's gradually widening eyes and incredulous gaze, Promise took out the invisibility helmet given to him by Hades from the package behind him. "The night before last, when you met with Persephone, I was actually there too." Demeter, stunned and staring at Promise, hadn't yet processed this when. "Wait, Mother, don't harm this child." Persephone, who had been eavesdropping all along, since the commotion caused by Promise summoning the 100-eyed giant wasn't small, couldn't hold back any longer. She anxiously ran out, standing in front of Promise, looking nervously at Demeter. The latter looked at Persephone, then at Promise behind her and the invisibility helmet in his hand. Her face finally turned grim, and her body started trembling. She felt fear, and for the first time, sensed a real threat from Promise. If Promise had given this helmet to Persephone the night before last, Demeter didn't dare think further. She stood up, glaring angrily at Promise. At this moment, if not for Persephone shielding Promise, Demeter might have already struck him down. "Hand it over," she demanded angrily. And then, "Okay, Goddess Demeter." Promise handed the invisibility helmet to her. In an instant, silence fell. The gods observing Promise, even Athena, were left with their mouths slightly agape. Bruised and still eating his melon, Hermes dropped his fruit. Persephone was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the helmet, the one thing that could free her from her mother's grip. After a moment of shock, she instinctively reached out to grab it. But Demeter reacted swiftly, taking the helmet and hugging it tightly, looking nervously at Persephone. "Mother, you. And child, you." Persephone pointed at Demeter, then at Promise, eyes wide, unable to finish her sentence. "Wait, Persephone, what are you trying to do?" Seeing her daughter getting agitated, Demeter, afraid it would affect Promise, quickly pulled him behind her to protect him. On Mount Olympus, Hera watched in bewilderment before turning to Athena, then to the expressionless Atropos, and asked, "Is this also what you foresaw?" "I don't know." Athena was equally confused. Due to the special nature of Promise's fate, with too many fatal outcomes, Athena had eventually stopped trying to foresee it. So she looked at Atropos. "I don't know either," Atropos said calmly. "My sister won't let me look. Or she's too busy to let me see. Ever since the respectful Apollo gave Promise the lyre, she's been trying to find a way to break his fate." Upon hearing this, All the gods turned their attention to Apollo. Hera glared at him furiously. So you're the real culprit. It wasn't my intention for things to turn out like this. Apollo hurriedly explained. Even Artemis was giving him an unhappy look. Meanwhile, Persephone, feeling utterly betrayed, was close to tears. She looked at the invisibility helmet in her mother's hand, then at Promise being shielded by her mother, and couldn't help but accuse him. You never intended to save me. No, Goddess Persephone, I really did came to take you away, Promise answered honestly again. And this is how you're going to do it? Persephone pointed to the invisibility helmet in Demeter's hand, furious. Keep your voice down, Demeter said, displeased. What if you hurt this child? For a moment, the expressions on Persephone's face were on the brink of collapse. Goddess Persephone, do you remember what I said to you the night before last when we met? At that moment, Promise, who had remained calm throughout, spoke in a steady voice. I said that if I were to take you away, it must be with Goddess Demeter's consent. Hearing this, Persephone paused and recalled the conversation. And that night, after seeing Goddess Demeter, I became even more convinced of this. Promise glanced at the puzzled Demeter before continuing to Persephone, because even as an outsider, I can see how much your mother loves you. Upon hearing this, Persephone, after looking at Demeter, finally began to calm down. She realized that if she had truly relied on the invisibility helmet to leave, her mother would be heartbroken. But you shouldn't. But even so, seeing the invisibility helmet, the only thing that could take her away, being held in her mother's hands, Persephone wanted to say something unwillingly. But this is not the main reason. Promise interrupted her, looking at Demeter, who was now gazing at him with gratitude and warmth. He spoke. Goddess Demeter, do you remember that I told you that I had reasons why I couldn't leave the matter of taking away your daughter, Goddess Persephone, to the goddesses? Demeter nodded, recalling the conversation. The reason is that before coming here, I saw the future of this matter from Clotho, the goddess of fate. Clotho? Demeter questioned, recognizing the name. The goddess who gazes upon the future? Yes, Promise confirmed. I saw from her the future that was originally destined. Persephone was taken to the underworld by Hades, the god of the underworld, and you, who were sad and angry, brought desolation to the entire earth. Within a week, all the food crops in the world disappeared. The famine lasted for more than half a year, causing the deaths of tens of thousands, if not millions. Promise spoke these words calmly. But upon hearing them, both Demeter and Persephone were stunned. Persephone then looked sharply at Demeter, who frowned deeply, remaining silent for a long while. If my daughter leaves me, I will definitely do that, Demeter said firmly, her gaze resolute. To her, her daughter was her entire world. Hearing this, Persephone, far from being pleased, trembled with anger, clenching her teeth. Mother, my great goddess, do you realize it is precisely because of this that I have always wanted to leave you? Demeter didn't respond, her eyes showing sadness but remaining steadfast. Anyway, I will never let you leave, especially not to the underworld. Before Persephone could respond, Promise spoke first to Demeter. This is why I cannot leave this matter to the goddesses, because I want to change this future. With both Persephone and Demeter looking at him, he continued, therefore, before I take Persephone away, I need you, Demeter, to promise me that you won't let that future come to pass. Looking at the earnest expression on Promise's face, Demeter couldn't help but laugh again. Persephone, though exasperated by Promise's words, also laughed helplessly, shaking her head. Child, my mother will never agree to this because she will never let me leave. No, Goddess Demeter will agree. Promise said confidently, and before Demeter could speak, he smiled and glanced at the invisibility helmet in her hands. Though it might upset Hades a bit, Goddess Demeter, you've already received my offering. And it's an offering you can't refuse. As Promise finished speaking, all the gods, still processing his words, watched as Athena smiled. At that moment, she understood what Promise was doing. And it was something that gods couldn't do, but only a human could. Great Olympian deity, goddess of agriculture, Demeter, I, Promise, a student of the centaur Chiron, and faithful follower of Hera, present you with this special offering. Offering this special tribute. Promise took a few steps back, while Persephone and Demeter were still reacting. He performed a standard bow to Demeter and said, this is the helm of invisibility from Hades, capable of silently taking away your cherished daughter Persephone. And now, I present it to you. Therefore, Goddess Demeter, please bestow your favor, or grant a trial to the one offering you this tribute that can fulfill his wish. And the favor, or trial, I seek is for you to vow that under no circumstances will you let the earth become barren, nor vent your anger on the world. Additionally, you must allow Persephone and Hades to meet so that I can fulfill my agreement with Hades. Demeter was stunned. She looked at the helm of invisibility in her hand, then at Promise who was bowing and presenting the tribute, standing at a loss. Persephone was also stunned for a while, and then, seeing her mother standing there with her mouth agape, not knowing what to say, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She laughed happily, even somewhat heartily. How to put it, the situation Demeter encountered at this moment was like being scratched on the face by the sharp claws of a seemingly cute kitten. This left her standing there, unable to agree, nor disagree. If she didn't agree, she would have to return the Helm of Invisibility to Promise. After all, Athena and Hera were watching, and Demeter wasn't unaware of it. But if she returned the Helm of Invisibility to Promise, she probably wouldn't be able to close her eyes ever again. Yet if she agreed. After a long time, Demeter laughed helplessly. "Child, you seem a bit greedy." "Yes, I know," Promise nodded. "And aren't you afraid of Hades blaming you?" "I'm not afraid," he shook his head and said, "because if I can't change all of this, change the fate Goddess Clotho showed me, I never intended to live." Upon hearing this truth, Persephone, who had been smiling, suddenly stopped. Both she and Demeter stared at Promise. "Why are you going to such lengths?" Then Demeter naturally asked this question. "Of course, it's because of our vows," Athena, witnessing all of this, smiled happily. Themis didn't speak, her scale of justice swayed lightly. In the Temple of the Fates, Clotho gently wiped the crystal ball in her hand. And Hera suddenly felt like something was added on her head, not just one thing but more, and it felt heavy. If there's a reason, there are many. After a moment of silence, Promise looked up, smiled, and said to Demeter, "But to sum it up, it's this, Goddess Demeter, because I think that being able to change so many people's fates, change the predetermined future, is very much like a hero." Chapter 76, Trial. If I still don't agree, then what? Demeter, one of the 12 Olympian gods and the goddess of agriculture, asked Promise again. "Then I will abandon the matter of taking Persephone, and in exchange for this item, seek a favor from you, Demeter. That is a vow. Compassionate goddess, please vow not to let the future of barren earth occur." Promise's response was without hesitation. It was clear that he had already considered it in advance. Thus at this moment, whether it was Demeter or Persephone, or even the gods watching this scene, they all realized. Promise came to Demeter, not only for his agreement with Hades but mainly because of the future the fates had shown him, a future where countless lives would be lost. To change that destiny, he needed to offer the only item that could silently take Persephone away from Demeter. So, Persephone fell silent, staring at the Helm of Invisibility in her mother's hands, saying nothing more. Demeter also remained silent for a long time before she sighed softly and said, "I accept this tribute." As she spoke, her violet eyes reflected the frail youth in front of her. "I cannot hand my daughter over to Hades, but I cannot refuse the tribute you offer me either. And Hera, you have a fine follower." The tone of envy made Hera, watching from Olympus, proudly puff out her chest. "Child, what I give you will not be a favor, but a trial. A favor would be a vow where Demeter would not allow the earth to become barren or vent her anger on the world. A trial meant that if Promise succeeded, she would not only fulfill her vow but also let Persephone and Hades meet." So, even Persephone looked at Demeter in surprise and astonishment. "My daughter, do not misunderstand. I said I would never accept your relationship with Hades," Demeter said calmly while looking at Promise with a gentle gaze. "I just don't want to make things difficult for this child. Moreover, haven't you noticed? Even as a trial, this child's request is merely for you to meet Hades." Hearing this, Persephone finally understood. "Because I have already said," Promise continued, addressing Persephone, "I cannot take you away until Demeter agrees. But for the sake of my friend, my agreement with Hades, and my vows to the goddesses, I must do this. I know my decision is arrogant, but I'm sorry, gods, this is my choice." As he spoke, the boy lowered his head, knowing the gods were watching him, and Hades was likely among them. But this was the best solution he could think of, using everything at his disposal without the help of gods. "Lift your head, child," Persephone walked over, her beautiful eyes filled with compassion rather than blame. "You need not apologize. I should be the one to apologize. It's because of me that you suffer so. And I assure you, Hades will not blame you." Hades, watching, indeed had no intention of blaming Promise, even though he used the Helm of Invisibility as a tribute. After all, he never thought Promise could truly help him. Especially seeing the frail boy stand bravely before a major god, risking his life to change the world's fate. Who could say anything against him? However, Hades was angry, not at Promise, but at Hera and Athena for their inaction. "Thank you, Persephone," Promise said sincerely to the goddess who did not blame him. After all, he had essentially handed Persephone's hope over to her mother. Persephone smiled and shook her head, indicating it was fine. Then Promise looked at Demeter, his green eyes reflecting the goddess. "Goddess Demeter, what trial will it be?" Demeter met the boy's clear, bright eyes, her face showing a struggle. However, finally, in a somewhat ashamed tone, she said, "I'm sorry, child. Though I want to see you change fate and fulfill your promise to your friend, for my daughter's sake, the trial I give you will be one you cannot possibly complete." Taking a deep breath, she announced the trial she had devised. "You must reach Hades without the help of any gods. During this journey, as if Persephone has disappeared from the world, all seeds will fall silent in the soil. On this path, you will lose your hearing and sight, plunging into endless darkness." She conceived this trial with Promise's friend in mind. Orpheus had tried to retrieve his wife from the underworld but failed and was forever melancholic. Promise had gone to the underworld to change this fate. As Demeter spoke, before Promise could respond. "What are you saying, mother? Do you want this child to die?" Persephone asked in disbelief. "Given his condition, he would be lost to a gust of underworld wine the moment he enters. That is why you will follow him," Demeter replied calmly, looking at Persephone. "I allow you to light the underworld lantern and follow him. I will not seal your powers, you can save him at any time. But know that when you intervene, the trial ends." Hearing this, Promise understood, as did the gods watching. On Olympus, Hera, who had nearly rushed out to stop this farce, sat back down. The trial ensured Promise's safety but made the task nearly impossible. After all, without hearing or sight, how could Promise reach Hades? Just Persephone following behind him was already an extremely unstable bomb. Demeter never intended to let Promise complete the trial. Her real intention was to use this opportunity to let Persephone see the underworld clearly. Hermes saw through Demeter's thoughts at a glance. Even though he was bruised and battered, he still did not forget his nature of eating melons as he spoke, and Demeter also knows that with Persephone's character, she will definitely take action when Promise is in danger. And if she takes action, it is equivalent to giving up the opportunity to meet Hades with her own hands. Hearing the words, Athena glanced at Hermes. She didn't object to what Hermes said, but she was thinking that since he was speaking so bluntly, it seemed that she had hit him too lightly just now. It seems that even Demeter likes Promise, so she doesn't intend to let him be in real danger. Apollo, the god of light, couldn't help laughing. Who wouldn't like him? Artemis nodded, recalling the painting that night. Hearing this, the gods present did not refute. After all, they gathered here because of Promise. Only Hermes secretly curled his lips at this moment. After all, he had just been severely beaten by Athena because of this boy. But even if time could go back, Hermes would probably. No, he would have definitely made the same choice. After all, these melons were really delicious. That's great. Queen Hera, whose beautiful golden curly hair flowed out from under the crown, finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "In this way, the child is finally safe." But before she could finish her words, Athena beside her sighed heavily. Her golden eyes stared at her in confusion as she said, "So, Hera, you should give up your position as soon as possible. You don't understand that child at all." Without waiting for Hera, who was glaring at her with wide eyes, to say anything, Athena continued, "Because even with such conditions and such an impossible trial, that child would never give up. Not only because this is the path he chose to become a hero, and this is the oath he made to us, but also because it is impossible for that child to let go of the fate that is entangled with him. Therefore, if he fails, there is only one possibility. That is, his blood will bloom like flowers on the road to the underworld." After saying this, she ignored Hera, who was stunned, and even Apollo and Artemis, who were also stunned beside him. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at the goddess of fate who had arrived here at some point and said, "Am I right, Clotho?" Hearing this, the eyes of the gods present naturally and subconsciously gathered on Atropos. But different from a few moments ago when she was standing alone, at this time, beside her was her sister Clotho, holding the crystal ball as usual. That's right, at this time, Clotho had already walked out of the Temple of Destiny, and she no longer continued to look for the possibility of Promise's destiny. Because they had already met before Promise went to the goddess Demeter. And when she came here, it meant that the number of people were finally together. The four gods whose fate was intertwined with Promise. "Clotho?" Hera also looked at her in surprise and said, "When did you come? Oh, by the way, Clotho, I heard that you have been observing the fate of that child. What kind of future did you see?" Hera hadn't finished her anxious words yet. Just as the respected goddess of wisdom said. Clotho replied slowly in her tender voice, "His bright blood, like the most beautiful flower in the world, bloomed in the underworld." Yes, this was the destiny that Clotho had always seen in the Temple of Destiny, and it was the destiny she wanted to change. No, how is this possible? Hearing this, even Apollo couldn't help but frown, retorting, "Persephone is not that kind of goddess. She would not watch the child die in front of her. Under normal circumstances, that would be true. Claudio didn't refute but nodded slightly and said, but he will personally cut off the possibility of survival. Chapter 77, Blind in the Underworld. Promise accepted the test. In fact, no matter what kind of trial the goddess Demeter gives him now, he would choose to accept it. However, his vision and hearing were not sealed at this time because Demeter did not have such ability. And someone was needed to take them to the underworld to undergo this trial. Therefore, beautiful goddess, we meet again. When he saw the goddess, with her face still veiled, long black hair as beautiful as the night and beautiful red eyes, coming from the underworld to the temple of Demeter, Promise couldn't help laughing and said, Hecate, the goddess of roads, who helped him go to the underworld a few days ago, was also the first goddess who had expressed her blatant disdain towards Promise so far. Her appearance and involvement in this matter were actually a destined part of fate. Because in mythology, Hecate is actually the patron of Persephone, the queen of the underworld. In the original myth, when Persephone was abducted to the underworld by Hades, and Demeter was searching for her and crying in the human world, it was Hecate who came to see her and told Demeter that Persephone had gone to the underworld. It was also she who later helped Persephone return to Demeter. Hecate ignored Promise. Instead, she walked straight to Demeter and asked, Honorable Goddess Demeter, what do you want to talk to me about? Goddess Hecate, I would like to ask you to help me take this child and my daughter to the underworld and help me with the next trial, Demeter replied. Hearing this, Hecate agreed readily and nodded, of course, no problem. It is my honor to be able to help you, the noble one. So, is it now? As she spoke, Hecate looked towards Persephone. She never intended to even look at Promise from beginning to end. Demeter did not answer immediately, but after looking at Promise, she replied to Hecate, as long as the child nods, we can start. And Hecate, I will trouble you to help me seal this child's hearing and vision when the time comes. Hearing this, Hecate, who had frowned slightly, finally glanced at Promise. Then she nodded to show that she understood. Then, kid, when do you think we should start? Seeing this, Demeter asked Promise with a smile. She was not in a hurry, but she naturally felt that the sooner, the better. Because Demeter was just waiting for her daughter to take action, end it all, and get the artifact, the invisibility helmet. Persephone on the side lowered her head. She actually roughly understood her mother's thoughts, but she did not choose to stop her because, in this way, Promise would no longer be involved in this matter. Soon, all eyes were focused on Promise again. After thinking for a while, the boy looked up at Demeter and said, Goddess Demeter, could you please wait for me for a while? It will be quick, right away. After Demeter nodded, Promise ran out of the temple. Demeter and Persephone saw this and followed. Although Hecate had no interest, she had no choice but to follow them when she saw them all leave. They followed Promise out of the courtyard, where it was spring all year round, and came to the gate of the temple. The giant lion, the 100-eyed giant and the Pegasus, who had been put to sleep by Promise's ink-colored shepherd's flute, had naturally woken up long ago. They were even communicating in a way that Promise couldn't understand, and they seemed very harmonious. Promise called back the Pegasus and took out something from the luggage it was carrying. When the goddesses who followed out found out what he took out, they were all slightly surprised. It was a golden lyre. Yes, it was the lyre that Apollo, the god of light, entrusted him to give to his son. Promise held the lyre and looked at Persephone. Goddess Persephone, before I go to the underworld for my trial, I need you to promise me something. No, I need you to promise me a vow. Seeing his unusually serious expression at this moment, Persephone was stunned for a moment before asking, what oath? After entering the underworld, when my hearing and vision are sealed, I will play the lyre in my hand. During this whole time, Goddess Persephone, you must not interrupt my playing in any way. And before the music stops, Goddess Persephone, you cannot stop this trial. When he spoke these words, at the Olympian gods. Yes, the fate goddess Claudio softly said, in all the futures I have seen, thousands, tens of thousands of futures, until the end of life, he has never once stopped the lyre in his hands. Hearing this, the gods fell silent, even Athena at this moment. Then, Apollo. Hera looked at the extremely flustered Apollo with extreme anger, and the moon goddess Artemis glared at him as well. Look at the mess you've made. But, wait, I never thought things would turn out this way. Apollo replied in a panic. But the gods no longer had the heart to argue with him. Stay away from little Promise, you. Moon goddess Artemis angrily left this remark, then said no more. Because at this moment, the goddess Persephone had already agreed with Promise. And made a vow. After all, the interruption of the lyre's sound is such a simple condition, even a mere stumble could interrupt the sound. Promise considered this, which was why he decided to borrow the divine artifact, the 7-string lyre, so that even if he fell, it would not break. Demeter even laughed upon hearing Promise propose this condition, finding his serious look quite cute. Only the goddess Hecate, standing aside, seemed to sense something, her veiled red eyes slightly gazing at Promise for a while. And upon hearing Persephone make the trial vow, Promise, who also smiled, then looked towards Hecate and said, "Beautiful goddess, please take care of it." Hecate rarely fell silent for a short while, and under her veil, she seemed about to say something, but ultimately gave up. She took out a staff from the air, tapping it lightly on the ground, and immediately a magic circle appeared. The underworld butterflies fluttering from it enveloped both Promise and Persephone. Thus, when the blindfolded Promise and Persephone reopened their eyes, they had already arrived at the underworld path in the underworld. Hecate first handed the lit underworld lamp to Persephone, then walked up to Promise, gently touching his ears and eyes. Promise then lost his hearing and sight. Then Hecate and Persephone saw that even under such circumstances, the boy was still calm and was even revealing a slight smile, slowly playing the seven-string lyre. When the sound of the lyre rose, it even brushed over Persephone, who had just arrived in the underworld for the first time, gazing at this eternally dark land of the dead, her brow furrowed and afraid. Surprised by the recovery, Persephone seemed shocked by the beauty of the music played by Promise. After all, even if it could not make trees and stones weep and rejoice, Promise's skill had once conquered the moon goddess Artemis. After that, Hecate left. Although she departed, her gaze obviously lingered there. Not just her, but when Promise came here, even the underworld king Hades, the night goddess Nyx, and many underworld gods curiously looked over. After all, when Promise entered the underworld, officially beginning this trial, how could the gaze of Athena, Hera, and others possibly be hidden from the gods of the underworld? Sensing this, the night goddess Nyx naturally recalled that night when Promise used his own body as a canvas. That night, the gods similarly turned their eyes towards him. Thus, although she did not understand what was happening, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "This child really knows how to stir up excitement." Promise did not make Persephone and the watching gods wait too long. With a beautifully played lyre in his hands, he soon took his own steps. Persephone, holding the underworld lamp, quickly followed. At this time, Promise could not hear or see. In that absolutely silent dark world, he needed to maintain the beauty of the lyre's sound, and, step by step, move forward. Then, unsurprisingly, he soon fell down. Although the path to the underworld guarded by the three-headed dog of hell does not have the saying that falling down will lead to an abyss, it was a downward path, and the road was not smooth. And because there was no three-headed dog of hell accompanying them this time, even though Persephone held up the underworld lamp, lingering around the ever-fruitless poplar trees, those spirits, lost in the underworld path and thus lost their senses, forever unable to rest, began to converge, floating ominously around them. They smelled the scent of the living, issued terrifying roars, and tried to tear the two apart. Although she knew they couldn't harm themselves, and the light of the underworld lamp prevented them from approaching, seeing and hearing this terrifying scene made Persephone's face turn a bit pale. She instinctively moved closer to Promise, and due to her bump, the boy fell down, but even though he fell, the sound of the lyre did not stop. Realizing this, Persephone hurriedly apologized. Promise did not respond. After all, he could hear nothing now. However, even so, Persephone soon sharply noticed that the boy's lyre sound became even softer, as if to soothe her fears, telling her not to be afraid, which made the goddess, realizing this later, feel ashamed. She then breathed more steadily and tried her best to lift the underworld lamp, seemingly to light the way in the underworld for Promise. But naturally, Promise could not see, because at that moment, he had fallen into darkness, and because of this, he naturally strayed from the original path. Thus, they soon completely lost their way on this underworld path. Later, Promise did not know how long he had walked. During this period, he repeatedly fell, got up, bumped into stones, or the fruitless trees. Gradually, he was injured, bleeding. Blood fell on the ground, and when they left, the spirits would swarm up, devouring the blood that represented the breath of life. And behind him, Persephone could only watch all this happen, watching him fall, get up, then continue. She couldn't extend a hand, even just to correct the direction Promise was moving. Because even it would be considered divine assistance, thus ending the trial. And before coming to the underworld, Promise had already made a vow with her, that before the lyre's sound ceased, she could not intervene in any way. As for her instinctive cry of alarm, it would not reach Promise's ears. Yes, at this moment, the restrictive condition proposed by Demeter inadvertently helped Promise. And as time passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, not only the gods watching the drama in the underworld gradually noticed something wrong. Even Demeter herself felt the same. No one had thought that Promise could endure so long. And as time passed, hunger, pain, and bleeding gradually pressed on his nerves. Unable to see, unable to hear, but able to feel, that sensation was even amplified, Thus Promise's heart could not help but surge with fear. But even so, the sound of the lyre remained beautiful, never wavering. Even if it briefly stopped, he would immediately continue it. He just kept walking, and eventually died in front of our eyes. Inside the Temple of Olympus, within the quiet temple, the fate goddess Claudio suddenly spoke softly, saying, "And sometimes his luck is good and he smoothly comes before the gate. The three-headed dog of hell recognizes him, so it will not trouble him, but because he can see nothing, he will fall into the river Styx. Mortals who touch the river Styx will drown in it, unable to be saved. Even if he successfully boards the ferryman Charon's boat, in the paths of the underworld beyond, he will stray into the endless abyss of Tartarus. Even if he chooses the right direction, he still cannot cross the barrier of the river of fire. The moment he touches it, he will be burned to ashes." Claudio's voice was very faint, calm. But it weighed heavily on the hearts of the gods, unable to be relieved. "Athena, since this is so, do you still want to stop me?" Thus, Hera, with an unpleasant expression, said to Athena. Athena was silent for a long time, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and responded to Hera, "It's really simple for that child to give up. He only needs to take a step back, or even just intentionally pluck a wrong string, and all of this could stop, and no one would blame him. But his lyre sound has never stopped, up to now." When her voice fell, and the scene became quiet again, Claudio suddenly spoke out, addressing Athena, then, "Respected goddess Athena, do you think he can do it this time?" The latter was stunned for a moment, looking at Claudio in front of her. "I don't know." She shook her head, answering. Indeed, this time she truly did not know. Because this trial was not prepared by her, and due to the special nature of Promise, she who could not peer into that future, also did not find that possibility. "I see." Then, Claudio smiled. She revealed a very beautiful, lovely smile, and with a delicate voice, replied, "But this time I believe in him, because before he left, he promised me that he would show me the future that I cannot see." This moment was just like when Promise first caught the falling meteor. Only the positions between Athena and Claudio had been switched. Although I had suspected it, indeed it is so. As the gods heard this, their glances turned somewhat strange towards Claudio. Athena nodded to Claudio and said, "Your prophecy has changed again, hasn't it?" Claudio did not reply, holding the crystal ball in her arms, slightly lowering her head. She gently wiped the crystal ball in her hands. "So, Promise, how will you present to me that future, which I have never seen?" Chapter 78, Astounding Painting. At this moment, Promise's heart was hesitating. Yes, he was hesitating. Feeling his body getting worse, he became increasingly unsure how much longer he could hold on, so he hesitated whether or not to tear up the painting in his hands. "Do you remember the painting of the 100-eyed giant Argus?" Promise tore it up, and then Argus appeared, helping him subdue the two gatekeeper lions. And such a painting, he still had one more. Yes, that was the Pegasus. The gods indeed could not help him, but the Pegasus was a meteor tamed by Promise himself, a power belonging only to him. Even if the trial is for Promise to walk step by step in front of Hades, the appearance of Pegasus could undoubtedly guide him forward. He was not thoughtlessly agreeing to Demeter. And the reason he had not yet brought Pegasus to the underworld was that it was his only trump card, and it was still only the beginning. As for whether tearing up the painting of Pegasus would make it appear, that was a very simple question. Hades cannot intervene, but not preventing is also not considered intervening. It must have been a few hours by now. Promise thought to himself. My body is getting worse, but fortunately, I ate a golden apple before coming. However, dragging this out is not without its problems. Goddess Persephone must be getting restless, I can feel it. She has wanted to intervene several times if not for the vow. Therefore, now my lyre playing absolutely must not stop, even if it's just a brief pause for a moment. She will definitely end this trial. Promise's feeling was not wrong. At this moment, Persephone had forgotten her fear and her worries. Her beautiful, bright eyes were fixed on Promise. More precisely, on his hands playing the lyre. Now, any misstep, any fall, any moment the lyre's sound stops. She would intervene to stop this trial. Promise could not see, so he didn't know, but Persephone beside him was seeing everything clearly. He was now like a flickering candle exposed in the snow. I can't make any more mistakes. With that thought, Promise stopped. Just as Persephone showed a look of surprise upon seeing this, and the gods also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking everything was about to end, the boy crouched down, fixing the lyre on his body while carefully taking out the painting he had been carrying. He threw the painting on the ground, now all he needed to do was step on it to shatter it. But even so, Promise still hesitated. Because he clearly understood that by doing so, he would no longer have the possibility of reaching Hades. But the darkness, where he could hear nothing and see nothing, and the increasingly clear pain and the feeling of blood flowing, were slowly eating away at his sanity. Now, Promise himself started to become uncertain whether he would give up. Actually, dying like this wouldn't be so bad. This time I would truly die like a hero. Such a thought then crossed Promise's mind. He placed his foot on the painting. Just struggle a bit more, walk a little further, and I can die. Promise began to think. But just as he was about to take action, Promise, you've grown up. You are no longer like before, only seeking death, but now when facing death, you choose to challenge it, so I naturally don't need to keep you on the mountain. Promise suddenly remembered the conversation he had had with his teacher Karen. Then, teacher, I'd like to draw a painting for you. No need, because your growth, to me, is already the best painting. In the silence, he withdrew his foot. Actually, I only recently found out. Then, Promise began to mutter, as if speaking to the gods watching him and also as if speaking to himself. It turns out death is so much simpler than living. Persephone, hearing this, was slightly stunned, looking at the boy with confusion. If this really is the last moment of my life, the finale I've always anticipated, it shouldn't be this mundane. I think. At the very least, I should draw a painting. This painting should be dedicated to all of you who have been watching me, the goddesses I made vows with, my teachers, my friends, and myself. But now I have no brush, and no canvas, so what should I do? Let's do it this way then. As he spoke, Promise smiled, and then he broke the painting under his foot. Pegasus burst out from the painting, unfolding its silvery white wings in the underworld under the astonished gaze of goddess Persephone and the gods watching this scene. Protecting beside Promise. Promise played his 7-string lyre, his face once again revealing a gentle, soft smile, and the sound of the lyre became more joyful. Just like that night when the night sky was my canvas, only this time, the canvas is not the night sky, but the darkness I'm currently plunged into. And I am that paintbrush. Using darkness as the canvas and himself as the paintbrush. Promise smiled, his golden lyre playing a joyful melody, and then he took a gentle step forward. At that moment, he felt that wonderful sensation. The same feeling as when he had once depicted the goddess of wisdom and drawn Pegasus and the 100-eyed giant. A step forward, like a drop of water falling into a lake as smooth as a mirror, causing spreading ripples. Those ripples spread out from under his feet. The surrounding darkness was gradually sketched out, and with the ripples spreading, the eternally dark underworld began to be transformed into a painting. That painting, visible to Promise, who could see nothing, plunged into darkness. Thus, the unseen and unheard boy saw. He saw the entire underworld being painted and presented. And not just that, as the ripples spread further and further, Promise felt tangible gazes. Thus, he saw the gods on Mount Olympus, who were watching him in surprise. They occupied a corner of the painting, their expressions of astonishment varied, some standing, some sitting. Promise also saw the goddess Hecate, who had actually been hiding not far away, watching this scene all along. She really is a beautiful goddess. Seeing her face beneath the veil for the first time, Promise couldn't help but think this. At this point, a painting centered around the boy appeared. Then Promise took another step. As he stepped out, the pleasant sound of the lyre began to resonate in the ears of all the creatures watching this scene. Under that sound of the lyre, even the deranged spirits halted. Light broke through the underworld, shining upon Promise. That force healed the wounds on his body. Seeing this scene unfold, Athena and others naturally turned their gaze instantly to Apollo. It wasn't me. Apollo, who was equally surprised by such scene, waved his hands and said, the boy's lyre playing called the 7-string lyre to respond to him. Promise naturally also saw this sunlight, and he understood that it was the 7-string lyre in his hands responding to him. Then, he looked into the distance at the underworld and smiled. Goddess Persephone, let's go. Promise softly said to Persephone, who was completely stunned behind him, with a smile, Lord Hades must have been waiting for us for a long time. Chapter 79, since it's a painting, it must be beautiful. Mount Olympus, within the temple. What exactly happened? The majestic goddess, Queen Hera, looked into the underworld at the smiling boy who seemed to be part of the painting, her eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, she actually felt some changes vaguely but didn't understand them. Even the clever and cunning Hermes was equally puzzled at this time. On the other hand, Artemis tilted her head, her expression one of surprise, as if she had realized something. Because she had seen Promise enter the painting before, and at that time, she even rescued her adorable little follower Atalanta, who had accidentally entered the painting. And Artemis is so far, besides Athena, the second chief god who has received a painting from Promise. Thus, the only one who completely understood what was happening at this moment was Athena, who naturally smiled. Her flawless face at this moment blossomed into a beautifully picturesque smile. She stood up, he did it once again. As the gods heard her and instinctively looked towards her, she said with emotion, "he has once again performed a miracle that even astonishes me." "What exactly is going on, Athena?" Hera, also standing up, couldn't help but ask. Athena glanced at her, then at the gaze of the gods converging on her, and finally at the silent fate goddess standing next to her sister, holding the crystal ball. Smiling, her golden eyes gazed into the underworld where Promise, stepping forward again and playing the joyful lyre as she said, "He is painting a picture." "Painting?" Hera, slightly startled, recalled Promise's recent words. "Yes, a painting." Athena nodded, remembering the first painting she had received from him. That was also the first painting Promise had offered to the gods, depicting the truest side of the goddess of wisdom. In the simplest terms, that meant that on that day, he had already completely understood the legendary goddess of wisdom. Because that child was thinking, if today was truly his finale, the ending he anticipated, then it should not be so mundane, but rather magnificent. So he painted it out, using the falling darkness as the canvas, and himself as the paintbrush, depicting everything centered around him at this moment, a painting dedicated to all who watch and care about him, and also to himself. Everything in the underworld was now displayed on Promise's canvas. Athena knew this better than anyone else. Because she still remembered when Promise had painted her years ago, the feeling as if he had seen through everything about her. As the gods heard this and were momentarily stunned, "And if this is indeed a painting, then you should understand, right, Artemis?" Athena said, smiling at the moon goddess Artemis. The latter tilted her head, not understanding much, but she knew one thing: if, indeed, little Promise is painting, then what follows must surely be very beautiful, Artemis responded. Using the night sky beneath the stars as the canvas, and the lanterns lit by everyone as the paintbrush. She had seen 2 paintings by Promise, and her greatest impression was that they were beautiful. "Yes," Athena nodded and then said with a smile, "since it's his painting, then this painting will surely be very beautiful." At this moment, in the eternally dark underworld, on the path of no return in the underworld, "Goddess Persephone, could you do me a favor?" Just as Persephone was still dazed, looking at the Promise and unable to react to everything before her, Promise suddenly spoke up. He smiled, saying, "Not to help me complete this trial, but I hope, Goddess Persephone, that you could help embellish my painting at this moment." Hearing his gentle voice, Persephone came back to her senses. Her beautiful bright eyes stared at the young man before her, who, although still appeared fragile, no longer had the imminent feeling of extinguishing and even now seemed like the light illuminating the eternally dark underworld, so dazzling and striking. Before Persephone could recover and respond, Promise took another step forward. At this moment, everything in the underworld was displayed on his canvas, thus he naturally walked onto the most correct path. Persephone instinctively lifted the underworld lamp to follow but was stopped by Pegasus, who had retracted its wings and was crouching beside her. The Pegasus gently called out to Persephone twice. After understanding, the goddess looked again at Promise. He no longer needed the underworld lamp because the light of the god Apollo's 7-string lyre had responded to him at this moment. Now, Promise's lyre playing was akin to his friend Orpheus. Whether it was trees, stones, or even the deranged spirits, all reacted to his lyre playing with joy or sorrow, so the noisy spirits halted, listening to his music, shedding tears of the dead, and then turning into underworld light, disappearing on the path of the underworld. "Embellish, is that what you meant?" Persephone, witnessing this corner of the painting unfold before her, seemed to understand something. Then she sat upon Pegasus, who spread its wings, taking her into the skies above the underworld. Then Persephone scattered seeds across the entire underworld. No underworld god came forward to stop this, and some even helped in secret, because such a spectacle was something that the gods of the underworld seldom see in their lifetimes. Goddess Persephone, the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and herself a goddess of seeds, represents the slumber of seeds in the underworld and their awakening and sprouting in the human world. Thus, she is also the only goddess in Greek mythology who can make the underworld bloom. Under her divine power, diverse flowers blossomed along the path of the underworld, decorating the eternally dark realm. These flowers laid beside Promise, making it seem as if at this moment, he was not walking on the path of the underworld, but rather in a garden where it is always spring. The gods watched the boy playing the 7-string lyre, walking along this path. At this moment, Promise was both a brave hero undergoing a trial and an elegant poet. By now, they finally understood what he had spoken and painted, what it all meant. What he has painted is this trial. Demeter, also watching this scene from the temple, spoke. Yes, what Promise had painted was this very trial centered around himself, and for this reason, everything in the trial appeared on his dark canvas. And since it is a painting, it naturally has to be beautiful and striking. That's why he had asked Goddess Persephone to help embellish it. Then, Pegasus landed once again, bringing her to Promise's side. Persephone put away the underworld lamp, and alongside Pegasus, who had also retracted its wings, walked beside the boy. She listened to the lyre's music, looking at the underworld she had adorned. Great Mother Goddess, I know you have always been watching over this place, and I now also understand that the underworld is indeed not as beautiful as the human world. Persephone looked towards the distant human world, as if gazing at Goddess Demeter from afar, and said, but I still wish to accompany this child to the presence of Hades, and I am also willing to stay here. Because I believe, the underworld should also have a beautiful place, so that those children who suffered in the human world can find a happy paradise here when they came to the underworld. Elysium, that is the only place in the Greek underworld where flowers bloom, a place where only pure souls may enter, and it is where the future temple of the queen of the underworld, goddess Persephone, would be. Demeter, upon hearing this, did not respond. She could not. At this moment, she could only watch with a complex expression, along with the other gods, as Promise completed his painting. Promise arrived at the gates of the underworld. He smiled and greeted the hellhound guarding the gate, promising that the next time he would bring it many, many honey cakes. He approached the River of Sorrow, the first of the 5 rivers of the underworld. Crossing all would lead to the palace of Hades. The river, named Akron, had the ferryman Charon already waiting for him for a long time. His appearance was that of a skeleton, with ghostly flames flickering in the eye sockets of the skull. As he was about to bring his boat ashore to greet them, Promise suddenly played his 7-string lyre vigorously, and the underworld fire in Charon's eyes danced wildly. Clearly surprised, a path of light formed from the notes on the river Akron, providing a bridge across. Since getting the gods' help in this trial was forbidden, Promise originally planned to have Pegasus fly them across, but now that was no longer necessary. Thus, the ferryman Charon could only watch somewhat sullenly as the boy and his companions crossed the river. Second time, Charon muttered, then shook his boat, disappearing on the river Akron. After crossing the initial river, they arrived at a vast grey plain that connected 2 realms. One was the endless abyss of Tartarus, where even gods could be imprisoned, and the other was the Temple of Truth where the underworld judges resided. In the futures Clotho had seen, Promise had often mistakenly walked toward the abyss of Tartarus. But now, with everything in the underworld displayed on the boy dollar painting, he naturally continued sculpting this moment into his painting, crossing the grey plains and the Temple of Truth, arriving at a river of fire, the most dangerous river in the underworld. It is a never-burning fire of the underworld, consuming not the body but the soul, causing immense pain even to a goddess like Persephone if touched. Thus, at this moment, even Hades was very anxious, and several times he almost stepped out of his palace. But what the gods did not anticipate was that this clearly most dangerous obstacle was bypassed effortlessly by Promise, as the river of fire itself diverted around them, revealing a path for them to proceed. Maybe we should just give this lyre to Promise permanently, it seems more fitting for him. Chapter 80, Days in the Underworld. Inside the temple on Mount Olympus, Hermes witnessed the scene with a subtle expression and couldn't help but speak. Incidentally, the 7-string lyre of Apollo, the god of light, was crafted by him and given to Apollo. Upon hearing Hermes' suggestion, Apollo did not object. In fact, he nodded, showing an expression that seemed to agree. I also think that's a good idea. At this moment, the gods had already realized that everything had ended. The outcome of the trial needed no further discussion. Demeter felt the same way. Her violet eyes watched everything unfold with a complex expression. She was somewhat sad, yet also excited. Sad because her daughter was ultimately by Hades' side, but excited because she had truly witnessed that fragile child create an unbelievable miracle. He not only changed his fate but also painted such a beautiful picture, just like that night, making the gods turn their heads in awe once again. Thus, ultimately, Promise, along with Persephone and Pegasus, arrived before Hades, who had been waiting for them for a long time. The trial thus concluded. Within the grand temple illuminated by divine fire, the goddess Hecate silently emerged. She approached Promise, touched his ears and eyes again, restoring his lost hearing and sight. The latter opened his emerald eyes, looked at the goddess before him, stopped playing the lyre, and quietly thanked her, saying, "Thank you, beautiful goddess." Hecate did not respond, but this time she quietly watched Promise for a while before turning to leave. Promise. Persephone, standing behind him, softly called out to him. Even the Hades above, the lover she had not seen for a long time, was now ignored. Turning around at the sound of his name, Promise looked at the goddess. At this moment, her face was filled with excitement, even covering her mouth, tears twinkling in her eyes. Naturally, no one could understand better than Persephone how difficult the path Promise had walked was. Following him, she had wanted more than anyone for Promise to give up. Seeing this, Promise instead smiled and asked, "Goddess Persephone, do you think this painting is still beautiful?" The goddess paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "That's great, Promise said with a relieved smile, apologetically adding, I thought perhaps you were angry. I'm sorry for bringing you to the underworld and for such an unpleasant experience. When Hades, the god of the underworld, heard this, even his face, which was as gloomy as ever, couldn't help but twitch. He was still there. It's fine, no problem at all, I'm not angry, how could I be angry? I'm very happy, extremely happy, As she spoke, Persephone stammered, unable to find the right words, then abruptly hugged the boy and began to cry right there in the temple. Seeing this, Hades, the god of the underworld, glanced at the unscrupulous guys who were peeping outside, and waved his hand to block their view. How stingy. The gods cursed together. Back on Mount Olympus, in the temple, the gods, who had cursed almost together, looked at each other and then burst into laughter. At this moment they laughed very happily because the stone that had been blocking their hearts had finally disappeared. Queen Hero was laughing too, but unnoticed by anyone. Her expression was slightly complex. Especially when she looked at Athena. Even though she had said she would never let Promise go to Athena. And even now she still felt that she was Promise's goddess. But having witnessed the trial and the miracle Promise created, those moments as dazzling as stars, the not-so-foolish Hera had realized that Athena had always been truthful. Among all the gods, for this boy, who yearned to be a hero and desired a magnificent finale, Athena truly was the most suitable goddess for him. She couldn't let this continue. Feeling a sense of urgency, Hera finally made up her mind and quietly left the temple without the other gods noticing. And then she went to a place she thought she would never set foot in her entire life, the temple of her daughter, the goddess of craftsmanship, Hephaestus. 3 days later, Promise was still in the underworld, in the palace of Hades. During these 3 days, he had a good stay in the palace of Hades. And the nymphs of the underworld were very hospitable, to the extent that it was almost overwhelming for Promise. If not for Persephone always watching over him, Promise even wondered. Not just wondered, he was certain they would have tried every means to devour him. Promise, where are you? In the palace, just as Promise was wandering around, he heard Persephone calling him. I'm here, goddess Persephone. After responding, he soon saw Persephone hurrying towards him, with Hades silently following behind her. My child, you're here. After quickly reaching Promise's side, Persephone expertly hugged him, checked to make sure he was all right, and then said, how did you suddenly disappear? You're not allowed to leave my side again, do you know how dangerous it is here? Seeing Persephone earnestly speaking, Promise glanced at Hades. At that moment, in the eyes of the god, he saw clear frustration, speechlessness, and a hint of jealousy. Promise felt helpless about this. If not for his firm protest during these 3 days, even consuming golden apples to outright avoid sleep, Persephone would have tried to sneak into his bed at night, practically wanting to stick with him all day. Promise knew Persephone had no other intentions, she was just overly protective because of what happened the previous 2 days. But goddess sister, you came here to find Hades, didn't you? Thus, a hopeless Promise gave Hades a knowing wink, his face a picture of innocence. This prompted Hades to glare at him irritably. Well, I think I better leave. Feeling that things might soon become problematic if he stayed, Promise discreetly extricated himself from Persephone. Without waiting for her to express her discontent, he quickly approached Hades and respectfully asked, Honorable Lord Hades, have you found Eurydice? Eurydice was the wife of Promise's friend. Upon hearing this, Hades, realizing Promise's intentions, quickly nodded. She's already found and will be here soon. Before Hades could finish, Promise? A voice full of surprise and incredulity suddenly rang out. Then the beautiful nymph Eurydice, looking astonished, was brought over by a few other nymphs. Eurydice naturally recognized Promise after all, she had been by his friend's side when Promise was studying, and even sang alongside him when he learned the lyre. Why are you in the underworld, could it be? Eurydice started, her face suddenly turning pale. It's not what you think, you're really lucky. The nymphs quickly explained Promise's actions to Eurydice before he could speak, leaving her stunned and looking at the bot in disbelief. Seeing this, Promise turned to Hades and said, Thank you, Honorable Lord Hades. No problem, this was after all our agreement. Hades shook his head, his deep voice authoritatively replying to Promise. Just as he finished, Hades, why do you keep doing this? Didn't I tell you to speak softly and gently when you talk to the child? Do you understand? Persephone, getting upset, moved closer and began to scold Hades, her harsh treatment of the Lord of the Underworld watched by the astonished Eurydice. The nymphs, initially nervous, were now quite accustomed to it. Hades stood there, unable to stop her nor let it continue, and ultimately could only look at Promise helplessly again. Recognizing the situation, the boy tactfully nodded and said to Hades, Then, Honorable Lord Hades, I will take Eurydice back to the human world. Wait, you're leaving? Persephone suddenly turned her head to look at Promise. Just as the latter nodded, "Then I'm leaving too," Persephone declared without hesitation. Chapter 81, Apollo and Artemis. Not only did it startle Hades, but it also startled Promise. After talking for a long time, she reluctantly agreed to stay. Eurydice, who was observing the scene from the side, had a very subtle expression on her face. She wanted to speak but hesitated, not knowing what to say. Additionally, esteemed Lord of the Underworld, because of my promise to the agricultural goddess Demeter, I will return in 10 days to escort the goddess Persephone. Before leaving, Promise turned back to remind Hades. The latter nodded, readily agreeing without making things difficult for him. After all, he now deeply understood that if he dared to do otherwise, Persephone would definitely pack up and leave immediately. So, who is that goddess? After leaving the temple, led by the nymphs, Eurydice couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and asked Promise. She is the goddess Persephone, the daughter of the main goddess Demeter, Promise replied, notably not referring to her as the queen of the underworld. Oh. So what is your relationship with her? Eurydice asked, blinking her eyes in curiosity. We have a very ordinary relationship. After Promise answered, he saw Eurydice looking at him with a disbelieving expression. It really is just an ordinary relationship. Oh, by the way, you must not secretly tell this to the goddess Persephone later, Promise said, addressing the nymphs leading the way. This elicited a round of giggles from them. Amid the laughter, Promise suddenly noticed a goddess in a black dress and veil approaching. Seeing this, his eyes lit up and he immediately went over, and said, "Beautiful goddess, long time no see." As soon as Hecate saw Promise, she instinctively turned to leave. Then, recalling her task, she reluctantly turned back. Before Promise could continue speaking, she took out her staff and lightly tapped it on the ground, causing a magic circle to appear, enveloping Promise and Eurydice. "I'll fetch you in 10 days, she said, and the next moment, they were suddenly surrounded by an emerging swarm of underworld butterflies. When they opened their eyes again, they had returned to the human world, standing at the same fork in the road outside the small town where Promise had first entered the underworld. And it was now early morning, with the first light of dawn just illuminating the entire world. Did I really return to the human world just like this? Eurydice reached out her hand as if trying to grasp the dawn, staring at the beautiful world before her in disbelief. "Let's go, Eurydice," Promise said with a smile. "We need to tell Orpheus that the nightmare is finally over. Orpheus, I am here to seek revenge." In the small town, as the morning sunlight illuminated the reunited Orpheus and his beloved Eurydice, who were crying tears of joy, Promise stood beside them, holding a small notebook. At this moment, completely ignoring the romantic atmosphere, he loudly declared to them, "Orpheus, about a year and 3 months ago, you and Eurydice came to bid me farewell. I asked for your help, hoping you would take me down the mountain with you. You two agreed on the surface but then played your lyre to make me fall asleep and carried me to Chiron's room that night. As a result, I got scolded by Chiron for the entire morning the next day." Having finished speaking, Promise closed the notebook and looked at the two stunned individuals with her green eyes, huffing, "So, Orpheus and Eurydice, you two must now accept my revenge immediately." "Promise, what kind of revenge do you want?" At that moment, a gentle male voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Let me think." He frowned and tilted his head, pondering. Thus, he didn't notice the surprised and incredulous expressions on Orpheus and Eurydice's faces as they looked behind him. "Got it." Promise quickly looked up at the two and said, "Your punishment will be to work for me without pay. Both of you must board the ship with me, and our ship still lacks a departure song. I'll compose it and call it Bink's Sake." With Chopper already on board, and now having a musician as well, Promise felt quite satisfied and nodded cheerfully. "Does little Promise like to drink?" A pleasant voice called out from behind. "Not really, and Chiron has always forbidden me to drink." Promise was answering when he noticed the odd expressions on his friends' faces. They kept glancing behind him and signaling with their eyes. Just as a puzzled Promise was about to turn her head, he felt an arm wrap around his neck. And then, a familiar, soft laugh followed, accompanied by a warm embrace. "Then don't drink, because you won't be cute if you do." "Oh, wait, if little Promise's face turns red and he stumbles around after drinking, that might actually be really cute." Promise froze, realizing who had grabbed him. While his body remained tense, trying to understand why she was here. "Yes, it would be very cute," the gentle male voice echoed. The radiant god of light, Apollo, came into Promise's view. Trembling slightly, the boy looked at Apollo, who was smiling as he approached his, and then glanced at the moon goddess Artemis, who had him in a hold. Seeing her pure, sky-blue eyes, Promise felt his heart beat slow. "Why are you?" "Hee, I've come to see you, little Promise." "Are you happy?" "Happy? Then, With Orpheus in shock and Eurydice's expression turning odd as she recalled the events in the underworld, Artemis nuzzled Promise's face. Apollo, standing nearby, merely smiled. Not only did he stop her, but he actually seemed a bit pleased. The atmosphere suddenly became very cheerful. Except for Promise, whose green eyes gradually lost their sparkle. Oh my god, how did these two end up together? Although they were siblings, having them here together was just too terrifying. Suppressing the urge to scream, he forced a polite yet awkward smile at Artemis, trying to gently break free from her embrace. But to his despair, he found that his weak strength was utterly incapable of moving her arm wrapped around his neck. Where's Athena? Oh right, Athena has no more golden apples. What about Hera, my dear Clotho, where are you all? Save me. Even Pegasus would do. Where did that guy go to graze now? Honored father and beautiful goddess Artemis, long time no see, Orpheus finally spoke up after regaining his composure. Eurydice, also having recovered, quickly bowed respectfully to the two. At that moment, they became the most adorable saviors in Promise's eyes. Apollo nodded with a smile, looking at them warmly. Artemis also nodded in response, but she wasn't really paying attention to them. Her eyes were fixed on Promise. Just as she was about to continue interacting with him, Apollo finally intervened. All right, Artemis, let Promise go. He just came back from the underworld and is as delicate as a flower. We must handle him with care. Hearing Apollo's gentle words, not only did Promise himself shiver uncomfortably, but even Orpheus and Eurydice couldn't help but shudder. Although Artemis pouted unhappily, she probably didn't want to genuinely hurt Promise, so she obediently released him. After she let go, the boy fought the urge to run away immediately and forced a smile at the goddess. Without giving her a chance to speak, he suddenly acted as if he remembered something, took out the lyre, and stepped back a couple of paces. With an apologetic look, he said to Apollo, I'm sorry, honorable god of light Apollo, I used the lyre you entrusted to me to give to Orpheus without your permission. I'm willing to accept any punishment for that. No, child, I've seen everything you've done so far with my own eyes. How could I punish you? Apollo responded gently, his eyes soft as he looked at Promise. He then glanced around, realizing this wasn't the best place for a conversation. So he smiled and waved his hand. The sudden burst of dazzling light made everyone instinctively close their eyes. When they opened them again, they found themselves in Apollo's sanctuary. By a clear, mirror-like pool, a silver laurel tree was trembling. Upon seeing her, Promise's eyes lit up. Goddess Daphne, long time no see. A kindred spirit at last, someone to share the attention with. Chapter 82, Lyre Playing Contest. Promise excitedly walked towards Daphne, who had transformed into a laurel tree. And Daphne, seemingly guessing Promise's thoughts, irritably extended a branch to hit the boy on the head. No sooner had she done so, Daphne realized she was being targeted. Looking up, she saw the moon goddess Artemis pouting, her face full of displeasure and jealousy directed at her. Daphne, momentarily stunned, looked at the goddess and then at Promise, who was clearly planning to hide under her tree for protection. Instantly, she understood. So, you poor little thing, you're actually worse off than I am. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but tremble, as if laughing. Ah, my love, Daphne, are you welcoming me back? At this moment, Apollo walked over, his face full of joy. He gently caressed Daphne's form and spoke tenderly, don't worry, from now on, we will never be separated again. Daphne froze, while the smile now shifted to Promise's face. Eurydice blinked at this scene and then looked at her lover, Orpheus, who seemed indifferent, not minding at all. After all, Orpheus, though not particularly close to Apollo, didn't dislike him. Unlike Asclepius, Apollo's other child and the future god of medicine, who despised his father the most. Lord Apollo, your lyre. After laughing for a while and realizing that Daphne couldn't bear the burden forever, Promise brought out the lyre, ending this brief farce. However, Apollo did not take the lyre and just took a look at it. Instead, his gaze softened as he looked at Promise for a moment, then turned to Orpheus and Eurydice, saying, my children, do you know what Promise did to allow you to be reunited? Without waiting for a response, Apollo gently recounted the events, playing the lyre softly as he spoke. It was as if he were a bard singing the tales of heroes. And thus, this child altered your original fate, allowing you to reunite now. A few minutes later, Apollo stopped playing, and even the laurel tree Daphne was completely immersed in Apollo's story. Now, my children, knowing all this, do you understand what you should do next? With that said, he looked earnestly at the deeply moved Orpheus and the tearful Eurydice. Promise, such a great favor, even if I became an ox or a horse to serve you all my life, it wouldn't be enough to repay it. Orpheus said with emotion. Hearing this, who want you to become an ox or a horse? Promise replied, not with happiness but disdain. And I didn't help you guys for such deep reasons. I reunited you just to make my revenge easier." The boy had just finished speaking when the moon goddess Artemis couldn't help but laugh. After all, this moment of Promise's revenge was so similar to the night of the hunting sacrifice when Actaeon was turned into a giant stag. Little Promise can be quite stubborn sometimes, but this stubbornness is cute too. I really like it. As she spoke, Artemis gently poked Promise's cheek. Maybe I should be more straightforward in the future. Promise made a silent resolution in his heart. Apollo was also smiling and said warmly, "That's right, child. You should keep this lyre, and I think it would prefer to stay by your side." As he finished speaking, the lyre in Promise's hand suddenly glowed a bit, as if responding to Apollo. Orpheus also reacted, and before Promise could speak, he said, "Yes, Promise, you should keep the lyre. Otherwise, I would live my life in guilt and wouldn't dare to see you again." Eurydice also spoke up, saying to Promise, "Take it, Promise. This is the only thing we can give you in return." "What do you mean the only thing? You both still have to get on the ship and work for me for free. Don't think you can escape." "But even so, I can't just take it," Promise said, gently plucking the lyre. Then he looked seriously at Orpheus and said, "Orpheus, let's have a contest witnessed by the god of light, Apollo, and the goddess of the moon, Artemis." "A contest?" The latter was slightly taken aback. "Yes, exactly." Promise nodded, raising the lyre in his hand with a smile. "Let's compete in our musical skills, and this is also my revenge." Thus, under the witness of the two deities, Orpheus and Promise began to play their lyres together. When Apollo heard the joyful music, he immediately realized that this was not a contest at all. It was an excuse for Promise to hold a small celebration. A celebration to welcome the reunion of Orpheus and Eurydice after crossing the realm of the dead. Orpheus also noticed this. Hesitant to play poorly on purpose, he looked at Promise with a complex expression, then smiled dryly and joined in the music. Apollo, also smiling, took out his instrument to accompany them, and let the light spread the sound, attracting more and more beings to the place. Some sat with Artemis and Eurydice, while others perched on the laurel tree Daphne. The bright sunlight illuminated the scene, with the little pool reflecting the gathering of all the beings accompanying the music. This moment, this scene, was like a beautiful painting. Later, night fell. Promise called forth the white Pegasus from the stars, preparing to bid farewell under Artemis's displeased gaze. He presented a reason that even Artemis couldn't refute. He had to visit Persephone's mother, the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. So, even though she was unhappy, Artemis handed over a golden apple, and Apollo also placed one in Promise's hand. Along with the ones from Hades and Persephone, Promise now had 5 golden apples. "Oh, right, little Promise," Artemis suddenly remembered as she looked at the golden apples and said to Promise, "Little Promise, make sure to visit little Ada sometime. She's still mad at you." "Angry?" The latter was momentarily confused, looking at her. "Little Promise, did you forget? The day you left, you didn't say goodbye to little Atalanta. She waited for you in Calydon, and it was only after seeking me out that she found out you had already left." Upon hearing this, Promise's body stiffened slightly. He remembered now. In his haste to escape from Meleager, he had left with Hermes without thinking and had indeed forgotten all about it. Little Atalanta was really mad, Artemis said with a twinkle in her eye, smiling at Promise. "She even told me that the next time she sees you, she's definitely going to hunt you down." Promise was dumbfounded. He never expected that while he had managed to evade Artemis, he couldn't escape Atalanta. Since Atalanta had already told Artemis about this, there was no way he could avoid being hunted the next time they met. Atalanta. Eurydice, sensing something, leaned in curiously and asked, "Is she beautiful, revered goddess Artemis?" Even Daphne, the laurel tree goddess, perked up her ears in curiosity. "Little Atalanta is very cute," but before Artemis could respond, Apollo answered with a laugh. "She's a smart, adorable, and energetic child." "Oh." Eurydice understood, then smiled at Promise. "Promise, that's quite irresponsible of you. How could you neglect such a lovely girl?" "No, it's not like that between us." Promise began to explain but, seeing Orpheus's sudden interest, realized there was no way to clarify without making it worse. So he simply stopped talking. Instead, he simply rolled his eyes at the two of them and then signaled to Artemis and Apollo that he understood. Pegasus spread its silver-white wings, ready to take Promise away. "Wait, Promise." At that moment, both Orpheus and Eurydice called out to him simultaneously. Seeing them like this, Promise couldn't help but laugh. "What is it? Not satisfied with my revenge?" The two of them exchanged a glance and then laughed together. As if they had discussed it with everyone so far, they looked at the boy and said, "Promise, don't you think Chiron was out of his mind?" The latter was puzzled. "Because he actually let you leave the mountain." Chapter 83, Hera having a bad feeling again. Under the starlit night, Promise sat on Pegasus, holding the reins, and spoke to the winged horse against the gentle night breeze. Pegasus turned its head to look at the young man, a human-like confusion in its eyes. "You see, didn't I accidentally tear your painting?" Promise said, showing an embarrassed expression. Pegasus had initially allowed him to capture it because of the drawing he made for the winged horse. Promise naturally remembered this. Later, that drawing had always been the item he used to summon Pegasus. However, hearing his words, Pegasus shook its head and neighed softly to Promise, indicating it didn't mind. Since being captured by Promise, the drawing had become irrelevant. Now, even without the drawing, it would hear Promise's call, no matter where he was. "How about this? Once I get a pen and some canvas, I'll draw you another one, okay?" Promise misunderstood Pegasus's intentions. Seeing it wasn't upset, he sighed in relief. Pegasus nodded. Having a new drawing would be good, just like back in the underworld, so it could be summoned in times of danger. But speaking of pens and canvas, do you think I should find some time to visit Goddess Athena? Promise spoke. She mentioned it to me some time ago, but I haven't heard anything since. Indeed, since the incident with the Caledonian boar, he hadn't seen her. Thinking about all the recent events without her around to witness the chaos, Promise felt a bit strange. Pegasus didn't respond and continued on its way. It considered itself a very smart horse, knowing when to speak and when to graze, understanding this perfectly. Later, Promise, drowsy and nodding off, gradually fell asleep. What he didn't know was that as soon as he fell asleep, Pegasus halted. Because a chariot in the night sky approached. It was the chariot of Nyx, the primordial goddess of night in Greek mythology. From the chariot, Nyx, adorned in a garment dotted with the night sky and stars, emerged smiling. She gently carried the sleeping Promise into the chariot, and Pegasus joined the night-embodied horses, pulling the chariot through the starry sky. When Promise awoke much later, he found the sky already bright. They had reached their destination. Pegasus had brought Promise to the temple Demeter had built for Persephone. Upon descending, Promise saw Argus, the 100-eyed giant, in front of him, watching him alongside two giant lions. "Argus, why are you still here?" he asked in confusion. Argus remained silent. Those countless eyes on his body looked at Promise, showing a hint of grievance and sorrow. "Ever since you entered the temple that day, you haven't come out. I thought something had happened to you and kept debating whether I should rush inside the temple." Hearing this, Promise was stunned, then looked extremely embarrassed. He bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Argus. I should have informed you about my situation immediately." "It's all right," the latter shook his head and stood up. "As long as you're safe, I can face the esteemed hero without shame." As Argus turned and walked away, his massive frame made the ground tremble with each step. "Forget it, I'll find a time to make it up to him later," Promise thought as he watched Argus's departing figure. Focusing on the temple before him, he shook his head and didn't pursue Argus since more pressing matters were waiting for him. Just as he was about to say something to the two giant lions guarding the entrance, they opened the doors for him and lay down obediently, wagging their tails as if to welcome him. Once inside the temple, Promise found the nymphs even more enthusiastic than last time, chattering around him just as they had in the underworld. He dealt with their exuberance until... Ahem. "What are you all doing?" A gentle yet displeased voice rang out, immediately silencing the nymphs. They quickly stepped away from Promise and stood to the sides, heads bowed. Before Promise stood Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, wearing a crown woven from golden wheat. Her kind and motherly demeanor was evident. Knowing that Persephone was still in the underworld and that he was partly responsible, Promise felt a bit guilty, despite having mentally prepared himself for this moment. "Lady Demeter, He began to speak, but before he could continue, Demeter interrupted him. "Come with me," she said, leading him to the beautiful garden pavilion from that day. Upon arriving, Demeter turned to face Promise and solemnly declared, "I, Demeter, goddess of agriculture, swear by my name that I will never let the earth wither, all things perish, or desolation descend upon the world." As her vow was made, in the ancient temple of fate, the two sisters of the fate goddess Clotho witnessed the fate thread connected to Promise's crystal ball begin to evolve, creating futures that were once deemed impossible. "Ah. It seems we'll be busy for a while," sighed the sickly Lachesis, though she smiled despite her complaint. "Sorry, sisters." Clotho, holding the crystal ball, apologized, feeling embarrassed. "Oh, it's all right. After all, it's for our dear sister and that little troublemaker of yours," Lachesis reassured, waving off the apology. Then, she added thoughtfully, "But the next time, when you see him, be sure to give him a good scolding for always causing trouble." Clotho nodded gently. "All right, I'll hit him with the ball. Your strength is like a gentle tap. Even Atropos, who usually showed no emotion, twitched her lips slightly, wanting to speak but ultimately saying nothing. After all, she was their sister. Lady Demeter. Promise was naturally surprised by her vow. You completed the trial I gave you. My daughter's absence grieves me deeply, but I find I cannot be angry with you, Demeter said, her gaze complex yet gentle. She had witnessed Promise's journey to her, and the incredible way he completed the trial. Not only can I not be angry with you, but I also feel genuine happiness for you. Hira truly has a good follower, she spoke, feeling a bit wistful. What a waste. She thought inwardly. Oh, right, Lady Demeter, I came here to tell you this. Persephone will return in about 10 days, Promise said after regaining his composure. What? Demeter blinked in surprise. My daughter. She will return? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, because I promised you, Lady Demeter, Promise nodded. Even if I were to take Persephone away, it would have to be with your consent. He paused slightly before continuing with a smile. Lady Demeter, you don't think I'm someone who goes back on their word, do you? No, not at all. Demeter quickly shook her head, saying, I never thought that. It's just that my daughter. She managed to leave and yet is willing to return. I truly didn't expect this. Promise blinked at Demeter, realizing he had a rough understanding of the mother-daughter relationship. It wasn't surprising that Demeter thought Persephone wouldn't return. After all, during their journey in the underworld, Persephone had said she didn't mind its terrors and was willing to stay there. Is that so? Demeter's expression softened, no longer clouded by initial sadness and confusion. She smiled genuinely. So, my daughter is really coming back. With that, she looked at Promise, the last trace of estrangement disappearing from her eyes. Instead, they shone with the affectionate gaze of a mother looking at her beloved child. Unable to contain herself, she reached out to Promise and beckoned, Come here, child. Holding his hand, Demeter led Promise to sit down in the pavilion. She looked at him with motherly affection and asked, Did you suffer in the underworld? Suffer? Promise recalled his time in the underworld and couldn't help but nod. Indeed, he had suffered, always fearing Hades might throw him into the river Styx. Speaking of which, didn't a hero once bathe in the river Styx and become invulnerable? As Promise suddenly remembered this, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Sister, you didn't do anything to Promise, did you? Flowing golden curls spilled from her crown as Hera, the most esteemed goddess of Olympus, arrived. Unlike her usual dignified and elegant self, at this moment, she looked quite flustered. I heard that child Promise came to see you again. Promise, are you alright? Did Hera, who was anxious to ask if Promise was hurt and if Demeter had taken out her anger on him, saw the scene in the pavilion. Demeter was sitting next to Promise, speaking to him with concern. As Hera stood there blinking, Demeter noticed her and smiled warmly. Hera, you're just in time. I have something I wanted to discuss with you. And seeing her joyful and urgent expression, the goddess had a bad feeling. It was the same feeling she had when she realized Athena was eyeing her possessions. Chapter 84, Hera's jealousy in the temple of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Hera, who had just arrived, wore a peculiar expression as she watched Demeter fuss over and care for Promise. However, seeing him safe, she sighed in relief but couldn't help feeling amused, so she found an excuse to send Promise away temporarily. Then she walked along the temple corridor with Demeter. Hera, is there something you need? Demeter asked gently. Her face was kind, lacking the majesty and dignity that Hera exuded, but she radiated more of a maternal glow. Sister Demeter, I won't hide it from you any longer, Hera said, the sunlight falling on her beautiful golden hair as her amber eyes looked at Demeter. Although Promise has already told you the general situation, there are still some things he hasn't mentioned. Or rather, he doesn't know. And those things, I only understood after consulting the goddess of fate. Sister Demeter, do you know that in the fate Promise change this time, it actually included you as well? As Hera's words fell, she looked at Demeter, who was slightly stunned and confused. Organizing her thoughts, Hera gently relayed what she had learned from the goddess of fate. It turns out that when Persephone was forcibly taken to the underworld by Hades, Demeter learned the truth from the goddess Hecate and sought Zeus's help, but to no avail. She left Olympus in anger, causing the earth to wither and the world to become barren. During her time wandering the mortal world, Demeter's days were far from pleasant. Demeter caused the land to wither to force the gods to compromise, hoping her daughter Persephone could return to her side. She changed her appearance and sealed most of her divine power. Unexpectedly, Poseidon discovered her disguised form and recognized her identity. Olympus's myths were notoriously chaotic. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Poseidon boldly expressed his love, desire, for Demeter. Naturally, the latter refused and disguised herself as a mare to hide. But even then, Poseidon did not let her go. Later, while wandering the mortal world, Demeter encountered two children she adored and wanted to make immortal to replace Persephone and stay with her. However, due to an accident, she ended up burning them to death with her own hands. After a long time had passed and many people had died, the gods could no longer receive offerings, forcing Zeus to finally relent and personally visit Hades. Eventually, an agreement was reached allowing Persephone to freely travel between the underworld and the mortal world, spending half of each year in each. Only then did Demeter return. However, after her return, in the future shown to me by the goddess of fate, I never saw you smile again, Hera said with a complex expression, looking at Demeter. Her eyes no longer held the current gentleness. By the time Hera finished explaining everything, Demeter had long stopped walking. She stood in the temple corridor, her purple eyes staring in shock at Hera. Realizing Hera wasn't lying, Demeter's face went through a series of emotions: surprise, anger, and finally relief. Such fates, even if seen by the fates, are usually not spoken of. Their powers are special, but they do not dare to casually discuss the main gods. Hera was informed because she, as the queen of the gods, actively sought the information, and it concerned a severed fate, so the goddess of fate revealed it truthfully. I understand now. After a long while, Demeter, having calmed her emotions, nodded to Hera with a somewhat grim face. I now understand what that child has done for me. But, the reason you're telling me all this is to ask me not to trouble Promise over the matter with Persephone, right? Yes, Hera confirmed without hesitation. But what surprised me is that you don't blame him at all. In fact, I even want to make him my child, Demeter interrupted, her face softening into a smile. If I only had the thought before, now. I'm determined to fight you for him. Having said this, she expected Hera to be furious, but to her surprise, she merely rolled her eyes. Seeing this, Demeter was taken aback. After all, who doesn't know about Hera's jealousy? Hera, aren't you angry? Demeter asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Of course I'm angry, but what's the use of being angry? Besides, seeing how you look at Promise, I had already guessed, Hera said, pouting. And I'm getting used to it. You aren't even the biggest threat. Used to it? Demeter questioned, puzzled. Yes, Athena, Themis, and even the youngest fate, Clotho. Especially Athena, she is the worst. Hera grumbled, recalling Athena's arrogant demeanor and the scene where the three of them declared their vows with Promise in the Temple of Olympus. It really made her blood boil. Seeing Hera finally reveal her jealousy and anger, with flames almost appearing in her eyes, Demeter nodded, feeling that this was the normal situation. Looking at it this way, Promise is really popular, she spoke, recalling the recent days. Demeter couldn't help but smile as she nodded, but it's understandable. After all, he's such a cute and excellent child, it's natural for him to be endearing. Hearing her heartfelt praise, Hera couldn't help but puff out her chest and proudly responded, of course, after all, he is someone who brings me glory. Watching Hera's proud expression, Demeter smiled and suppressed the jealousy that surged in her heart, deciding not to say more. Oh, by the way, Hera, is there anything else you need? Hera nodded, there is indeed something else, but it's not about you, it's about Promise. Actually, a few days ago, I met with Hephaestus. When Hera mentioned Hephaestus, her expression became uneasy. Demeter, on the other hand, was stunned, looking at Hera in disbelief. Hephaestus? You mean the Hephaestus I know, your daughter? Aside from Athena, the instigator, any god on Olympus who heard that Hera voluntarily went to see Hephaestus would undoubtedly look at the sky, wondering if it was about to collapse. Their relationship was that strained. Hephaestus harbored deep hatred for Hera, despising her more than any other god. And Hera had always refused to acknowledge Hephaestus as her child, fearing her. Promise needs a brush and canvas, and only she can create the artifact he needs, Hera explained with a sigh. Hearing this explanation, Demeter was even more shocked, realizing just how much Hera valued Promise. Even when Ares and Aphrodite were caught and humiliated, Hera had never pleaded for Ares. In fact, as far as Demeter could remember, this was the first time Hera had personally met Hephaestus. I'm sorry, Hera, Demeter said after regaining her senses, showing an embarrassed smile under Hera's puzzled gaze. I now fully understand how much you like that child. If it were anyone else, I would have given up by now. But after all that's happened, I really can't let go of him. So. Some time later, by a clear spring outside the temple, Promise summoned Pegasus and was washing its body with the help of a few nymphs who served Demeter. Pegasus loved cleanliness. The first time Promise saw it, it was descending from the stars to clean itself. And with its beautiful and elegant form, it was a symbol of art. Athena had initially sent Promise to capture it because, in every sense, she felt Pegasus was a perfect match for him. While Promise and the nymphs washed Pegasus, chatting easily, Hera arrived. And her arrival caused the nymphs to immediately fall silent and tremble, standing aside in fear. They sensed something was off with Hera. Her leaking divine power made it hard for them to breathe. Promise didn't feel that, but when he looked at Hera, he immediately noticed her dark expression, indicating she was in a very bad mood. It was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode at any moment. Did Demeter upset Hera? As Promise blinked, pondering this, Hera walked over, scanning the nymphs who all lowered their heads. Not daring to look at her, she suppressed her anger, and said, "You may leave." In the next second, they disappeared from Promise's sight, running at a speed that rivaled Pegasus. Finally, Promise sensed something was wrong. After the nymphs left, he noticed Hera's gaze on him was somewhat hostile. So, he instinctively reached out for a lifeline, hoping to find some comfort from Pegasus. But his hand grasped nothing. Turning to look, "You guy, when did you run off to graze again? You fat steed, stop eating, or you won't be able to fly soon." Great Hera, hello, I'm just cleaning Pegasus. Promise swallowed nervously, but before he could finish speaking, Pegasus gave a soft neigh. In the next second, it flapped its wings and, without waiting for a response, took off into the sky at top speed, abandoning the grass it had been eating. Now, with both Pegasus and the nymphs gone, only Promise and Hera remained. Hera stood there, dressed in luxurious clothing, with her lips pursed, and amber eyes staring at the boy full displeasure and even a hint of resentment, that made his scalp tingle with anxiety. He realized he had seen Hera like this before, back during the Caledonian boar hunt night, when Athena had helped him finish the hunt and Hera suddenly appeared with Artemis. So, I'm not Zeus? Why do I feel like I'm being caught in a scandal by Hera? Chapter 85, Take this with you Beautiful and kind Hera, what brings you here? Promise cautiously asked, breaking the silence as Hera continued to look at him without speaking. Hera did not respond immediately. Instead, she looked around and walked over to a large stone, motioning for Promise to come over. Once he approached, she made him sit down. Understanding that something was off, Promise obediently sat down. Hera immediately reached out and, though she didn't use much force, grabbed his cheeks with a fierce expression. Promise, you. Hera began, but then she hesitated. She realized she couldn't really blame Promise for anything. After all, he wasn't actively seeking out the gods, they were the ones drawn to him. He was just walking his own path, and the gods, smelling the trail, had gathered around him. Including herself, Hera thought, as she realized she was no different. Unable to voice her frustration, she vented by roughly pinching Promise's cheeks. Promise sat there obediently, letting Hera take out her anger. When her expression softened a bit, he spoke again, "Great Hera, have I done something to upset you?" Looking at Promise, whose cheeks were now red from her pinching and whose green eyes were filled with confusion, Hera, who had been very angry, couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, I'm very angry. To be precise, I'm very jealous." She glared at him and said. Usually, to maintain her dignified image as the queen of the gods, Hera wouldn't be this honest. But perhaps due to Demeter's words earlier or the recent events at the Olympian temple, she let her guard down this time. "Promise, I'm your goddess, right?" "Yes, of course, you are my goddess, Great Hera," the boy nodded. "Then why don't we have an oath?" Hera's face was filled with jealousy as she looked at Promise. "Athena aside, there's also Themis and that fate goddess. Promise, when did you get involved with so many goddesses behind my back? So, I'm not Zeus? Hera, what are you trying to do by acting like a legal wife who is dissatisfied with the existence of a mistress?" Promise was really speechless at this moment. But when he saw her staring at him, as if the day would not end until she gave him an explanation, he could only rack his brains to think. Because in the current situation, there was actually no point in thinking of a vow immediately, it would not satisfy Hera. Hera is jealous and extremely possessive. What she cared about was not why she didn't have a promise with him, but whether she was the first in his heart. Therefore, "Honorable Queen Hera, I have never wanted to hide anything from you, and although I have never made a vow to you, you are the only goddess I believe in." Promise looked up, blinked his emerald eyes, and spoke to Hera sincerely. If Hermes were here at this moment, he would definitely not be stingy with his applause and would have apologized as his answer. Because Promise's words were true, and at the same time, they gave Hera a feeling that could not be completely considered an illusion. That was, there was no need for a vow between them at all. After all, she was the only goddess that Promise believed in. So after he finished speaking, Hera was slightly stunned, and then the dissatisfaction and jealousy in her eyes naturally dissipated for the most part. She even showed a beautiful smile like a painting because of the sudden surge of joy and peace of mind. Looking at that smile, even Promise was even stunned for a moment. Because it was indeed beautiful. One have to know that Hera was the goddess that Zeus was willing to share his power with. So, of course, she was beautiful. "So I promise that I am your goddess, And you will only believe in me, right? It was as if all the dissatisfaction and worries in recent times were suddenly vented. At this moment, Hira was so happy that she didn't even have the shadow of the queen of the past. Promise nodded slightly and said, "Of course I believe in you. I am your loyal believer, the Honorable Queen Hira. After all, apart from you, I really can't think of who to believe in for the time being." Apart from Hira, he could not find anyone else. Athena was the goddess of pleasure and also a virgin goddess. Not to mention Artemis and Apollo, even Demeter had Persephone, the unstable bomb. After a circle, if Hera didn't want Promise, then he would have to go to Clotho, hug her tightly and humiliate her. Clotho is indeed more fragrant and softer, but Hera is a main god after all, and the queen of Olympus at that. Not to mention if there is a conflict, what will happen to the Golden Fleece in the future? So you won't suddenly start to believe in Athena, and sisters Themis and Demeter, right? Hera said, and looked at Promise warily. "I will never suddenly betray my faith in you, Queen Hera." While Promise was answering and making the assurance, he naturally realized in his heart what Hera was jealous of and angry about. At this point, Hera was finally satisfied. She reached out and touched Promise's head, smiling and said, "That's right, this is my good child. And now, my lovely child, you can go find Hephaestus and ask her for gifts." Huh? Hearing these words, Promise blinked, slightly surprised as he looked at Hera. "It's fine, I've already seen Hephaestus," Hera said, though her gaze was still a bit unnatural. Perhaps she was trying to maintain some dignity in front of Promise, despite having almost lost it all earlier. She forced a smile and said, "So, everything will be okay. And I'm very excited, Promise. I'm looking forward to the painting you promised me, the first painting among the gods." Recalling the painting he had given to Artemis that night and the one for the underworld, Promise knew that any god who heard he was making a painting for them would be eagerly anticipating it. "All right, Goddess Hera, so," he nodded, preparing to summon Pegasus back, while inwardly wondering if he should sharpen a knife. It was his mount, after all. How could it sell out its master like this? "Wait, Promise," Demeter suddenly appeared, emerging from the shadows under a nearby tree, as if she had been eavesdropping all along. Her smile was knowing as she looked at Hera. Hera, however, didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she instinctively placed Promise behind her, looking at her with a wary expression. Given what Demeter had just said, if it weren't for the fact that she was her elder sister and one of the culprits because of whom Demeter had just lost her daughter, Hera had almost been unable to resist calling down a lightning bolt on her. All right, I'm not going to snatch him from you." "And you are indeed stingy, not even willing to let the child stay with me for a while," Demeter said, chuckling as she handed a divine artifact to Promise. Both Promise and Hera were surprised when they saw what it was, Hades' Helm of Invisibility. "Goddess Demeter, this." Promise looked at the goddess in shock and was about to say something. "Take it, child. You'll need it soon," Demeter interrupted him gently. After a brief pause, she smiled at Promise and added, "While I trust you, that doesn't mean I trust Hades. If my daughter isn't back in 10 days, use this to steal her back for me, all right?" Hearing this, Promise looked at Demeter, who was winking at him. Though he didn't believe Hades would act that way, he still took the helm after some thought. Hera, however, was a bit puzzled. Tilting her head, she asked Demeter, "Sister, what do you mean by that?" Demeter looked at Hera for a moment but did not reply immediately. She helped Promise get Pegasus to land, watching as the mount carried him away. Only then did she look back at Hera and sigh, "I can't tell if you're genuinely oblivious or just ignoring it. Your relationship with Hephaestus has deteriorated so much, yet this time, she not only didn't give you a hard time but also agreed to see Promise. Have you ever wondered why?" Chapter 86, What Lies Beneath the Pink? Of course, it's black. Inside Hephaestus' temple, night had fallen. The moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room and the beautiful girl lying on the bed. She wore a thin nightgown, her long golden hair cascading over the pristine white bed. The moonlight highlighted her delicate features, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her lips tightly pressed together as if caught in a nightmare. Indeed, she was dreaming, reliving the moment many years ago when she was first born. On that stormy day atop the highest peak of Olympus, her own mother, the noblest of goddesses, had thrown her down from the mountain. The girl woke with a start, her amber eyes, identical to Hera's, wide open as she sat up abruptly, gasping for air. At that moment, "Master Hephaestus, are you all right?" A worried maid, a god-crafted automaton created by Hephaestus herself, entered the room. Seeing the girl's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Hera's, the maid's expression changed. She trembled and lowered her head, unable to continue looking. At this moment, the girl wasn't wearing her usual mask. One side of her face was flawless, while the other was marred by a birthmark that looked like burning flames. This girl, who appeared to be a miniature version of Hera, was none other than the god of fire and craftsmanship, Hephaestus. Hephaestus didn't speak, her eyes coldly fixed on the automaton for a while before she hesitated. Eventually, she didn't dismantle it as she usually would. Instead, she picked up a black half-mask from beside the bed, covering the marred side of her face. Her voice was icy as she asked, "How long was I asleep?" "Master Hephaestus, you just lay down." The maid's voice trembled as she replied, her head still bowed. The maid feared for her fate, expecting Hephaestus to dismantle her. In Hephaestus' eyes, all these dolls, automatons were imperfect and shouldn't exist in this world, despite being almost indistinguishable from humans. But Hephaestus had once created the perfect automaton, Pandora, the first woman in Greek mythology, given to humanity by the gods. "Help me up," Hephaestus ordered coldly after a moment of silence. The maid, frightened, glanced up at Hephaestus, and seeing her indifferent gaze, despite her fear, she carefully lifted Hephaestus. As she did, the goddess' flawless legs were exposed in the moonlight. Hephaestus' legs were her most beautiful and noticeable feature, yet also the reason she could never forgive Hera. Once capable of running, she could no longer use them to stand after that fateful day when Hera threw her from Olympus. The maid carried Hephaestus to another room, dressed her, and placed her in an exquisite wooden wheelchair, pushing her out. In the temple's corridor, the other automatons, who had been chatting in groups, fell silent, trembling and lowering their heads as Hephaestus passed, not daring to meet her gaze. Hephaestus was known for her volcanic temper, unpredictable as an erupting volcano. "Has Hera's follower arrived?" As the maid cautiously pushed Hephaestus through the corridor, the latter suddenly asked. The maid hesitated, then quickly replied, "Not yet, but he should be close. A sister saw him approaching on Pegasus." Hephaestus nodded slightly, her expression mocking yet complex. "Athena told me about it early on, but I still can't believe my mother, who has avoided me for centuries, would come to see me because of a mere mortal." The maid kept her head down, not daring to respond, knowing a single wrong word could be dangerous. At the same time, she also felt a twinge of pity for the boy she had yet to meet. What Hera didn't know was that Hephaestus' unexpected willingness to meet Promise wasn't due to her request. Athena had already approached her about Promise's situation half a year ago. Few knew that Athena and Hephaestus had always had a good relationship. Perhaps it was because Hephaestus helped bring Athena out of Zeus' head, or maybe Athena simply admired her skills. Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship in Greek mythology, was also the god of sculpture and art. Most of the Olympian gods' temples were designed and built by her. For example, the blooming Temple of Demeter, or the magnificent underworld Temple of Hades. Moreover, because of their good relationship, Athena once asked Hephaestus a question that most people wouldn't dare to ask. That was why she agreed to the marriage given to her by Hera, the marriage with the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Hephaestus's answer was simple, because Aphrodite was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful goddess, while she herself was recognized as the ugliest. Thus, she wanted to see if the most beautiful goddess was truly as beautiful as claimed. Later, Hephaestus caught Aphrodite in a tryst with the god of war, Ares, trapping them both in a net and exposing them naked before the other gods. From that day on, Aphrodite never came to see her husband again. "It's been so long since I last saw my mother, so long that I almost thought I'd forgotten about that past. That nightmare." As Hephaestus spoke, her voice was so cold it made the maid behind her shiver, yet Hephaestus was smiling, and her smile was bright. "That's why I'm really looking forward to meeting that human. What's his name again? Let me think. Oh, I remember now, he's called Promise, right?" Several days later, Pegasus brought Promise down, arriving at the bronze temple gate. The boy looked up, gazing at the temple built within the volcano. Though Hephaestus was often shunned among the gods and her reputation wasn't particularly good among humans, in his eyes, she was a very powerful goddess. After all, Promise, who was well versed in mythology, knew that in the myths, whether it was the world's hardest shield, Athena's shield, Aegis, or the sun chariot made by Helios, or Cupid's arrows that could affect even gods, all were made by this goddess. But if Athena hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought she was a goddess. After all, she's the husband of the most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite. But thinking carefully, among these gods, male-male relationships are quite normal, so perhaps a blooming lily isn't that surprising. As Promise was thinking this and shaking his head, ready to step forward, the heavy bronze gate suddenly opened, and several exquisitely dressed puppets walked out, but Promise didn't pay attention to them. With just one look, his green eyes fell on Hephaestus, who was being pushed out by a maid, and he froze in place. No other reason, just because Hephaestus looked so much like Hera, the same golden hair, the same amber eyes, even the delicate features were identical. The only difference was, Hephaestus was a maiden, while Hera was a fully mature version. And those slender, beautiful legs. Because of the wheelchair, Promise almost instinctively looked at Hephaestus's legs. Hephaestus was wearing a pale gold dress, with nothing on her legs, so her legs were completely exposed, flawless and long. On the other hand, the goddess sharply noticed Promise's gaze, and in that instant, a naked loathing flickered in her amber eyes but was quickly suppressed. With a beautiful smile on her face, when the maid pushed her to Promise, Hephaestus looked up at him and said with a pleasant voice, "I believe you are Promise, my great mother's most beloved follower." "Indeed, you're as cute as I imagined." Promise looked at the smiling goddess in front of him, examining him up and down, emitting kindness. Though he felt a bit puzzled in his heart. After all, before coming, several people had repeatedly reminded him that Hephaestus and Hera had a very bad relationship. But still, lightly nodding and giving a standard bow, he said, "Centaur Sage Chiron's student, Promise, it is an honor to meet you, noble and beautiful goddess Hephaestus." Though unsure why Hephaestus wore a half-mask, he felt that describing her as beautiful wasn't wrong. Hence, he didn't notice the slight changes in expression of the puppets around them, and the look of panic and admiration in the maid's eyes pushing Hephaestus. "Beautiful. Thank you for your compliment." Hephaestus smiled again, this time more beautifully than before. "I already know all about you, child. Come in. You know, I've been looking forward to this." Hephaestus motioned Promise to follow her into the temple and said with a bright smile, "I have always been looking forward to meeting you." Having said this, she entered the temple with the boy. Pegasus was taken to another place by the other two puppets. And just as Promise entered the temple alone, the bronze door slowly closed. "Athena, I really don't understand this time. You let Promise enter the temple like this. Aren't you afraid that the child will never get out again?" In the dark, Hermes, who was bruised and battered but still insisted on joining in the fun, couldn't help but say something to the goddess, who was standing beside him in a flawless white dress. Hearing this, Athena glanced at him. She knew that Hermes' injuries had healed long ago, and the reason why he was still like this was simply to gain some sympathy and avoid being beaten. In other words, even though he knew there was a high probability that he would be beaten, Hermes still insisted on fighting on the front line. Hephaestus will not kill the child because simply killing him would be too easy for Hera. Athena explained calmly, she has waited hundreds of years for this opportunity to torture Hera. When Hermes heard this, he nodded with a look of realization. "Hey, little Athena, you let that child go to Hephaestus. Are you planning to let Hera suffer for it? That's not good, because I will secretly tell Hera about this." At this moment, a very gentle voice came, and Athena's cheek was gently poked twice by the person who spoke. The goddess tilted her head, and her golden eyes reflected the goddess in front of her who was wearing a red-tied dress, smiling very softly, with pink hair and purple eyes. "Goddess Hestia, what are you talking about? I never said that I wanted to torture Hera." Athena blinked and looked surprised. Facing Hestia, the last virgin goddess among the Olympian gods, the sister of Hera, Demeter, and the king of gods Zeus, and the oldest god, she smiled and replied, "I just simply want Hephaestus to do me a favor." "Do me a small favor," Athena said, her smile growing even brighter. She was familiar with Hephaestus, so in a sense, there was no need for Hera to go there in person. Athena had a great chance of getting the artifact needed for her promise from Hephaestus. But she didn't do it. First of all, it would be better if Hera went to find Hephaestus in person. The second was that Athena knew very well how much Hephaestus hated Hera. What help? Hestia blinked and asked curiously with her head tilted. However, hearing this, Athena just smiled without saying anything. "This is easy. Hephaestus will never tolerate Promise's belief in Hera, so she will definitely sabotage this, and Athena will have the opportunity to take advantage of it." Hermes, who had fully reacted, had just said this when he was met with Athena's narrowed death stare the next second. Seeing this, he was stunned and hurriedly looked at Hestia, and was about to ask her for help. But he found that Hestia was also looking at him at this moment, and her smile was very bright. Her pink hair swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 87, Sky as a Canvas. In the Temple of Hephaestus, a maid doll with long flaxen hair pushed Hephaestus in a wooden wheelchair along the corridor inside the temple, while Promise followed quietly behind them. He scanned the temple and quickly noticed that something was wrong. Although many people were seen walking and busy along the way, the entire temple was unusually quiet, like a pool of stagnant water without any vitality. "Promise, you came here so that I could create a brush and canvas that could paint gods, right?" Suddenly, Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen in front of him, asked. She relaxed at this moment, and the standard smile on her face disappeared a lot, returning to her usual indifference. Because the moment Promise stepped out of the temple, it became difficult for him to leave on his own. "Yes, respected goddess Hephaestus." The latter took 2 steps forward and answered softly to the goddess, who looked like a young Hera version. Hephaestus tilted her head, her amber eyes reflecting the bath beside him. Only at this moment did she truly take in the young man in front of her. And at first sight, she didn't dislike Promise, but this time it was not because of her looks or fragility. Looking at him, who seemed to be born with artistic aura and was kissed passionately by the goddess of art, Hephaestus, the god of forging and sculpture, naturally had some good feelings towards Promise. "You seem very much looking forward to it?" Hephaestus asked again. Although Promise's hair was tied with Athena's silver thread, preventing the gods from seeing his thoughts, Hephaestus saw urgency and expectation in his eyes. Hearing this, the boy was slightly stunned, then smiled shyly and nodded calmly before replying, "Yes, Goddess Hephaestus, to be honest, I am indeed looking forward to it. Ever since the Goddess of Wisdom told me about you, I have been looking forward to meeting you and getting a paintbrush and canvas from you." Lies are useless to God, so these words were naturally the true thoughts he had. Although Promise had caught a falling star from the stars and possessed a treasure, in the kingdom of the river goddess Aegina, Athena told him that he could paint the gods and create a treasure that belonged only to him. Looking back, even in the entire history, such a feat is absolutely unique. No one can resist such charm. The same is true for Promise. "So, which god are you going to engrave?" After nodding slightly, Hephaestus continued to ask naturally. Hearing this, Promise lowered his head and thought silently for a while. But when he looked up at Hephaestus again, the goddess found that the boy's emerald eyes had completely lit up and looked very beautiful. "Among all the gods," Promise said with a smile. When he finished speaking, the maids pushing Hephaestus stopped in their tracks, looking at him in shock. Hephaestus was also taken aback but quickly smiled again. This time, her smile was genuine, unlike the previous forced ones. "I actually didn't have such an idea at first, after all, it sounded a bit too unrealistic. My life was originally just about pursuing a magnificent tending, so I chose to go down the mountain from Teacher Chiron. And it still is, in a way." Promise continued with a calm tone, speaking extraordinary words as if they were ordinary. "But I've come this far, and looking back, I see that I've painted many pictures. Artemis, the moon goddess, Apollo, the god of light, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and Hera, the noble queen of the gods. I've already depicted them, now, I just need the final step. Since my pursuit has always been an extraordinary life and a dazzling end like a shooting star that leaves a mark in the night sky as it falls. Why not make my life even more spectacular this time?" The centaur sage Chiron had once said that Promise had changed and no longer needed to stay on the mountain. For now, he no longer chased after death blindly but had truly gained the resolve to face death with a smile. The value of life has never been about its length but whether the journey was exciting. At least for heroes, this is true. "I will forge for you a brush that can paint the entire pantheon and a canvas that can hold them," Hephaestus responded. "Thank you, Goddess Hephaestus." Promise's eyes brightened as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "There's no need," Hephaestus shook her head. "I don't need thanks because, for me, using what I forge well is the greatest form of gratitude. Moreover, I must admit, your idea moved me, even reigniting a long-lost inspiration and desire to forge." She paused, then looked Promise up and down, nodding. "No wonder so many gods pay attention to you. You are indeed likable in many ways." With that, Hephaestus glanced at the maid behind her. The maid snapped out of her daze and hurriedly pushed Hephaestus forward. At this moment, Promise also felt relieved, though he was still somewhat puzzled and confused. He found Hephaestus to be quite approachable and gentle, nothing like the terrifying figure described by Athena and Hera. Promise didn't realize at the time that he had inadvertently avoided a death flag. His response not only excluded Hera but also gave Hephaestus a perfect answer beyond her expectations. After leading Promise into the temple, Hephaestus left, instructing her dolls to take care of him while she departed with the assistance of her maid. What Promise didn't expect was Hephaestus's astonishing efficiency. He had prepared for a long wait. Considering these were two divine artifacts capable of painting the gods and preserving their images eternally, the difficulty of their creation seemed immense. And Promise had already waited a long time just to meet Hephaestus. He thought he might have to wait another month or two or even go on a quest for materials to get the artifacts he desired. But to his surprise, it only took a week. During that week, since his initial meeting with Hephaestus, Promise hadn't seen her. Although he was taken care of by the dolls, they avoided him as much as possible. Even when he tried to talk to them, they would be scared to the point of tears. Though the dolls had no souls, they were otherwise indistinguishable from humans, with their own thoughts and emotions. They already knew that Promise was a follower of Hera. Even though rumors that reached them piqued their curiosity about him, they were more afraid of their capricious master disassembling them. To Hephaestus, these imperfect dolls shouldn't exist in the world, their continued existence was a testament to her divine mercy. Thus, a week passed. One night, While Promise was eating food nervously served by a trembling maid doll, the door suddenly opened, and an exhausted Hephaestus was wheeled into the room by her maid. Promise was unaware that, at that moment, the surrounding tremors had ceased. The volcano had been erupting, the earth rumbling constantly during this time. Hephaestus had been tirelessly swinging her hammer in her divine forge. "This is the artifact you requested." Under Promise's wide-eyed, shocked gaze, Hephaestus placed a white feather quill in front of him. Although clearly tired, her amber eyes shone with excitement, and she wore a radiant smile. "It's been a long time since I've enjoyed forging so much. Designing the brush wasn't difficult, but I struggled with the canvas. Ultimately, I decided that the sky, capable of depicting and encompassing everything, would be the perfect canvas. And you're in luck. I just happened to have something left behind by Uranus, the sky god." Uranus, the primordial Greek god of the sky, was the first king of the gods. He constantly pressed the Earth Mother Gaia beneath him, refusing to part from her, causing chaos as the sky and earth were conjoined. It was the second-generation king, Cronus, the father of Zeus, Hera, and Demeter, who wielded a sickle to separate the sky and earth. Hephaestus explained simply, though her maid, who had been helping her, glanced at her with admiration. After all, she had witnessed her goddess sacrificing the majority of her wealth into the forge. Thus, Hephaestus created a divine artifact capable of painting and recording even the gods. To understand the enormity of this wealth, Hephaestus, as the god who forged temples for the main gods and weapons for heroes, had accumulated mountains of wealth in her temple. The maid, witnessing all this, couldn't decide whether her mistress hated or liked Promise. In truth, the matter wasn't so complicated. Hephaestus didn't care about the wealth she sacrificed. Her greatest joy as a god was forging. And when she forged, she aimed for perfection, even if the person was a follower of Hera. As the god of forging, she wouldn't compromise. Hephaestus proudly and boastfully said to Promise, "Promise, do you know? This is one of my finest creations, comparable to the Aegis shield I forged for Athena. It has no canvas because the sky is its canvas. When you paint with it, the image will appear in your hand. You won't need any dyes, it will produce any color you need. So now, Promise, take it up. Hold this creation I'm proud of, and before me, display a painting with it." Gradually coming back to his senses, Promise looked at Hephaestus with disbelief. He had thought that Hephaestus might have been forging a divine artifact for him during her absence, but he never expected her to present him with such an incredible gift. After a brief hesitation, Promise gritted his teeth and took it, then looked at Hephaestus and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, noble and beautiful goddess Hephaestus. From today onwards, I will make good use of it." Hephaestus was very satisfied with Promise's reaction. If he had pretended to be overly humble or fearful before such an artifact, she would have been displeased. "But using it doesn't come without a price," Hephaestus then said. "Its creation was inspired by what you told me. The object painted should be the gods of the heavens. It was your words that gave me inspiration and rekindled my forging spirit. So, if you want to use it, you must fulfill this requirement. I need a vow from you, one that must be kept." "I understand, goddess Hephaestus. I will paint the gods," Promise nodded and replied seriously. Such a price for such an artifact wasn't a question of worth, it was a windfall. "Not just any gods, but the main gods," Hephaestus corrected. "Since you have already depicted 4 main gods, my requirement is that you complete the rest. Swear to me that you will paint all the remaining main gods, including my father, the great god King Zeus. Only then will it truly belong to you." Hearing this, Promise hesitated for a moment. "What, are you afraid?" Hephaestus smiled. "Didn't you say you wanted an extraordinary life? Isn't his extraordinary enough?" "I understand, goddess Hephaestus." Promise exhaled slowly, then smiled and said, "I vow to you, I will use this brush to paint the gods of Olympus." "Good," Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction. "Then let's begin now." Hephaestus smiled and said, "Start with me, Promise. Show me your ability, and don't disappoint me." She knew Promise's abilities well. Whether it was Artemis using the night sky as a canvas or the event involving Hades and Persephone, she could hardly remain unaware. At this moment, Hephaestus was quite eager to see how Promise would depict her. But then she saw the boy looking troubled. "What's the matter?" Hephaestus asked, frowning slightly. "Did I make an unreasonable request?" "No, it would be my honor to present a painting to you, goddess Hephaestus." Promise quickly denied, waving his hands. Seeing Hephaestus's puzzled look, Ours hesitated for a long while before answering reluctantly, "It's just. I'm sorry, goddess Hephaestus. Before coming here, I promised here that she would be the first god I paint once I got the brush." The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. Even he understood how absurd his response was. Hearing this, the maid next to them was stunned. The maid had just relaxed, sensing that Hephaestus was in a good mood. She couldn't remember the last time Hephaestus had been genuinely happy and excited. She thought everything would be fine today, but then Promise dropped this bombshell. To their surprise, Hephaestus did not erupt like a volcano. Instead, she fell silent. Because Hephaestus realized she had forgotten her original intention. Forging had been so enjoyable, combined with her anticipation for Promise's future works, that she had genuinely forgotten she intended to imprison and torment him. Yes, Hephaestus's original plan was to break Promise's spirit and make him renounce his faith in Hera. She intended to imprison him in the temple, waiting for Hera to come. She eagerly anticipated Hera's reaction to seeing the boy in such a state. Coming back to her senses, Hephaestus looked at the downcast Promise. Should she start tormenting him now? But they had already made a vow, and she didn't find him that annoying. Feeling inexplicably irritated, Hephaestus finally took out a golden apple she had prepared earlier. Eat this. Huh? Promise blinked, looking at the golden apple Hephaestus handed him. He wanted to say he wasn't hungry and save it for later, but Hephaestus's gaze, though calm, allowed no refusal. Feeling guilty, Promise had no choice but to take the apple and bite into it in front of her. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 88, Imprisoned, Now What to Do? Promise woke up. When he awoke, he noticed the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and upon sitting up, he found his left hand shackled with a silver chain. The other end of the chain was fastened to the foot of Hephaestus's bed. Don't waste your energy trying to break free, you can't, Hephaestus's calm voice came from above. She was sitting on the bed, dressed in a pure white nightgown, her legs, seemingly sculpted to perfection, hanging down beside Promise. On his other side, the maid with long flaxen hair stared at him intently, ready to stop any foolish attempts at escape. Of course, the maid knew Promise couldn't harm her mistress. Even though Hephaestus couldn't move on her own, she was still a goddess, a powerful main god. But appearances had to be maintained, as the maid certainly didn't want to be dismantled. This is a special chain I forged. I used it to imprison Prometheus on Mount Caucasus and once bound Hera with it. Even the gods can't do anything about it, Hephaestus said with a slight smirk, her voice tinged with pride. Promise naturally knew Prometheus. He had stolen fire for humans and was ordered by Zeus to be chained to a steep cliff, never able to sleep, his weary knees unable to bend. Every day, an eagle would come to peck at his liver, which would regenerate only to be devoured again. And the chain that bound Prometheus, which could seal divine power, was forged by Hephaestus. So Prometheus wasn't surprising, but Hera. The noble queen Hera? Promise blinked his emerald eyes, curiously looking at Hephaestus. He didn't know Hera had ever been bound. Well, it seemed he didn't know much Greek mythology. Seeing this, the maid was quite puzzled. Even though Promise realized he was imprisoned, he didn't seem panicked. It seems you don't know, Hephaestus said, her smirk growing as she eagerly began to explain. Or rather, boast about her past achievements. Even though she was tired, the tropic invigorated her. As Promise listened to her story, he finally understood why Athena and the others always said that Hera feared Hephaestus the most among her children. The story was straightforward. After Hera threw Hephaestus from Olympus, she didn't die but was found and raised by the ocean goddess Thetis. Thetis, one of the 3,000 ocean nymphs and the mother of nearly all rivers and water sources in Greek mythology, didn't follow up on the matter after that. What Hera didn't anticipate was that Hephaestus grew up to be not only as powerful as a main god but also possessed unparalleled forging skills that even Zeus noticed. Thus, Zeus brought her back to Mount Olympus. Upon her return, Hephaestus, due to Thetis's good upbringing, did not seek revenge. Instead, she hoped for her mother's recognition and an apology. However, what awaited her was public humiliation led by Hera at a banquet for the gods. Hera couldn't accept that the most imperfect and ugliest of the gods was her daughter, with a limp and a birthmark on her face. Humiliated, Hephaestus silently left the banquet. Hephaestus then crafted a beautiful, resplendent throne for Hera, one that perfectly matched her status as queen. When Hera received the gift, she was immediately captivated and instantly sat down on it, without a second thought. And that was a mistake. Just as she did so, chains emerged and bound her tightly. Under the constraints of those chains, even the noble queen Hera lost all her divine power, becoming an ordinary woman. Any deity who touched those chains would lose their powers. Trying to break them with other divine weapons, like Zeus's thunderbolts or Poseidon's trident, risked harming Hera herself. So, in the end, Hera had to publicly apologize to Hephaestus in front of all the gods. Only then did the gods acknowledge Hephaestus's status as an Olympian main god, and the matter was resolved. After hearing all this, Promise first glanced at the maid beside him, who had closed her eyes, looking resigned. Then he looked at the silver chain on his hand. So this chain is. In this end, he raised his left hand slightly, and the chain made a crisp sound as it moved. That's right, Hephaestus nodded. The same type. Hearing this, I feel somewhat honored, Promise couldn't help but remark. After all, one was Queen Hera, and the other was Prometheus, the god of foresight, and then it was him. Then, does that make you happy? Hephaestus tilted her head and asked Promise. However, the boy, after thinking for a moment, surprisingly smiled at Hephaestus. She was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Covering her mouth slightly with her hand, she chuckled, "You really are unexpectedly cute and interesting. Did you guess it before you ate that golden apple?" In that situation, it was obvious that the golden apple shouldn't be eaten. Promise admitted honestly. Though he always felt that the goddess Hephaestus didn't seem as dangerous as Athena and Hera made her out to be, Promise naturally couldn't ignore their warnings. "Then why did you eat it?" Hephaestus blinked. The maid beside them also opened her eyes, curious to hear Promise's answer. "I received the thing I wanted most from you, but I couldn't even fulfill a basic request of yours." As he spoke, Promise searched his belongings and took out the pure white feather pen. Hephaestus hadn't taken it back because they had already sworn an oath. Seeing Promise's action, Hephaestus understood his thoughts completely. After a moment, she asked, "In that case, are you willing to give up your faith in Hera?" Promise didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Hephaestus and then around the room. "Noble and beautiful goddess Hephaestus, I understand why you chained me, but why here?" Looking around the exquisite room and then at Hephaestus in her pure white nightgown with her flawless skin exposed. Everything about this place screamed that it was the goddess's private chamber. "Because I need to sleep now," Hephaestus replied, rubbing her eyes. Even for her, forging the artifact in Promise's hand had exhausted all her energy. "But I don't trust leaving you in the care of my dolls. You still have Hades' helm of invisibility with you, don't you? I noticed that long ago." Hearing this, Promise wasn't surprised that Hephaestus had discovered the helm, but dolls? He tilted his head, looking at the maid. "Yes, she is a doll. To be precise, everyone you've seen in the temple so far are dolls I created," Hephaestus said calmly. "Pandora?" Promise almost instinctively asked. "They are all defective products, not even qualified to be compared to one of my greatest creations, Pandora," Hephaestus said, her voice betraying her weariness, her head drooping slightly, looking like she might fall asleep at any moment. Seeing this, Promise finally became anxious. In fact, today was the last day he planned to wait in the temple for Hephaestus. If she hadn't come out, he was prepared to leave. Whether he could leave or not wasn't the issue, he had planned to do so. Because today was the 10th day. It was the day Promise had agreed to go to the underworld to bring Persephone back from Hades to her mother, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. "Wait, goddess Hephaestus, please don't sleep yet. Could you help release me first? I need to go to the underworld to return Persephone to goddess Demeter. I promise I'll come back after I've done this." Upon hearing this, Hephaestus raised her head and looked at Promise with bleary eyes. "Oh. But what does that have to do with me?" With that, Hephaestus, who could no longer hold on, yawned and glanced at the maid. The maid, understanding her cue, carefully picked her up, allowing her long golden hair to cascade down onto the bed, and gently laid her down. Thus, Hephaestus closed her eyes and fell asleep right in front of Promise. The maid, having done her task, glanced at Promise, who was winking at her as if trying to say something, but she ignored him. Instead, she seemed relieved, almost escaping the room, and thoughtfully closing the door tightly behind her. After all, the maid wasn't afraid something would happen. Rather than worry about Promise making any untoward moves on Hephaestus, it was better to worry about the goddess turning over in her sleep and accidentally hitting the boy. Didn't they understand the value of the divine recognition of her delicate, flower-like nature? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Promise pulled at the chain on his hand, listening to its crisp clinking sound. He looked at the sleeping Hephaestus, bathed in the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window. "So, what do I do now?" Chapter 89, Escaped, but not completely. The moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the sleeping goddess. Even as she slept, one side of her face was covered by a black mask, hiding her features. But at such a close distance, with her completely unguarded, Promise had to admit that his eyes found it hard to leave her. Hephaestus might be considered the ugliest of the gods, but her ugliness came entirely from her crippled legs and the flame-like mark on her face. To the gods, this made her ugly. And being the child of Hera and Zeus, she was expected to be perfect. "Should I wake her?" Promise muttered, feeling conflicted as he looked at the sleeping goddess. After all, he harbored no ill feelings toward Hephaestus. On the contrary, he was very grateful to her. Receiving such a precious artifact right away and only having to make an oath, one that even spared him from experiencing the pain of the rich woman's joy ball, who wouldn't be confused by that. "She means no harm to me. Even though she has imprisoned me. I should say, if she does harbor any animosity, It's directed at Queen Hera, Promise whispered. And considering the history between Hephaestus and Hera, Promise couldn't bring himself to dislike Hephaestus. Goddess Hephaestus, if it were any other time, I wouldn't mind being imprisoned by you. Of course, it would be better if we could talk without the imprisonment. But I really have something urgent now. Could you let me go, and I'll return after completing my task? Standing up, Promise looked at the sleeping Hephaestus. After contemplating for a while, he decided to approach her to wake her up but found the chain too short. Hearing his words, Hephaestus frowned at the noise and turned over. Just as Promise was about to say something else, the maid outside the door hesitated, wondering if she should enter to remind him to keep quiet. If he woke Hephaestus, she might slap him in annoyance, making imprisonment unnecessary. Suddenly, Promise noticed the moonlight outside the window vanish as if something had blocked it, plunging the room into darkness. More precisely, the moonlight was blocked from his sight, turning his view pitch black. It was now past midnight, and the appointed time had arrived. A death's head moth, fluttering its wings, emerged from the darkness of the underworld, flying through the window to land before Promise. Its luminescence activated the magic left by the goddess on Promise. Yes, the chain in Promise's hand indeed nullified any divine power, but this wasn't divine power, it was magic. To be precise, it was the magic left by Hecate, the goddess of crossroads. As a small magical ripple passed, it did not awaken Hephaestus from her deep sleep. She had locked Promise in her room to prevent Athena, Hera, or others from stealing him. Anyone entering would trigger her divine senses, waking her instantly. As for cutting off his arm to escape, whether that would work or not, the maid outside the door wasn't leaving and was standing diligently at the entrance. When a magic circle appeared under Promise, accompanied by a flash of white light, he vanished from the room, transported to the underworld. Shortly after he disappeared, the hesitant maid finally pushed the door open to enter. She was just about to remind Promise to keep his voice down, but when she looked up, she saw the chain was broken in half. In fact, the chain was not broken but was teleported away, and it was still bound to Promise's hand. After all, it was a creation of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen. Only absolute brute force or divine artifacts like Zeus's thunderbolts or Poseidon's trident could break it. Realizing this, the maid was stunned. Not only stunned, but as she realized Promise had disappeared right under her nose, she felt like the sky was falling. Whether to wake Hephaestus or not, she knew clearly she was in deep trouble. Struggling so long, she still couldn't escape her fate of being dismantled. When Promise opened his eyes and recovered from the familiar after-effects of teleportation, he found himself in an unexpected situation. He was inside a temple, which did not resemble the underworld temple of Hades. In fact, it didn't look like an underworld temple at all. Above the temple hung a magically created miniature sun, bathing the surroundings in bright sunlight. Various beautiful, blooming flowers were neatly arranged around the temple. The temple seemed rather deserted, as there were only two people inside. One tended to the flowers, and the other was a recluse. To be precise, due to a certain goddess's extreme seclusion, if no one called on her, she wouldn't leave her room for hundreds of years, making the temple appear abandoned. The current vibrant and beautiful state of the temple was entirely due to the efforts of a young girl who had traveled here to study. Promise quickly noticed her. She seemed to be in a good mood, humming an unknown tune while watering the flowers not far away. As he looked at the girl in a light purple dress, her long hair tied in a ponytail, swaying as she moved, Promise felt a growing sense of familiarity. While he was puzzled, the death's head moth that had brought him here fluttered its wings and landed on the girl's shoulder. "Oh, Miss Familiar, you're back. Welcome home," the girl said happily upon noticing it. The death's head hawk moth couldn't respond, but the girl didn't mind. Having a companion, even one that couldn't speak, was enough for her. Though she came here to study, her teacher was notoriously unreliable, leaving her to study mostly on her own. It was normal to see her teacher only once every month or two. And in the underworld, the girl couldn't even remember the last time she saw a living person. Therefore, "Miss Familiar, are you trying to tell me something?" Seeing the moth fluttering its wings as if urging her, the confused girl turned to look in Promise's direction as if sensing something. The moment she turned and their eyes met, Promise finally understood where the familiarity came from. Both of them were stunned, eyes widening slightly. The girl was shocked to see a third person in her teacher's temple. Promise was equally shocked because he knew this girl very well due to his transmigrator's knowledge. Her name was Medea. She was the student of Hecate, the goddess of crossroads, and the princess of Colchis, the end point of the Golden Fleece journey. Yes, she was the future wife of Jason in the original myth. Medea was the woman who, struck by Cupid's arrow, fell madly in love with Jason and was granted marriage by Hera. She was also the notorious betrayer witch in future Greek mythology. In the original myth, she killed her own brothers for Jason, and when Jason betrayed her, she killed the children she bore with him for revenge. But none of that had happened yet. At this point, Medea was in her purest, most innocent, and endearing phase. As they stared at each other in shock, neither saying a word, a voice interrupted the silence. "Damn, I forgot about this." A black-haired, red-eyed goddess, dressed in a black dress, ran out of the temple in a hurry. So urgent was her rush that she even forgot to wear the veil that usually covered her face. When she arrived and saw the two of them staring at each other in astonishment, she realized the situation. And also realized that she was too late after all. Chapter 90, Medea Hecate, the goddess of crossroads and magic, is a unique figure in Greek mythology, being one of the rare unmarried goddesses. She is exceptional for two reasons. Firstly, she doesn't belong to either the underworld or the heavens. She exists independently but can move freely between realms. Secondly, her powers are significant. Hecate represents the element of chance in fate. Her presence adds a touch of unpredictability to the otherwise predetermined course of events. Simply put, like the three fates, she too holds sway over destiny, controlling opportunities and coincidences. This is why, upon first seeing Promise, Hecate's disdain was apparent. Goodness, 4 threads of destiny intertwined with goddesses, each formidable in their own right, this boy certainly had guts. Moreover, because of Demeter, Promise was burdened with countless destinies. A goddess dedicated to her research and seclusion, Hecate considered it merciful not to kick this bundle of trouble away and instead completed her task diligently. At the same time, she also knew that to avoid entangling herself with the troublesome Promise, she needed to keep a close eye on her student, Medea. Although their meeting was fated, if it occurred at the Golden Fleece journey's end, it wouldn't involve her. But if it happened sooner? Inside Hecate's temple, teacher? Young Medea, with her head adorably tilted, looked quizzically at Hecate, who lay on a chair with a tired-of-life expression. Meanwhile, Promise, who followed, was puzzled by the silver chain on his left hand. He discovered the chain, meant to seal divine power, was still there. Though it could seal divine power, he could ignore it as he had only a trace of magic, painstakingly accumulated by eating golden apples. As Promise tugged at the chain, producing a crisp sound, Hecate, hearing it, turned to look at him, noticing the chain in his hand. One glance revealed its nature, causing her red eyes to widen as she sprang up. "Wait, what is that on your hand?" "No, were you imprisoned by a goddess, and I accidentally rescued you?" Thank you, beautiful Hecate," Promise said with a radiant smile, to which Medea, listening, blinked in surprise. "Don't tell me, the goddess who imprisoned you is Hera's troublesome daughter, Hephaestus." Hecate had secretly observed that scandalous event, where Hephaestus, exhausted, imprisoned a powerless, weeping Hera. No god dared mention it afterward. "Hecate, you're amazing," Promise praised, not sparing any compliments. Indeed, she had managed to bring Promise out despite the god's inability to break the chain. Although it was mainly exploiting a loophole and Hephaestus's exhaustion, it was impressive. However, Hecate's expression showed no joy from the praise. Her face nearly betrayed her emotions. She considered taking her staff and sending Promise back like a golf ball. Seeing Promise still bound by the chain, merely transported, Hecate knew Hephaestus could easily recall him by cracking the spell. Even if she couldn't, bringing the remaining half near Promise would rebind him. "Wait, aren't you Hera's loyal follower, and she favors you so much? You've got guts. No wonder Hephaestus imprisoned you." Hecate, feeling emotional about this, suddenly thought of the trial in the underworld. She glanced at Medea, who was blinking curiously and listening beside her, and suddenly she felt that the world was dark again. She really didn't want to get involved with such a troublesome guy. Promise found Hecate's expressive nature amusing. He had seen so many goddesses so far, but none of them were like the goddess in front of him, who was free from the burden of being a goddess. The expressions on her face were so rich. "Forget it, never mind. The worst that can happen is that after I send you two away, I will close the temple and keep it for hundreds of years before I can go out again." Hecate finally made up her mind and cheered herself up again. With a firm resolve, let things be as they may. Then she looked at Medea beside her and said, "Medea, you've always wanted to see him, right? Now that you've seen him, why don't you go over and say hello to him?" "Huh?" The latter looked at Hecate in confusion. "Remember the spectacle I showed you that night, the painting in the night sky?" Medea remembered everything instantly after hearing the words, as if she understood something. She looked at the teacher with wide eyes, then tilted her head to look at Promise in great surprise. "Yes, he's the one who painted it." Hecate then looked at Promise. "She's my student, Medea. Do you know her?" Promise thought for a moment and then nodded honestly. Not only did he know Medea, but he knew her very well. "Good, since you know each other that makes it easier. I'll leave her to you. You two can handle things yourselves." After saying this, Hecate got up and left. and what she said before she left made Medea blush. After all, entrusting herself over to Promise or something. What nonsense was the teacher talking about? Left alone, Promise and Medea naturally met each other's gaze. Medea, looking at the handsome young man with clear green eyes, recalled he was the one who had created that painting under the night sky, and her ears turned bright red. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak for a while. When she finally calmed down, she bowed her head and said in a flustered voice, I'm very sorry. My teacher, she's not usually like this." Medea was so nervous that she was incoherent and didn't know what to say for a moment. But Hecate was not like this on weekdays. She speaks very little, and it usually takes a long time for her to go out and meet Medea to guide her with the doubts she has accumulated in her studies. Seeing her so flustered, Promise couldn't help but laugh. Even though Medea would become the witch who betrayed her family and killed her brother and children, he knew that right now, she was just a pure, lovable girl. "It's fine. This isn't my first time meeting Hecate. Oh, by the way, my name is Promise, and I am a student of the centaur sage Chiron," he said, initiating a conversation with Medea, his gentle voice and warm smile gradually easing her nerves. As Promise learned that Medea had been in the temple for years, rarely going out and having no one to talk to, he sensed her curiosity and longing for the outside world. So he started sharing his own experiences, telling her how he was persecuted on Mount Chiron and now sought revenge. He also told Medea about his quest for the Golden Fleece, under the witness of Queen Hera. Medea was clearly surprised, wanting to say something but holding back. Promise didn't press her. When Hecate asked Promise if he knew Medea, he realized the goddess knew about the Golden Fleece and probably everything else, explaining her initial reaction. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, half a day had gone by. It was likely the happiest time Medea had ever had during her stay at the temple. Once she relaxed, she even complained to Promise about her teacher's neglect and laissez-faire attitude. The difference between her and the reliable centaur sage Chiron was just too big. Half a day later, Hecate returned and took Promise away. Giving her student half a day was the best she could do, as Hades and Persephone were still waiting for Promise. "Goodbye, Medea. See you next time." "Yes. See you next time, Promise," Medea replied earnestly. Hecate watched this but said nothing. On the way to Hades, she couldn't help but tell Promise, "You troublesome little fellow, stay away from my student." "Goddess Hecate, what do you want me to do?" "Don't ask me." The goddess couldn't help showing a depressed look after hearing this as she said, "I don't know either. Your future is a mess, and I can't figure it out. It's a wonder that the three goddesses of fate are so kind that they hadn't beaten you to death." Hearing this, Promise suddenly remembered something. The White Court trial and the resurrection of those people had exhausted the three goddesses of fate, so what about the matter of Goddess Demeter this time? "By the way, esteemed Hecate, do you know what the three goddesses of fate like?" He had a feeling that when he saw Clotho again, she'd be furious and might even throw a crystal ball at him. Oh no, he was actually looking forward to it. Chapter 91, Mother Demeter, I am your daughter. How would I know? If you really don't know what to dedicate, then dedicate yourself to them. Hecate answered casually. After arriving at the designated location, accompanied by a familiar feeling, he was embraced by a group of flying Hades butterflies. The butterflies dispersed, and when Promise opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the temple of Hades, the god of the underworld. And before he could look around to confirm the situation, the next second, he found himself being hugged by someone. Without thinking, Promise knew who the person hugging him was, because he saw Hades looking at him with depression and helplessness. Then, just as Hades was about to say something, Persephone suddenly exclaimed, grabbed Promise's left hand, and looked at the chain in surprise. Seeing this, Hades naturally discovered as well, and after seeing clearly what it was, he was even more surprised and said, "The chain that bound Hera. Promise, have you gone to see Hephaestus?" "Yeah." The latter nodded honestly. Hephaestus. "Wait, Promise, you are not hurt, are you okay?" Persephone, the queen of the underworld, suddenly became anxious and asked. "Of course, I'm fine, Goddess Persephone. After all, Hephaestus is a very gentle goddess," Promise replied with a smile. And as soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet. Even the surrounding nymphs from the underworld looked at Promise with strange eyes. Tenderness. In a sense, well. It's undeniable. After all, she didn't use a hammer to just beat this guy that here doted on to death. Persephone touched Promise's forehead and found that her current mood was a bit similar to when the boy said he wanted to see her mother. At one point, it was hard to tell whether Promise was abnormal or they were not normal enough. "Hades, why are you still standing there? Help me to open it." After coming back to her senses, Persephone immediately urged Hades. The latter also reacted at this time, turning around and preparing to get his weapon. But he was stopped by Promise, when the boy indicated that this was all that was left for now and that after returning Persephone to the goddess Demeter, he would return to Hephaestus and continue to be imprisoned by her. Even Hades couldn't help himself and wanted to untie the silver thread left by Athena on Promise's body to see what was going on in his head. Actually, I went to see the goddess Hephaestus for a divine artifact, and the goddess of wisdom told me that only the goddess Hephaestus could do it. In fact, now, the goddess Hephaestus has handed over the artifact to me and made a vow with me. Promise explained and then took out the pure white feather paintbrush. He knew it must be very precious. After all, Hephaestus himself admitted that it was one of the most outstanding works. Although for various reasons, he couldn't feel it intuitively. But the gods were different. Just as she saw the paintbrush, even Hecate was moved, her face full of shock. "You're really lucky to be just imprisoned." Hecate, who originally didn't intend to say more, couldn't help herself now. Hearing her words, Persephone and Hades, even Persephone, who doted on Promise so much, did not refute this time. In a panic, she told Promise to put it away and looked around warily. "It doesn't belong to me yet. According to my oath with Hephaestus, it will only be mine after I have used it to depict all the great gods," Promise explained while glancing at Persephone and Hades. "So I must return because goddess Hephaestus is also one of the Olympian gods. And goddess Hephaestus is actually quite gentle." Recalling his time with Hephaestus, although he was indeed imprisoned, Promise couldn't understand why all the gods were so shocked that he came out unscathed. After all, in his view, Hephaestus wasn't as unreasonable as the moon goddess Artemis and the god of light Apollo. If the gods initially thought Promise was abnormal, now, looking at the divine artifact, they were wondering if it was him or them who was abnormal. And so, Promise took Persephone from Hades. As they left, Persephone, clearly reluctant, asked Promise, "Child, do you think I can come back here?" Promise didn't know the answer, so he remained silent. Persephone smiled gently and didn't press him further. "I've always thought that this kind of task should be left to Hermes," Hecate sighed, breaking the silence. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, sometimes guided the souls of the dead into the underworld or helped heroes leave it. "Thank you, goddess Hecate," Persephone said softly, knowing well the goddess's status and power among the gods. "It's not a bother." "I was going to say that," Hecate glanced at Promise and continued, "but the next time, don't call me." "No, wait, there won't be a next time." Without waiting for a reaction from Promise and Persephone, she left, and the two returned to the mortal world. It was already daylight when they returned, with the afternoon sun shining warmly on them. Not far ahead was the temple of the goddess Demeter. Persephone blinked at Promise and said, "Oh, Promise, did you do something to upset goddess Hecate?" Persephone recalled that among the gods she had met, Hecate seemed to dislike Promise the most. Even Hephaestus, who should have disliked Promise the most, wasn't certain anymore. "I don't know, but I quite like goddess Hecate," Promise replied. Though they hadn't met often, he had witnessed Hecate's mystery and power. Most importantly, despite her high status, she lacked the typical demeanor of a goddess and had expressive emotions, making her unforgettable. "Really? So, does little Promise like me?" Persephone asked, her face full of expectation. Just as the boy was about to answer, they noticed someone approaching quickly. It was the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, who had sensed their presence. Seeing the anxious Demeter, her mother, despite their short separation of just over 10 days, Persephone's eyes turned red. She stepped forward to embrace her worried mother but was met with an empty hug. Demeter bypassed the prepared Persephone and went straight to Promise. "Good child, are you all right? I was so scared when I heard from Hermes that you were imprisoned," she said, her eyes full of worry. "You don't know, Hera almost fainted with shock and is now looking for Zeus everywhere, ready to take him to demand your release." Demeter dropped a bombshell of information. When Promise ate the sleeping golden apple, Hephaestus had sent a message out, which was exactly what Athena had been waiting for. However, Athena hadn't expected the sequence of events to be so chaotic. She thought Hephaestus would first imprison Promise and then forge the artifact after everything was over. But inspired by Promise's words, Hephaestus had set everything else aside. Such was the nature of artists, no crisis was more important than a burst of inspiration. "This is the chain that once bound Hera?" Seeing the silver chain in Promise's hand, Demeter's face turned grim. "No, this is too much, even for Hephaestus. I will go find her and demand an explanation." Watching the furious Demeter, seemingly angrier than when she had left, Persephone was stunned. Mother goddess, don't you notice I'm here?" Persephone called out. But Demeter glanced at her, then turned her soft gaze back to Promise, gently patting his head. "Child, it's all right now. You must have been frightened. Don't worry, I, Demeter, swear to seek justice for you." Seeing Demeter make such a direct vow, both Promise and Persephone were dumbfounded. "Mother goddess, calm down. I'm your daughter. Chapter 92, Athena, long time no see, little promise. Respected mother, my great mother goddess, I want to ask you something. In the temple adorned with various blooming flowers, Persephone, the queen of the underworld, looked seriously at Demeter and asked, Am I your daughter? In the courtyard pavilion, Demeter, with golden hair and purple eyes, wearing a crown woven from golden weed, looked at her puzzled and said, Yes, why? As she spoke, she fed a washed grape to Promise. In ancient Greek mythology, grapes were considered one of the gods' delicacies. Therefore, grapes symbolized sanctity and nobility in ancient Greek culture. Moreover, the ancient Greeks believed that grapes had healing properties and would drink grape juice to pray for good health. Persephone silently watched this scene and said, I feel like I am no longer your daughter. Mother, at least look at me. I just returned from the underworld. But weren't you the one who kept insisting on going to the underworld? Demeter replied indifferently. And you even told me in front of all the gods that you wanted to stay in the underworld forever. Persephone was speechless. Hearing these words, the nymph standing nearby, waiting to serve, couldn't help but chuckle, which earned a glare from Persephone, causing her to restrain her laughter and lower her head. This scene showed that these attendants lived very well under Demeter's care, unlike in Hephaestus' realm, where the atmosphere seemed to freeze. I feel like there's no need for me to come back, Persephone continued, feeling downcast. You don't have to come back. Demeter's indifferent answer silenced the atmosphere completely. At this point, Promise, who hadn't spoken, blinked while watching the mother and daughter bicker. As an observer, he could naturally understand the situation at a glance. Demeter couldn't possibly be indifferent to Persephone, so she was expressing her displeasure in this way. Although most of the problems had been resolved, and everyone's fate had changed, with the three fates working frantically to complete nearly impossible tasks, Demeter had not yet relented. Even though Persephone's role as the queen of the underworld had been tacitly approved by the gods, Demeter had not given her consent, which was why Promise brought her back. Later, Persephone, who was angry with Demeter, ran away. Once Persephone was gone, Demeter stopped pampering Promise, and looked at the direction where she went with her purple eyes. After a long time, she smiled and looked at Promise, softly saying, I thought you would persuade me. The boy shook his head without speaking. Are you no longer planning to persuade me to let my daughter stay with Hades? Promise responded, I never intended to. Though I don't really have the right to say this, given that it was me who took goddess Persephone to the underworld, whatever my reasons might have been. Hearing this, Demeter affectionately patted his head. No, you certainly have the right. You not only completed the difficult trial I set for you but also... Child, do you know that you changed my originally tragic fate? Promise was taken aback and looked at her in confusion. Demeter couldn't reveal the conversation she had with Hera or her original future. This was one reason why she was so fond of Promise. After experiencing so much and hearing her express her wish in the underworld, I actually had already compromised. In the boy's surprised gaze, the goddess softly said, I originally intended to let her witness the ugliness of the underworld so that she would give up staying by my side forever and being protected by me, but I didn't expect that she would show me her growth and determination instead. At that moment, I understood she had grown up and I shouldn't keep her by my side forever. Now, keeping her by my side was no longer protection but a constraint. Promise was silent for a moment before praising Demeter, Goddess Demeter, you are truly a wonderful mother. But if she hadn't returned, I wouldn't have agreed. Saying this, Demeter winked playfully at Promise, surprising him again as she continued, Hera already told me. She will spend half of each year in the underworld and half with me. By the way, don't tell her. Let her experience half a year first. She didn't respect me as her mother. Seeing Demeter's pouting and resentful expression, Promise wisely kept quiet and nodded obediently. Though he couldn't lie to the gods, he could avoid mentioning it if Persephone didn't ask. As for Hades, Goddess Hera would inform him. After all, she had long promised him a wedding. Oh, by the way, child, what do you plan to do next? I heard from Hera and Athena that you are looking for companions to embark on the adventure for the Golden Fleece. Although the Golden Fleece, famous throughout Greece, couldn't compare to the artifact in Promise's possession, it was still Hera's trial. Promise nodded but then shook his head, answering Demeter, yes, Goddess Demeter, I have been preparing for the Golden Fleece adventure. But before that, I plan to return to Goddess Hephaestus. Leaving Hephaestus was accidental, as the magic goddess Hecate left was time to send Promise out of the underworld, leaving a trace behind. Because she found it troublesome, Hecate left this task to her familiar, the underworld butterfly. In other words, if Hecate had paid more attention and noticed Promise's situation, he wouldn't have left so easily. After meeting Medea, Hecate didn't know if sealing her temple doors would help. Child, you plan to go back? Demeter was shocked and confused by Promise's response. Hera was already anxious to find Zeus. You managed to sneak out and now want to return and be imprisoned again? Yes. The boy nodded and took out the artifact, explaining the situation to Demeter. Though returning meant imprisonment, the oath with Hephaestus to complete the carving of the Olympian gods was a must to obtain the artifact. Due to the oath, Promise knew goddess Hephaestus wouldn't harm him and only wanted to use him against Hera. After understanding the situation, Demeter looked at the boy strangely. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to help Hephaestus? Help Hephaestus against Hera? Promise was silent, but this silence more so confirmed his stance. Yes, this time he intended to be on Hephaestus' side. After all, although this artifact is subject to oath restrictions, it doesn't make much difference if you pick it up for free. I respect Goddess Hera and am grateful for her efforts for me. I don't plan to help Goddess Hephaestus against her, but I want to do something for that goddess, Promise said. He remembered Hephaestus, who was thrown off Mount Olympus, breaking his legs, with a marriage that became a joke, wearing a mask, known as the ugliest god. Promise wasn't foolish. Although he had no specific concept at the beginning, he could see the reactions of Demeter, Persephone, and even Hades. From their shocked look, he had naturally determined that the artifact goddess Hephaestus had made for him was a creation that even the gods would marvel at. Therefore, under the influence of these circumstances, Promise really cannot remain indifferent. Seeing his determined expression, Demeter, knowing he had made up his mind, didn't say more. Then I bless you. Smiling, she gently said, I've witnessed the miracles you've created, and I'm one of them. So, I believe you will create another miracle. Thank you, Goddess Demeter. Although Promise answered like this, there was actually some confusion in his eyes. Because he actually hasn't figured out what to do after returning to Goddess Hephaestus. After all, he couldn't really stay there imprisoned forever and wait for Hera to rescue him. He had to complete his heroic journey and then have a glorious ending. Oh, if at this time. It would be nice if a beautiful and wise goddess appeared at this time, just like she did before, and gave the boy who longed to become a hero and ended up like a hero an oracle to guide him on the way forward. That would be great. Right, little Promise. While the boy was thinking, the sound of silver bells that he hadn't heard for a long time rang in his ears. Hearing those words, Promise was stunned, and turned his head in surprise, looking at the silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess who had come behind him at some point, wearing a flawless white dress and showing a beautiful smile. Before he could speak, she reached out and fed a golden apple into his mouth. By the way, she gently pinched his face and complained, Little Promise, do you know that it is so difficult to see you now? Chapter 93, Goddess, I have returned for your imprisonment. Promise, how about dedicating this painting to me? So, your dream is to become a hero and fall like a meteor, leaving an indelible mark on the world. Is that so? Then I, Athena, will grant you such honor. I swear to you, I, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, will witness and guide you to become the most brilliant star in this world. And at the end of your journey, I will prepare the grandest finale that will astonish gods, humans, and all living beings. In the courtyard of the Temple of Demeter, bright sunlight fell on Athena, who was dressed in a flawless white gown. Her waist-length silver hair fluttered in the breeze, and her beautiful golden eyes, although slightly displeased, were mostly filled with joy as she looked at the young man before her. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met. Since their farewell during the Caledonian incident, whether it was the 100-eyed giant Argus and Io, god Apollo and the laurel goddess Daphne, or the seven-stringed lyre, Orpheus and his wife, or the current underworld gods Hades and Persephone, and the agricultural goddess Demeter, all these events. Throughout this journey, Promise knew she was always watching over him, but he had not seen the flawless goddess who guided him all this way for a long time. Athena? Beside him, Demeter was also surprised to see her. However, she was more astonished by the golden apple in Promise's mouth. During their previous conversation, Demeter learned about her original fate from Hera and also saw how much Hera cared for Promise, and she also knew how much Athena, who watched over Promise, made Hera grind her teeth in anger. After witnessing Promise's heroic feats during the trials and knowing his wishes, almost all gods had a common understanding. That was, this child and Athena were indeed heading towards each other in mutual pursuit. Therefore, regarding the golden apple, Hera had given strict orders. By rights, Athena shouldn't have been able to get another golden apple. As for the golden apples in Hephaestus's possession, that was even simpler. As the god who built temples and crafted various equipment for the gods, there was nothing she didn't have. She had piles of golden apples. Where did you get this golden apple? Naturally, Demeter was curious and asked Athena. Oh, it was given to me by the goddess Hestia, replied Athena casually while pinching Promise's face, venting her accumulated dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Demeter recalled the warm and gentle smile of her pink-haired elder sister and instantly understood. She nodded, So it was from our elder sister. Then there's no problem. Hestia indeed dared to give and would give, and Hera would be too frustrated to make a fuss. After all, she was their eldest sister. Upon hearing Hestia's name, Promise couldn't help but blink. After all, she was the last of the three great virgin goddesses of ancient Greek mythology. The three great virgin goddesses of ancient Greek mythology, the goddess of wisdom Athena, the love-struck and foolish moon goddess Artemis, and the eldest sister of the gods, Hestia. Are you interested in the goddess Hestia and want to meet her? Athena, with her keen perception, noticed his curiosity at a glance and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Hearing this, Promise hurriedly shook his head. Although he didn't know what kind of goddess Hestia was, out of respect for Athena and Artemis, Promise, even if curious, naturally kept a respectful distance from the last virgin goddess. This wasn't a collection hobby, he didn't have to gather all three virgin goddesses. Seeing Promise's reaction, Athena revealed a somewhat playful smile and said, "Well, let's leave it at that for now. Little Promise, would you like an oracle?" Promise, understanding the situation, immediately flattered, "Wise, beautiful, and gentle goddess of wisdom Athena, please guide those who are lost onto the right path." TSK, it would have been perfect if you added most loyal follower to that. Although very pleased, Athena pretended to be dissatisfied and flicked his forehead. Seeing this, Demeter couldn't help but cough lightly from the side. "Pay attention, I'm still here. I'm not only supervising on behalf of Hera but also want some followers." Demeter immediately looked very jealous of Athena. At first, she didn't quite understand, but now she did. Why, despite many gods watching Promise, Hera only kept a close eye on Athena. It was plainly visible that Promise's reactions when facing her, Demeter, and when facing Athena, were completely different. The clever Athena naturally understood Demeter's feelings, so she winked at her with a smile before turning her head to continue speaking to Promise. "All right, as you wish. But before I give the oracle, I need to confirm one thing. Promise, are you planning to get involved in the matter between Hera and Hephaestus?" Saying this, Athena rarely showed a serious and solemn expression in front of Promise. Hearing this, the latter smiled and said to Athena, "Goddess Athena, rest assured, I am not that foolish." Promise said this confidently. After all, he did not chosen to intervene in the matters between Persephone and Demeter either. But Athena, for some reason, rolled her eyes at him. As if those golden eyes had seen through something. "Suit yourself, for with your nature, even if you possess the artifact, you won't use it unless you do something." With that, Athena pinched Promise's face again, causing Demeter, who was watching from the side, to sigh and look melancholically into the distance. "Hera, I feel like your follower has already run off with someone else. Does this mean I have no chance at all? And this oracle is very simple. Goddess Hephaestus, she is the one hardest to satisfy, yet also the one easiest to satisfy." When Athena spoke the oracle, the most puzzled one was not Promise but Demeter. The hardest yet easiest to satisfy. Athena, your words are contradictory. Besides, is Hephaestus easy to satisfy? Athena, have you forgotten that incident? In front of all the gods, Hephaestus only forgave Hera after she apologized in such a manner and acknowledged her status as the main god. Making Hera apologize to Hephaestus in front of all the gods and acknowledging her status as the main god was the only way Hephaestus forgave Hera. For such a god, Demeter couldn't understand why she would be easy to satisfy. As for her confusion, Athena did not answer but merely smiled and looked at Promise. After all, her oracle was not for Demeter but for Promise. And the boy pondered for a long time after hearing it. He recalled the Hephaestus he had seen, the Hephaestus described by the gods, and the goddess mentioned by the puppets in the temple. Finally, Promise looked up at Athena beside him, smiled, nodded lightly, and said, "I understand, Goddess Athena." The next morning, after nearly 2 days of sleep, Hephaestus had already opened her eyes and sat on the bedside without expression. Looking at the seemingly broken chains beside her, she remained silent. The room was very quiet, so quiet that the trembling maid kneeling on the ground could hear her own heartbeat clearly. In the end, she hadn't dared to wake Hephaestus at that time. Though she tried a few times, she didn't have the courage. During this period, the maid frantically had her sisters search for Promise, trying to bring him back, but there was no news until now. She had hoped that goddess Hephaestus could sleep longer this time. In fact, given Hephaestus's severe exhaustion, sleeping for a month wouldn't be unusual. But she woke up after just 2 days. The reason for waking up was simple: Hephaestus kept thinking about Promise. So, despite her fatigue, after a short rest, she still managed to open her eyes with difficulty. "Where is he?" Hephaestus's amber eyes quietly stared at the broken chains for a long time before she asked indifferently. That indifferent tone made the maid tremble uncontrollably. After a while, she answered, "Honorable Master, he Just as the maid was about to deliver the long-prepared explanation, Hephaestus interrupted coldly, "Get to the point. Have you found him yet?" Hearing her words, the maid's heart sank instantly, lowering her head even more. She finally responded in a tearful tone, "No, but my sisters are still looking for him. As soon as we have news, we will immediately." "Enough, I'm not interested," Hephaestus yawned. "You may leave now. Go to the foundry and destroy yourself. Before you leave, summon another doll to replace you." She spoke casually. After all, in her eyes, the dolls she created were all inferior to Pandora. And since they were inferior, they had no value. For this reason, none of the dolls in the temple had their own names. "As you command, my great master." After a long time, the maid stood up and respectfully addressed Hephaestus. Wiping the tears from her face, she seemed to have accepted her fate. She was about to leave after a final respectful bow to Hephaestus when the door suddenly opened. Before either the maid or Hephaestus could react, Promise, who had returned, took off his invisibility helmet, placed it aside, and sat down, reconnecting the broken chains in one smooth motion. Both the maid and Hephaestus were stunned by the scene. After locking himself up again, Promise looked at them and smiled brightly. "Good morning, beautiful and noble goddess Hephaestus, and you, maid doll. By the way, goddess Hephaestus, could you please not melt the maid?" "Why?" Hephaestus laughed. This time it was a genuine smile. The scene was indeed quite amusing. Before Promise could answer, she said, "Never mind, she won't be melted. Go back to your work." It was an inconsequential matter to her. Since Promise wished it, she would grant his request. To the maid, these words were like heavenly music. She looked at Hephaestus and Promise in shock, trembling as she expressed her gratitude to Hephaestus. After imprinting Promise's image deeply in her mind, she finally left. "Did you go to the underworld?" Hephaestus asked Promise after the maid left. She remembered him requesting this before she fell asleep. "Yes." Promise nodded. "You left, so why come back?" She had already crafted the artifact Promise needed. Even though Hephaestus was one of the Olympian main gods, Promise could have waited until the end to seek her out. Before Promise could answer, she spoke again. "Did you not visit my mother?" "No," the boy shook his head. "I didn't visit Goddess Hera. I left because of my agreement with Goddess Demeter to return Persephone from the underworld. Now that it's done, I came back. In fact, he should have returned earlier, but Athena had kept him for some time because they hadn't seen each other for a long while. Besides, don't you remember, Goddess Hephaestus? I need to paint all the gods, and you're one of them." Hephaestus looked at the smiling young man before her. "But you could have come to me last. If you know what I did to Hera, you understand that I can't tolerate my mother having a follower like you. Or have you decided to betray her?" "I will not betray her." Promise's immediate answer was both expected and unexpected by Hephaestus. Expected because she had came to understand that he was such a person, and unexpected because she still couldn't comprehend why Promise returned. And even more so, why did he voluntarily imprison himself again? "Are you sick?" Hephaestus muttered subconsciously, reaching out to touch the boy's forehead. Unexpectedly, she immediately lost her balance, and fell, only to be caught by Promise's quick reflexes. Chapter 94, Euclea. The morning sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the temple room. Wearing a white nightgown, the goddess accidentally fell forward into Promise's arms, who had instinctively reached out to catch her. Her golden hair, as long as her body, spilt over the boy, and as she looked into his eyes with her amber ones, Promise found himself momentarily stunned. Although half of her face was covered by a dark mask, her resemblance to Queen Hera was striking, making her still a truly beautiful goddess. "What are you staring at?" As he was lost in thought, Hephaestus calmly addressed him, "Are you going to put me on the bed or not?" She spoke softly, lying completely relaxed in Promise's arms as if entrusting everything to him. She had no choice. Hephaestus didn't dare to struggle or use any strength, fearing she might accidentally hurt him. She even considered letting herself fall and having the maid come in to pick her up instead. Promise, snapping out of his daze, gently lifted her, while being surprised at how light she felt. It was as if she were weightless. After he carefully placed her on the bed, Hephaestus used her arms to sit up. Because her long, slender legs, visible beneath her nightgown, were immobile, a symbol of her imperfection. As she sat up, she accidentally pulled on her long hair. Looking at the golden strands scattered on the bed, shining like silk in the sunlight, she spoke, "It seems I need to cut it. It's grown too long again." "Huh?" Promise almost instinctively responded, "Do you really want to cut it?" "Of course. I've even tried burning it with fire and had the dolls throw me into a lava pit, but it just keeps growing back." Hephaestus casually shared her past attempts with Promise. The latter was initially stunned, then noticed the expression of deep loathing in her eyes as she grasped her golden hair. Recalling the resemblance to Queen Hera's radiant hair, Promise realized that what should have been a source of pride for Hephaestus had become something she detested. Not only her hair, but Hephaestus had also considered replacing her eyes, which were the same beautiful amber color as Hera's. Athena, however, had stopped her, refusing to help find suitable replacements. Realizing this, Promise fell silent for a moment, then, looking at the exquisite and beautiful goddess sitting on the bed, couldn't help but say, "Isn't that a shame? It's so beautiful." Hephaestus paused, looking at the boy, recalling his behavior since he arrived. Then she smiled, finally understanding his strange actions and why he had returned after escaping. "It's because of Hera, isn't it?" Despite her smile, Hephaestus's gaze was icy cold as she continued, "You see Hera's shadow in me and can't let go, right? I nearly forgot that you are her most faithful believer." Promise remained silent for a while, but since he was unable to lie to a god. Finally, he looked up and said, "That noble goddess has helped me so much since I left the mountain. I always knew and understood she wasn't perfect, far from it. Hera had many flaws. No, even flaws were a bit of an understatement." River goddess Aegina, and Io, turned into a white cow. During his short journey, Promise had already encountered two of Hera's victims. And his closest friend, the great hero Heracles, had suffered her wrath throughout his life. "I initially chose her for a simple reason, as the goddess of marriage. Choosing her minimized the risk of angering other gods. By having a goddess, especially Hera, as his patron, he hoped to avoid provoking gods like Artemis, Apollo, and especially Zeus. With her temperament, how did you believe you wouldn't anger her?" Hephaestus asked, a bit puzzled. No one knew what kind of goddess she was better than her. "Because I never planned to marry or have women," Promise replied with a smile. "I only wanted to become a hero and die a hero's death. I desired nothing else." This was a secret even Athena didn't know. In ancient Greece, beauty was like wealth. Well, there wasn't much difference between the two. Hera might turn a blind eye to premarital affairs because it is a norm in Greece, but betrayal in marriage is another matter. For example, Hera only abandoned Jason when he betrayed Medea, despite his prior indiscretions. So even a frustrated Hephaestus was taken aback, blinking at Promise's words. "I chose Hera for that simple reason. But now, I think I can sincerely call her my goddess." Hera had genuinely been kind to Promise. The trial in the White Court was because she doted on him. After all, anyone else interfering in Hera and Zeus's matters would have been long dead, but Hera let him go unscathed, even helplessly. Even a stone, held long enough, evokes feelings. And if one were to go by imperfections and flaws, Hera wasn't the worst. At least he could avoid her wrath by not marrying. If it were Artemis. Fortunately. Hearing his sincere words, Hephaestus understood that Promise genuinely believed in Hera. But telling this to the god who despised Hera the most was practically suicidal. So she smiled again, but it was no longer beautiful. Though she restrained her anger, the divine pressure made Promise feel suffocated. Outside, all the dolls sensed this, many trembling and kneeling, as the entire temple and volcano shook with Hephaestus's rage. She had admired his boldness to declare he'd paint all the gods and hadn't ridiculed him. She appreciated his ambition. Athena had mentioned him to Hephaestus half a year ago, and seeing Promise in person, she recognized his potential. She initially showed kindness because she knew Hera couldn't control Promise, and this boy might end up with Athena. But now, understanding his genuine faith in Hera and his transference of that affection to herself, Hephaestus was conflicted. In the Temple of the Fates, the youngest goddess, Clotho, glanced at her crystal ball in confusion. She thought she saw a fifth thread of destiny entwined with the crystal, but it vanished quickly, leaving her unsure if it was real. Yet, swamped with work, Clotho had no time to investigate further, feeling overwhelmed by her endless tasks. The scene, reminiscent of a volcano about to erupt, with Hephaestus's overwhelming anger, naturally alarmed the gods around the temple who had been watching the spectacle. However, to their surprise, just as they hesitated and prepared to act, ready to rush in and take advantage of the situation, her rage dissipated as quickly as it had arisen. In her peak fury, Hephaestus did something unexpected. She removed the half-mask from her face, revealing her true appearance to Promise, the only human to have ever seen it. A fiery birthmark marred the goddess's otherwise flawless beauty. "Now, do you still think I resemble Hera?" Her eyes, filled with anger and a tinge of pain, bore into Promise as she continued, "Look at my hideous face and tell me I'm a beautiful goddess. Look at my legs, unable to stand, so incomplete. I am the daughter of your revered goddess, Hera, the queen of the gods. I am the ugliest of the gods, yet I am a noble Olympian, who should have been perfect? Disgusting, isn't it? Human?" Hephaestus's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Promise, however, stood up, meeting her cold, lifeless gaze without flinching. His expression suddenly turned excited as he took out his pure white paintbrush. but he didn't use it. Instead, as if remembering something, he resisted the urge and tossed it aside. Then he spoke in a pleading tone, "Goddess Hephaestus, please don't move. Stay just like that, I beg you." And quickly summoned Pegasus. The winged horse, usually prone to grazing at the sight of gods, seemed oblivious to Hephaestus's anger. It flew out from the temple's stable, spread its wings, and landed beside Promise. Ignoring the astonished cries of the maids, it forcefully opened the door and approached Promise. Pegasus, as if knowing exactly what was needed, brought the canvas and set it up in front of him. It had become accustomed to this routine. During this time, Hephaestus remained still. Looking at Promise's emerald eyes, bright like stars, and his excited demeanor, Hephaestus saw a reflection of herself. It was the image of her, immersed in forging, pouring her heart into her work, feeling immense joy. What is he trying to do? Is he going to paint me? Paint me as I'm now? Finally, she understood Promise's intentions. Even though he remembered his promise to Hera and had cast aside the artifact she had made, Promise couldn't hold back anymore. At the moment Hephaestus realized what he intended to do, her anger turned into panic. Instinctively, she reached for her mask, trying to put it back on. But Promise boldly grabbed her hand, stopping her. His emerald eyes burned intensely as he looked at her and said, "No, just like this, don't move, Goddess Hephaestus." It would have been easy for Hephaestus to break free with just a slight effort. But she didn't, for reasons unknown even to herself. She eventually lowered her hand from the mask, revealing everything to Promise. As the boy leaned against the crouching Pegasus and began his work with intense focus, he didn't anticipate that as soon as his brush touched the canvas, it would turn to ashes, unable to bear the image of a goddess. Hephaestus, seeing the bewildered Promise, sighed softly, then picked up the discarded artifact that was a treasure even among the gods. With a wave in the air, she created a new canvas, placing it before Promise. Foolish. But this way, it doesn't violate your promise to Hera either. Promise, overjoyed, accepted the canvas without noticing the astonished and incredulous look of the maid who had just entered. Thus, he began to paint Hephaestus as she appeared before him. This time, he painted exactly what he saw, Hephaestus, sitting on the bed in a white nightgown, her golden hair cascading down, illuminated by the sunlight. She had removed her mask, revealing her true appearance. The fiery birthmark did indeed mar the flawless beauty expected of Hera's daughter. And it was irremovable because it symbolized Hephaestus's power as the goddess of craftsmanship and fire. Her crippled legs, though, were another matter. It was a psychological barrier stemming from Hera's cruel abandonment, hoping she would die. But it was this imperfect Hephaestus, so different from flawless deities like Athena, that excited Promise to take up his brush. Time passed quickly. In just over an hour, he finished the painting. Before he could admire it, Hephaestus snatched it away to look as her face instantly turned red upon seeing it. She realized she was still in her nightgown. And so beautiful. Looking at the painting, where she smiled faintly under the bright sunlight, her golden hair seeming to embrace her, Hephaestus was momentarily lost. "Yes, very beautiful," Promise said with a smile. Even Pegasus, representing art, nodded in agreement. "My noble mistress, you have always been this beautiful," the maid courageously added in the heartfelt atmosphere. Hephaestus didn't respond immediately. She quietly looked at Promise for a while. "But my legs are crippled, and my face is scarred. I am not a flawless goddess. I am the ugliest among the gods," she said softly, then looked back at the painting. "But beauty is beauty," the boy answered. "Sometimes, things are not as complicated as they seem." Hephaestus was not ugly. Even with the fiery birthmark that marred her flawless beauty, it made her more striking and memorable. The automata dared not mention it, and among the gods, she was considered flawed and thus the ugliest. Not to mention her later appearance as a male deity due to her marriage to the goddess of beauty. Promise couldn't lie to her, and the painting was proof. Hephaestus's expression grew complicated. After a while, she put the painting down and put her mask back on. Seeing the regret in Promise's eyes as she did, Hephaestus hesitated, then removed the mask again. For some reason, revealing her true face to the boy now filled her with an inexplicable shame. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Hephaestus forced herself to stay calm and said to Promise, "Promise, you should leave now. I want some time alone," she began to say but was interrupted by the sight of Promise, his innocent expression paired with the silver chain on his left hand as it made a faint, metallic sound as he moved. Hephaestus found herself at a loss for words, realizing she hadn't yet made a key for the chain. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't unlock it. The maid, witnessing her creator's awkward situation, struggled to suppress her laughter, knowing full well she'd be dismantled if she let it out. "Oh, right. I haven't answered your question yet, Goddess Hephaestus," Promise said, his emerald eyes meeting hers with earnestness. "You're beautiful. I don't think you're ugly at all. You are a very beautiful goddess." With that, Pegasus, who had been standing quietly, let out a gentle neigh and swished its tail before quietly leaving the room. The maid hurriedly followed, unable to contain her laughter once she was out of earshot. She recalled the myriad expressions on Hephaestus's face, noting how even her ears had turned completely red. Later on, the maid finally received a name, Euclea. Euclea, the name symbolized chastity and glory. In ancient Greek mythology, this was the name of Hephaestus's daughter, and much like Pandora, Euclea, too, was a creation of the goddess. Hephaestus had given her this name for a simple reason. Promise asked me what your names were. I said you didn't have any. He said you should have names, otherwise, it would be inconvenient to address you. So now you have names, she spoke casually as if it were a small matter. But Euclea cried for a long time that night, along with the rest of the dolls in the temple. Having a name meant they were no longer replaceable scrap. From that moment, they truly had life. From that day forward, the once lifeless temple began to change dramatically within just over half a month. Chapter 95, Renounce him as your follower. One morning, Euclea, dressed in a maid outfit, woke Promise up. "Good morning, noble Lord Promise." Her flaxen hair fluttered in the morning breeze as she gracefully curtsied, showing him a radiant smile. Euclea had made the maid outfit herself, inspired by an offhand comment from Promise about servant attire. The boy yawned as he got up, still wearing the silver shackle on his left hand, though the chain was gone. Hephaestus had claimed it was a modified version to allow Promise more freedom as long as he stayed within the temple, it wouldn't bind him. But Euclea knew better. After all, she had herself seen Hephaestus forge it, so she knew it was merely an ornament now. Goddess Hephaestus no longer restrained Promise. He could leave any time he wished, but he chose to stay. He said it was because Hephaestus had made such a precious artifact for him, so he felt obliged to give her a gift in return. The best gift Promise could offer was his art, although, due to his promise to Hera, she would be the first Euclea he would truly paint. Though goddess Athena, the river goddess Aegina, and now Hephaestus could all give him a thumbs up for that. The idea of giving a return gift came from Athena's oracle, which led Promise to stay at the temple for over half a month. But Euclea believed it wasn't necessary to be so elaborate. For Hephaestus, the painting from half a month ago and those heartfelt words were already the best gifts she had ever received. However, she was naturally too smart to say it out loud, after all. "Good morning, goddess Hephaestus," Promise, dressed in a simple light blue outfit, his hair tied in a ponytail with a silver ribbon, greeted the goddess in front of him. Not long after waking up, he was into Hephaestus's room. The goddess was already up and dressed, her long golden hair, as tall as she was, flowing over the pristine bed. She extended her hands, and Promise carefully lifted her, placing her in a wooden wheelchair. He then took over from Euclea, who usually performed this task. The latter didn't mind, in fact, she watched with a cheerful smile. Hephaestus had abandoned the idea of cutting her long hair and now had Euclea meticulously care for it every day, even though she once hated these golden hair very much. As they made their way out, the puppets they encountered greeted them respectfully, their cheerful voices reaching Hephaestus's ears, who felt that both the sunlight and the moonlight had become gentler and brighter recently. Each night, she now looked forward to the next day. Something that wouldn't have happened if she hadn't needed to rest after crafting that artifact for Promise. Soon, Promise wheeled Hephaestus into a room where she occasionally carved and created. Recently, she had been visiting this room more frequently. The reason? "Teacher Hephaestus, thank you for your guidance today," Promise said eagerly, picking up a sculpting chisel and hammer. Yes, Hephaestus was now his teacher, instructing him in the art of sculpture. Promise realized he was drifting further from the path of a traditional hero, and was instead moving toward becoming a renowned artist. But he had long come to accept this, knowing from his heroic spirit class card that even in the worst-case scenario, he would already be an A-rank heroic spirit after death. And with Athena's oath concluded, Promise was no longer worried about death and just focused on finding people and painting the gods. Hera, Athena, Artemis and Apollo, Demeter and Hades, and now Hephaestus. Counting them all, Promise had already completed 7 paintings. The remaining major gods included Zeus, Poseidon, Aphrodite, Ares, and Hestia. And possibly Hermes, who might or might not refuse but had already been seen by Promise. So, in theory, his work was more than halfway done. "You have great talent. I believe that in 1 or 2 years, even I won't be able to find any flaws in your work," Hephaestus said, smiling as she picked up her sculpting tools. Hearing this, Euclea, who was listening from the side, couldn't help but glance at Promise. Goddess Hephaestus never lied about such matters. Athena's oracle to Promise had described her as the hardest to satisfy yet the easiest to please goddess, referring to her relentless pursuit of perfection. Hephaestus sought perfection in her creations, never accepting anything less. This was why she had never truly acknowledged her own puppets. Her pursuit of perfection stemmed from Hera, who saw Hephaestus as flawed. So she had long strived to become perfect to gain Hera's approval, until she lost hope. This had made Hephaestus somewhat obsessive. For example, her agreement to marry Aphrodite stemmed from a desire to see if she was truly the most beautiful. But what truly surprised Uchiha wasn't this. Promise had sought Hephaestus's tutelage in sculpture, following Athena's oracle, without realizing the true extent of this skill. But Uchiha knew, as did all the dolls in the temple, what this truly meant. They themselves were created through this skill. Receiving instruction from a major god like Hephaestus meant Promise was learning to sculpt life itself. In just over half a month, he had already grasped the basics of sculpting due to his unique artistic talent. Hephaestus's prediction of 1 or 2 years was when Promise would be able to sculpt life. As Hephaestus explained and demonstrated the techniques, standing close to Promise and guiding him, a puppet hurried in. Seeing the scene, she didn't dare interrupt but whispered something to Uchiha. The latter, after hearing the news, glanced at the happy Hephaestus and reluctantly approached. "Goddess Hephaestus, someone is here to see you." "Who?" "I don't want to see anyone." Hephaestus snapped, then noticed Uchiha winking at her and glancing at Promise. Hephaestus immediately knew who had come. After all, this wasn't the first time in the past half-month. Despite her irritation, Promise smiled reassuringly, saying he didn't mind and urging her not to worry about him. Hephaestus pouted but reluctantly left the room. After she left, Promise quickly asked the doll outside to help unveil a large, partially completed statue covered by a cloth. It was a statue of goddess Hephaestus, a gift from Promise to her. Knowing Hephaestus's pursuit of perfection, he understood the statue had to be flawless to truly please her, though he was not yet capable of such perfection. Yet Athena had described Hephaestus as the easiest to please because what she sought upon returning to Olympus wasn't a godly position or to humiliate Hera, but simply Hera's approval and a private apology. Athena had trusted Promise with Hephaestus, because she knew that her seemingly cold and detached demeanor hid a fragile heart. The statue, embodying Hephaestus's teachings and Promise's growth, was his heartfelt gift. For a teacher, the first creation by their student, despite its imperfections, is always the most beautiful in memory. Meanwhile, Hephaestus, now in a foul mood due to being interrupted, was pushed by Uchiha back into the temple. Though, her spirits lifted instantly when she saw the anxious goddess waiting for her. "Hephaestus, what do you want?" As soon as she saw Hephaestus, the waiting goddess stood up. Her beautiful golden curls cascaded from under her crown, and her amber eyes, reflecting her anger, were fixed on Hephaestus. "Return Promise to me immediately." It was Hera, back once again. Hephaestus did not respond immediately, merely smiling with a happiness that was tinged with unmistakable mockery. "My esteemed and beautiful mother goddess, is it really necessary for you to come and disturb me repeatedly, even going so far as to involve father, over such trivial matters? Oh, my lofty mother goddess, when did you become so kind-hearted, to care so much about a mere human? And my revered mother goddess, the greatest queen among the gods, don't you think you're somewhat losing your composure here, making such a fuss and displaying such an ugly demeanor? As your daughter, I hope you can tone it down a bit. It wouldn't look good if other gods saw you like this. Such behavior doesn't befit the throne I made for you. Don't you agree, dear goddess Hestia?" With that, Hephaestus glanced over at Hestia, who was sitting beside Hera, blinking and smiling with a clear look of amusement. Well, the last of the 3 virgin goddesses. Hestia had accompanied Hera, simply because it was interesting. And without someone to bolster her courage, Hera wouldn't have dared to come. Even with Hestia by her side, Hera was so unnerved by Hephaestus's mention of the throne that she instinctively wanted to flee. In fact, she had run away a few times already. But today, she gritted her teeth and held her ground. "Hephaestus, my issues with you have nothing to do with Promise. Release him and stop tormenting him. If you are dissatisfied, I am willing to apologize to you once more." Hera said this with her eyes reddened. Hestia looked on in surprise, her eyes wide as if she were meeting the goddess for the first time. At the same time, she became even more interested in Promise. Hestia had seen children favored by gods before. But this was the first time she had seen someone who was so favored by Hera and even surrounded by so many gods. Hephaestus fell silent upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Uchiha, who had her head lowered, and the other puppets around them, also lowered their heads, displaying unusually strange expressions. They knew well how things were for Promise here. What release? What torment? He was almost becoming the second master of this place. If Hermes had been accompanying them instead of Hestia, he would probably be overjoyed. After all, these 2 goddesses were mother and daughter. "It's simple if you want me to release him," Hephaestus eventually said, her voice calm. "Just vow to renounce him as your follower. If you do that, I will no longer confine him." "Impossible." Hera rejected outright. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Hephaestus turned to the maid and said, Euclea, let's go. The latter, in silence, began to lead Hephaestus away. At this moment, Hestia glanced at Euclea, suddenly became interested, and blinked. Because she found that her maid outfit was quite pretty. Wait, Hephaestus. Aside from that condition, I will agree to whatever you ask. Seeing that Hephaestus was really planning to leave, Hera hurriedly exclaimed. But the latter had no intention of paying her any mind and left the temple just like that. Chapter 96, Offering to the Goddess Hephaestus. Hestia, why aren't you helping? Hera, now somewhat angry, turned to look at the goddess standing next to her. Hestia twirled a strand of her hair and said gently, Hera, my dear sister, you're too anxious. The more anxious you appear, the less likely Hephaestus will let that child go. What should we do then? Hera, who was on the verge of tears, said, he's been imprisoned by Hephaestus for over half a month now. My God, in this short time, how much suffering and pain has he endured? I don't even dare to imagine. Hera's voice echoed within the temple. All the puppets lowered their heads deeply, their expressions painfully constrained. They couldn't speak, couldn't laugh. They absolutely couldn't laugh. Though they wouldn't be dismantled now, laughing would surely get them beaten. Hestia heard this and didn't know how to respond to Hera. She felt that things might not be as serious as Hera thought, but she wasn't completely certain. After all, if it were that serious, Athena should have come out to resolve it. The matter of Athena spying on Hera's favorite follower, Promise, had already spread among the gods of Olympus, becoming widely known. But Athena had not come, she was still staying with Hercules, constantly urging him to head to the Isle of the Golden Apples now, and had even crafted a special bag for Hercules that could hold a large number of golden apples. One of Hercules' 12 labors was to fetch the golden apples guarded by the Hesperides and the dragon. Therefore, Hestia had a feeling that Athena was doing this on purpose, deliberately letting Promise stay here so Hera wouldn't have time to deal with the golden apples. Athena obviously intended to achieve financial freedom after this wave. On the way back, pushing Hephaestus, Euclea hesitated for a while before finally saying, Respected goddess Hephaestus, is this really okay? Now, she no longer called her master. Because when Hephaestus granted her a name, she became a member of Hephaestus' household, even considering herself the daughter of the goddess. And because of this, Hephaestus replied, It's fine, don't worry about her. But Lord Promise, I know, the gift he's making for me is almost done, and when it's finished, he'll leave, Hephaestus answered calmly. In fact, when she said this, Hephaestus couldn't help but laugh. After all, just placing the statue in the room and covering it with a cloth, did he really think she didn't know what he was doing? She was a goddess. She just couldn't move her legs, not that she couldn't see. Euclea lowered her head and quietly pushed Hephaestus through the temple's corridor. Don't even think about intentionally damaging that statue, Hephaestus suddenly said, that's an offering from Promise, understand? I never thought about destroying it, I just feel sad seeing it getting more and more perfect, Euclea replied dejectedly. She knew Promise would leave sooner or later, and even if he left, this place had already changed because of him. But Euclea was still a bit scared and didn't want to see Hephaestus lose her smile again because of Promise's departure. And if Lord Promise leaves, the esteemed Queen Hera. Her voice trailed off. It doesn't matter, as long as that child Promise is happy, Hephaestus interrupted her, smiling. At first, she waited for Promise indeed to annoy Hera. And seeing Hera almost cry in frustration did make Hephaestus feel quite good. But the balance in her heart had long since tipped towards Promise. So now Hephaestus was not waiting for Hera to give in but quietly waiting for Promise to leave. After a while, when Hephaestus returned to the carving room, the informant puppet girl had already hidden the statue for Promise. Hephaestus even waited outside for a while. Teacher Hephaestus, you're back. Who was looking for you? Promise instinctively asked when he saw the returning goddess. He could sense that Hephaestus was in a very good mood as if she had just won a victory and let out a lot of pent-up frustration. Thinking for a moment, Hephaestus' amber eyes reflected the black-haired, green-eyed boy in front of her. She finally smiled faintly and said, It's nothing to worry about, just someone unimportant. 2 days later, as night fell, the moonlight cast a hazy glow over the ancient bronze temple. In the quiet carving room, Promise sat in front of the statue he was sculpting, sitting silently for more than 2 hours. It was a lifelike statue, sculpted to the same height as Hephaestus. The maid Euclea stood beside him. Although Promise had said it wasn't necessary, she was unusually adamant about it. She looked at the statue and the suddenly motionless boy, feeling puzzled. After all, this statue, an offering to the god of craftsmanship Hephaestus, was almost complete and could be finished tonight. In other words, Promise would be leaving soon. Thinking of this, Euclea's eyes darkened a bit. At this moment, Euclea, do you think Will Goddess Hephaestus really like my gift? Promise asked softly, staring at the statue with his green eyes. The latter was slightly taken aback. Then after a period of silence, she smiled dryly and said, honestly, I wish I could say she wouldn't like it, so you could stay longer, but she will definitely like it. Even if it were a wildflower by the roadside, Promise just needed to pick it and present it to Hephaestus, and she would happily accept it, let alone this meticulously crafted gift. I see. Promise nodded and then stood up with a smile. Under the somewhat puzzled gaze of Uchiha, he approached the nearly finished statue of the goddess and gently placed his hand on it, then applied some force. The heavy statue tilted backwards, and Uchiha, in shock, instinctively reached out to save it, but Promise stopped her. So, finally, only a dull thud echoed in the silent temple. The gift that Promise had prepared for more than half a month was now shattered by his own hand. Lord Promise, what are you doing? Uchiha looked at the boy in shock and disbelief. But Promise, who had just destroyed what he had been making painstakingly, showed no trace of heartbreak. Instead, he was smiling. He didn't explain to Uchiha, turned around, and left the room in a very carefree manner. Uchiha stood there, not knowing what to do as she looked at the broken statue, feeling flustered and thinking that she might be disassembled by Hephaestus again. Once again. She had almost lost count of how many times she had been scared like this because of Promise, feeling it might be better to just close her eyes and not open them again. But since things had came to this point, Uchiha clearly understood that her goddess must have heard the noise here, so there was no way to salvage it. Because Hephaestus naturally knew that Promise was about to complete his work, so she had actually been in the room all along, quietly listening to him as he swung his chisel over and over, waiting for him to present the gift to her. Gritting her teeth, Uchiha finally turned and followed Promise. Following him, she arrived directly at Hephaestus's door. Teacher, are you asleep? Promise gently knocked on the door. There was a moment of silence inside before Hephaestus's voice replied. So when Promise pushed the door open, he saw her sitting on the bed. Her beautiful golden hair cascaded over the white bed, and her amber eyes blinked curiously at the boy who walked in. Just as Uchiha had anticipated, Hephaestus had seen everything, but she did not blame her for failing to keep watch. After all, it was clear that Promise had done it on purpose. So just as Hephaestus was about to open her mouth to ask Promise, Teacher, I would like to ask you a favor. Promise approached her with a smile and said something that made both Hephaestus and Euphrates silent. I want to present a statue as an offering to a goddess. For this, I have tried and worked hard, and tonight, I was only one step away from completing it. But for some reason, looking at the statue, I suddenly felt that it was not something I could present. Because that goddess once gave me a precious gift but never demanded anything from me. I believe that if I am to offer a tribute, it should not have any flaws. Even if it is not perfect, it should be the best I can do. So, teacher, can you help me? He looked at Hephaestus seriously and said, I hope you can help me complete that offering. After Promise finished speaking, Hephaestus looked at him with a peculiar expression for a long time before finally responding, if I heard you correctly, you're asking me to help you carve that gift, and then present it to the goddess? Yes. Promise nodded. Let me ask again, the goddess you mentioned, that's me, right? Yes. The latter nodded calmly, not feeling ashamed at all. Because he was not foolish, he knew that Hephaestus had always been aware of what he was doing. Initially, Promise had considered hiding it from Hephaestus to give her a surprise. But due to the shackle on his left hand, he couldn't leave the temple. And trying to hide anything from the goddess within her temple was impossible. So, from the beginning, Promise had been engaging in a knowingly futile act. Hephaestus wanted to laugh, and indeed she did. After all, Promise was essentially asking her to help him make a gift for herself. She was about to agree when she realized the reason behind his actions. He had stopped at the final step because, after seeing the near-finished product, he felt it was not worthy of presenting to Hephaestus, the goddess of craftsmanship, and his teacher. Alright then. Huh? Chapter 97, Puppet, Daughter? As she was about to agree with a smile, Hephaestus noticed something odd about Uchiha. The latter looked at Hephaestus and then at Promise, her gaze shifting between the two, clearly wanting to say something but holding back. And when her confused eyes met Hephaestus's questioning gaze, she quickly looked away, pretending she knew nothing. Hephaestus looked at her in confusion but soon seemed to realize something and stared intently at Uchiha. Uchiha was a puppet crafted by Hephaestus, a sculpted creation. And now, she was going to carve a gift with Promise, an offering for herself. The emphasis was not on the offering but on carving it together with Promise. What? Hephaestus finally understood and her eyes widened in surprise. Teacher? Promise asked, confused by her reaction, stepping closer to ask, are you alright? Seeing him approach, Hephaestus, who had fully grasped the situation, instinctively leaned back. Due to her immobile legs, She had to push herself back with her hands, moving further on to the bed. How to describe the scene? It almost made Uchiha burst into laughter. A moment later, realizing her loss of composure, the goddess sat up again, placing a hand over her mouth to cough, her face slightly flushed. Then she glared fiercely at Uchiha. The latter, thinking she couldn't stay there any longer, was about to leave but then saw Hephaestus giving her a "you'll be dead if you leave" look, so she lowered her head and stood still. "Actually, you don't need to be in such a hurry to offer me a gift." Hephaestus hesitated for a moment, then looked away and answered softly, "After all, I'm not in a hurry. You can come back and give me the offering anytime." Promise looked at the suddenly hesitant Hephaestus, then at Uchiha, who seemed like an ostrich, wanting to bury her head in the ground, not wanting to hear anything. He didn't know what was going on. Because who would have thought that these puppets were actually sculpted and made? So after thinking for a while, he smiled and replied to Hephaestus, "Yes, I know, my goddess teacher is a gentle goddess. Even though I am a follower of the person you hate, you have never done anything excessive to me until now." It wasn't that she didn't plan to, but rather she didn't have the chance. "And you even crafted that precious artifact for me upon our first meeting. Both of us are in the arts, and in this regard, when inspiration comes, nothing else matters. Just like you, Goddess Hephaestus almost killed me, but when inspiration hit, you couldn't stop and had to finish the painting. And when it comes to the offering, you, who always strive for perfection, are willing to accept my flaws. Let alone flaws, even if you plucked a flower by the roadside and presented it, she would be thrilled and carefully preserve it. Therefore, my goddess teacher is truly a gentle and beautiful goddess." Uchiha lifted her head and took a deep breath. As she looked up, she saw the goddess Hephaestus, sitting with her face covered, her ears already bright red. Hephaestus felt she could no longer face anyone. At the same time, Uchiha also felt she was on the verge of losing it. She pressed her trembling hand against the nearby door, her face contorted, and she even cracked the wall due to the force. "Hold it in, you must hold it in. You absolutely cannot laugh. If you do, you'll be half dead even if you survive." Oh, the agony. She thought it would have been better to be dismantled from the start. "But because of this, I want to present you with a better gift. Indeed, if I take more time to refine my skills, I could offer you such a gift by myself, but..." Promise hesitated at this point and didn't continue. But Hephaestus, who was covering her face, already understood his thoughts. Because once Promise left the temple, he had to fulfill an agreement with a goddess who had been waiting for him until now. Promise had agreed to paint Hera using the brush he had obtained, making Hera the first goddess he would paint in a meaningful way. Actually, in this regard, I am indeed a bit surprised. Gradually regaining her composure, Hephaestus removed her hands from her face and looked at the black-haired, green-eyed boy in front of her, saying, "Because up until now, you haven't mentioned a word about me and Hera. I won't bring it up, although this might be considered a form of avoidance." The boy spoke somewhat helplessly. By now, Hephaestus had completely calmed down. Although her face was still a bit red, she looked at Promise and smiled, saying, "It seems my initial impression wasn't wrong. That painting. You must have seen it when you painted me that day." Promise remained silent for a while, then gently nodded. Back then, even the wise goddess Athena was fully revealed to Promise. So that day, while sketching Hephaestus, Promise indeed saw it. He saw the deepest part of her memory, how Hera abandoned her in her despair when she returned to Olympus. If it had been anyone else, it would have been a matter of life and death by now. But looking at Promise, Hephaestus, who was still smiling, finally said, "Thank you. And I'm glad it was you." So, Hephaestus helped Promise forge that statue. A gift for herself. It only took a day. There was only one disagreement during the process. Hephaestus wanted to remove the flame-like birthmark on her face to make it perfect, but Promise refused, as he didn't see it as a sign of imperfection. After they completed the statue together, Promise left the next day. The silver Pegasus spread its wings, flying into the dawn sky under the watchful eyes of the goddess and the puppets. After a short rest, he would continue his journey. Hephaestus watched him until he was out of sight, then had Uchiha push her back into the temple. They went inside to where the gift was placed. Hephaestus looked at the statue she had completed with Promise. Respected Hephaestus, when will she awaken? Though Uchiha felt she might get beaten to death, she couldn't resist asking Hephaestus due to the itch in her heart, as if being scratched by a cat. "I don't know." Hephaestus shook her head slightly, moving the wheelchair forward and gently touching it, answering with a smile, "But it won't be long." Uchiha nodded gently. At the same time, she even began to wonder what expression Promise would have when he saw her come to life. Yes. He would definitely be very happy. Chapter 98, Hera, Athena, you deserve to die. At this moment, Promise was seriously contemplating something that caused him to question his unwavering faith in Hera. Promise was considering whether he should really change his religious beliefs. Because right after Promise left Hephaestus' temple, Pegasus, the winged horse, flew for a short while before landing by a stream in an ancient Greek forest. Then, just as he was fetching water and resting on a stone, Promise found himself with his neck suddenly grabbed. With the morning light shining down, Promise, who had his neck seized by Hera, instinctively looked towards another woman beside him, wearing a red dress and with striking pink hair and purple eyes. She was none other than Hestia, who had been accompanying Hera all this time. Hestia was the eldest of the Olympian gods, the most sacred and ancient goddess. Promise, are you okay? You actually managed to escape. You must have suffered a lot, endured many hardships there, right? Hera said emotionally, almost tearfully, to Promise. But suffering and hardships? Promise looked utterly bewildered. Does learning sculpture techniques count? No, Your Grace, Queen Hera. The goddess Hephaestus has actually been very kind to me. No, Promise, you don't need to explain. I know Hephaestus' nasty character better than anyone else. Hera interrupted Promise and hugged him even tighter, exclaiming, but it's good you escaped. It's good you're out. Hestia, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She gently tapped Hera's hand and said, Hera, be gentle. The child can hardly breathe. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Promise. He truly is as delicate as the legends say. Hearing this, Hera quickly loosened her grip. Promise finally managed to recover from the suffocating embrace. So, it has nothing to do with being a virgin goddess. As long as you're a goddess, you all strangle people, right? Just as Promise was thinking this, Hestia, with a gentle smile like a breeze, handed him a golden apple. Her enchanting purple eyes met his gaze, and she said with a smile, I am Hestia, sister to Hera and the others. I've heard a lot about you from them. It's a pleasure to meet you. Promise took the golden apple with a calm expression, but internally. The last of the three virgin goddesses, you really showed up. At that moment, he felt his neck starting to ache again. Just then, Hestia seemed to notice something and glanced at Promise's neck. There was something Athena had told Promise from the beginning, even though his head was bound with the silver thread given by Athena, blocking the gods from peering into his heart. If he kept thinking about certain gods or matters in front of them, the gods could sense it. In ancient Greek mythology, there was a golden rule: the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. Honorable Goddess Hestia, student of the centaur sage Chiron, and the most faithful follower of Queen Hera, Promise is honored to meet you. Promise stood up and formally greeted the goddess before him. Although he was tempted to roll his eyes at having collected the postage stamps of the three virgin goddesses, he didn't think much of it. After all, meeting Hestia, one of the main Olympian gods, was inevitable. In other words, she was part of Promise's Pantheon portrait collection. Seeing this, Hestia smiled and nodded at Promise. Just as she was about to say something, Hera, full of vigilance, suddenly pulled Promise aside. She even leaned in close and whispered in Promise's ear, Child, remember, if you ever run into my sister Hestia, be very careful. She is far from as gentle as she seems. Before she could finish speaking, Hestia's smile grew even warmer and more radiant. My dear sister Hera, she said softly, what are you whispering to this lovely child? Would you care to share it with your elder sister? Hera shuddered and quickly coughed to cover her embarrassment. She then carefully examined Promise, hesitated for a moment, and uncertainly asked, Child, are you really okay? I'm fine, Promise replied, looking at Hera, who was like an older version of Hephaestus. Hephaestus and Hera were indeed very similar, whether in appearance, hair, or eyes, to the point that you could easily tell they were mother and daughter at a glance. But distinguishing between them was simple. Hephaestus had a youthful form, and her long, beautiful legs couldn't stand, while Queen Hera was the epitome of a noble matron. Thus, seeing either one alone would easily remind Promise of the other, but their relationship was. So, as he opened his mouth to say something, Promise ultimately chose to remain silent. To change the topic, he took out the white feather pen, the artifact that painted the sky, and smiled. Look, Queen Hera, I can finally fulfill my promise to you now. Hera wasn't concerned about any agreements at the moment because when the artifact was revealed by Promise, both she and Hestia beside her were stunned. Hephaestus had said it was one of her most perfect creations among many she had crafted. What Promise didn't know was that Hephaestus had nearly bankrupted herself to make it. Its value was comparable to the thunderbolt held by Zeus, the king of the gods, or the trident of Poseidon, which could command all the seas. Thus, when they saw it, even Hera, who didn't believe Hephaestus had good intentions towards Promise, understood. Promise must have been living quite well under her care. This. If that's the case, how come you were imprisoned by her until now? Hera asked, both shocked and puzzled. Didn't the goddess Athena and Hermes tell you, Goddess Hera? Promise replied, equally puzzled, because I sought a craft from goddess Hephaestus. She taught me the art of sculpture. Didn't goddess Athena and Hermes know this? Those two had been snooping around from the beginning, just watching for entertainment. However, they hadn't seen the painting Promise gave to Hephaestus, because as soon as Hephaestus realized what Promise was about to do, she immediately sealed off the temple. It was also because of this that Athena and Hermes later came looking. And after finding out what Promise was about to do, they left. Upon leaving, realizing it was a great opportunity, Athena immediately partnered with Hermes to persuade Hercules to go to Hera's paradise and complete one of the 12 labors, obtaining the golden apples. So, at that moment with Hercules, who should have undergone a series of adventures, met the first sea god of ancient Greece on Mount Caucasus, released Prometheus who was bound there, and relieved the Titan Atlas who was holding up the sky to finally obtain the golden apples, thanks to the wisdom of the goddess of wisdom and the guidance of Hermes, had a direct green light. All the adventures were omitted, and he had already arrived outside Hera's paradise. Holding the artifact bag in one hand and Athena in the other, taking the invisibility helmet of Hades off Pegasus' saddle, Hercules stood somewhat bewildered. Respected goddess Athena, and Lord Hermes, is this really okay? As he spoke, he couldn't help but turn his head, looking back at the two gods. Oh, don't worry. Hermes stepped forward, trying to pat Hercules on the shoulder but realized just how tall he was. If Promise represented the most delicate of humans in this era, then Hercules was undoubtedly the epitome of human strength. Standing over 2.5 meters tall, his body had long surpassed human form, appearing as if sculpted by the gods themselves, muscles and blood filled with a divine essence known as pure magical power. This was Hercules of the ancient Greek divine era. There won't be any problems, and besides, Hercules, you know as well, all this is thanks to Promise. Your teacher agreed for him to come down from the mountain, and Promise is also going to join you on the adventure for the Golden Fleece. I mean, considering how delicate Promise is, without eating a few golden apples to strengthen up, a mere gust of wind could blow him into the underworld. Hermes reassured him. Though if Promise were to go to the underworld now, Persephone would probably follow right away, and life there might even be more comfortable than on the surface. Of course, Hermes didn't mention this. Upon hearing this, Hercules, who had been somewhat hesitant, now had a resolute look in his eyes. Respected Lord Hermes, you're right, I must protect him, and I feel immense pride and honor for my friend. At that moment, Hercules was already aware of some of the legends surrounding Promise, such as the curse of Actaeon, the Caledonian boar, and the stories of Orpheus and his wife. Therefore, he felt compelled to do something for Promise. With no further hesitation, he firmly held the sack, donned Hades' invisibility helmet, and entered Hera's paradise. Seeing him leave, Hermes and Athena exchanged glances. They even clapped their hands together in celebration. Because with this, they had secured their financial freedom with the golden apples. Hermes' supply of golden apples wasn't actually that plentiful. The golden apples in the hands of the gods generally came from divine feasts. Hera used to distribute some golden apples to the gods every year, but since Athena equated Promise with the apples, Hermes naturally understood that from now on, no one would see a golden apple at any feast again. Just thinking about how they had found such an interesting person but couldn't interact with him in the future made him feel uncomfortable. So, after they walked out of Hephaestus' temple, they immediately hit it off and plotted this robbery. Even to avoid Hera's trouble afterward, they cleverly recruited Hercules, leading him to this place. A most wise goddess of wisdom paired with the most cunning messenger of the gods, their combined efforts were something even Hera could do nothing about. And indeed, this was the case, at this very moment, Hera and Promise. Hera, with eyes wide open, instantly realized she had been deceived upon hearing that Athena and Hermes had long been aware of the situation. Thinking back to how she had repeatedly sought out Hephaestus, unaware of the situation, only to be met with ruthless ridicule and mockery. Several times, she had nearly burst into tears. PFFT. Cough, sorry. Hestia, who couldn't hold back her laughter, quickly apologized after being angrily glared at by a frustrated Hera. However, her apology, barely containing her laughter and seemed more like silent amusement. Athena. At this moment, Hera was almost biting her lips till they bled. Even the clear sky flashed with a few bolts of thunder. Chapter 99, He is Promise. So, Athena, how have you managed to anger Queen Hera again? Glancing upward and listening to the thunder crackle across the sky, Promise seemed surprisingly calm. After all, he had already gotten somewhat used to it. But he hadn't considered who was ultimately to blame from the beginning. Respected Queen Hera, I have come to fulfill our agreement, he spoke, holding the pure white feathered paintbrush. Hearing this, Hera snapped back to her senses and hurriedly calmed herself, striving to regain the dignified and beautiful image of the queen she usually presented, especially in front of one of her most cherished followers. though, admittedly, her image had been shattered a long time ago. However, we may need to wait a few more days, as I need to do something to bring glory to Queen Hera. Promise paused slightly before continuing with a smile, because, Queen Hera, you once said that when I present that painting to you, you hoped the moment would be as it was the night with the moon goddess Artemis. I thought about it for a long time and finally chose glory. Hera was momentarily taken aback by Promise's words and recalled their first meeting. She had initially cast her gaze upon Promise due to a misunderstanding, believing him to be the Jason spoken of by the fates, the one to bring her glory. But over time, Promise indeed became one who brought her glory. Though unbeknownst to her, that number had somewhat expanded. Therefore, I need to undertake a battle, where I will truly complete the subjugation of a monster, to offer glory to you, Queen Hera. In ancient Greek times, battle equaled an offering to the gods of glory, and in fact, up to this day, Promise had never truly experienced a proper subjugation. Even the hunt for the Caledonian boar had ended with a gift from Athena. If anything, capturing the winged horse Pegasus was perhaps his closest encounter. My child, haven't you always brought me glory? Hera responded with a smile upon hearing this. Not only that, but the number of devout followers praying daily to her had increased, such as the river goddess Aegina and the princess Io. It all seemed a bit strange. It's not the same. Promise shook his head and said to Queen Hera, my revered goddess, please watch over me, watch over your follower, as I offer glory to you. Hera paused before responding, her eyes locking with Promise's clear emerald gaze, and ultimately she sighed and agreed. In reality, such glory should have been offered at the end of the Golden Fleece journey, as that would have been most perfect. At the god's watchful endpoint, Promise would wield his paintbrush, depicting the Argo and its heroes. It could be at dawn or dusk when the heroes gathered together, laughing boisterously, heartily drinking. At that moment, they would have completed their trial, returning home with glory in full measure. The turbulent sea reflected their shadows, with the sun shining over the sea, causing spreading ripples. And the most revered goddess in ancient Greece, Queen Hera, would stand in the distance, gazing at them with a dignified yet gentle look. But having interacted with the gods for so long, and understanding Hera well, Promise had long realized that these gods really had little patience. And even without a vow from Hephaestus, he would have chosen to paint the pantheon of gods, having received the paintbrush. In the end, the nearly invisible, grass-eating winged horse, Pegasus, finally spread its silver wings again, under the watchful eyes of Hera and Hestia, carrying Promise towards the sky. You don't seem very happy, Hera, the beautiful pink-haired goddess Hestia then said, somewhat puzzled, to the worried Hera beside her. After all, this was an offering of glory meant for her, which logically should have pleased her. Sister Hestia, although the child has accomplished many miracles so far, even astonishing the gods multiple times, when it comes to battle. Hera hesitated, then gave a bitter smile to Hestia. The latter instantly reacted, curiously asking, could it be that the child has never experienced a proper battle? Didn't Athena prepare him for any? Athena personally intervened, helping the child to subdue monsters, Hera replied lightly. Hestia fell silent at once. You all. Are you perhaps too indulgent with this child? But I can understand it, looking at him, I really worry that a gust of wind could blow him over. If that's the case, why not just stop him? Hestia said, looking puzzledly at her sister. Sister, you've only known him for a short time, so you don't understand, Hera replied with a resigned smile. This child might seem easy to talk to, but he's unexpectedly stubborn. Once he decides on something, no matter how difficult, he'll face it head on. The matter with Sister Demeter, we were all watching him, and he just needed to step back, or even just trip by accident, and we would have instantly intervened, taking over that marriage, but... Hera sighed again. Hestia rolled her eyes at her, saying, I feel like you're not complaining but bragging to me, such a lovable child. If you find him troublesome and don't want him anymore, then give him to me, I don't mind. Impossible, don't even think about it. Hera replied excitedly to Hestia, immediately watching her with a wary face. This made Hestia feel both annoyed and amused as she spoke. Okay, I was just teasing, Hera, when did you become so sensitive? Hera paused for a moment, then replied solemnly, I've heard such words more than once. At first it was Athena, then goddess Themis, then Sister Demeter, and even Hephaestus now. She didn't continue. Initially, you all said you weren't interested in him. Hestia was at a loss for words at that moment, even feeling pity for Hera, although only momentarily. Cough, then, Hera, do you think that child can fulfill his promise to you? Of course, Hera replied directly, her amber eyes gazing towards the sky in the direction Promise had left, her gaze tinged with worry but predominantly filled with pride. Because he is my follower, and he is Promise. Chapter 100, Moon Goddess, I don't care about followers, Promise is mine. Not long after parting with the goddess, Brother Horse, do you know where Goddess Athena is now? Promise asked as he patted the head of Pegasus. To be honest, he wasn't without a target for his quest, as the age of ancient Greece was replete with famous monsters, such as the nine-headed Hydra, the lightning-named Minotaur, and the Sphinx with a human face and lion's body. However, Promise had grown accustomed to seeking Athena for matters like this. Pegasus shook its head and glanced at the boy, as if it wanted to ask if him really hadn't noticed that the helmet of Hades was missing. Let's wait for Goddess Athena to show up then, Promise decided, feeling no rush. After all, it was Athena who tended to appear whenever there was a hint of action. Unexpectedly, time passed into the night. As Promise sat by a campfire in the woods, leaning against Pegasus who had settled down and drifted to sleep, Athena still had not appeared. However, while Athena was absent, Promise instead encountered three other goddesses. Pegasus looked up, watching as threads of fate drawn by these goddesses descended from the sky, realizing its master was indeed busy. Having just left the temple of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, Promise was now set to meet several gods in a single day, particularly goddesses. In the ancient temple of fate, woven from threads of destiny, Promise opened his eyes and quickly realized where he was. He was about to rise, even smiling in anticipation of greeting the adorable, petite goddess of white fur. Atropos, go. When sickly Sister Lachesis spoke. The next second, Promise found his hands and feet restrained. Blinking in confusion, he soon saw an irritated Lachesis enter his field of vision, and even the normally emotionless elder sister Atropos seemed annoyed. Goddess Lachesis, Goddess Atropos, may I ask what this is about? Faced with a puzzled Promise, the two fates did not respond but looked towards their sister Clotho. Sister, what are you waiting for? Come here. Then the petite goddess of fate appeared before Promise. Barefoot, she approached, and under Promise's blinking gaze, she too pouted, looking quite angry. Then she raised her crystal ball high, the one containing Promise's fate, and under her sister's expectant gazes, she gently rubbed it against the boy's head. Humphrey, do you realize your mistake now? Clotho then asked seriously. She was completely unaware that her sister's eyes had lost their sparkle. They had discussed this punishment at length, and this was the outcome. Just this. Let it go, it's pointless. Lachesis, frustrated, released Promise. Seeing this, Atropos also let go. As the boy lay on the floor of the Temple of Fate, utterly clueless about what had just transpired. As the sisters released him, Clotho, looking at Promise still lying on the ground, whispered, "Aren't you going to get up?" The boy blinked, looked at the tiny, adorable goddess of fate, and couldn't help but smile. I can't get up, goddess, could you help me up?" At this, Lachesis immediately shot a disdainful glance at Promise. Hearing this, Clotho instinctively looked to her sisters, then turned away, wanting to ignore him. But after a few steps, she came back, bent down, and gently pulled him up by the hand. "Look, Atropos, did you see? From now on, our status as elder sisters might be lower than that of an outsider," Lachesis said, coughing twice. Atropos nodded, her emotionless demeanor acknowledging the statement. This made Clotho bow her head even lower, and as Promise stood up, he couldn't help but protect her, trying to change the subject. "Goddess Lachesis, Goddess Atropos, was that just about the fate of Goddess Demeter? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've brought us? Don't tell me you didn't know." Lachesis glared at Promise irritably. Realizing the implications amid countless threads of fate, and looking at the petite goddess of fate beside him, who had just pretended to punish him. It was unbearable, she was too adorable. What if he wanted to pick her up? "There's one more thing, about Pegasus," Atropos suddenly said in her emotionless voice. In the original fate, he was to be subdued by Bellerophon with the help of the goddess of wisdom. You've already encountered the affairs of Hades and Persephone, so you understand the irresistibility of fate, hence the creature Chimera, originally destined to be slain by Bellerophon, now naturally falls to you. In Greek mythology, the hero Bellerophon, after taming Pegasus, went on to slay the Chimera, a creature that devastated the land. This was a story mentioned previously. What happened to this hero later? He became increasingly arrogant due to his heroic feats, even believing he could compare to the gods, and ordered Pegasus to fly him to Mount Olympus. Thus abandoned by Athena, Pegasus regained his freedom and dropped Bellerophon from the sky. Because he left him alive out of compassion, just breaking his leg. However, also because of this, Bellerophon could no longer face telling people his name. Hiding and eventually living in seclusion in a deserted place, he spent the rest of his life in anxiety. As Promise heard Atropos speak, he sensed an undertone in her words and was momentarily stunned. Lachesis then spoke in a faint complaining tone, "You wanted to offer glory to Hera, right? Well, there you go. Oh, it's tough being an elder sister, always having to clean up after a certain troublemaker, and even the punishment we agreed on to vent our anger ends up being a farce. Hearing this, Claudio, who was holding the crystal ball, turned away, not wanting to deal with her. Promise was silent for a moment, then smiled sincerely at them, saying, "Thank you. No need to thank me, thank the one who now doesn't even want a sister anymore." Lachesis rolled her eyes, a heavy grievance evident in her expression. But anyone working overtime until now, especially when the work isn't even finished yet, would probably not be in high spirits. "Sister." Claudio finally couldn't help but call out quietly. All right, enough talking. Oh, the hardships of life, right, Atropos." Pretending to be pitiful, Lachesis leaned on Atropos and said. But what she didn't expect was. "Not hard at all," Atropos replied coolly to Lachesis, who looked at her with eyes that screamed, "How could you betray an defect?" and said, "Stop it, or else our sister might stop talking to us." "Sister Lachesis," Claudio also lifted her head and emotionlessly followed, "you should faint now, you've talked too much." "You? Ugh, I'm tired. Why hasn't this world ended yet?" Lachesis pressed her forehead and then decisively collapsed, actually fainting. At that moment, Promise saw in her something that reminded him of the laid-back goddess Hecate. Was fainting really a passive skill of this frail goddess? "There's also you, Promise, you should go back," Claudio then softly told Promise. Although still appearing dignified and striving to maintain her goddess-like image, she was clearly embarrassed. "Now, wait a minute, Goddess Claudio, I've just arrived and..." Promise began to say something. But Claudio extended her hand and gently pushed him. "You need to go back because someone is looking for you," she replied softly. Then, as a sense of falling overwhelmed him, Promise's vision turned dark, and when he regained his senses, leaping up from Pegasus, he realized he was back. Before he could fully recover and understand the meaning of Claudio's last words, as if sensing something, Pegasus stood up and shook its tail. Decisively, and with practiced ease, it moved to the side. Then suddenly, the sound of an arrow tearing through the air echoed in the moonlit forest night. It flew past Promise's ear and embedded itself in a nearby tree. And then, "Praise the noble, pure, and beautiful goddess Artemis, who guides her most loyal follower to this place." A familiar voice sounded. As the rustling of the bushes under the moonlight continued, a figure dressed in green, the beautiful huntress, slowly emerged and came into the stunned Promise's view. Atalanta? Looking at Atalanta, who lacked the princess-like elegance and nobility but possessed a straightforward charisma that made her even more striking. Still reeling from the surprise of the reunion, Promise saw the girl narrow her sea-green eyes and draw her celestial bow, aiming it at him. And so, he remembered the words once spoken to him by the moon goddess Artemis. Due to his abrupt departure last time, and given that Atalanta had promised Artemis during a hunting festival that she would supervise and look after Promise, and having stood up his deity in faith and anger, Atalanta had made it clear that upon their next meeting, she would hunt Promise. Promise's smile froze as he instinctively looked beside him at Pegasus. "Sure enough, you're quick to flee. Munch on grass, choke on it for all I care, you fat steed. Well, since I can't rely on Pegasus, should I run? Maybe not. This girl might be able to keep up with a fantasy creature, maybe even a running Pegasus. Better not make things worse for myself." After a moment of thought, Promise straightforwardly raised his hands. He chose to surrender. Seeing this, Atalanta lowered her bow and came over without any courtesy, swiftly tying Promise up and tossing him under a nearby tree. "There, now you are mine," Atalanta declared proudly after having successfully hunted Promise. However, after saying this, she felt the phrasing was a bit strange. Shaking her head, she then glared at Promise and said, "All right, explain." "Explain what?" The latter blinked at her. "Explain why you left without saying a word to me." Atalanta finished, pausing to play with her beautiful long hair and tilting her head. "I'm not worried about you, I just promised the goddess to keep an eye on you and Actaeon." Did Maligur say anything to you afterward?" "Say what?" Atalanta looked puzzledly at Promise. The latter instantly understood that even after he had left, and Atalanta had left, that embarrassing guy had never confessed his feelings to Atalanta. So, Promise replied very straightforwardly and candidly, "I was wrong, beautiful huntress miss. I won't do it again next time, I promise." His emerald eyes met Atalanta's, filled with sincerity. This overly simple, unresisting hunt made her fall silent. "Aren't you supposed to be a hero? And you are also the winner of the Moon Goddess's hunting festival, the one who caught the falling stars, hunted the Caledonian boar, and offered that beautiful tribute to the great Moon Goddess. Where is your pride?" Atalanta had planned to let him go after a token resistance from Promise, but his action now left her unsure of what to do. Standing confused for a while, she watched Promise, bound and sitting under the tree, looking innocently back at her. looking at the young man with black hair and emerald eyes illuminated by the moonlight. Atalanta, nearly amused by the situation, couldn't help but bend down and pinch Promise's face hard. "I want to hear your music." She then stated her condition. "That's simple. I want your paintings too," Atalanta added. Didn't you initially say you didn't want them no matter what?" Atalanta raised her voice. "No problem, miss." Promise quickly corrected himself, speaking earnestly. Seeing this, Pegasus nearby couldn't help but unfold its silvery white wings and cover its eyes. "Can't watch this." And in the moonlight, beside her sister, the moon goddess Artemis, the god of light Apollo watched this scene and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "It's great, these two really have a good relationship." "Right, Artemis?" Artemis answered noncommittally. Because he had been keeping his eyes on Promise and Atalanta, and was protecting them tenderly, Apollo did not notice how terrifying the expression on Artemis' face was at that moment. "Artemis, that is your most loyal follower." Chapter 101, See for Yourself the Underworld, Temple of Hecate. Magic created many suns illuminated the quiet temple. This goddess's temple was even more deserted than Hephaestus's had been, as typically, it housed only one deity, Hecate herself. Medea, clad in a light purple magician's robe, learning the magic of the gods from the great goddess, sat listlessly on the steps of the temple. It had been over half a month since she last saw Promise, and that meeting made the normally tolerable solitude of the temple unbearable for her. Even the flowers around had wilted quite a bit. After all, she was just a girl about Promise's age, not like her teacher who could comfortably stay secluded for centuries if needed. Hecate had always watched Medea's reactions closely. Although it annoyed her that that troublesome fellow had indeed captivated her student's spirit, given Medea's growing lack of vitality, Hecate had no choice but to compromise. "Medea, Medea, Medea." After calling softly twice and getting no response, Hecate resorted to using her staff to sharply tap on her head. Painfully clutching her head, Medea finally snapped back to reality and tilted her head in confusion. Upon seeing it was Hecate, she immediately stood up, excitedly exclaiming, "Teacher! It's been so long. You're out early this time, it's only been half a month." Even Hecate felt somewhat embarrassed and turned her head away. Medea's desire to leave wasn't unreasonable, as normally, even staying inside this temple, it could be a month or two without seeing anyone. And even when they did meet, it usually didn't last more than an hour. "Hey, Medea, do you want to go out?" Hecate said with a light cough. Seeing Medea in front of her was stunned, she continued, "But I am not asking you to abandon your studies. Instead, you could go to Circe. She will continue to teach you." Circe is Medea's senior sister, the original student of the goddess Hecate, and also Medea's aunt. Located on the island of Aea in ancient Greek mythology, she is a famous witch of temptation and fall in mythology, and also a demigod in charge of the moon and love. This. Medea was somewhat surprised, but at the same time seemed flustered and at a loss, saying, "Respected and great goddess Hecate, may I ask if I have done anything wrong to make you angry?" "That's not the case. It's just that after you met that guy named Promise, you are now completely focused on him." Hecate pointed it out bluntly, completely ignoring her student's wide-eyed, reddened face, and said depressedly, "I don't understand what's so good about that guy, pushing a bunch of goddess to fight for him. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Do you want to leave or not?" Medea hesitated for a moment, then cautiously looked at Hecate and asked, "Teacher, are you really not angry? When have I ever lied to you?" The latter replied, half exasperated, half amused by her endearing student. Then I'll go to my aunt." "Ah, no, I mean, Sister Circe," Medea decided, correcting herself with some determination. Circe notably disliked being referred to as aunt by Medea, probably because Circe, a perpetual maiden notorious for her jealousy and unrequited love, had yet to be fully loved by someone and remain single. Hecate wasn't surprised by Medea's decision and nodded, "Well, if that's the case, I'll have that fellow Promises court you." "Eh?" Medea was initially startled, then replied with excitement, "I get to see Promise again?" "Yes, and it's not just a meeting this time," Hecate said with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, the magical circle laid out on the ground lit up, and a swarm of underworld butterflies emerged, whisking her and Medea away from the temple. When Medea, who had instinctively closed her eyes, opened them again, she had left the underworld and arrived on the barren surface of the earth. But as soon as she arrived on the ground, what greeted Medea was not the blue sky she had not seen for a long time, but dark, ominous clouds. Just then, she heard a harsh, unusual roar of a beast, prompting her to look in its direction. Soon, the horrifying figure of the chimera, with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a python, came into Medea's view. Fire blazed around the landscape, engulfing everything in flames and sending black smoke into the cloud-filled sky. The chimera left desolation in its wake. As Medea stared at this scene, she noticed the creature's three heads roaring skyward. Naturally, she followed their gaze to the sky nearby, and finally saw the young man she had briefly encountered in the temple. The Pegasus spread its holy wings and hovered above the monster chimera, undaunted by the roars below. Promise, positioned atop the steed, was drawing a celestial bow to its full arc, aiming at the monstrous creature below. This skyfall bow, a gift from the moon goddess Artemis to her follower Atalanta, was now in his hands as he had borrowed it to face the chimera. It would have been difficult for Promise to draw an ordinary divine bow, but this was a weapon bestowed by God, so he only needed God's permission. The setting sun's residual light illuminated Promise, with the wind blowing through his hair, his emerald eyes clear and bright as they focused on the fearsome beast below. Medea, who witnessed this scene, was completely stunned. She was an intelligent person, so even though she only met Promise for half a day, Medea always understood that he must be a very extraordinary person. After all, in just half a day, she had heard about him from her teacher, meeting different gods one after the other. But hearing about it is certainly not as good as seeing it with her own eyes. It's always so lively around him. Hecate, who had known the situation for a long time, or to be more precise, had been watching it all the time, glanced around and felt the presence of several gods, and couldn't help but sigh. Teacher. Medea, still wide-eyed and slow to recover, pointed at the scene in front of her and asked Hecate, "What? What is this?" "Just like that painting I took you to see the other night," Hecate smiled and responded to Medea, "It's a gift the young man offers to the gods. That's the glory he offered to his goddess, Hera, the most venerable among gods. Haven't you always been curious about him? Then see for yourself." With these words, Hecate thought back to when Promise had brought Persephone before Hades. Although the scale of the current scene couldn't compare to that moment, for Medea, it was evidently more than enough. See for yourself. He might be a troublesome fellow, but I believe he's also the brightest star of this era. Chapter 102, Painting the God's Chimera, with its multiple fearsome heads, opened its jaws wide and spewed a stream of fire towards the sky, aiming at Promise and Pegasus, who had been challenging it from above. However, unfazed, Pegasus did not dodge. Instead, as Promise drew his bow, bathed in light, the arrow he released pierced through the flames and struck Chimera. However, Chimera did not fall. In fact, by the time Hecate brought Medea to the scene, Promise had already been engaged in combat with the monstrous beast for over half an hour. "When I first knew it was Chimera, I thought it wouldn't be too difficult," Promise murmured, a hint of frustration in his voice as he watched the beast roar angrily again below. Because of the painting and the events that followed, both the moon goddess Artemis and the god of light Apollo could no longer refuse any of his requests. If Promise needed it, and his body could withstand it, they would fulfill his wishes, even if it meant creating arrows of light and moon. Normally, a chimera would not have lasted so long against him. One arrow should have been enough to bring it down. But this was no ordinary beast. It was one of the most terrifying creatures in Greek mythology, a child of Typhon, the only entity that nearly overthrew Zeus and who was once the bane of all Olympian gods. Typhon's progeny included the Lernaean Hydra, Cerberus, and the Nemean lion, all formidable beasts vanquished by heroes of myth. In the legends, Typhon was said to possess strength even greater than Zeus, especially after stealing Zeus's thunderbolt. The reason it was ultimately defeated was that it was deceived by Moirai, the Fates. Typhon captured the other two goddesses of fate and came to the last one, Clotho, who was in charge of future destiny. It asked her about its future, and also asked how it could become stronger and even have the power to break its fate. So the Fates tricked the creature into eating a magical fruit that they promised would strengthen him. In reality, this ephemeral fruit greatly weakened Typhon, and Zeus defeated him soon after. However, it is said that the fruit can really make the person who swallows it stronger, but the prerequisite is to safely survive the period of weakness. Well, Promise didn't know much about the truth and sayings, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. "Sorry, Pegasus, my presence has restricted you too much," patting Pegasus's mane, he spoke. As Pegasus shook its head, about to indicate that it was not a problem, after all, it was Promise, who captured it with both hands, not to mention, it enjoyed eating the grass and the freedom. Promise suddenly laughed, released the reins, and encouraged the winged horse, "Run free, Pegasus, don't worry about me. I trust you will catch me." With those words, Promise seemed to stumble accidentally, falling off Pegasus. Medea, who had been watching in shock, gasped, and Atalanta, who had been anxiously observing from a distance, tensed up. Promise fell off Pegasus, tumbled through the air as the evening sky faded into night. A goddess waved her hand, dispelling the clouds that had shrouded the area, revealing a starry sky as clear as day. Reacting instantly, Pegasus burst into a brilliant silver light, transforming into a star shooting across the heavens before diving down toward the roaring chimera. The monster chimera naturally would not sit still and wait for death. It kept spewing flames relentlessly in an attempt to stop and burn Pegasus to death, but the latter endured the heat and ignored it. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the falling meteor collided with the monster chimera. Boom, a massive explosion shook the earth, creating a huge crater with chimera at its center. This was the full force of Pegasus's celestial charge. But even so, chimera was not defeated. It lay at the crater's center, bleeding green venomous blood that hissed upon touching the ground. It became even more enraged, struggling to its feet, its three heads screaming in fury at the fleeing Pegasus. The surrounding flames, fueled by the beast's rage, turned the desolate area as bright as day. Pegasus smoothly caught Promise, who had deliberately fallen. It even neighed and complained about his rash act. "It's okay because I completely trust you, brother Pegasus." "I knew you'd catch me," Promise reassured the celestial horse. "But it's still alive," he added, noting Chimera's resilience and the continued blaze around them. As the furious Chimera unleashed another torrent of fire, Pegasus nimbly avoided the blaze. Promise, observing the severely wounded but increasingly ferocious beast below, furrowed his brows in concern and spoke to Pegasus, "Can you manage another run?" Pegasus hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. However, Promise, noticing the worn feathers on Pegasus's wings, decided against it, tightening his grip on the reins. "No need. It seems it's on its last legs, but continuing like this isn't a solution either. If it decides to flee, there's a town not too far from here." As he spoke, Promise paused, the concern evident on his face. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, he glanced at the sky bow in his hands, recalling the image of Atalanta drawing her bow. He then looked up at the moon, which was full and brilliant that night. The light of the full moon bathed everything, seeming to imbue the celestial bow with a radiant glow. "Pegasus, let's go to the moon," he said decisively. With a light neigh, Pegasus no longer concerned itself with the chimera on the ground. It turned and galloped towards the moon in the sky. Hestia, the oldest sister in Olympus, couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene as she spoke. "Speaking of which, is this considered cheating?" "Of course not," Hera answered, and then thought for a moment, and then said, "After all, could you give Artemis a painting like the one on that night?" Hearing this, Hestia recalled the sky lantern that night and couldn't help shaking her head. Soon, Pegasus carried Promise into the moon's embrace. The chimera on the ground was still angry, with a human-like doubt in its eyes. However, its doubts, as well as the doubts in the minds of Medea and others who were watching this scene, were all answered in the next moment. As Promise sat astride the magnificent winged horse within the moon's corona, he drew his bow. The power of Artemis converged upon the bowstring. In that moment, Chimera, the terrifying beast of legend, felt the sting of impending doom and turned to flee. But it had just taken 2 steps, and at the moment when the moonlight completely turned into a sharp arrow, the boy shot the sharp arrow from the bow, which transformed into a brilliant streak of light that pierced through Chimera's body. "It seems that I am quite talented as an archer." After everything was over, Promise smiled. Well, after all, he had originally intended to become an archer, and this moment only reinforced his natural talent. The image of Promise, drawing his bow in the full moon, was etched deeply into Medea's mind. She covered her mouth in awe, eyes wide with wonder as she watched from a distance. However, Hecate, watching alongside Medea, tapped her lightly on the head. "All right, don't look so awestruck. Don't worry about it, such scenes are just the beginning of tonight. I didn't bring you here just to witness this," she continued, her beautiful red eyes glinting with mischief. Hearing this, Medea, who was holding her head, came back to her senses and looked at Hecate, her teacher, in confusion. However, the latter's beautiful red eyes had already looked away. "You are here too," as she said with a smile. In Medea's surprised eyes, 3 goddesses arrived under the moonlight. It was the Moirai, the Fates themselves. The second sister Lachesis held the hand of Clotho, who was holding the crystal ball, and gave Hecate a weak smile. At the same time, we finally caught up. Made it just in time," Athena patted slightly as she and Hermes arrived, relieved to see that the battle had just come to an end. "Great, the time is just right, everything hasn't started yet," Athena said, and then she noticed the completely stunned gazes of the goddesses and Medea beside her. So after tidying up her beautiful silver hair, she gave them her usual elegant smile. Not only that, the goddess of justice Themis, holding a scale, came here accompanied by the goddess of agriculture Demeter and her daughter Persephone. In the darkness of this desolate land was Hades, the god of the underworld, who had also arrived from the underworld. Needless to say, Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and Apollo, the god of light, appeared beside Atalanta, who was about to walk towards Promise. However, Apollo smiled and held her shoulders, asking her to wait. At this moment, All the gods related to the promise, except Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, appeared here. They seemed to know what was going to happen next, so they arrived early. And what will happen next? That was naturally a promise to present the painting to the noble Queen Hera. But who said that tonight was just going to be a painting? Chapter 103, Half the Gods Have Been Depicted. When the horse fell from the full moon that day, the Queen Hera and Hestia had already come out, heading towards Promise. Accompanied by the death of the monster Chimera, which laid the land to waste, this barren land seemed to finally break free from its shackles, welcoming a rebirth. In human terms, it was the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, and her daughter Persephone, who brought life to this land. The next moment was very important, and all the gods knew it. Therefore, Persephone scattered seeds, and Demeter immediately made them take root and sprout. So, as Hera and Hestia walked towards Promise, with almost every step they took, this place gained a bit more of a breeze of spring. The flowers, grass, and trees that broke through the soil, under the power of the goddesses, gradually turned this once barren land into a divine sanctuary. Hestia stopped, she was stunned, blinking and looking around, watching those gods suddenly appearing one by one, and observing the spring scene in front of her. Her time seeing Promise was actually not long, she appeared only when Promise went to see Hephaestus, so she didn't really understand what was going on in front of her. But Hestia, the eldest sister of the gods, was no fool. After thinking for a moment, she turned around and took a few steps to the side of Hecate, Athena, and the Fates. "You guys are." As Hestia arrived, just as she was about to ask what was happening, she saw Athena extend her index finger to her lips, smiling and asking her not to speak. At this moment, Hecate naturally made way for the gods, while the only human, Medea, was completely terrified. Under Hecate's amused gaze, watching these gods appear one after another, Medea, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, clung tightly to her goddess teacher. She pressed her body against Hecate. At this point, Atalanta was somewhat better off, because she was merely standing with Artemis and Apollo. In the distance, she watched Hera approach Promise. Dressed in divine attire, with beautiful curls spilling from beneath her crown, Hera looked gently at the young man before her. At this moment, the Pegasus also knew to discreetly graze aside. In just a minute or two, this place, previously barren due to Chimera, had become a sacred garden. Promise naturally noticed this and guessed it was the work of the goddesses. Although a bit puzzled, seeing Hera before him, he temporarily set aside his doubts, smiled, and said somewhat nervously to Hera, "Honorable goddess, have you witnessed the glory I have brought for you?" Hera, now smiling, shed the imposing aura of a heavenly queen in front of Promise, showing him her gentlest side. "Of course, my child. Not just today, I have always watched and witnessed everything you have done. You are my pride, always have been. Is that so?" Hearing this, Promise's anxiety faded, and his expression relaxed. "That's wonderful." Saying this, he finally took out the pure white feather brush. He bit into a golden apple, and knowing what he was about to do, Hera, after adjusting her hair, stood quietly in place. The night breeze gently moved the newly grown trees and flowers, and the full moon's light bathed the sacred garden. Promise lightly touched the pure white brush in front of Hera. Using tonight's night sky as a canvas, from the time he descended the mountain with the centaur sage Chiron until now, after about a year, he finally depicted the gods. This pure white feather brush was indeed a divine artifact, forged specifically for Promise by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, and its preciousness was no less than the thunderbolt of Zeus or Poseidon's trident. Therefore, Hera did not wait long for this painting, and when its finished form appeared, reflected in Hera's amber eyes, she was stunned. For the scene in the painting was completely unexpected. It was a small hill at night, with a little wooden hut lit by a single candle. Inside that hut sat a silver-haired old woman at a table. Across from her was the freshly arrived, still clear and youthful boy. Beside the old woman was a goddess with a gentle smile. That was Hera, disguised as an elegant and majestic heavenly queen. It turns out, he had never forgotten. At this moment, the worries that had accumulated in her heart vanished in an instant. She no longer feared that one day Promise would suddenly leave her to worship another goddess, for Hera had fully realized that Promise would never do such a thing. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she did not let them fall, feeling that now was a time to smile, not to cry. Thus, for Promise, Hera showed the most beautiful smile she had ever given. But this painting was just the beginning of the night. Because of the promise made with Hera, this was inevitably Promise's first painting. But at the same time, it also became the bond that had bound him until now. But now, with the promise fulfilled and the bond no longer there, Promise, feeling a sudden shudder through his body as if he sensed something, swung his brush again. This time, however, he did not paint anew. He simply took out the painting that had already been completed. And this was also the reason why the gods who had interacted with Promise until now had come here one by one. And it was also the real reason why Hecate brought Medea. Because just by looking at them, one could undoubtedly understand everything about a boy in the fastest way possible. Promise waved his brush, pulling out the already completed paintings from the night sky. It was a painting where lanterns lit the night sky, making stars make way, a painting he had once made but had not perfected, which was now finally complete. In the painting, the lanterns sketched the night sky into the form of the moon goddess Artemis drawing her bow, and under such moonlight, Promise, amidst the blossoming white lilies in the forest, handed his painting to the beautiful moon goddess Artemis. This was the second painting of the night. Immediately after, he swung out his brush again, pulling out the third painting. It was in the sacred forest of Apollo, the god of light, where the goddess transformed into a silver laurel tree blossomed by a clear pool. In the painting, Promise held a golden 7-string harp, competing with his friend Orpheus. But it was not a competition, but a banquet. The god of light, Apollo, was among them. Many creatures, birds, rabbits, foxes, and the nymphs of the forest, came to hear the beautiful music played by the three and accompanied them. The sunlight shone on them, and the pool water reflected such a beautiful scene. This was the third painting. Then came the fourth. It was the road to the underworld, where Promise played his 7-string harp, illuminating the underworld, as the sacred Pegasus carried Persephone racing through the underworld, while Hades in the distant temple watched them approach, waiting for their arrival. And finally, Persephone came before him, and the two embraced. Then came the fifth painting. The painting was divided into two halves. One side showed the destiny that Clotho allowed him to glimpse at, where Demeter would unleash her fury on the earth due to Persephone's departure, and for some reasons, a scene of humiliation and crying. And on the other side was the goddess Persephone holding Demeter's arm, the two of them smiling together, walking in a garden bathed in sunlight. Facing this painting, Promise was silent for a while, then gave a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, he made the other half of the painting disappear, leaving only the beautiful scene that exists now. Finally, there was the sixth painting. Inside the temple of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, her maid, dressed in a maid's outfit, pushed Hephaestus, who was sitting in a wheelchair, along the temple's corridor. Inside the temple, the previously quiet and dull atmosphere had vanished, as the doll sisters busied themselves with their work, simultaneously showing him their brilliant smiles. And finally, Hephaestus entered a room. She picked up a sculpting tool, removed the mask from her face, and her long golden hair, nearly falling to the floor, shone with a glossy radiance under the sunlight. And she, then showed a gentle smile to the silhouette of a young man in the room, a tenderness Hera had never seen before. Thus, 6 paintings had been completed. In fact, there were 2 missing, one of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and one of Themis, the goddess of justice. Promise's agreement with Themis was that he would become a true hero when he returned the sword of judgment he held. And his agreement with Athena marked the end of all his journeys. As for the goddess of fate, Clotho, the destinies he had broken along the way, presenting different, beautiful futures to Clotho, were themselves like a painting. Now, Promise finally put down his brush, and these paintings, floating around him, also fell into his hands. At this moment, half of the 12 main gods of Olympus had been depicted. Chapter 104, Hera's Vow, a grand wedding witnessed by the gods. The first divine painting was of Hera. Because this ancient Greek goddess of highest honor was the goddess Promise chose to worship. This was also a promise he had made to Hera long ago. It also became an invisible bond for Promise. He had actually finished painting it early. The 12 main gods of Olympus, like the moon goddess Artemis, the god of light Apollo, the underworld king Hades, and the goddess of agriculture Demeter, were all depicted. Even before Promise himself realized it, he had already completed them. The content of his paintings was everything he had done so far. What he had achieved or rewritten. Although Promise hadn't realized it, the gods were very aware, for these were paintings of gods, they couldn't possibly not know. And if they didn't approve, how could they appear? Therefore, knowing that Promise was going to paint Hera, the gods who understood what this represented gathered here. In the sacred garden created by the goddesses Persephone and Demeter under the full moon's illumination, they witnessed the birth of 6 paintings. And Hephaestus, the only one not present here, had already had her maid doll, Miss Puppet, pushed her in a wooden wheelchair to the outside of the temple. From a distance, she watched Promise at this moment and showed a gentle smile. Those 6 paintings fell into the boy's hands and then vanished before him. But Promise felt that whenever he needed, he could reach into the sky and pull out any painting he desired. Because the brush was built by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, using the remnants of Uranus, who was the first god-king and king of gods in ancient Greek mythology, and the deification of the sky. That was why Hephaestus only made a brush for Promise, but did not make a canvas or an album for storing paintings. The sky was both Promise's canvas and his album. "Congratulations, my child," Hera said with a smile, tenderly watching the boy bathed in the moon's indulgent light. As he depicted the deities and witnessed all this, Promise's emerald eyes shone like stars, bright and dazzling. "Thank you." Coming back to his senses and looking at the goddess before him, he also smiled and said, "Thank you, esteemed goddess, for allowing me to be your follower. I am sincerely grateful, it is my fortune." Looking at the scene before him, hearing what Promise said, the expressions of the gods varied. Gods like Hades and Hermes didn't feel much, they just thought the scenery was nice and gave a knowing smile. But for the goddess of wisdom and the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. "Look, Athena, showing such unhappiness at this time isn't very becoming," said Hestia, the eldest of the gods, with pink hair and purple eyes, amused as she looked at the goddess pouting beside her, her face clearly unhappy. "Humphrey, Hera merely picked up a bargain. I've done much more than her. Damn, had I known from Clotho that Promise could also bring me glory, I should have acted sooner to seize it." Athena did not hide her dissatisfaction at all tonight, as if she had thrown away all the wisdom in her head. She gritted her teeth and spoke sourly in front of the gods. Given that even Hera had fully understood from the recent paintings that Promise would never casually change his faith, how could Athena not know? The words of Athena naturally amused gods like Hestia. But what about Clotho, Demeter, and even the quiet goddess of justice Themis? The second sister Lachesis, who was holding Clotho's hand, squatted down and pinched Clotho's equally puffed up cheeks in a funny way. And Themis, to witness this moment, once again removed the white cloth from her face, revealing her sky-blue eyes, then silently covered her eyes with the cloth again. Demeter, grabbing Persephone's hand, seriously said to her, "Daughter, I see you have a good relationship with that boy Promise. Look, you go and talk with Hades, just help me take Promise away from Hera. Wherever you go in the future, no matter how long, I won't bother you anymore." "Mother Goddess, you really are my good mother," Persephone responded, rolling her eyes wildly at her. "Apollo, I want it." Artemis, no longer caring about Atalanta, with her most devout follower right beside her, she grabbed Apollo's arm and shook it frantically. "I want him, I want Promise, I just want Promise." "Artemis, calm down, and I want it too," Apollo said helplessly. At this moment, Atalanta, surprisingly, did not react to their words because, being merely human, she was now completely absorbed into Promise's paintings, just as she had initially been captivated by the depiction of Pegasus. Medea, hanging on her teacher Hecate, was also immersed in Promise's paintings. She had been nearly scared silly by the arrival of the gods. After all, in the ancient Greek divine era, most people deeply respected and revered the gods. And such a massive gathering of gods was very rare even in the entirety of Greek mythology. Thus, the only two humans there had simultaneously entered into Promise's paintings. They wandered within those 6 paintings, witnessing everything Promise had done so far. Until the gods beside them thought it was about enough and woke them. "How about it?" Then, the goddess of the road, Hecate, smilingly looked at her beloved disciple and asked, "Do you know what kind of person he is now?" Medea, coming back to her senses, blinked blankly at Hecate. Clearly, she hadn't fully recovered. Atalanta's condition wasn't much better either. At this moment, Athena, who was in a bad mood, suddenly turned to glance at Medea and then at Hecate. Those golden eyes, representing absolute wisdom, seemed to see through something, thus, she didn't say much about their arrival. Then she looked around, reached out, and grabbed Hermes, who was happily enjoying the scene. Looking at Hermes, who was puzzledly staring at her, Athena flashed a radiant smile and said, "Hermes, let's chat, shall we?" Saying this, Athena unexpectedly raised her spear and lifted her shield. Hermes was taken aback, his eyes widening as he said, "Wait, Athena, we were just comrades in battle. That was then, this is now, don't run, stay put." With that, Athena chased after Hermes as he turned to run. Today, if she didn't vent, she knew that the next time she saw Promise, she would be abnormal, as the fire of jealousy was almost burning away her reason. In fact, the main thing was, Athena believed that initially, she was only a step away from capturing Promise. In the matter with Jason, if she had intervened, there would have been no room for Hera. But at that time, Athena found it amusing, so she chose to wait and watch, and now, the regret in her heart. Just as she raised her spear and charged at Hermes without a second word, Hera, covering her mouth with her hand slightly, couldn't help but chuckle. But she could only laugh now, if she discovered that her paradise and the golden apple sacred tree were nearly stripped bare by these two unscrupulous beings. Hera knew that the gods were watching nearby, as they never really thought to hide, especially when all 6 of Promise's paintings appeared. They were just short of coming directly over and crowding around the boy. So, Hera naturally saw everything. Having been frustrated for so long, she felt genuinely refreshed for the first time. Goddess Hera, what's happening? Following Hera's gaze, Promise, who was puzzled, looked around but saw nothing, and naturally felt confused. He was also puzzled about the surroundings. It was barren just a moment ago. How did it suddenly become so beautiful? Actually, this was not the first time. Whenever Promise focused on something, especially painting, he had more than once ignored everything around him, completely immersed in his own activities. It's nothing, child, I'm just too happy, Hera said with a smile, her beautiful amber eyes reflecting the moonlit youth in front of her. And child, you've grown taller. Hera said this, originally intending to pat Promise's head, but found that she couldn't reach him even on tiptoes. And on the heroic spirit job card, the one originally 16 years old was now 17. Unknowingly more than a year had passed, after experiencing so much and having already depicted 6 paintings, most of the childishness that he had when he first came down the mountain had faded from his face. He had now transformed from cute to handsome. Added to this was the accumulation of experiences thus far, adorned with an almost innate poet and painter's temperament. This made Hera, gazing at him, couldn't help but exclaim, "My child, you are so outstanding. Is there really a woman in this world who can match you?" Hearing this, just as Promise was about to say something with a smile. "It's decided." Hera's eyes lit up as if she suddenly thought of something, and she made up her mind. At this moment, Athena, as if she knew what she was going to do, stopped chasing Hermes and turned her head to look over. Outside the temple, Hephaestus, who was about to return to the temple, stopped her servant and looked over Hera again. "Promise, let's make a vow too." Hera smiled, her face showing an unusually brilliant smile because of the thought that flashed through her mind. She actually wanted to make a promise with him a long time ago. When it came to the matter of Demeter and Persephone, Hera had always been extremely jealous when she saw Athena, Themis, and Clotho stand up one after another. Therefore, at this moment, before Promise could react, Hera swore to him directly, "I swear in the name of Hera, the queen of the Olympian gods. I will promise my most beloved believer to hold a wedding that will be attended by all the gods and will be the grandest in the world. And his wife will be the most beautiful person on this world or the most virtuous person among the goddesses, because only this kind of person can be worthy of my most lovely believer." After saying this, looking at the completely dumbfounded person standing there staring blankly at her, Hera actually raised her head somewhat proudly and said softly, "Don't worry, child, I will definitely find a woman who is worthy of you. And let all the gods participate in your wedding and bless you." By the time she had finished speaking and the oath was completed, the scene turned quiet, unusually quiet. Athena did not chase Hermes anymore, but recalling everything about Promise so far, her beautiful golden eyes blinked, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. As for in the distant temple of Hephaestus, the goddess sitting in a wheelchair, who looked 70% similar to Hera and was the only one who knew the truth about marriage from the boy himself, smiled. She laughed very happily. Because Hephaestus understood that at this moment, a crack had finally appeared in the belief that would never change. Regardless of whether it was her or gods like Athena, once they noticed this crack, they would never let go of this only chance. Mother Goddess, all I can say is, truly befitting of you." Chapter 105, Promise's eyes suddenly become hollow. Hera, the Queen of Olympus, she is the 3rd-generation Queen of Heaven in ancient Greek mythology, also the goddess of marriage, and one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, co-ruler sharing power with Zeus. In the age of ancient Greek gods, the virgin goddesses Artemis, the moon goddess, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, presided over the virginity of young girls. When a girl was to be married, she would return her virginity belt to the temple to either Athena or Artemis, entering the married phase overseen by the goddess of beauty and Hera. Thus, in this era, it was said that if one's marriage received the blessing of Queen Hera, it would be the most beautiful and blissful marriage in the world. And any marriage granted by her was absolute and could not to be changed at will. It was for this reason that the king of the underworld, Hades, had Hera officiate his marriage with the queen of the underworld, Persephone. However, according to future mythological records, it can be concluded that the marriages witnessed and blessed by Hera, in most cases, were not blissful and happy, but rather seemed more like a silent curse. Thus, as Hera made her vow, in her moment of great joy, the goddess of fate, Clotho, couldn't help but touch the crystal ball in her bosom, which contained the thread of Promise's fate. She truly thought Hera was formidable, in all senses. Because she could see that the fate intertwined with Promise was now showing signs of loosening. Promise was stunned, his emerald eyes widened, staring blankly at Hera who, without waiting for his objection, directly made the vow. It's known that in the age of gods, actually, even outside that age, divine vows are absolute. Especially those sworn in the name of a deity, which are vows that must be fulfilled. This vow, like Athena's, was irreversible. Once made, any regrets later were futile, and the whole world would push forward to make the content of the vow a reality. Goddess Hera, you. Promise opened his mouth, having much to say yet finding himself at a loss for words at that moment. And since Hera couldn't peer into his thoughts through the strand of hair tied on his head, she naturally took his reaction for excitement and happiness. After all, this was a marriage bestowed by her, Hera, and it was the grandest marriage among mortals, one that all gods would attend. What an honor and wonderful thing it was. Don't worry, child. Therefore, Hera smiled, lifting her head proudly and promising, I will definitely find for you the most beautiful woman on earth, or the wisest goddess among the gods. Because only they are worthy of my most beloved follower, you. The most beautiful woman on earth. Promise actually knew who she was. That woman was Helen. She was the most tragic victim in the hands of the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. She was the daughter of Zeus and Queen Leda of Sparta, and in myth, Helen had the ability to mimic the voice of any woman. At the same time, she was the cause of the greatest battle in ancient Greek mythology, the Trojan War. Promise had never met her but had often heard others mention her. Because on the mountain of the centaur sage Chiron, a pair of twins often spoke of her to him, saying that if he ever came down from the mountain, he must find them and they would have their sister Helen welcome him. Although they both said this, neither actually took him down the mountain, so they too were noted in Promise's little book of grudges. These twins were none other than the future crew of the Argo, the divine twins Dioscuri. And they were born from a goose egg. Zeus, the king of gods, was fascinated by the appearance of the queen of Sparta. While she was bathing in the river, he transformed himself into a swan and forced her to have sex with him. By the way, because of Helen, one of Promise's friends, Theseus, who had defeated the Minotaur and escaped the labyrinth, later went to the underworld. He planned to abduct Queen Persephone of the underworld, but was punished and imprisoned by Hades, and it was Hercules who rescued Theseus. However, though he was rescued, once Theseus left the underworld, he immediately aged from a youth to a decrepit old man, thus retiring from the stage of heroes in Greek mythology. As for the wisest goddess among the gods, Promise knew her too. Moreover, this goddess is still related to the Argonauts that he is seeking. His friend, a student of the centaur sage, is named Peleus, who is the grandson of Zeus. This might not sound familiar, so let's mention another name. Achilles, who was dipped in the waters of the river Styx, making him invulnerable except for his heel. Yes, this Peleus is Achilles' father. And that most prudent goddess is named Thetis. This goddess, during the original Titanomachy, even protected King Zeus. Thetis was a sea goddess. Because of her beauty, status and virtue, both the king of gods Zeus and the god of the sea Poseidon pursued her, but neither of them could get her. And later, when Zeus learned from Prometheus the prophecy about her that the child she gave birth to would be more powerful than the child's father, Zeus forbade her to have a relationship with any god, so she eventually fell into the hands of Peleus. Thetis resisted and struggled against this, but under the pressure of Zeus, she was ultimately forced to accept this outcome. At this moment, Promise's eyes seemed to lose their sparkle. However, in fact, even without Hera's vow, these events were likely unavoidable for Promise. Whether it's the remaining paintings of the gods, the quest for the Golden Fleece, or his dealings with the delicate goddess of fate, Clotho, he had already set foot on this path. When one chooses to walk against the path of fate, his life is destined to be a journey on the road of destiny. He will always struggle against fate and paint the most beautiful destiny. The emotionless goddess of fate, Atropos, listening and observing the vows, suddenly spoke softly. Her words naturally attracted the curious attention of nearby deities like Hestia and Demeter. Hecate had little reaction, as she too is an observer of fate, but precisely because of this, she displayed a clear disdain. The sickly sister Lachesis, smiling, gently patted her sister Clotho's head and whispered with a light cough, "Have you had enough, Clotho? It's time for us to leave." Clotho nodded, took Lachesis's hand, and with their elder sisters, they were the first to exit. They are the goddesses of fate, observing and recording destiny. Even the destinies of gods are inevitable, thus they are among the least favored in the pantheon. Athena also regained her composure and then looked at Hermes, who, surprisingly, had not taken the opportunity to escape but stood firm at the front of the onlookers. After thinking it over, her mood had improved significantly, even becoming joyful upon realizing something, so there was no longer any need to vent her jealousy on Hermes. But since the spear and shield were already drawn, it would be embarrassing to just put them away. So, she decided to go ahead with the confrontation. With this thought, Athena once again approached Hermes. Hermes, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly felt a chill on his neck and instinctively looked back. Damn, Athena is still after me. Stop chasing, stop chasing. Chapter 106, Crazy Artemis. So, the fight is on. With that thought, Athena once again closed the distance to Hermes. Hermes had been enjoying the drama, but suddenly felt a chill on his neck and instinctively looked back. Damn, Athena is still after me. Stop chasing, stop chasing. Just a few hours ago, over the golden apple tree, they were as close as siblings. Although, technically, they were siblings or at least, half-siblings. But so quickly, that friendship capsized. As the two of them left, Hades also returned to the underworld, and seeing this, Hestia and Demeter also decided to depart. Soon after their departure, even Hera herself left. She left exceedingly happy, for not only had she obtained Promise's paintings, but she finally had a vow with Promise. Hera felt, with this vow, her relationship with Promise was now unbreakable. Those mistresses, Athena and Demeter, laughable, laughable, from now on they would have no chance to snatch Promise away from her. So, the reason Hera was in such a hurry to leave was to look for a wife for Promise. And until she left, Promise did not speak another word. The empty look in his eyes scared the Pegasus so much that he no longer dared to eat grass. Flapping his wings, Ours returned to the starry sky. I think I should switch to another goddess. The goddess teacher isn't bad, or at worst, I could turn to Athena. Or if that really doesn't work out, I might as well find an opportunity to commit suicide and end it all. As for the vow with Athena, upon reflecting about it carefully, it wasn't really that hard. Maybe I should go fight the Hydra, whose poison could even kill my teacher. Then accidentally getting poisoned and dying would be quite normal, right? If not, I could head to the underworld to find Typhon. I remember he should be in the abyss of Tartarus now. To challenge the mighty Typhon and die, that would be quite grand. With these thoughts, Promise's eyes gradually regained some sparkle. Regardless, marriage is absolutely out of the question. After all, Promise knew he was destined to die. Thinking of death yet going through a marriage, wouldn't that just be seeking misery? And the thought that if he really got married, there would be a high probability that he would encounter his wife in the future Holy Grail war in Chaldea. At this moment, Promise felt the impulse to draw his sword and slash at his own neck. Who would be willing to set themselves up in a Jura field for no reason? Not to mention Hera throwing in that vow about the most beautiful on earth, the wisest among goddesses. Is that a blessing any normal person could enjoy? Just as Promise was feeling utterly hopeless, his once firm belief in Hera intensely shaken. Promise? With all the gods gone, a beautiful huntress in emerald green attire reproached him at this moment. Blinking her holy azure eyes, she looked at him puzzled, slightly tilting her head and asking, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing her, Promise turned his head to look at her. And then he felt a sudden rush of emotion, almost throwing himself into Atalanta's arms. It was supposed to be such a beautiful night. Not only had he defeated the monster Chimera, fulfilling his vow to the goddess, but he had also managed to obtain 6 paintings, completing half the task of depicting the 12 Olympian gods. What a wonderful night it was supposed to be. But it's all ruined, because of a single vow from Hera. It's all over. Atalanta, I'm a bit tired. After a moment, resigned to his fate, Promise quietly sighed and asked Atalanta, could you help keep watch tonight? Although he was deeply troubled by such turn of event and his faith in Hera was severely shaken, Promise actually did not blame Hera in his heart. This was also the reason why he hesitated and did not interrupt Hera immediately. Firstly, Hera was unaware of Promise's true feelings. Currently, there was only one goddess who knew his idea, and that was Hera's daughter, Hephaestus. And even if she were the last person in the world, she would never tell her. Secondly, as the goddess of marriage, it was natural for Hera to bestow her most cherished child with the grandest marriage possible. Not only in her eyes but in the eyes of all the gods, this was undoubtedly the greatest blessing Hera could offer. After all, who would have guessed that Promise chose Hera, the goddess of marriage, precisely to avoid the divine thunderstorm of marriage? Even the goddess, known for her wisdom Athena, only deduced this from his reactions just now, realizing where she had been lacking all along. When Atalanta heard him, she looked into Promise's star-like bright emerald eyes and, before she could even respond, she had already nodded in agreement. Thank you, Atalanta, and for your bow. You've been very kind to me all along. Don't worry, Atalanta, I will definitely repay you in the future. As he handed the bow of heaven to Atalanta, Promise involuntarily reminisced about everything that had happened since he met her. Upon reflection, he felt like he indeed owed Atalanta a great deal. Whether it was the initial hunting rituals, the affair with the Pegasus, the painting of the moon goddess Artemis, or this recent borrowing of the bow. Although Atalanta was verbally harsh and unpolished, she had consistently offered significant help to Promise. Therefore, now, he naturally made a decision. As everyone knows, Atalanta dedicated everything to the moon goddess Artemis, and vowed to remain pure throughout her life and always believe in Artemis. Given this, Promise decided to fulfill Atalanta's wish. He decided to help Atalanta change her destiny. Immediately after, Promise leaned against a nearby tree, sat down, and fell asleep with his eyes closed. He fell asleep quickly and deeply, despite having just eaten a golden apple. After all, Whether it was those 6 paintings or the conquest of the Chimera, all had been done in a very short time, and it was normal for Promise to be exhausted. Seeing that he had actually fallen asleep like that, Atalanta looked at the sky, saw that it was getting late, and felt the night wind was a bit chilly, so she hurriedly went around to look for firewood and lit a fire. The fire illuminated Promise, who was quietly sleeping against the tree. Atalanta stood aside, looking at his sleeping face, and couldn't help but think of a sentence that she had heard by chance. When someone willingly shows their sleeping face in your presence, entrusting you with their vulnerability, even if you lightly push or call them and they do not wake, it means they see you as one of the most important and trusted people in their life. With this realization, the huntress was surprised to find herself sitting beside the boy without even noticing how she got there. Regaining her senses, she initially thought to stand up and leave, but as her holy blue eyes reflected his form, she hesitated for a long time before she couldn't resist gently nudging him and whispering, "Promise, are you asleep?" Then, Atalanta saw Promise's body gently sway, his eyebrows twitch slightly as if he was about to wake. Just as she saw this and her emotions became incredibly complex, Promise, who had swayed a little, ended up resting his head on her shoulder. And as Atalanta stiffened from the contact, Promise, who was lying on her shoulder, probably felt that the pillow was not comfortable enough, and shifted slightly, ending up more comfortably nestled in her lap. He even turned over, finding a more comfortable position to sleep. Ah, how wonderful! Witnessed all of this, the god of light Apollo, who was very happy. Apollo, who had watched Atalanta grow up and was mainly focused on the laurel tree goddess Daphne nowadays, genuinely thought this was really nice. But he entirely failed to notice that Artemis next to him had not only raised her bow at some point but even notched an arrow. Chapter 107, Queen Antea. In the end, the moon goddess Artemis naturally did not release her arrow. Not to mention Apollo was there watching, but also, with Promise so close to Atalanta, what if she accidentally hit Promise? In myth, Orion died in one version exactly like this. Apollo, the god of light, looked down on Orion from the bottom of his heart and thought that Orion was not worthy of the love of his sister. Artemis, the goddess of the moon, used an archery contest as a pretext, causing Artemis to draw her bow and shoot the distant, indistinct figure of Orion. Thus, after one night passed. The next day, when the sun god Helios and the night goddess Nyx exchanged their duties, there was some confusion about why Nyx left so late today. As the morning sunlight filtered through the leaves and shone on Promise and Atalanta below the tree, Promise, with a slight twitch of his eyebrows, finally opened his still somewhat groggy emerald eyes. He had slept very comfortably that night with a pillow that was not only soft but also fragrant, making the turning Promise want to indulge in a little more sleep, until he subconsciously looked up and saw Atalanta leaning against the tree, her head slightly tilted, sleeping so peacefully. The early morning breeze stirred the young girl's light yellow waist-length hair, and she was smiling faintly, seemingly enjoying a pleasant dream. Thus, after a moment of regaining his senses and carefully getting up from her, Promise looked at her for a while, and looking at the peaceful girl, he couldn't bear to disturb her. Then, rising to his feet, Promise also leaned against the tree and sat down next to Atalanta. He reflected on everything that had happened yesterday. Though Hera's vow had given him a slight headache and a sense of helplessness in the end, it was, after all, not malicious but entirely well-meaning and indulgent. Yet, ultimately, it was a fruitful night. Not only had he hunted the monster, Chimera, adding another accomplishment to his heroic spirit life, but he also completed half of the paintings of the Olympian gods. And thinking about the marriage, on deeper reflection, the problem wasn't really significant. After all, given Hera's attitude towards Promise, as long as he disagreed, she would certainly not force him. Thus, the control was actually in Promise's hands, he just needed to keep dragging it out. However, because of this vow, it was very likely that Hera would prospectively choose one woman or goddess after another to matchmake with Promise. And any woman who passed Hera's scrutiny must be extraordinary, which for any man wouldn't be a bad thing. Zeus would probably be envious to death if he knew. Unfortunately, the thought of getting married and the almost certain dramatic scenarios it would entail in the future meant he was genuinely uninterested. But who could tell the future? Even if it seemed unlikely, what if Promise later met a woman who truly moved his heart? In that case, Hera's vow would no longer be a problem. After all, this would be a marriage witnessed by all the gods, the grandest and most magnificent marriage on earth. How romantic that would be. With these thoughts, Promise glanced at Atalanta, who showed no signs of waking, and reached into the sky to pull out a pure white canvas of feathers. With a gentle tap towards the sky, a painting materialized before Promise. It was the painting of Pegasus, which he had torn up in the underworld, but now it had returned to his hands. This was the enlightenment that had came to him the night those 6 paintings appeared. With this paintbrush in hand, any painting that belonged to him could be retrieved. He shook the painting, tossing it aside, and then the sky Pegasus, which had returned to the stars, was called back by Promise. Putting his finger to his lips, and signaling the winged horse to stay quiet, the boy took out the golden 7-stringed lyre from the luggage Pegasus carried. This was the divine instrument of the god of light, Apollo, originally intended for Apollo's son Orpheus, but due to the events in the underworld, it now belonged to Promise. He remembered a small agreement he had with Atalanta from a few days ago, owing her a lyre and a painting. Pegasus crouched down wisely to the side. Promise then tuned his emotions and, closing his eyes, leaning against the tree, began to strum the strings of the lyre. The lingering, subtle sounds of the lyre rang out like clear spring water flowing, cleansing the mind and body. Under the sounds of his lyre, Atalanta slept even more peacefully. It was not until a long time later, when the music stopped, that Atalanta finally woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw Promise next to her, holding the 7-stringed lyre and smiling at her in greeting, and then she looked to the side at the lying Pegasus. Without saying much, the two did not discuss the events of the previous night. "What are you planning to do next?" Atalanta asked as she stood up and tidied her appearance, tying back the loose strands of hair by her ear. Promise thought for a moment but didn't immediately answer. Instead, he turned his head to look to the side. There, sitting on a nearby rock, was none other than one of the Olympian gods, the messenger Hermes, identified by his feathered hat and orange hair. He had arrived earlier while Promise was playing the lyre and had taken a seat there. And the Hermes that Promise and Atalanta saw now looked worn and haggard, unlike his usual elegant self. His face even seemed swollen, as if he had been chased and beaten. Seeing him like this, Promise blinked his eyes. Although he was a little curious, he naturally would not ask directly. After all, Hermes being beaten couldn't possibly have anything to do with him. "Go to Turin's, it's not far from here. King Proteus will receive you with great honors, and you can ask him for anything you want. After all, you defeated the monster Chimera and solved their problem. You deserve a corresponding reward. After that, you should return to your teacher in Chiron's cave, where someone is waiting for you, someone you've always wanted to meet. Athena asked me to tell you this." After speaking, Hermes, pulling his feathered hat down further, walked away. He didn't want to stay a moment longer, such a disaster. After all, who knew if Athena's threats of violence were serious, completely disregarding the camaraderie they had just shared plucking golden apples. Moreover, Hermes knew he had to hide for a while. The golden apple incident couldn't be kept secret for long. Hera would soon get wind of it, especially since the guards in the garden, who had been knocked out, were likely waking up by now. Athena probably wouldn't dare return to Olympus anytime soon, let alone him. In the goddess' words, "If I can't beat Athena, can I beat you, Hermes?" In addition to the bad things he had done all along, Hermes was very confident that as soon as Hera just waved her hand and gave the word to beat him up, Apollo and the others would definitely respond immediately, picking up their weapons and chase after them. With that, Hermes left. Atalanta, at his side, barely had time to react. Only after he was gone did she turn her puzzled gaze to Promise. "He is Hermes, the principal god. By the way, when I disappeared in the kingdom of Calydon, it wasn't that I left without saying goodbye, it was him who suddenly found me and took me away." Although Promise had indeed been planning to escape at the time, his words were none less true. Hearing this, Atalanta had only one thought. Everyone who randomly appears around you is some incredible god. Soon after, the two of them quickly prepared themselves and rode the Pegasus, led by the winged horse. They went to the kingdom of Turin's mentioned by Hermes. The king of this place had an exceptionally beautiful wife named Antea. She was none other than the queen in mythology who fell in love with Bellerophon at first sight, but ultimately failed in love, so she became angry and falsely accused Bellerophon of trying to force himself on her, which led to the incident of the monster Chimera. Chapter 108, Just Spread My Name This Time. After receiving the oracle, King Proteus, Queen Antea, and many guards and ministers were waiting outside the palace early. The handsome and graceful Pegasus, flapping its silvery wings, descended from the azure sky, bringing the hero who had vanquished the Chimera as foretold by the oracle. When the dark-haired, green-eyed youth appeared before them, everyone present couldn't help but be surprised, not only because the youth looked less like a hero and more like an elegant poet or painter but also because he seemed as dazzling as a god. Just then, a white-bearded old man came forward, leaning on a cane. He was the prophet of the kingdom who had received the oracle. He approached Pegasus with great reverence and said, "Hero from the Cave of Fears, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed and great one. This is our great King Proteus and the wise Queen Antea. We have received divine instructions and know of your great deeds. You have vanquished the Chimera that laid waste to our lands and saved our kingdom. Therefore, honored hero, please pause your journey and rest here for a while. We will offer you the highest gratitude and prepare the richest rewards." Then, under the gaze of everyone, Atalanta took Promise's hand, helping the fragile hero down from Pegasus. As soon as the boy stepped off, Pegasus Atalanta, whose perception was as sharp as that of a wild beast, suddenly turned her head and cast her gaze towards the queen whom the prophet had just introduced. The stunning Queen Antia. As if it were fated, the moment she saw Promise riding Pegasus to this place, the beautiful queen hopelessly fell in love with him. So, seeing Atalanta holding Promise's hand, her look became angry and jealous. Noticing this, Atalanta slightly furrowed her brow, turned back to look at Promise, about to say something, but then she suddenly stopped. Because Atalanta suddenly realized that she actually had no status or qualifications to influence his choice in this regard. So, as she fell silent, Promise approached the gathered crowd. With a gentle smile on his face that lacked the arrogance often shown by heroes after great feats, he spoke calmly, "Greetings to the noble king and the beautiful queen." Although Promise was merely offering polite compliments, the queen, overwhelmed with excitement at that moment, had already decided. She would meet with Promise tonight, no matter what. "It is an honor to meet you both, but I do not require lavish rewards, and I regret that I cannot stay here." Atalanta looked up in surprise upon hearing this as the boy continued, "I am bound by a divine oracle, and the gods direct my path, so I cannot stop." This statement stirred up the crowd. The elderly prophet stepped forward and said, "But Lord Promise, the gods have given us an oracle instructing us to show our highest gratitude to you, the hero. If that is the case, then please help me by spreading my name. I am Promise, a student of the centaur sage Chiron, a follower of Queen Hera. I will become a hero, a dazzling star of this era." Promise responded with a smile to the stunned crowd, "That, to me, is the highest form of thanks, the richest reward one can offer." Hearing this, Atalanta suddenly remembered the past. The bandits, the capture of Pegasus, and even the incidents in the kingdom of Caladon. Promise's sought rewards had always been the same. He really hadn't changed at all. As Atalanta thought this, she couldn't help but smile faintly. "Wait. I remember, at this time, he usually would. Oh, by the way, this is Atalanta, a follower of the moon goddess Artemis. She is like me." Before Promise could finish his words, Atalanta, who had finally come to her senses, suddenly stepped forward and covered his mouth. But it was all too late. Everyone now knew the names of Promise and Atalanta. Thus, the legend of their battle against the Chimera began, and in that legend, the two of them. He was like the god of light, Apollo, a handsome and dazzling young man. She was like the moon goddess, Artemis, a beautiful and pure woman. As Promise was about to leave, the beautiful queen couldn't help but step forward, approaching him, pleading with him to stay. But the boy did not even spare her another glance, politely declining before returning to Pegasus. The winged horse then spread its wings and soared into the blue sky before all eyes. Wasn't that queen very beautiful? Pegasus was standing on the horse, looking at the crowd below, which was getting smaller and smaller. And there was the queen, who was still looking at this place from afar with a dazed look in her eyes until now. Seeing which, Atalanta couldn't help but speak to Promise. "Ah." The latter turned his head, looking somewhat bewildered at Atalanta. "She is certainly beautiful. The king looks so old, but I didn't expect him to be so blessed. But what does this have to do with me?" Looking at his puzzled expression, Atalanta simply shook her head and said, "Never mind." Hearing this, the boy couldn't help but tilt his head as he looked at the smile that inadvertently appeared on the girl's face. Pegasus observed all this, at the same time, feeling the gaze of a familiar goddess in the distance. He couldn't help but shake his head. "Poor girl, good luck to you." Atalanta was one of the two who had been fortunate enough to witness the events of the previous night. Oh, and speaking of the other person. Meanwhile, in the underworld, within Hecate's divine realm, Medea, dressed in a light purple magical outfit, watching her familiar, a butterfly of the underworld, playing with her teacher, finally couldn't help but quietly ask, "Teacher Hecate, didn't you say you would have promised take me to see my exorcist?" At that, Hecate, with her striking red eyes, glanced at her beloved student and rolled her eyes, saying wearily, "What, you're so eager to leave me?" "No, of course not, Teacher Hecate, I just. As she spoke, Medea's face turned red. Seeing this, Hecate became even more exasperated. "I'm saying, you really let that troublesome guy hook your soul away in an instant? Couldn't you resist a little?" "Teacher, what are you talking about? I'm not hooked." Medea protested loudly, recalling everything she had seen the day before. "I just think that he's really an impressive person." "Impressive? Isn't that troublesome? And you said you haven't been hooked. How about I conjure a mirror so you can take a good look at yourself?" Medea was speechless, then simply turned her head away and ignored her teacher. Before coming here, Medea had been very much in awe of Hecate. After all, her family had always told her how mysterious, beautiful and great the goddess Hecate was since she was a child. Even her Aunt Circe said the same. But after arriving, she found that, while mysterious and beautiful. Etc. etc. were true, she didn't look like a goddess at all. Oh, okay, I won't say anything. Seeing her student ignoring her, Hecate said with a smile, and I will certainly do what I promised you, but we don't need to go find him. In a few days, he will come to find you on his own. 2 to 3 days later, Promise returned to the cave on Mount Pelion. Atalanta did not accompany him because she suddenly received an oracle from Artemis midway. So, under the watchful eyes of Pegasus, she went to see the goddess she believed in, Artemis. Back in the cave, Promise immediately met the friend whom Hermes had mentioned, the one he had always wanted to see. It was none other than the most famous hero of all ancient Greek mythology. The great hero, Hercules. However, Promise quickly realized it was not a good time to return. Even before fully grasping the situation, he was so startled he almost turned around and ran. Because Hercules, who was tall and strong, and looked like a statue made by God, was in stark contrast to his delicate Promise, at this moment, was squatting in front of the angry Chiron. The latter, who had a ruler in hand, had lost his usual calm and was sternly reprimanding him. Even Promise, who had once been caught after secretly running away from the mountain, had never seen Chiron this angry. So swallowing hard and realizing something was wrong, he was too about to sneak away for the time being. Promise, I heard your footsteps, come here. With his body stiffening at the call, Promise had no choice but to return. When Hercules saw Promia, he was so excited that he wanted to stand up and say hello, but after being glared at by Chiron, he obediently continued to squat. After exchanging glances with Hercules and blinking, the curious Promise walked over and asked Chiron, Teacher Chiron, what did Hercules do to make you this angry? Tell me, and I'll help you scold him thoroughly. Promise was genuinely curious. He had never seen Chiron this furious before. Even when he had been constantly seeking death, Chiron had never lost his temper like this. It's all because of you. Chiron, looking at Promise's innocent face, was both amused and frustrated. Me? Promise, widening his eyes and pointing at himself, said, Wait, Teacher Chiron, I haven't done anything. Hercules has been down the mountain for so long, but I just saw him today. Now, the gods are saying that to see you, they need to prepare a golden apple. The golden apple is the treasure of Queen Hera, the queen of Olympus, so, for your sake, the goddess of wisdom and the divine messenger teamed up to find Hercules and, while Queen Hera was fully focused on you, took him to steal the golden apples. Hearing this, Promise, stunned and blank, was still trying to process the information, when another news struck like a cannon. In fact, if he had just stolen them, then, it wouldn't have mattered that much. Even if he stole dozens or more, as long as Hercules gave you all the golden apples, I think the noble queen will not do anything to Hercules for your sake because they were originally for you. However, Hercules, you are really brave. What exactly did Athena and Hermes tell you that you dared to chop down the golden apple tree? What the hell? As Promise listened in disbelief, Chiron, rubbing his temples, gestured to the side. Following his direction, the boy saw a golden apple tree planted next to a spring, gently swaying. I only cut a little bit. Hercules, unable to raise his head, quietly defended himself. Lord Hermes told me it was okay. He said the golden apple tree was so big, a little cut wouldn't matter, and if I brought it back, Chiron could replant it. That way, Promise wouldn't run out of golden apples. At this moment, both Chiron and Promise fell silent. Meanwhile, just recently returned to Mount Olympus. At Hera's place, she had just arrived to find 3 nymphs in her temple, faces filled with panic and fear, trembling as they awaited her return for a long time. They were known as the Hesperides, along with the 100-headed dragon Ladon, guarding the golden apples in Hera's garden for the queen. Chapter 109, Let's make this a big deal. Ancient Greek gods, Mount Olympus. Temple of Hera, Queen of Heaven, inside the temple. The most noble goddess in the world, Queen Hera, sat on the queen's throne, with beautiful golden curly hair pouring out from under the crown. Her amber eyes shining as she looked at the 3 nymphs and the Hesperides who were guarding the golden apples on her behalf. From her smile it was clear that she was in a good mood. Looking at them she said, Why are you here? I was just about to go look for you. Hearing this, the 3 beautiful nymph fairies couldn't help but be stunned. Did she know everything? But it doesn't look like that. After all, she's obviously smiling so happily. I'm going to hold a grand celebration in a few days. Go pick some golden apples this time and send them to the gods. Well, send one to Athena as well, so she won't say I'm stingy behind my back. Hera said this with a smile on her face, and at this moment, she looked very proud. Because giving the golden apple to Athena was not out of kindness, but was intended to deliberately make her angry. Now, after receiving Promise's painting and making a vow with him, Hera believed that her relationship with the boy was unbreakable. And now, Athena and the others no longer have any chance. Therefore, Towards this mistress who was eager to get promoted, Hera felt that as a noble and kind person, she should show the magnanimity of a principal wife. When the three nymphs heard this, they looked at Hera, who was in a very good mood, and then looked at each other, their expressions suddenly becoming very wonderful. Then, they were crying, pushing and pulling each other, and no one dared to stand up for a while. Hera, why are you suddenly in such a good mood? You are planning to hold a celebration and distribute golden apples to everyone? At this moment, Hestia, the eldest sister with pink hair and purple eyes, walked in and said to Hera in front of her with a smile. Seeing Hestia coming, the latter stood up from the throne, came to her, took her hand, smiled happily and said, "Sister, didn't you see everything that night? The child's painting, now don't we still need Zeus and Ares?" Hestia heard this and asked Hera curiously, "But I remember, isn't this the promise between you and that daughter of yours?" "But it's also that child's wish," Hera replied. "He wants to become a great hero, and this is an unprecedented feat. As his goddess, how could I not help him? Moreover, he has already completed half of it. You must also be looking forward to seeing him collect all the paintings, right, sister?" Seeing Hera winking at her, Hestia couldn't help but laugh and said, "I understand, you're asking me to quickly give him the painting, right? Actually, I don't resist this, but so far, every one of his paintings has been so special and beautiful. It can't possibly fall short when it's with me, can it?" Hestia recalled the 6 paintings she saw that night and finally understood why Athena and Demeter had been competing with Hera. Even Zeus had been ignored by Hera during this time. Hera thought for a moment and realized this was true. She had always been envious and anticipated Promise painting for her, even suppressing Artemis and Demeter's paintings until the other night when it all burst out. Thus, the current situation is that none of the 12 Olympian gods reject the boy. Instead, they are all eagerly awaiting his arrival. But the gods' expectations are not easy to satisfy. "Why haven't you left yet?" Hera, pondering these thoughts, suddenly noticed the 3 nymphs hadn't left and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Didn't I ask you to pick the golden apples for the upcoming banquet?" Looking at their expressions after hearing Hera's words, Hestia also blinked her violet eyes curiously at them, as she had already sensed something was off with their emotions. At this moment, the 3 nymphs who had been listening all along felt like the maid who had been constantly worried about being discovered. No, they were even more scared. Under the gaze of Hera and Hestia, they couldn't withstand the pressure and started crying. As they cried, they despairingly and intermittently explained the situation with the golden apples. Hercules hadn't lied to Promise and Chiron. He did cut off only a small part, so the golden apple tree was still alive. But as for the golden apples on the tree, who did it? Now aware of what happened, Hera's once gentle eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage, and the entire temple shook with her anger. Faced with Hera's questioning, the 3 nymphs cried even harder because they truly didn't know who did it. They suddenly felt very tired that day and fell asleep. When they woke up, the golden apple tree had been stripped bare. Not only them, but even the 100-headed dragon Ladin had fallen asleep at that time. Hearing this and looking at the useless 3 nymphs, Hera, in her rage, was about to give them the harshest punishment by throwing them into the abyss of Tartarus in the underworld, a place for imprisoning gods and punishing those who committed eternal sins. "Hera, let them leave first," Hestia, who had been listening thoughtfully, said with a smile to Hera, who frowned at her. "I think I know who did it. If it's truly them, these 3 did not commit a major mistake." Although Hera was puzzled, seeing Hestia's confident look, she suppressed her anger and let them leave first. After they left, crying with relief, she asked with a dark expression, "Who?" "If I guessed correctly, it should be Athena and Hermes." As for the reason, Hestia saw Hera's bewildered then suddenly enlightened expression and covered her mouth, chuckling without continuing. Hera had banned the gods from giving golden apples to Athena. Athena must have found someone and ended up at Hestia's place. Hestia still remembered Athena's anxious appearance. If not for this, Hestia might not have gone to meet Promise. As for Hermes, he had a history of mischief. He once stole Apollo's cattle for fun and got a severe beating for it. Moreover, knocking out the nymphs and even the 100-headed monster Ladin could only be done by Hermes with his caduceus. Recalling what Promise said when he left Hephaestus's temple, Athena and Hermes knew his situation all along but deliberately didn't tell Hera and only returned that night. Hera's face turned completely dark. She wasn't stupid and understood that this wasn't a guess but the truth. She then turned to leave the temple, but Hestia quickly stopped her. "Hey, Hera, where are you going?" "Of course, to settle the score with them," Hera said furiously, her voice echoing through the temple, causing many gods outside to look up curiously. They speculated that Zeus might have been caught cheating again by Hera. "It's useless, Hera. Think about it, so many days have passed. They must have already hidden." And Hestia didn't immediately continue. After all, Hermes was easy to deal with, but Athena? Even if you caught her, what could you do? In terms of wisdom, she was the first among the gods. In terms of combat, she was second only to Zeus. Although Hera's son Ares was the god of war of Olympus. According to mythology, this war god had been beaten by Athena so badly that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. So, after thinking it over, Hestia continued, "And Hera, do you think Athena would act personally and let you catch her?" "I estimate she didn't act directly but had someone else do it." Although Hera was almost exploding with rage, she strangely calmed down. Mainly, because she had to deal with Zeus's infidelity and had often been angered by Athena and the other goddesses due to promise throughout the year. Over time, Hera had gained experience. So, she understood Hestia was right. It wasn't about whether she could catch Athena. After all, even if she did, it wouldn't help. "Do you mean to let her go?" "No, this time, I must teach her a lesson," Hera said excitedly. Stealing the golden apple tree was one thing. But what was Athena's reason for stealing the golden apples? It couldn't be for herself, right? Oh my god, she was targeting my believer, holding on and not letting go, right? Moreover, Hera realized something else. Those two unreliable fellows, Athena and Hermes, had stripped the golden apple tree bare. Now, what would she do? She had just run out of golden apples. Hestia blinked, understanding from her experience with Hephaestus and the paintings that night, the true reason for Hera's anger. Neither Athena nor Hera cared about the golden apples but about promise. Hestia found this very amusing. She even thought Zeus should be called back to see this wonderful scene. He would probably be bewildered. After all, Hera's current attitude was no different from catching a mistress, only now she was catching her believer's mistress, and the mistress was the goddess Athena. "Well, how about this, sister? I'll help you capture Hermes," Hestia thought for a moment and then smiled. "If we plan to deal with Athena, we at least need to know what's going on, and we need Hermes to help us." All the gods knew that Athena was the smartest, and Hermes was the most cunning. Hearing this, if it were any other time, Hera should have been very happy. After all, she had a reliable helper. However now, she was stunned instead. Looking at the beautiful smiling Hestia before her, she couldn't help but swallow. If you only look at appearances, Hestia undoubtedly seemed like a very gentle goddess, just like the agricultural goddess Demeter. Moreover, Hestia's proud figure and natural charm made her even more noticeable than Demeter. Therefore, whether on Olympus or among humans, she was highly adored. Even in the chaotic ancient Greek mythology, there were no scandalous stories about this goddess, and only praises. But what kind of goddess their eldest sister really was, if others didn't know, didn't they, as her siblings, understand? Why were there no scandals about her in mythology? Why hadn't any of those old Greek perverts ever touched Hestia? Because they didn't dare. Hera had no doubt that if Hestia said she could capture Hermes, then even if Hermes hid at the ends of the earth, their eldest sister would definitely capture him. "Sister, you plan to help me, right?" Hera asked uncertainly, blinking at Hestia, who immediately put on a very hurt look and grabbed the fleeing Hera. With a bright smile and a sad tone, she said, "My dear sister, what are you talking about? Of course, I'm on your side. How could I not help you when they bully you like this?" It sounded reasonable, but if you think about it, aren't you also the aunt of Athena and Hermes? Hera suddenly felt like she was making a wrong decision. But thinking about what Athena and Hermes did, she got so angry that her chest felt tight, so she gritted her teeth and said, "All right. I believe you, sister. This time we must teach Athena a lesson." "Great," Hestia replied happily. "Let's make a big deal out of this. But sister, if Hermes really hides, I might not be able to find him, so I'd like to borrow someone from you." Just as Hera had made up her mind, she saw Hestia's smile become even more radiant, and a bad feeling crept into her heart. "Who do you want to borrow?" "Of course, your lovely little believer." Promise Chapter 110, Complex and angry at the residence of the wise centaur Chiron, in the sunny cave of Mount Pelion. "Teacher Chiron, I understand that you want to punish Hercules. After all, he did make a mistake, but why do I have to be punished as well?" Promise lifted his head and looked at the tall and mighty centaur Chiron in front him. Then he glanced at the side where Heracles had been thrown out by Chiron, whose terrifying strength had formed a huge pit in the ground. Well, the big guy still hadn't woken up from it. And now Promise was feeling very aggrieved. Chiron's punishment was simple and brutal. It was a whip of love. Which meant a beating. Nicely put, it was a battle, but if it was a real fight, Chiron was no match for Heracles. Well, only if he dared to fight back. He dared? Of course, he dared not. As for Promise, let's not talk about fighting back. Chiron might even have to beg him, begging not to be kicked into the underworld by him. After all, even his casual tap might send him on his way. Hearing his words, Chiron glanced at the boy, his face returning to its usual gentle smile as he said, "So, may I ask, who disobeyed the teacher and secretly went down the mountain with Jason?" "Ah, wait a minute, teacher, you clearly said you didn't mind last time when I came back." "Did I?" Chiron tilted his head, thinking for a moment. Then, under Promise's wide-eyed, incredulous gaze, this gentle teacher, who hadn't been driven mad yet, smiled warmly and said, "I forgot." After saying it, the next second, the centaur Chiron charged at Promise. Before the boy could react, he skillfully gave him a solid flick on the head. And the pain made Promise pass out instantly, but it didn't cause any harm to his body. Well, one must admit, in the entire Greek mythological era, only Chiron, this teacher, could control the strength of hitting Promise so precisely that it wouldn't cause him harm. Later, when the boy woke up, it was already dark. He was lying on the ground, but Chiron, who was really worried that Promise might catch a cold, had already covered him with a grass blanket. "Promise, you're awake?" Just as Promise woke up and hadn't fully reacted, Hercules, tbh I might use any name as I see fit, appeared in his line of sight with an embarrassed look. Hearing this, the boy blinked, then sat up, lifting the blanket, and looked around in confusion, asking, "Where is Teacher Chiron?" "Oh, you mean the teacher? He went hunting, saying you rarely come back, so he wanted to prepare a good dinner for you." Hearing this, Promise felt very touched and said, "Indeed, I knew the teacher still loves me. Oh, and by the way, he told you to wait patiently and not run away. He will give you a thorough assessment tonight to see if you have been lazy over the past year." Hearing this, the boy threw off the blanket, stood up swiftly, and said seriously to Hercules, "It's really great to see you again, but now is clearly not the time to reminisce, so goodbye." After saying this, he turned around and wanted to leave, even taking out his paintbrush, ready to summon Pegasus. But Heracles grabbed him by the scruff and lifted him up effortlessly. Heracles, the most powerful hero in the ancient Greek mythology, not only looked like a statue crafted by the gods, with muscles and blood filled with pure internal magic power which shall be called divine power, but he was also 2.5 meters tall. He looked like a small giant. Thus, in front of him, Promise's struggle seemed as futile as an ant facing an elephant. As Heracles carried him back to Chiron's wooden cabin, soon, Chiron returned from his hunt. He brought back abundant spoils, and upon entering, the first thing he saw was Promise sitting by the window with a despondent look and immediately understood what had happened. Unable to help but smile, he said, "All right, stop pretending and come help me. I won't blame you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Promise's expression changed instantly. He jumped up from his seat and walked towards Chiron with a smile on his face. This situation made Hercules, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud twice. Although there were only 3 people in the wooden house which was dimly lit by candlelight, it seemed very lively. Later, Promise even summoned Pegasus to join the small dinner party. During the dinner, Heracles looked at the handsome Pegasus and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the legendary meteor you tamed, Promise?" "No, you're mistaken, Heracles." However, the boy corrected with a smile. "I didn't tame brother Pegasus, because we are the best of friends." When Promise said this, even Pegasus was taken aback. And Heracles immediately stood up and apologized to Pegasus. "By the way, Heracles, why did you steal the golden apples?" Promise then asked the question that had been puzzling him for quite a while now. After all, having spent so much time with Heracles at Chiron's place, he knew very well what kind of person this guy was. Contrary to his giant-like height that could strike fear in the mind of an enemy and the oppressive power brought by his strength, Heracles was like a perfect hero crafted by the gods, with a gentlemanly demeanor and noble character. Well, let's not talk about what happened later in the mythology. Under normal circumstances, even if Athena and Hermes persuaded him, he wouldn't steal. Well, at least, he wouldn't have stripped the golden apple tree bare, and even cut off a part of it. Hearing his words, Heracles remained silent for a while, hesitating on how to respond. "He did it for you and Meleager." In the end, Chiron, despite being somewhat angry and more so hopeless with Heracles' actions, answered in his place. "When he learned from Athena and Hermes about what you had done so far, he understood that even if he refused, Orpheus and Meleager, who were saved by you, would certainly agree to the requests of those 2 gods." Hercules naturally knew that his actions would completely anger the Queen of Heaven. But whether for the sake of Promise or Meleager and the others, he finally chose to face this anger. Anyway, his relationship with Hera has never been good. Upon hearing this, Promise felt a mix of emotions and anger. The complexity was obviously towards Athena because he had always received too much help from her, and their relationship was so good that even Hera and Demeter had been jealous. So, even if she did something much worse, he would never get angry, much less blame her. And that's for something far worse, Let's not speak about something as simple as this. Not to mention he was the reason why she did it. So, he was a bit speechless against her, but what does this have to do with Hermes? Chapter 111, Don't worry, his relationship with Athena was good. As for Hermes, Hercules, don't worry. I will seek an explanation from Goddess Athena and Hermes for you, Promise said seriously after a moment of silence. His words made Hercules puzzled as he did not understand what the latter meant. Chiron, on the other hand, relaxed his expression. After all, he understood the weight of Promise's words very well. Although Chiron never left his place, he had always seen everything his student had done so far. After all, this centaur sage was technically the half-brother of Zeus and Hera, a true god. So, from Chiron's perspective, Hera, Athena, and other goddess vying for Promise was like sisters competing with nieces over a student. Promise, I'm sorry. Chiron then apologized sincerely to Promise. Protecting his student should have been his duty as a teacher, but he could not do it. It's all right, teacher. Actually, even without this incident, I would have found Hercules. After all, not only do I need to seek revenge, but I also need his help with my work. Moreover, this is my agreement with the goddesses and the path I chose. Promise smiled nonchalantly and answered, I want to become a star admired from the heavens and end my life in the most magnificent way as a great hero. Chiron, who was originally smiling, couldn't help but give Promise a light knock on the head upon hearing the word end. The path of becoming a hero is about shaping the future through destiny. This was Promise's chosen path, a vow with the goddesses. As for Heracles, Promise knew very well the stories of this most famous Greek hero. From birth, Hercules was persecuted and hated by Hera. Soon after he was born, Hera let a poisonous snake bite him, but unexpectedly he caught the snake with his bare hands and even played with it. That was a monster sent by Hera. Could it be an ordinary poisonous snake? With such strength, you could say compared to the sky. No, well, Promise was more fragile than Hercules, when the latter was just a baby. Promise, with golden apples plus plot armor less than baby Hercules, well, in the future, Heracles, under Hera's curse, lost his sanity and killed his wife and children with his own hands. Speaking of heroes, Promise is already a hero now, Heracles said, recalling how Athena boasted about Promise with pride and admiration. Before the boy could respond, of course, he's already a great hero. In fact, most people in this era owe him a debt of gratitude, Chiron replied with emotion. Demeter's future that made the earth barren. He changed that. Although now, it was lost in the annals of history, unknown and unnoticed by anyone, Chiron knew it clearly. I see, Heracles, fully trusting his teacher, said to Promise with a cheerful smile. I always knew it would be this way. I've always believed in you, Promise, believing you would become an even more dazzling hero than me. Don't be like this, or I'll leave. Promise responded uncomfortably to such praise, which made the quiet Pegasus neigh twice in a teasing manner. After all, even on his heroic spirit card, he was an absolutely rare 5-star heroic spirit. By the way, speaking of heroes, how is teacher Jason doing now? Promise suddenly remembered that it had been almost a year since he left Jason. There's still about half a year, Chiron answered, pausing slightly before saying, actually, it would have been longer, but recently the goddess of wisdom has stepped in to help, so your voyage will start in about half a year. Athena. She didn't hide? Hearing this, Promise was a bit surprised. After all, stealing the golden apples have completely enraged Hera. That is the Queen of Heaven. But oh well, Chiron just smiled in response. She is Athena, after all. At this moment, Hercules suddenly said, speaking of Jason, Maliger and the others have already sent me a message saying they've arrived. Oh, by the way, they also asked me, if I saw you, Promise, to ask if you know a woman named Io and another named Aegina. Hearing his words, the boy was taken aback for a moment. Of course, he knew Io and Aegina. But what about them? Chiron, who heard this, suddenly laughed, even somewhat strangely. Actually, it's not just them. Now, you also have to add a queen, he laughed. They're all looking for you, Promise. Looking for me? Promise tilted his head in confusion and asked, why are they looking for me? They're looking for you because you stole something from them, and it's the most precious treasure of their lives. At this moment, fourth voice suddenly spoke. To everyone's surprise, Hermes, wearing a feathered hat and with a bright smile, pushed the door open and walked in. He, who should have been hiding until eternity, had reappeared. After saying goodbye to Promise and Atalanta that day, he had looked for many hiding places but was never satisfied with what he found. However, while wandering aimlessly in the world, the clever and cunning Hermes finally realized something. So, he came back. He came to the side of the person most dangerous in the Golden Apple affair. But also the safest person, in front of him. Before leaving, Athena had specifically asked Hermes to convey the oracle, asking Promise to return to Chiron and meet with Hercules. This was because the goddess of wisdom knew that when Hera learned about the Golden Apple affair, Promise's side would be the safest place. Also, due to the path he chose in front of the goddess of fate, Clotho, and his relationship with Hera and Hercules, it was undoubtedly the right moment. However, this safety point didn't apply to Athena. After all, even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone Hera. If she dared to be around Promise now. According to the legend of ancient Greek mythology, the Argonaut, which was famous throughout ancient Greece, was actually built with the help of Athena. Thus, having stolen the Golden Apple, Athena now chose to help, completing what was originally her work, and also showing a little weakness to Hera. Promise had long wanted to meet Heracles, not for any other reason but because of the numerous legends surrounding him, hoping to gain more experience. But at the beginning, he was suppressed by Athena. Because Athena knew very well that since the birth of Hercules, her father, the most powerful god of the time, Zeus, had been secretly watching Hercules for some reason. So, at that time, Promise was obviously unqualified and thought it was too dangerous in every sense. As for now, Jason's hometown, in the kingdom of Iolcus. A beautiful goddess, wearing a pure white dress, with her silver hair down to her waist was sitting by the river. At this moment, her beautiful golden eyes looked up at the sky, in the direction of the holy Mount Olympus. My great father god, how do you view this child? This child, who had repeatedly altered fate, even to the point of changing the fates of the principal gods. Chapter 112, Hermes, let's play a battle royale. You run, I'll chase in the cave of Pelion Mountain, the place where the centaur sage Chiron gives his lessons. Promise, you have to help me this time. Hermes, wearing a feathered hat and with squinted eyes, put on a pitiful expression and pleaded with the boy. Hercules, who was watching the god's shameless behavior at the feast, stood dumbfounded. Chiron, on the other hand, remained calm. After all, it was impossible for him not to notice Hermes' arrival. Since he didn't intervene, it was clear he had already guessed Hermes' intentions. The reasoning was simple. Since he had stolen Hera's golden apple, running away was futile. No matter where he hid, Hera would eventually find him. Therefore, the only option was to find a way to resolve the situation. In this case, Promise, who had repeatedly altered destined events and was Hera's favored devotee, was undoubtedly the best candidate to help. Now that I think about it carefully, it's clear I was deceived by Athena. Hermes said as he walked in uninvited, placing a golden apple in front of Promise. Stealing the golden apple did me no good, it only enraged Hera. Athena, of course, has nothing to fear, but I. He sat down, took off his hat, and continued with a miserable expression, but if I get caught, I'll surely be thrown into the abyss of the underworld. So, Promise, let's make a deal. If you can convince Hera to stop blaming me, I'll give you my painting. Promise, unfazed by Hermes' pleading, thought for a moment before asking, Honorable Hermes, I've often heard that you are a clever and witty god. So, can you tell me why, knowing it wasn't in your best interest, you decided to steal the golden apple with Athena? Promise didn't believe for a second that Hermes was unaware of the consequences of stealing the golden apple. Hearing this, Hermes squinted at the boy for a moment, thought it over, and replied, What if I told you I was forced by Athena? Promise remained silent, simply watching him. Meeting his beautiful green eyes, Hermes suddenly seemed to understand something. He glanced at Hercules and Chiron before laughing. Oh, I see now. You're upset because we dragged your teacher and friend into this. All right, I surrender. With a cheerful smile, Hermes raised his hands in surrender. Watching the smiling, squinting Hermes, Promise's suspicions were confirmed. His initial feeling was right. This guy was a troublemaker. But let me clarify, Athena was the mastermind. I was just an accomplice. As for the reason, it's just as you're thinking. Because it was fun. Yes, Hermes knew the consequences of stealing the golden apple and even guessed that Athena involved him to force him to hand over the painting. But knowing that didn't matter. He couldn't resist such an interesting situation. In fact, he added fuel to the fire by encouraging Hercules to chop down the golden apple tree. It's like this, then, Promise nodded, his face showing no extra emotion. When Hermes arrived and offered his painting to Promise, he had already guessed the general situation. I think this shouldn't be too difficult. If you sincerely apologize, the beautiful and kind goddess Hera will surely forgive you, Promise added. Even Promise could guess that Hera's true anger wasn't primarily directed at Hermes or Hercules but rather at Athena, who orchestrated the theft. Thus, Hermes' involvement was indeed the easiest to resolve. What Promise didn't notice was Chiron's sudden change in expression as he spoke, and even Pegasus stood up. Tonight's unexpected guests were a bit too many. Hermes noticed this too. Initially stunned, he turned to run but then he realized it was a good opportunity so he quickly said, So, you're agreeing to help me plead with Goddess Hera, and in return, I'll give you my painting afterward. As soon as Hermes finished speaking, the two people outside stopped and didn't push the door open. Thinking about it, I really have no reason to refuse, Promise replied. After all, if I just help a bit and can get your painting, it's a great deal for me. Moreover, if you're willing to help, with your wisdom and ability, you could also help Hercules and prevent Goddess Hera from blaming my friend. Of course, I'll help. Hermes responded, adjusting his feathered hat with a smug smile. So, Promise, you have decided to help me plead with the Honorable Queen Hera, right? Chiron watched, wanting to warn his student but realizing it was too late. Pegasus, meanwhile, quietly started moving towards the window, planning to jump out unnoticed, a skill honed from much practice. Just as Hermes thought he could get away with this and enjoy the spectacle, Promise smiled brightly and said, "No, I refuse." Hermes' triumphant smile froze. Chiron and Hercules were both stunned, as were the people outside. Only Pegasus remained calm, jumping out of the window and beginning to graze on the grass as if nothing had happened. "I should help you, God Hermes, given what you said. And thinking about it, Goddess Athena might really intend for me to get the painting from you," Promise said. Hermes, snapping out of his shock, couldn't understand. "If you know that, why refuse? Lying to a god is pointless, they can sense the determination behind your words." "There are many reasons," Promise said. "For instance, you dragged my friend and teacher into this mess. You didn't just steal the golden apple but also encouraged Hercules to cut down part of the tree for Chiron." Feeling a chill down his spine, Hermes quickly defended, "Wait, Promise, that was all Athena's idea. I was forced." "Why are you still saying that, esteemed Hermes?" Promise asked, puzzled. "You admitted you participated willingly because you thought it was fun." Hercules, sensing the danger, looked outside cautiously. "And why would you ask for my help? You stole from the goddess I worship, the Queen Hera." Promise's loyalty to Hera was clear, and he had even angered Hephaestus over it. Hera, though known for her jealousy, had never wronged Promise and even protected and favored him. "I agreed to help Hercules because he stole the apple and damaged the tree for me. But he still deserves punishment for his actions," Promise said, looking at Hercules. "Helping him means facing Goddess Hera's wrath together." Hearing this, Hermes was taken aback. "So you don't want my painting? It's your oath with Hephaestus." "Of course, I want it," Promise smiled, then said seriously, "but not this way. So, Honorable Hermes, how about we play a game? 3 days. If I lose, I'll plead with Goddess Hera for you. If I win, you give me the painting. And the game will be your specialty." "Oh?" Hermes was intrigued. "What game?" "You run, I chase," Promise explained. "You can go anywhere in the world, but if I catch you within 3 days, I win." Hearing the boy's words, everyone fell silent. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, was shocked. He had 2 divine artifacts, the caduceus, a staff that could induce sleep even in gods, and his winged sandals, allowing him to travel anywhere at incredible speed. "Are you sure?" "So," he asked, surprised. "Yes." "Honorable Hermes, are you accepting?" Promise asked, smiling. Hermes, ever cunning, sensed a trap. But what if there are issues? He is Hermes, after all. Who can outrun him among the gods? Thinking about this, he confidently replied, "I won't refuse. But I wonder what the esteemed goddess Hera thinks about it." At that moment, Promise hesitated, unsure of how to reply. How would he know what goddess Hera thinks about it? However, at this moment, the door opened, and 2 goddesses entered, one in a rose-colored dress and the other, the most revered goddess. Goddess Hestia and Hera? Seeing the 2 goddesses enter, Promise was both surprised and enlightened as he glanced at Chiron. The latter smiled helplessly at Promise. Promise then looked at where Pegasus had been. As expected, it was gone. "You sure are good at pretending to graze." At the same time, Hercules was also shocked, standing up stiffly as he looked at Hestia and Hera. But Hera, who should have been furious at Hercules for stealing her golden apple, didn't even glance at him. Her amber eyes gently rested on Promise. After a while, she looked at Hermes. "Hermes, I can agree not to pursue the matter of you stealing my golden apples, as long as you return them to me and give this child the painting." Hermes, hearing this, just smiled and said, "Esteemed Queen Hera, I am willing to return the golden apples to calm your anger. However, the painting depends on Promise's decision." Promise didn't answer but looked at Hestia and Hera. "I originally planned to come alone to ask you to catch Hermes," Hestia explained, smiling at Hera. "But your goddess insisted on coming along. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." As she spoke, her beautiful purple eyes scanned everyone in the small wooden hut, her smile growing brighter. Hearing this, Promise smiled and said, "Isn't that perfect? I was just about to catch Hermes." "So?" Hermes asked, wearing an unsurprised expression. "You still want to play this game with me?" Hera couldn't help but say, "Promise, you don't have to." "Goddess Hera," Promise interrupted, looking seriously at her. "Please allow me to play this game with Hermes. Allow me to catch him and bring him to you, to atone for myself and my friends and teacher." Looking into Promise's clear green eyes, Hera hesitated for a moment. She wanted to say it was impossible, as no one could outrun Hermes. But, yes, she smiled after only a moment's hesitation. "Go ahead, child. You have never disappointed me." Thus, the game began. The rules were simple: Hermes runs, Promise chases. If Promise catches Hermes within 3 days, he wins. Outside the cave, under the night sky filled with stars, Hermes, wearing his winged sandals, leaped into the sky. He didn't run immediately but stood in the air, looking down at Promise provocatively. "Has it started?" Promise asked calmly. "Yes, it has." "Come catch me, Promise," Hermes said proudly, crossing his arms. Pegasus, beside Promise, spread its wings and urged him to hurry up. "Hera, do you really think Promise can catch Hermes?" Hestia asked curiously. To be honest, she felt a bit disappointed, as the situation hadn't escalated as she had hoped. "It doesn't matter if he can't," Hera answered calmly. Hestia understood, as did Chiron from a distance. Chiron looked at Hercules and said, "You two are really opposites." Indeed, Hercules was cursed and despised by Hera all his life, while Promise was deeply loved by her. Physically, too, they were extremes. Hercules was likely the strongest in ancient Greek mythology, while the fragile Promise was the weakest. Hercules, confused, looked at Chiron and asked nervously, "Teacher, do you think Promise can catch Lord Hermes?" "That's Hermes, the messenger of the gods," Chiron replied helplessly. "Then why did he challenge Lord Hermes?" Hercules couldn't help but ask in confusion. Chapter 113, Hunt him. Without waiting for Chiron to answer, Hercules couldn't help but continue muttering, "Besides, Promise has never been a reckless person." Hearing this, Chiron suddenly froze, and memories of everything Promise had done until now flooding his mind. He had never let anyone down. If it were Athena, the goddess of justice Themis, or even Artemis, they wouldn't be wondering if Promise could catch Hermes. They would be curious about how he planned to catch him. Athena would have understood the moment Promise mentioned a 3-day time limit that this wasn't a simple game of chasing a god. Promise didn't do what Hera and Chiron expected by riding Pegasus to chase Hermes. Instead, he reached out and retrieved a painting from the night sky, and threw it towards the moon. From the moon emerged Artemis, the moon goddess, looking slightly confused until she saw Promise. Her eyes lit up, and she happily embraced him, exclaiming, "Little Promise, you finally came to see me." Hermes watched this scene in surprise before understanding dawned on him. Of course, Promise was different now. He had acquired the painting. Because of that painting, both Artemis and Apollo could not refuse any of Promise's requests. "So, you're planning to have them help you catch me?" "I must admit, it's a clever plan." Realizing this, Hermes still smiled confidently, "But Promise, you might be underestimating me. Even if you have all the gods help you, you'll never catch me." Artemis, upon hearing the voice, finally noticed Hermes. She tilted her head slightly, also noticing Hera, Hestia, and the others at a distance. "So, it's like this, Artemis." Taking advantage of the moment, Promise quickly explained the game to her. "Oh, I see." Artemis nodded. "So, we need to catch Hermes, right?" "No problem." She was about to chase Hermes when Promise stopped her. "Wait, beautiful gods Artemis, I don't want you to help me catch Hermes. By the way, do you really think you can catch him?" Artemis thought seriously for a moment. "No." Promise was speechless, but given that it was Artemis, he quickly regained his composure. "That's fine. We don't need to catch him," he smiled, pointing at Hermes. "We'll shoot him." "What?" Hermes almost thought he misheard. Hera, Chiron, and the others were equally stunned. Even Artemis was momentarily speechless. "Shoot him?" Artemis pointed at Hermes, her beautiful blue eyes wide. "Promise, you want me to shoot Hermes?" "Yes," Promise nodded, "we shoot him. If we shoot him down, we can catch him, right?" "So, you want me to shoot Hermes?" Even Artemis felt something was off. "Would you not want to?" The boy's clear green eyes met hers as he asked. "Of course, no problem." Seeing them, Artemis drew her bow without any hesitation and nocked an arrow, aiming at the now thoroughly bewildered Hermes. The moonlight in her hand transformed into a sharp arrow. And with a gentle twang, the arrow shot towards the bewildered Hermes. Under the night sky, Promise watched the goddess, dressed in a light silver divine robe, her silver hair swaying gently in the night breeze, drawing her bow to its full extent. And couldn't help but admit that she was truly beautiful, worthy of the title Moon Goddess. Unfortunately, she was a hopeless romantic fool who loved to strangle. Ah, I missed. Hermes, why did you dodge? Artemis, with her sky blue eyes, pouted unhappily as she saw Hermes narrowly avoid the arrow at the last moment. If I didn't dodge, you would have shot me through. The latter exclaimed, wide-eyed at Artemis. Before he could say more, another arrow zipped past his ear. Hermes froze, looking down dumbfounded at Artemis, who had already drawn her bow again. Hermes, stop dodging and let me shoot you down so that little Promise can catch you, Artemis said, her voice soft yet determined. Promise asked me to shoot you, I can't let him down. During her speech, Artemis shot 2 more arrows, both narrowly dodged by Hermes. Hermes was indeed incredibly fast, no wonder he wasn't worried when Promise called for Artemis. But as her arrows continued to miss, Artemis grew increasingly frustrated. She began drawing her bow faster and faster, each arrow sharper than the last, until the ground itself began to crack under the force of her shots. Hermes, stop dodging and let me hit you. Artemis demanded angrily. Are you kidding? Getting hit by you hurts a lot. Hermes found Artemis's insistence outrageous, but then again, this was Artemis, he was used to it. Promise, don't stand there watching and persuade Artemis. Hermes pleaded with Promise. Promise considered it and stepped forward, saying, beautiful Artemis, that's enough. There's no need to be so hasty in shooting him down. Hearing this, Artemis stopped immediately, fearing the residual force of her arrow might harm Promise. Just as she was about to assure Promise she could hit Hermes with the next shot and secure the win for him, the boy continued, we can take our time. After all, we have 3 days. Promise smiled gently, his usual soft expression on his face, and said, in these 3 days, we can keep hunting Hermes. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful goddess, I misspoke. I meant chasing Hermes. The moment Promise said this, the area fell into a stunned silence. Even Artemis stopped, blinking her sky-blue eyes in confusion. The spirits and nymphs gathered to watch were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Hunt Hermes, the god? At that moment, dawn broke, bringing the first light of day. Promise looked up, gazing at the distant sunrise. The sun god Helios prepared to switch day and night with the night goddess, but he noticed something strange. The night goddess seemed reluctant to leave, dawdling as if she were unsure of what to do. The sun is rising, Promise remarked with a smile. He then drew another painting from the gradually brightening sky. From the painting emerged the sun god Apollo, adorned in golden attire, his radiant golden hair tied in a ponytail, glowing like the sun itself. Child, you summoned me. Huh? Apollo began, smiling, but then he saw Artemis with her bow, Hermes hovering in the sky, and Hera and Hestia nearby. As Apollo stood there, bewildered by the scene, Promise addressed him, Great Apollo, I am currently engaged in a game with Hermes. The goal is to catch him within 3 days. However, Hermes is incredibly fast, claiming to be the fastest among the gods. I simply can't catch him. Promise displayed a troubled expression before smiling and requesting, so, Great Apollo, could you help me chase and shoot down Hermes? Oh, and our game lasts for 3 days. Catching him at the last moment will suffice. Upon hearing his words, everyone present, including the gods and sentient beings gathered, fell silent. Even Artemis, usually carefree, seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Hestia, I think I understand what my child intends to do, Hera remarked, her expression turning peculiar. Me too, Hestia nodded, her gaze shifting to Hermes, whose expression had drastically changed, and then back to Promise, still smiling calmly below. Hermes, won't you call off the game? Wait, can he even call it off? Then her eyes widened as she looked at Hera. The judges for this game are Hera, Hestia. Hermes, now realizing the situation, tried to speak up. Hermes, I personally would love to call off this game, but... Hestia shrugged, her innocent expression barely concealing her amusement. Then giving Hermes a sidelong glance, she added only one word, golden apple. Hermes understood immediately, he was done for. The judges for this game were indeed Hera and Hestia. Realizing he couldn't appeal directly to the judges, Hermes saw only one way out, let Promise catch him. Though it would end the game ignominiously, preserving some dignity seemed secondary to escaping the situation. With newfound determination, Hermes darted towards Promise. But before he could reach him, Promise called out, Oh, God Apollo and Goddess Artemis, could you please protect me? Being caught by Lord Hermes would surely be painful. But be careful not to harm him. After all, we have 3 whole days. In an instant, Apollo and Artemis drew their bows and fired arrows, carefully aimed to narrowly miss Hermes, forcing him to halt midair. The twin gods smiled at each other, their arrows flying in perfect harmony. Reflecting on the promise made due to the painting gifted to Artemis, both Apollo and Artemis couldn't refuse any of Promise's requests. Now, with a chance to corner Hermes, they took great delight. "Hermes, it seems your luck has run out," Apollo said, smiling brightly. Hermes, remembering the words Promise had spoken during their encounter, couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Promise, do we really have to go through with this?" Promise, still smiling softly, raised his thumb towards Hermes and then, with a decisive gesture, he thrust his thumb downward. "Great Hermes, let us enjoy this game for the next 3 days. This is to repay you for messing with my friend, my teacher, my goddess. And your reason? Just because you found it amusing. And then you shamelessly came to ask for my help. But since you asked, I'll help you. Plus, I get a painting out of it. No matter how you look at it, there's no reason for me not to help, right? So, Hermes, I promise Hera will forgive you and won't pursue the matter of the golden apple anymore. But the cost. And I sincerely hope, Hermes, that you will enjoy this game I've prepared for you." He spoke with a smile on his face, looking at which, even Pegasus couldn't help but shiver, looking at his little master in fear. It began to worry, reflecting on whether it had been grazing too much lately. After all, if it got too fat, it might not be able to fly. "Hercules, you must be very careful in the future and never make Promise angry, understood?" Chiron remarked, witnessing everything and understanding Promise's intentions. "What do you mean, teacher?" However, Hercules, still confused by the conversations he couldn't hear, looked at Chiron. "Promise is truly angry this time." "He is hunting Hermes," Chiron replied, his expression peculiar. He wanted to laugh but restrained himself because the target was Hermes, one of the Olympian gods. "Hunting Hermes? Wait, did you say hunting?" Hercules' eyes widened in shock. "Yes, and Promise is very smart. With Hera overseeing the matter, and after fulfilling his agreement with Hermes, Hera will forgive Hermes for encouraging you to steal the golden apple. Therefore, Hermes not only has to continue playing this game but also cannot seek revenge on Promise later and must thank him by giving him the painting. So, Hercules, try not to anger Promise in the future. Who knew he'd handle it like this when he's really mad?" Chiron trailed off, remembering Promise's little black book of grudges. Thinking back, Promise had always been this way, paying back kindness and repaying grudges, never changing. For a moment, Chiron looked at Hercules with pity, making Hercules feel uncomfortable. Though Hercules didn't fully grasp his meaning or what Promise was doing, he soon saw it with his own eyes. Chapter 114, Damn, Promise is still chasing me. Hermes fled. The moment he fully understood Promise's intentions, and saw Apollo and Artemis protecting the boy, Hermes immediately fled. However, despite realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Promise, he wasn't angry. On the contrary, a smile crept up on his face. Athena, now I understand why you fought Hera for him. I must admit, he's truly fascinating." As he spoke, Hermes ran through the sky, his feet seemingly sprouting wings as he glanced back at Promise, who was chasing him on Pegasus. Pegasus was running desperately, visibly frightened. After all, it didn't want to end up in Promise's little black book of grudges. Though Hermes appeared composed, in reality, whoosh, an arrow whizzed past Hermes' ear, the sound so piercing it made his ears ache and his back break out in cold sweat. "Hermes, be careful." Apollo, running on the ground, flicked his golden hair and squinted, with a radiant smile on his handsome face. "After all, we have a full 3 days for this game." "Ha ha ha, very well." Hermes suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at him, Apollo, Hera, and the others were momentarily puzzled, wondering if Hermes had lost his mind. The game had just begun, was he really that fragile? 3 days, huh? A game, right? Promise, I accept your game. Come and catch me if you can, catch me, the messenger of the gods. Hermes. With those words, Hermes pressed his hat down and dove toward the ground. By the time Promise and the others landed, he had already disappeared into the ancient forest. Hermes hid in the dense forest, saying the boldest words while doing the most cowardly actions. As Apollo frowned and Artemis prepared to search the forest, Promise called them back and calmly retrieved another painting from the sky. From that painting emerged Demeter, the nurturing goddess of agriculture. Once she understood the situation, she couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Reaching out, Demeter communicated with all the creatures of the forest. Soon, a massive vine shot up from the ground, capturing the evasive Hermes and flinging him into the sky. The moment Hermes reappeared, Apollo immediately loosed an arrow. The arrow split into a rain of light, making Hermes flee in disarray. Forced to run again with his winged sandals, he darted through the sky, escaping the area. As Promise prepared to pursue, Demeter climbed onto Pegasus, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. Seeing this, all the gods, including Artemis and Hera, were momentarily stunned before becoming annoyed. They had forgotten this detail. Realizing their mistake, Apollo and Artemis intensified their efforts to catch Hermes, who was feeling the pressure. After a while, the sky darkened. The goddess of night, Nyx, could not wait to run out of the underworld and drove away the confused sun god Helios. But what made her angry was that Hermes didn't play according to the rules. Relying on his power as the messenger of the gods and being able to go anywhere, he found that he was unable to get rid of Apollo, Artemis, Demeter and others, so the moment the goddess of night Nyx appeared, Hermes ran into the underworld. As Apollo and the other Jids hesitated at the underworld's threshold, Promise calmly retrieved another painting from the sky. Then Hades, the god of the underworld, walked out from the darkness and was stunned when he saw the team of gods gathered in front of him. And then, after learning Promise's request, even though he was usually serious, he looked at the boy strangely. "Wait here," Hades said before disappearing back into the underworld. Everyone waited for a while, and after about 2 hours, a large magic circle suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. A moment later, one of the 3 massive heads of Cerberus, the hound of Hades, appeared, tossing a very disheveled Hermes out of its mouth. "Hades, you've gone too far this time." Angered, Hermes was just about to shout when arrows made of moonlight rained down like a relentless storm. The arrows belted him, making the god cry out in pain as he scrambled to dodge them. Knowing that he could not stay underground, he made a break for the sky. Later, when daylight broke, a thoroughly exhausted and disheveled Hermes finally made it back to Mount Olympus and into his temple. Covered in dust and under the puzzled gazes of his nymphs and attendants, he barely had time to catch his breath and sip some ambrosia before, boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, striking him dead center, leaving him shocked and his hair standing on end. Looking up, he saw Hera, the queen of the gods, smiling at him from above. "Come on, can't I at least get a break?" Hermes cried out in despair. Hera didn't reply, merely raising her hand again to summon another lightning bolt in the sky. Seeing this, what else could Hermes do but run? Lightning cracked down, and the gods of Olympus came out one by one to watch the spectacle. At first, they thought it was Zeus, but upon seeing it was Hera, they became even more curious. "What's going on? Why is Hermes getting zapped?" "Hera, you really are fortunate." When Hermes ran away and Hera, who had completed her mission, returned to the human world from the holy mountain, Demeter came over and said sourly. Hearing this, Hera subconsciously glanced at the boy in the distance. This whole hunt wasn't just for his friends and teacher, it was also to help Hera vent her frustration over the theft of the golden apple. It was to make sure her goddess could release some of her pent-up anger. Soon enough, word began to spread, and just as Hestia had hoped from the very beginning, the situation really did escalate. After all, this was a hunt for Hermes, a hunt for a major god, and the ones hunting were the gods like Hera, Artemis, and Apollo. They chased Hermes from the underworld, through Mount Olympus, and beyond. How can it not be lively? So Hermes ran in front and the gods chased behind, and the number of people chasing became increasingly larger, and the situation gradually evolved into this. Queen of Heaven, Honorable Queen of Heaven, he is here, I see him. Great Lord Apollo, I see Hermes transformed into a rabbit over there. Beautiful Goddess Artemis, he is hiding in the river over there. Let me help you fish him out. And so, 3 days passed. Hermes was utterly exhausted. Most of his clothes were torn, he had been struck by lightning, soaked in seawater, and now looked more like a wild man than a god. But the gods, on the other hand, became more and more excited as they chased. With Chiron's help, Hercules witnessed the entire ordeal. From his initial shock to his current numbness, only one question remained in his heart. It wasn't about why Promise knew so many gods, or why the gods were so willing to help him, even with something as outrageous as hunting Hermes. What he really wanted to know was, respected teacher Chiron, may I ask, have I ever done anything to make Promise angry? Heracles asked seriously. Promise has a little notebook where he's written down every grudge he holds, including the times you guys left him behind on the mountain and teased him. Chiron looked at Hercules with pity, whose face changed drastically after hearing this. In the end, he patted Hercules on the shoulder, and added, and he's also mentioned more than once that he plans to go after each and every one of you once he leaves the mountain, so good luck surviving, Hercules. 3 days later, in the afternoon, found you, Hermes. The sea raised huge waves, rolled up Hermes who was hiding in the sea, out of the water and threw him onto the shore. Poseidon, I'll remember this. Hermes shouted. He had tried escaping by sky, sea, and land, but nothing worked. By now, he was truly on the verge of breaking down. You'd better not remember him. On the shore, Apollo and Artemis, who had been waiting for a long time, drew their bows at the same time and aimed at him. "Remember us instead," they said, releasing another barrage of arrows at the same time. This time, however, Hermes, having learned from experience, dashed away at lightning speed. Even the massive vine net woven by Demeter couldn't catch him. However, Hermes, who had run far away this time, did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at Promise, who was sitting on the Pegasus, and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Promise, you have no tricks, right? Today is the third day. As long as I can hold on until the sun sets, I win." After saying that, Hermes once again took off running. Upon hearing this, Apollo and the other gods couldn't help but frown slightly, but soon relaxed. Because from what he just said, they could tell that Hermes really wanted to win the game. Or to be more precise, he wanted to win against Promise. However, they knew he wasn't foolish and that he would eventually let Promise catch him. After enduring so much, how could things possibly be resolved without Hermes being caught? The Golden Apple and Hercules situation needed closure. In truth, Hermes' earlier words were a reminder to Promise. If night fell and he still hadn't been caught, even if Hermes later returned to let Promise catch him, it would still count as a loss for Promise. It was clear that after these 3 grueling days, Hermes' competitive spirit had been truly ignited. "I must admit, that guy. He really is fast," Apollo couldn't help but say, even as the god of light. The gods nodded in agreement, and everyone felt that this affair was about to reach its conclusion. But then, Promise calmly pulled out one final painting. As Hera widened her eyes in shock, freezing in place, Hephaestus appeared, sitting in his wheelchair, accompanied by his attendants, stepping out of the painting. "Lady Goddess, may I borrow something from you?" Promise leaned in closer to Hephaestus, saying, "I'd like to borrow the chains that once bound me." Hearing this, Hephaestus took out the chain without hesitation. And seeing them, Hera, who was traumatized, was so frightened that she almost fled from here. But that wasn't all. Even though Promise didn't have her painting, he silently called out in his mind, and soon the goddess of fate, Clotho, appeared before him. As the goddess of fate came into view and Promise held the chains that could bind even gods, everyone present, both mortals and gods, understood what was to come for Hermes. Without a doubt, Promise had the power to end this game from the very beginning. But he had said 3 days, and so it would be 3 days. Witnessing everything, Hestia blinked and then said to Hera, "Hera, I suddenly feel like I might get along really well with this child." Hera didn't respond to her words. On any other day, she might have given Hestia an exasperated look, but with Hephaestus now present, she didn't have the bandwidth to deal with Hestia's thoughts at all. And how should we put it? Well, she was used to it. Hephaestus, for her part, sensed the presence of her mother, Hera, the queen of the gods, but she wasn't interested in engaging with her. Her focus was entirely on Promise. So, when the goddess Clotho unhesitatingly revealed the future to Promise, and he set up an ambush, the moment Hermes appeared, the chains emerged from the ground, binding the god and stripping him of his divine power. The game was over. Promise dismounted from Pegasus and walked up to the now bound Hermes, who was immobilized by the chains, and spoke with a bright smile, "Hermes, you've lost. And happy gaming, Hermes." Chapter 115, The Painting of Hermes, Messenger of the Gods. Happy gaming, Hermes, Messenger of the Gods. As the game concluded, the painting of Hermes that Promise had been working on was simultaneously completed. The painting depicted the sky, ocean, and underworld of ancient Greece, corresponding to the realms ruled by the king of the gods Zeus, the god of the underworld Hades, and the god of the sea Poseidon. Hermes, true to his nature, was depicted wearing his winged sandals, freely traversing the domains of these 3 mighty gods. However, wherever he went, the skies were filled with storm clouds and crackling lightning. Cerberus, the 3-headed beast, howled incessantly in the underworld, and the seas churned with raging waves. In the painting, Hermes is shown holding on to his winged helmet as he flees, with a host of gods and a beautiful Pegasus chasing after him. His clothes were tattered, and he appeared utterly disheveled. Yet, despite his ragged appearance, Hermes wasn't angry. In fact, he was smiling. Because, indeed, happy gaming, Promise. With the guidance provided by Clotho, the goddess of fate, who could peek at the future, and the chains from the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, which could bind even gods, at the moment when the sun set, marking the end of the 3rd day, Hermes was captured and suspended from a large tree. However, looking down at the gathered gods and the figure of Promise atop Pegasus, Hermes didn't show any frustration at being caught, nor any anger from the exhaustion he'd accumulated. Instead, he squinted his eyes and, with a broad smile, said to Promise, "That was a really fun game. I had a great time, so that painting is yours. Is that so? Then let's play again sometime when we have the chance." Promise nodded gently, responding with a smile. "No, absolutely not." Hearing this, Hermes' expression changed. And he hurriedly exclaimed, "Once in a lifetime is more than enough for this kind of game." "But, hey, Lord Hermes, didn't you say you had a great time?" Promise blinked, his tone innocent. "Shouldn't we play a fun game more often?" Hearing his words, before Hermes could respond, Apollo chimed in with a cheerful tone, "Promise is right. Since you enjoyed it so much, we should definitely play again. And no matter how many times you want to play, I'll be happy to join, Hermes." "I liked it too," added Artemis, the moon goddess, as she raised her bow, smiling while pretending to aim at Hermes. "And next time, Hermes, I'm definitely going to hit you." "Ahem," Hermes coughed awkwardly, then raised his head and declared loudly with all the resolve he could muster, "Respected and beautiful Hera, I was wrong. In the matter of the golden apple and persuading Hercules to cut down the golden apple tree, I offer my most sincere apologies to you, the most honorable one. And to Hercules and the centaur sage Chiron, I deeply apologize for dragging you into this." Seeing Hermes apologize so earnestly, without any concern for his divine dignity, especially in front of countless onlookers, both mortal and divine, everyone fell silent. Only then did Promise finally dismount from Pegasus. He lowered Hermes from the tree, took back the chains and returned them to Hephaestus, who was still seated in her wheelchair. With that, everything came to an end. The gods looked at each other, then left one by one with a smile. Those who had been summoned by Promise's painting dissolved back into the artwork, vanishing into the sky. Artemis, though pouting slightly and wanting to linger, was gently pulled away by Demeter. As they departed, Hera's amber eyes swept over the surroundings, and those who had been secretly watching the spectacle wisely took their leave. Although the game was over, they knew this entertaining event would be the talk of the gods for at least a century. The group returned to the cave at Mount Pelion, Chiron's dwelling place. But for some reason, when he returned here and saw Hercules again, Promise always felt that the way he looked at him was full of respect and fear. Even teacher Chiron's smile was brighter than usual. However, before Promise could question their strange behavior, Hestia took Hermes away, and Hera walked towards Promise. Seeing Hera approach, Chiron and the others tactfully excused themselves. Under the moonlight, Promise looked at Hera, who walked toward him in her regal attire, her golden curls cascading from beneath her crown, and couldn't help but smile as he spoke. "Say, Lady Hera, happy gaming. Did you enjoy yourself?" "Yes," the goddess replied with a gentle smile and nodded. "I had a lot of fun. And thank you, my child, for punishing Hermes on my behalf and helping me vent my anger." "What are you saying, Lady Hera?" Promise blinked innocently. "I was just playing a game with Hermes, one that everyone enjoyed." Indeed, they had all enjoyed it, and the outcome had been perfect, with Hermes being the only one who got hurt. "And Lady Hera, about my friend Hercules. I will no longer hold him responsible for the matter of the golden apple," Hera said, pausing slightly as she gazed at the boy in front of her with her amber eyes. "Considering that everything he did was out of concern for you." However, hearing her words, Promise didn't show any signs of joy or relief. Instead, after pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No, that won't do, Goddess Hera. My friend Hercules made a mistake, that's undeniable. And since I am your devotee, Goddess Hera, regardless of the reasons, we must face the corresponding consequences. Therefore, please impose a trial as our punishment, my esteemed goddess." Before Hera, who had begun to frown, could respond, Promise suddenly smiled as if something had just occurred to him and added, "And after the trial, I hope to receive a gift from you, Lady Hera. That small golden apple tree." Hearing this, Hera was momentarily taken aback, then turned her head to look inside the cave, where the golden apple tree had been planted by Chiron beside the clear spring. The tree would take many, many years to grow and bear fruit. But if Hera acknowledged it now, it would truly belong to Promise from that moment on. "And I know, Lady Hera, that you deeply despise Heracles, but he is my friend, and you are the goddess I revere. I don't wish to see this stalemate between you two. So, although I know what I'm about to ask is quite presumptuous, I still hope that when we complete our trial, my esteemed goddess, you will turn your compassionate gaze toward my friend." Hera listened to Promise's earnest plea and couldn't help but smile wryly. "You must understand, the trial I will give will not be easy, because I am Hera, the queen of the gods. All the gods are watching me, and they are watching you as well." "Of course," Promise replied. "The 12 labors of Hercules were anything but easy. And your request is indeed quite presumptuous, my child. Do you truly understand who Hercules is?" Hercules was the son of Zeus, but he had no connection to Hera. And what Hera hated the most was this kind of existence. Promise thought for a moment before honestly nodding his head. He was fully aware of the situation. "You know all this, and yet you still intend to pursue this?" Hera's expression grew serious, and the weight of her divine authority pressed down on Promise like a towering mountain. But even under such pressure, the boy continued to look up at her, his gaze unwavering. "Ah, you really are something." Seeing this, Hera sighed. The oppressive aura of the Queen of the Gods lasted only a few seconds before the concerned goddess allowed it to dissipate. Then, with a helpless look on her face, she stepped forward, gently caressing Promise's cheek with a soft smile. "Just this once, and never again. But, you are my most cherished child." In the distance, Hestia, the eldest of the Olympian goddesses, witnessed this scene. And blinked, then muttered to herself, "If I were to really take that child away, seeing Hera like this now, she might actually go mad. Unbelievable, unbelievable." Hearing this, Hermes looked at Hestia, who was clearly saying something very scary but was smiling extremely happily and even ready to make a move and couldn't help but subconsciously move away from her at this moment. Even Hermes, notorious for his mischief, felt the need to distance himself from such danger. This kind of death, he wouldn't dare touch, it was genuinely lethal. Chapter 116, Teacher, I will protect him. Speaking of which, Promise's favoritism is just too obvious. Hermes, who was also expressing his dissatisfaction, changed the subject and couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "Hercules and I have both suffered, but what about Athena, the real culprit?" And hearing his words, Hestia couldn't help but glance at Hermes with a mix of pity and exasperation. He really didn't learn his lesson. Didn't he realize that everyone was deliberately avoiding mentioning Athena? Though the situation had escalated to this point, and Athena would certainly face consequences eventually, even Hera wouldn't bring up Athena's name in front of Promise. After all, she was not blind. One could tell at a glance the difference between Promise's attitude toward Athena and that toward other gods. Mentioning her would only make things awkward for everyone. Chiron, the wise centaur, smiled as he watched his student standing beside the Queen of the Gods, feeling an immense sense of pride and satisfaction. He had always believed that Promise would grow into a true hero, but he never imagined that the frail boy would achieve such greatness, even surpassing Heracles in certain ways. At the same time, in the ancient Temple of Fate, where the threads of destiny were woven, Clotho had just returned from her latest task. Her sister, Lachesis, couldn't help but speak up, "Clotho, that boy of yours is altering destiny again, and this time, it even involves the king of the gods, Zeus." Clotho lowered her head and didn't respond, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Lachesis, feeling helpless, rolled her eyes at her and said, "You're just spoiling him. I bet he's going to get into big trouble one of these days because of you all." The next day, as the sun brightened the world, inside the cave of Pelion, Heracles learned of Promise's decision to seek a trial from Hera. Shocked, he anxiously turned to Chiron and exclaimed, "Teacher, how could you allow this to happen? Promise, you must come with me right now. We need to go find Queen Hera immediately. This matter has nothing to do with you, you don't need to take such a risk with me." As Hercules moved to grab Promise, the latter took a step back to dodge him and then pulled out his well-prepared little grudge notebook. He even took out the pristine feathered scroll. His green eyes focused on Heracles, and with a serious expression, he began writing in the notebook, saying, "2 years ago, Heracles left the mountain without me. Even though we agreed initially, he suddenly changed his mind and tied me up, not allowing me to go. And now, 3 years later, he still looks down on me, thinking I'm not worthy to accompany him in the trials, and even wants me to break my promise in front of my goddess." Heracles, seeing the grudge notebook and the notorious grudge scroll, grew even more anxious and shouted, "I didn't." "No, you did." Holding his paintbrush and the grudge notebook, Promise tilted his head toward Chiron and blinked before smiling as he said, "Teacher Chiron, you agree with me, don't you?" Looking at the boy in front of him, fearing that he would turn the page and bear a grudge if they disagreed, Chiron struggled internally for a moment, before finally turning his head as he said, "Yes, this is Heracles' fault." "Teacher Chiron?" Heracles looked at Chiron in disbelief. How could this be the teacher Chiron he knew? Ahem. Enough. Chiron, who felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Hercules, coughed dryly, thought for a moment, and then turned to Heracles and said, "You won't be able to escape Promise. Eventually, he'll come after you with that little notebook anyway. Plus, he's seeking to become a hero and face heroic ends. Now that he's leaving the mountain, I can't control him anymore. So instead of letting him run around, why don't you watch him more during the trial and help him?" Hercules initially refused to agree, as he couldn't bear the thought of dragging Promise into such a dangerous situation because of his own mistake. But after hearing Chiron's reasoning and recalling the things Promise had accomplished in the past year, "I understand, Teacher Chiron. You can trust me to take care of Promise." He looked up with determination and said to Chiron, "I promise you, as long as I'm alive, anyone who wants to harm Promise will have to go through my dead body first. So, Teacher, you can trust me to protect him." Hearing this, Chiron couldn't help but give this guy a good kick, sending him flying. He kicked him without any mercy. You think you're going to protect him? Watch your words. Promise also found himself exasperated. Oh, Promise, by the way, Chiron said, after kicking Heracles and as they were preparing to leave, handing Promise the helm of darkness that Hades had given them. It was originally taken by Athena during the theft of the golden apples, later given to Hercules, and then passed to Chiron. Receiving the helm, Promise suddenly realized he had yet to return it to Hades. And here, take these remnants of the golden apple tree trunks as well, Chiron said, handing over all the remains from the tree Heracles had cut down. Although they were dead wood, they were still parts of the divine golden apple tree, making them dangerous for anyone else to handle, except Promise. Promise understood this well, so he took them without hesitation. The tree's remnants, being part of the golden apple tree, had potent restorative properties and were brimming with life force. As soon as the boy took hold of them, an idea flashed through his mind, like the inspiration that often came to him while painting, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then, as he snapped out of it, an unusually joyful and excited expression appeared on his face. "What's on your mind?" Chiron asked, curious about Promise's sudden reaction. "Teacher, I just thought of the perfect gift, something I can present to the lovely goddess Clotho." Promise replied with a beaming smile. Promise toyed with the golden apple tree trunk in his hand, speaking to Chiron. "Goddess Clotho has helped me so much up until now, yet I've never given her a proper offering." He had long wanted to give Clotho, who had aided him many times, a gift. He even sought advice from Hecate, the goddess of the crossroads, during his time in the underworld. But that laid-back goddess casually suggested that Promise should offer himself as the gift. "I've always struggled with what to give her, but just now, an idea suddenly came to me. I have a feeling that the adorable little goddess will definitely like this gift." Chapter 117, The 12 Labors, the Golden-Horned Darren Cerberus. The king of the gods, Zeus, had always kept a close eye on Heracles, knowing of a great war that was looming. In fact, Zeus had learned about Typhon, the ancestor of all demons, from the three goddesses of fate a long time ago, and he also knew that in the near future, he would lead the suppressed titans to climb out of the abyss and declare war on the gods of Olympus. Clotho, the fate who glimpses the future, had informed Zeus that to win this battle, a mortal would need to be involved. Thus, Zeus informed the gods of Heracles' existence, telling them that he would eventually achieve remarkable feats and become one of them. However, he naturally did not disclose the impending war to everyone, which naturally fueled Hera's jealousy towards the child of his lover, especially as this child was destined for such high honors. And so, from the moment Heracles was conceived, Hera harbored intense resentment towards him. Zeus wanted Heracles to become the king of Mycenae and enjoy earthly prosperity, but Hera acted first by ensuring that her brother, Eurystheus, was born before Heracles, thereby stealing the throne that should have belonged to him. When Heracles was just a baby, she sent 2 venomous snakes to quietly kill him in his cradle. Later, when Heracles had a happy family and repeatedly completed her almost impossible trials, gaining the attention and praise of the gods, Hera got so angry that she cursed him in her fury, causing him to lose his sanity and kill his own wife and children. He also later killed a friend and had to serve as a slave for 3 years. However, although the other gods were unaware of the war of gods, but the goddess of wisdom, Athena, certainly could not be unaware of it. After all, her eyes, which represented absolute wisdom, could see through everything in the world. This was the reason why Athena initially did not allow Promise to meet Heracles. Because at that time, Hera was not as doting on Promise as she would later become. Her hatred for Heracles ran deep, and Zeus's constant focus on him only intensified the tension. However, now Promise undoubtedly had the qualifications to take on such tasks. As he continued to work on his paintings of the Olympian gods, it was clear that the depiction of Zeus, the king of the gods, would be the most challenging. Therefore, "Hercules, your trial has arrived. And Promise, yours too," said Hermes, adjusting the feathered hat on his head, with a smile directed at the two of them. Over the course of 2 days, Hercules had already bid farewell to Chiron and set out with Promise towards Mycenae, preparing to reclaim his kingdom. In fact, he could have flown back, and with Pegasus's speed they would have been there in about 2 days at most, but for some reason, Pegasus was extremely resistant to Hercules and didn't want him to ride. However, later Promise found out it was because Hercules was actually a descendant of Perseus, the very hero who had beheaded Medusa in ancient Greek mythology. So, that afternoon, Hermes appeared before them, delivering a divine message from the gods. Well, he now appeared before them with not a hint of discomfort. It was as if the person who had been chased around and thoroughly embarrassed by the gods just a few days ago wasn't him at all. Dressed in light green casual attire, he wore a refreshing smile as he addressed Promise and Hercules. "Hercules, the esteemed queen here has tasked you with subduing the man-eating mares of Diomedes in fury. As for you, Promise, he continued, Goddess Hera has assigned you to capture the golden horned deer of Artemis and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed hound of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Promise's expression suddenly turned quite strange. And Hercules, after being stunned for a moment, seemed a bit agitated and said to Hermes, wait, shouldn't I be accompanying Promise to protect him? And there's also golden horned deer of goddess Artemis, and the three-headed hellhound Cerberus of the underworld. These are sacred pets of the gods and terrifying monsters. Great Lord Hermes, I don't mean to question you, but is there some mistake here? No mistake, however, hearing his words Hermes replied with a grin. This is exactly the trial that Queen Hera has set for you both, and the great king of the gods, Zeus, has already approved it. As he said this, Hermes glanced at Hercules and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, and Goddess Hera wanted me to pass on a message, stay away from Promise. Just looking at you makes me sick. Hearing this, even Hercules was a little dumbfounded, while Promise just stood aside, seemingly lost in thought. Capturing the golden horned deer of the moon goddess Artemis and bringing back the three-headed dog of hell, Cerberus, from the underworld, these were indeed among the labors of Hercules in mythology. And while these tasks were undoubtedly challenging for Hercules, for Promise, no problem. I will complete the trial that Goddess Hera has given me, Promise replied with a nod. While Hercules began to protest, concerned about the danger of the trials, Promise simply smiled and said, besides, it's been a long time since I've seen the golden horned deer. And Cerberus, I've promised to bring him lots of honey cakes next time we meet. He must have been waiting for me for a long time now, right? Huh? Hearing this, Hercules opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. After all, Promise looked more like he was going for a casual visit rather than embarking on a trial. I've brought you some honey cakes, Hermes said as he handed a package of honey cakes to Promise and paused before continuing. These were actually prepared by Athena for you. She also mentioned that the Argo should be completed in about 3 months, so you should prepare yourself during this time. Athena knew about the honey cakes, after all, they had witnessed the entire scene in the underworld through that painting. Hearing this, Promise paused, hesitating for a moment before he couldn't resist asking, Honorable Lord Hermes, may I ask about the current situation with Lady Hera and Athena? Oh, so now I'm honorable? Hermes teased with a smile. Where was this respect when you were chasing me around with everyone else a few days ago? He continued, don't worry. Thanks to my sacrifice, Queen Hera's anger has subsided quite a bit. Plus, Athena has been busy helping with the construction of the Argo and preparing for the Golden Fleece mission, so Hera has been turning a blind eye to it. However, even in this situation, Athena is still dead set on not returning those golden apples, so... Hermes shrugged, his face lighting up with a mischievous grin, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the gossip which instantly dissipated any guilt that Promise might have felt. It seemed that maybe they hadn't hit him hard enough a few days ago. Looking at this troublesome god in front of him, Promise couldn't help but think this. Athena, of course, wouldn't return the golden apples. After all, this was an opportunity she had finally seized, and she had become rich from the golden apple. And if she really returned them, it goes without saying that Hera would never allow Athena to get her hands on the golden apples again. It looks like the journey for the Golden Fleece is coming soon. I need to pick up the pace, Promise said as he casually took out his little notebook and flipped through it. At the sight of that little notebook, Hercules, who had been about to say something, immediately fell silent. Even Hermes, who was standing carefree beside him, became much more obedient at this moment. The events of the hunt a few days ago had made the gods realize that Promise wasn't as harmless as he appeared. Although in the eyes of Hera, Demeter, Artemis and the others point everything the boy did was still as endearing as ever. Well then, Hercules, until we meet again, putting away the little notebook, Promise said to Hercules with a smile. Since Hera had already agreed to Promise's request, so at that moment, Hercules's fate had already been altered. The price paid was Promise's participation in the 12 labors, which he had to complete. But that had been the boy's intention from the beginning. Hera had agreed so readily at that time and looked helpless because, after all this time, she had came to understand Promise's obsession with heroism. And, since she had always been annoyed by Hercules, she saw this as a perfect opportunity to share some of the glory originally meant for Hercules with Promise. So, on Olympus, after retrieving the golden apples from Hermes, a grand feast was held, during which Hera finally met Zeus. When she brought up the matter, she even joined forces with Demeter, Artemis, and Apollo to suggest that Zeus share this glory. However, to everyone's surprise, Zeus agreed immediately, without even putting up a decent resistance. Hercules was no fool. Having seen firsthand with his own eyes how much the gods adored Promise, to the point where they even hunted down Lord Hermes for him, although they later enjoyed the hunt. However, even so, he was quite concerned and wanted to say something. But Promise had already opened the bag containing the honey cakes. And as soon as he did, A purple butterfly of the underworld fluttered out and landed skillfully on the boy's shoulder. This was the familiar of Hecate, the goddess of the crossroads. In the next moment, a magic circle was activated, appearing beneath Promise's feet, and before Hercules could still fully grasp the situation in front of him, the boy instantly disappeared from his view. "Alright, don't worry too much." Hermes stepped forward and patted Hercules on the shoulder, saying, "Even though he's so frail that we could knock him over with a puff of air, the truth is, he's far safer than you are. And besides, if you want to protect him or repay him, there will be plenty of opportunities. Athena is pushing to finish that ship, and the journey ahead of you all is going to be a long one." After saying this, Hermes didn't bother with Hercules any longer and left. Chapter 118, I'll leave her in your care. Meanwhile, on the other side, well, Promise had already become somewhat accustomed to such transportation. So he did not act surprised or afraid. Instead, he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in the underworld, specifically in the temple of Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft. The magical artificial sun, as always, illuminated the temple. As soon as the boy opened his eyes and started to take in his surroundings, a cool voice reached his ears. "I have to say, kid, you've got some guts." Hecate's voice echoed in the temple, reaching Promise's ears. "I haven't seen you many times, but during that period, you took Persephone through the underworld, stirred up trouble with Hephaestus, and now you've even gone on a hunt for Hermes." Hearing the voice, the boy turned his head, and Hecate, who was sitting next to him, appeared in his emerald eyes. Her long black dress flowed like the night, her beautiful dark hair cascaded down her back, and her bright red eyes glowed with an otherworldly allure. Probably because Promise had already seen her face before, Hecate no longer bothered with her veil. Moreover, she was smiling, which was rare. Evidently, she found the whole Hermes fiasco quite entertaining. Beside Hecate sat Medea, holding a staff and dressed in a purple magical gown. From the moment Promise appeared here, the girl had been extremely tense, avoiding eye contact and keeping her head down. With the help of Hecate that day, after witnessing the creation of 6 of Promise's paintings, Medea not only clearly understood what kind of person Promise was, but also found out that she couldn't forget him even if she wanted to. Coming back to his senses, and seeing Hecate and then glancing at Medea in front of him, Promise was about to greet them when he felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down in confusion, he found the 3-headed dog, Cerberus, now reduced to the size of a regular dog, with all 3 heads staring up at him expectantly, almost as if the creature was about to bark. Promise had promised Cerberus honey cakes a while back, and the loyal dog had been waiting ever since. In fact, Cerberus had even bitten Hermes for this. "Oh, Cerberus, here's the honey cake I promised you." Realizing this, Promise quickly took out the honey cakes from the bag, and to avoid getting bitten he handed them out one by one to each of Cerberus's heads. The latter wagged its tail happily the entire time until Promise noticed there was one extra honey cake. Well, Cerberus had 3 heads and there were 4 cakes. Holding the last honey cake, Promise noticed that Cerberus had suddenly stopped everything it was doing. At this moment, his all 3 heads were staring intently at him. Looking at those eyes glowing with a green light, the boy couldn't help but roll his eyes at Athena in his heart. Even when she's not around, she still manages to cause trouble. As expected of Athena. Promise thought to himself, and then looked at Hecate, who was enjoying the spectacle. An idea popped into his head, and he smiled. "Goddess Hecate, would you like some honey cake?" As soon as he uttered such words, Cerberus's 3 heads stopped vying for the cake and turned to look at Promise, clearly shocked that he dared to offer their mistress a honey cake. Hecate blinked, and then in a flash, appeared in front of Promise, tapping the boy on the head with her staff, scolding, "You brat, what do you think you're doing? Trying to feed me like a dog?" "Ow!" Promise exclaimed, taking a death, rubbing his head, his eyes widening. "That hurt." "Of course, it hurts. I used magic to directly hit your soul. What, did you think I'd be gentle with you like Hera or Athena? I'm not interested in being gentle with you." She scolded him, then nonchalantly took the honey cake from Promise's hand and bit into it before walking away. Didn't she just say she didn't want it? Promise was speechless as he watched Hecate, who seemed to have no care for her image as a goddess, walk off. He rubbed his head and then looked over at Cerberus, who was now happily munching on the honey cake off to the side. After a moment of thought, Promise turned back to Hecate and said, "Goddess Hecate, I have a trial that requires me to take Cerberus with me. Is that okay? Ask him yourself. If he agrees, just paint him a picture." Hearing this, Promise squatted down in front of Cerberus and asked, "Is that okay, Cerberus?" Cerberus looked at Promise for a moment, then placed one of the honey cakes on the ground and set a paw on it, giving Promise a knowing look as if to say, "You understand. Deal." Promise understood instantly and patted his chest, assuring the 3-headed hellhound, "You'll have all the honey cakes you want." Cerberus barked happily in response, With Cerberus's agreement secured, Promise turned around to find Hecate standing next to her student. Seeing Medea staring silently at her incomplete, the goddess broke off a small piece of the honey cake and fed it to her. "Dear teacher, could you please try to maintain your dignity as a goddess?" Medea sighed, and the nervousness in her heart disappeared. "What are you talking about?" Hecate ate her honey cake and replied vaguely, "How could I not pay attention to my goddess image? I'm always dignified." Well. Medea chose not to respond anymore. Just then, Promise also walked over. "Long time no see, Medea," and greeted with a smile. Upon hearing his voice and realizing that Promise had come so close to her, Medea, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly stood up, even took 2 steps back, hugged her staff nervously, and was speechless for a while. Too nervous to speak. Seeing such extreme reaction, Promise was stunned for a moment, then looked at Hecate in confusion and said, "Goddess Hecate, did I do something to make Medea angry?" No, she's just a bit shaken." Hecate looked at her stiff student with amusement and spoke to Promise. "Oh, by the way, I have a favor to ask you. Could you take my student to Ia Island? My other student, Circe, will take care of her there." Promise blinked at the mention of Circe and instinctively recalled the legends surrounding her, and as he did so, his expression couldn't help but turn a bit complicated. After all, the myths and legends surrounding this witch aren't exactly favorable. Visitors are often transformed into various animals, and she's known for her capricious and temperamental nature. Moreover, Promise, who had been transported by Hecate multiple times, understood very well that with the power this goddess possessed, Hecate only needed to cast a spell, and there was no need for his help. However, despite these thoughts, he readily agreed as he spoke, "Yes, no problem, Goddess Hecate. After all, Medea is my friend too." The reason was simple, even if he didn't fully understand Hecate's intentions and didn't know what this goddess was thinking at all. Since getting to know her, this goddess had actually helped him several times. Even though the look of disdain on her face had never completely disappeared. As Promise was thinking this, Hecate pushed Medea, who had a blissful expression after hearing the word friend, saying, "Hey, wake up, wake up. Stop daydreaming, others are watching. You, telling me to pay attention to my image, do you have any right to say that?" Hearing this, Medea snapped out of it, blinking and looking at Hecate, then glancing at Promise, who was tilting his head in confusion. Suddenly flustered, she blushed and shouted, "Goddess Hecate. You, what are you saying in front of Promise? Sigh. Why did I take in such a troublesome girl as my follower?" Hecate was very depressed. Medea was also very depressed, wondering how the goddess she worshipped could be like this. When she was quiet and sitting elegantly, she still exuded an air of mystery, grace, and beauty. "Anyway, I'll leave her in your care." Hecate turned her gaze back to Promise, and paused before continuing to speak. "Though she's a troublesome student, she's also one of only 2 I have. Promise, I don't want to see her get hurt, especially in that future." Hearing this, Promise paused for a moment, before looking at the rare serious and solemn side of Goddess Hecate and finally understood what was going on. So he smiled, nodding as he said, "Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Goddess Hecate, I'll make sure of it. After all, I had already promised Jason before agreeing to you. Then it's settled." Hecate, feeling relieved by his words, softened her gaze towards Promise, smiling lightly. "Yes, it's settled." As he looked at the smiling goddess, Promise couldn't help but think that she was surprisingly beautiful when she smiled, as he nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Medea looked at Promise, then at Hecate, feeling a bit confused. She felt as if, at that moment, she was being sold by her teacher. Chapter 119, Painting Cerberus. With Medea's matter settled, without the little witch herself noticing that her teacher had sold her to the young man in front of her, Promise decided to stay temporarily at the temple. Aside from preparing to paint a picture for the 3-headed hellhound Cerberus, he also intended to take this opportunity to prepare a gift for the goddess of fate, Clotho. He had always wanted to give something to this cute goddess as a thank you for her help. The gift he was making was a doll. A doll crafted from the wood of the golden apple tree, using the carving techniques taught to him by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. As soon as he received the wood of the golden apple tree from his teacher Chiron, this was the idea that came to mind. Just thinking of the cute little goddess holding a doll made him feel it was the perfect gift. "So, Goddess Hecate, do you have the tools here? If not, I might have to make a trip back to the goddess teacher to get them." Inside the temple, when Hecate learned of Promise's intentions, she shook her head and said, "No, I'm not into carving. But it's not a big deal, I'll inscribe a set of tools for you later. By the way, why don't you carve a servant for me while you're at it?" As she spoke, she glanced at the flowers and plants outside the temple and added, "Medea will be leaving, and I don't have time to care for them. If they die, she'll definitely nag at my statue, even if she's gone. I won't nag at all," Medea loudly protested nearby. Her beautiful eyes looked a bit annoyed as she stared at Hecate, thinking how her teacher was so much better when she was quietly focused on her experiments, a far cry from her current demeanor. "Carving a servant is no problem, but can a statue really take care of plants?" Promise asked Hecate with a hint of curiosity. Hearing his words, the latter blinked in surprise and said, "Wait, you didn't learn?" She almost revealed what kind of divine skill Promise was unknowingly learning, but stopped halfway. Then her striking red eyes blinked at the boy before she sealed her lips shut. As a goddess who excels at avoiding trouble and evading responsibilities, Hecate knew it was smart to be cautious around this boy, who was intertwined with fate and gods, almost like a beehive. So, it was best to keep things simple and not say anything that might unintentionally get her more involved. "Well, you see, I am the goddess of magic. You carve a statue, and I'll enchant it to move around, easy as that." Promise nodded in understanding and said, "Oh, I see. It's similar to the dolls my goddess teacher creates." "Exactly," Hecate responded casually. Meanwhile, Medea glanced at her with suspicion. Being Hecate's student, she could sense that her goddess teacher was being a bit dismissive towards Promise, but she didn't know why. After all, he is so good, not to mention it was her teacher, who was sending her away with him. Well. After speaking, Hecate quickly made an excuse to leave, claiming she needed to prepare the tools. After she left, Promise just chatted briefly with Medea before preparing to start drawing the three-headed hound Cerberus. And hearing that he was about to paint, Medea also couldn't resist coming over. Seeing the girl's hopeful expression, her eyes sparkling as she slightly tilted her head, Promise didn't refuse. And it wasn't just Medea, who was so deeply interested in his painting, but even the ever-hungry Cerberus sat down its treats to watch. The act of painting was no secret. Neither Hera nor the other gods had hidden anything from anyone, so the fact that Promise was planning to paint all 12 Olympian gods had already spread even to the underworld. What Promise didn't know was that his paintings had already become treasures among the gods. To be painted by him was seen as a significant recognition. Promise then prepared to retrieve his brush from the sky but quickly remembered that he was in the underworld. Fortunately, Hecate returned at that moment. Realizing what the boy was about to do, she simply raised her staff and pointed to the sky. The next moment, a projection of the heavens appeared above the temple. At that moment, Promise once again clearly realized that this goddess was indeed not to be trifled with. After arriving outside the hall, he found a step to sit down on, secured the easel, and then as Cerberus knelt down in front of him, Promise skillfully took out a golden apple. He could no longer remember how many golden apples he had. He had carefully preserved them at first, but now he was afraid that he would not be able to eat them all even if he wanted to. And at the moment when he was about to paint, Medea clearly felt that the boy's temperament had changed. The three-headed hellhound Cerberus naturally had the most intuitive feeling, reacting instinctively. Its tail stiffened, and it rose, its three heads simultaneously growling at Promise. But being shot a cold glance by Hecate, coming back to its senses, Cerberus backed down, lowering its head in submission. Not paying attention to him, Hecate's red eyes watched Promise with growing interest. So, it's not about the brush giving him the ability to paint the gods, it's that he inherently possesses the power to depict gods perfectly. The brush was merely made to facilitate that, Hecate muttered to herself. But Medea on the side did not hear it, because at this moment there was only Promise in her eyes. To her, at this moment, the young man looked as if he were a living painting himself. The magical sunlight illuminated him, his dark ponytail wrapped in a silver thread from the goddess, and his green eyes sparkled like stars. Time passed quickly. What surprised Promise was that the temple even had a day-night cycle. By the time he finished, the temple had darkened. Although there were no stars or moon above, the temple was softly lit by divine fire torches. Promise looked at the painting in front of him that he made. It depicted the grand gates of the underworld, with the towering three-headed hound, Cerberus, standing guard like a massive mountain. Cerberus felt aggrieved at first. After all, when it comes to peeping into secrets, no matter if it is gods or monsters, they will definitely retaliate severely if caught. However, as soon as he saw the finished product of the painting, Cerberus's grievances instantly disappeared as it perked up. Its three heads nodded in approval, and it even threw a proud look at Promise. "I'm glad you like it, Cerberus." Seeing his actions, the latter chuckled, feeling amused. But suddenly, he caught a faint scent and instinctively turned, only to find Medea's delicate face inches from his. No one knew when she had moved so close to him, but at this moment, the girl's purple eyes stared at him intently, with a hint of admiration and shock in them. "Promise, you're really amazing," Medea said softly, clearly impressed. Promise blinked and then smiled at her. "Thank you." Medea snapped back to reality at the sound of his voice. As she lifted her gaze, she found Promise's face inches from hers, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his breath. Stunned for a moment, the girl finally realized what was happening and quickly jumped to her feet in a panic, but she almost fell because she used too much force. Before she could fully steady herself, she heard the mischievous laughter of her teacher beside her. Hecate laughed quietly, covering her mouth as she looked at the girl, then turned her attention to Promise. She gave him a playful tap on the head and said, "You're something else. Oh, by the way. Do you need a veil? I can make one for you. It might come in handy if you ever run into let's just say certain situations, maybe it'll be useful for you." "You were going to say, Zeus, weren't you?" Promise looked at the goddess in front of him, standing there with a smile. At this moment, a purple underworld butterfly rested on her shoulder, casting a faint glow. Her hair, black as night, flowed beautifully, and her red eyes were stunning. Thinking that this was one of the few pure goddesses in the ancient Greek era who had never been involved with any other gods, he nodded in understanding. Yes. She's powerful, high-ranking, and so beautiful. No wonder she has been hiding in the underworld and always has to wear a veil when going out. Considering all this, Promise suddenly felt that this was a very good goddess. She's a good goddess, just like Daphne, the laurel tree nymph. I can get along well with her. After all, if I have trouble with Zeus in the future, maybe. Smack. Ouch. Promise gasped, clutching his head in pain, looking painfully at the goddess, who showed no mercy. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? I keep wondering where you get the nerve. Athena? Well, if it's from her, I really can't afford to offend her, but really? Hecate looked at the young man depressedly, rolled her eyes and said, "You always slander the gods in your heart. It's a miracle that you are still alive today. I wouldn't do it with other gods. It's mainly because you just don't really feel like a goddess." To her words, Promise muttered under his breath. Cerberus, overhearing this, couldn't help but lift its head and shoot Promise a look that said, "You've got guts, kid." Hecate's mouth twitched, and she was about to attack again. I get it." Medea nodded and said to the young man with a look of sympathy, "Teacher really is like that sometimes. You too. Maybe I'm just too soft on you both." With those words, 2 quick smacks followed, and Medea, who was shocked, finally understood why Promise had reacted so dramatically earlier. It was a sharp hit, but hardly enough to count as even a minor wound. In the end, Hecate left in a huff while Promise stored away his painting. Looking at Medea rubbing her sore head, he thought for a while and then asked, "Medea, would you like a painting?" As he mentioned this, Promise suddenly remembered that he still hadn't completed the painting he promised Atalanta. He had intended to finish it after returning to the cave at Mount Pelion, but then they were interrupted by Goddess Artemis's oracle halfway, sending the huntress away, and he had not received any news after that, having no idea what had happened since. When Medea heard his words, her face lit up with joy and she was about to agree, but suddenly her mind fell into a thought. Promise had mentioned the golden fleece to her during their first meeting. After thinking for a moment, she carefully responded, "Could we maybe hold off on the painting for a bit?" Promise was taken aback for a moment, and then glanced at the girl in front of him, and immediately guessed what was on her mind. After all, at this point, she still wasn't the treacherous witch of the future. Her face couldn't hide her thoughts. So, he chuckled and naturally agreed. "Goddess Hecate, can I paint a picture of you?" he suddenly asked loudly, standing up and calling out to Hecate, who was walking away. Hearing this, the latter quickened her pace, responding, "No way. I'm not letting you trap me into helping you like that." Chapter 120, The Doll for the Fate Goddess. Claudio. Time flew by, and 3 days later. In a private room, Promise completed the wooden figurine of the Goddess of Fate, Claudio. Meanwhile, in the back hall, Hecate, who was playing with her familiar underworld butterflies out of boredom, looked at the boy, who came over. Looking at the finished product handed to her, she gave him a sidelong glance. "I thought the gift you were making for the Goddess of Fate would be a statue of yourself. Why would Goddess Claudio like a statue of me? And look how cute this one is." Promise proudly held up the figurine. He had intricately carved Claudio down to every last detail, even including the crystal ball she always held. "Goddess Hecate, could you please do me a favor?" he asked. Hearing this, Hecate didn't need to ask what he wanted to do. She reached out, took the figurine, tapped it lightly, and in an instant, the wooden carving was imbued with color, turning lifelike as if it were a miniature version of Claudio herself, ready to come to life at any moment. Promise stared at the doll in front of him, in awe, then looked at Goddess in surprise. "Goddess Hecate, you're amazing. Just a simple touch and it feels like she's alive." However, Hecate turned away, not answering. "Alive, indeed. Even though you haven't mastered the technique completely yet, you're using here's golden apple tree to make a statue. How could it not come to life?" To be honest, Hecate hadn't colored the figurine at all. She had just lifted the enchantment that masked its presence, allowing the goddess to sense it. This temple of hers was protected by magic, preventing any other deity from detecting her presence. So, by lifting the restrictions on the figurine and subtly notifying the goddess, Hecate had, in essence, awakened the doll. Then, just as the goddess was thinking about whether she should explain this to Promise, or let the goddess of fate herself reveal it, she suddenly noticed what he was doing. "What are you doing?" Hecate's red eyes looked speechlessly at the young man who was playing with the puppet in front of her. The boy didn't answer. In fact, he was curiously poking the doll's cute face, marveling as he did so. "This is incredible, Goddess Hecate. The texture of the skin is so realistic, soft and lifelike. You're really the best, Goddess Hecate." Promise played more enthusiastically while praising Hecate. He held the doll in his hands, touching it here and pinching it there, completely unaware of Hecate's increasingly strange gaze beside him. At that very moment, in the ancient Temple of Fate, Clodo's older sister, Lachesis, was looking at her sister with concern. Because she found that Clodo was trembling all over and even her fists were clenched. So strange. Hecate remained silent, her eyes twinkling with amusement. After all, Clodo herself wasn't saying anything. What else could she say? Especially since this was all too entertaining. Until later, when Promise's behavior became even more outrageous, as he lifted the doll, preparing to sneak a peek underneath, Hecate finally had enough as she smacked the boy on the head. "What do you think you're doing, manhandling a goddess like that?" Promise finally came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly at Hecate, and looked puzzledly at the puppet in front of him whose expression did not change at all. But he could have sworn he saw her shake her fist for a moment. And despite being a figurine, the boy felt that it seemed angry. "No matter how I look at it, Goddess Clodo is indeed very cute. But why do I always feel like something is missing?" Then he stared at the doll seriously for a while and suddenly muttered so. And as he spoke words, Hecate glanced at the doll only to find that her anger had completely dissipated in a moment. "She's so easy to please, I'm not the same as her." Hecate pouted. "Goddess Hecate, could you take me to the Temple of Fate?" Promise asked, turning his attention back to her. "I want to deliver this gift to her right away. Do you think I'm omnipotent or something?" Hecate wanted to roll her eyes at him, but seeing Clodo's reaction and knowing that she was listening to everything, she merely nodded. So, she pretended to cast a spell, telling Promise to close his eyes, while in reality, she was simply adjusting the threads of fate to guide him to the temple, as she had done many times before. In the grand temple woven from the threads of destiny itself, as soon as Promise arrived and opened his eyes, he was met with Clodo, who had been kneeling beside him, waiting impatiently for a while to deliver a sharp whack to his head with her crystal ball. Overcome with embarrassment and anger, the goddess put more strength into it this time, causing the boy to faint immediately. After a while, in the Temple of Fate, Promise woke up from the lap of his sickly second sister, Lachesis. At the same time, nearby, the petite goddess Clodo, dressed in the classic white robes of ancient Athens with a few strands of white hair falling out, had her back turned to the boy. She held her crystal ball tightly, looking like she did not want to speak to him. "What did you do?" Lachesis asked with a soft cough, glancing at Clodo and then at Promise, who had just sat up with a confused expression feeling genuinely curious. After all, the last time they had conspired for a long time to hold Promise down, but Clodo hadn't been able to bring herself to hit him hard. "I really don't know," Promise responded, still bewildered. He then looked toward Clodo. Goddess Clodo?" However, Clodo turned her head away even more, showing she had no intention of talking to Promise or even pay attention to him. As Promise found himself at a loss for what to do. "What's this?" Lachesis asked, picking up a small Clodo doll that had fallen to the side. "That's a gift I prepared for Goddess Clodo," the boy explained, pausing before adding, "and it's carved from the wood of the golden apple tree." At this point, Promise couldn't help but glance back at Clodo, hoping she'd be happy. Although he still didn't understand why she had suddenly become upset. But was Clodo being angry really that unusual? Now that he thought about it, whenever they met, she was usually pouting or angry. So Promise had gotten used to it by now. Anyway, she was cute no matter what. However, because his attention was fixed on Clodo, Promise failed to notice the peculiar expression on Lachesis's face beside him. Lachesis glanced at Clodo and the doll in her hand, then stretched out a finger and gently scratched the tiny foot of the doll. Then, she immediately saw Clodo trembling all over and turning around angrily. Finally realizing what was going on, she almost couldn't hold back her laugh. If she hadn't seen her bashful sister raising her crystal ball, ready to throw it at any moment, she would have laughed out loud. Barely restraining herself, recalling Clodo's strange behavior earlier, Lachesis cast a sidelong glance at Promise and briefly considered whether she should give him a good kick. "By the way, if this gift is for my sister, why don't you carve yourself and give it to my sister?" Lachesis asked, her tone half joking. Promise looked at her in confusion, puzzled as to why she would ask the same question as Hecate. Because Goddess Claudio is so cute, and I don't know why, but I just felt this was the best gift I could give her, Promise answered sincerely. That flash of inspiration he had that day told him this was the right choice. Cute? Lachesis looked at the doll in her hand and immediately nodded in understanding. But she still thought the best gift would have been a statue of himself. As she was lost in these thoughts. Now that I think about it, I've always felt like something was missing, Promise murmured, taking the doll back from Lachesis and beginning to fiddle with it absent-mindedly. Lachesis watched as Claudio's expression shifted from one of annoyance to one of anger. Then she suddenly turned around with a dark face and walked towards Promise with gritted teeth. Looking at her sister, Lachesis was so frightened that she quickly stood up and left the place to move to a safer distance, joining her older sister, who had remained silent the whole time, to watch the scene unfold. I bet Promise is definitely getting beaten up by our sister this time. Lachesis gleefully whispered to their eldest sister, Atropos. That was pure overworked frustration talking. I don't think so, Atropos responded emotionlessly. Hearing this, Lachesis was stunned, and looked at her in confusion as she asked, why not? Because in the end, our sister simply can't bear to do it. She's not actually angry, just embarrassed, Atropos said calmly. Lachesis fell silent at those words and quietly moved a bit farther away from Atropos. It's one thing to notice, but it's entirely different to say it out loud. Meanwhile, Claudio, who had reached Promise and was biting her lip, was about to take action when... Ah, I get it now. Promise suddenly exclaimed. Having said this, he pulled out his pure white feathered brush from his body and lightly touched the eyes of the small Claudio doll in his hand. Suddenly, sky blue eyes, as bright as the heavens, appeared on the doll. Then the doll subconsciously blinked once. And Claudio froze. Lachesis and Atropos were equally stunned. Claudio saw Promise. Although she had always been able to see him. As the one who watches over the future, she had always observed the future version of Promise. But at this very moment, a curse that had long weighed upon her was lifted, and she could finally see the present. Without a doubt, this was the true gift Promise had given Claudio. The wood of the golden apple tree, brimming with the vitality needed to house a divine presence, and the brush from the sky, which granted her the gift of sight. They finally understood why Promise said this was the most fitting gift for Claudio. Even if he himself hadn't fully realized the deeper meaning behind it. Yet, he had still found the most perfect gift for her in the world. Chapter 121, Promise, are you still seeking a grand ending? Promise, are you still seeking that grand ending now? In the ancient temple of fate, woven together from the threads of destiny, as Promise offered his gift to the petite goddess Claudio to express his gratitude for everything that had happened so far, the latter suddenly posed this question. The question left him frozen in place, and even the other two goddesses of fate were surprised. Before Promise could even respond, Claudio gently tugged on his clothes, prompting him to lower himself to her level. She then reached out her small hand, placing it on Promise's face, softly stroking it as if to confirm what she saw and to imprint his features deep into her memory. Goddess Claudio, what do you mean by? The boy let her explore and hesitated before speaking, however before he could finish her words, Claudio gently cut him off. With her soft, tender voice, she repeated, I asked, are you still seeking a grand ending? Promise paused for a moment, reflecting on her words, before meeting the gaze of the white-eyed goddess of fate in front of him. Goddess Claudio, did you see something? Surprisingly, and to the shock of the other two goddesses as well, Claudio shook her head, this time telling the truth, no, I didn't. You didn't look? Hearing this, Promise asked a bit curiously. After all, this was Claudio, the goddess of fate who observes the future in Greek mythology. What's the point? Claudio asked back softly, her stroking hand now pinching his face gently. As she lightly pinched Promise's face, Claudio, with no change in her expression, said, anyway, no matter what future I see, as long as it involves you, you'll change it. And besides... She didn't finish her sentence, but the pinch on Promise's face grew a bit tighter. She definitely didn't want to see that moment came to pass. Promise fell silent once again, but this time, it didn't last long for him to respond as he finally answered, I think I still long for it. Upon hearing this, Claudio's two sisters' expressions shifted, bracing themselves for her reaction, expecting her to be upset. However, they were surprised to see her remain calm. Is that so? Claudio murmured softly as she pushed the doll Promise had given her back into his arms, saying, then, take her with you for now. Goddess Claudio, do you not like the gift? Promise asked, a bit puzzled. No, I do like it, Claudio shook her head. However, before the boy could ask further, she gently pushed him away, and once again, he felt that familiar sensation of weightlessness as he fell away from the ancient temple of fate. As for Claudio returning the doll to Promise, Her sisters weren't too surprised. The reason was easy to discern. Promise had given her a gift that granted her new sight, but in truth, Clotho had long since gained an extra pair of eyes. These eyes were the bond between him and Clotho, a vow that allowed her, who peeked into the future, to witness the most beautiful futures. In a way, Promise had already become her eyes. Moreover, with that doll, Clotho could now accompany him wherever he went. Oh my, who would have thought that our dear little sister has her own hidden desires now? The second sister, Lachesis, teased as she sidled up to Clotho with a playful smile. Clotho ignored her sister's teasing, while the eldest sister, Atropos, came over to ask in her emotionless voice, "This ending? What exactly does it mean?" "He seeks a hero's ending," the latter replied softly, "and it's part of his vow with the goddess Athena." The eldest sister's pupils widened a little when she heard that. After all, that was Athena, one of the only two goddesses of wisdom in the entire ancient Greek mythology. Moreover, she carried the power of Zeus, the king of gods, himself, making her one of the most unique and powerful deities among the gods. If Athena truly intended to do something, it would be very difficult, no, nearly impossible to stop her. Don't worry, Clotho. Given how much Hera dotes on the child, she will definitely protect him even if she has to plead with Zeus himself. Lachesis touched Clotho's head and comforted her. But Clotho looked up, a bit confused, and said, "I'm not worried." "What?" Lachesis blinked in surprise. "And Hera won't be able to stop it," Clotho continued in her gentle tone. "Because this is Promise. No matter what future I glimpse, whether I agree or not, he can always change it. Even if fate that is supposedly unalterable won't be enough to hold him back. How could a single goddess stop him, even if that goddess is the revered Queen Hera?" "What is it, then, that you're concerned about, Clotho?" Lachesis asked, still puzzled. "I'm not worried, I'm simply confirming it," Clotho replied, cradling the crystal ball that held Promise's fate in her hands. "I'm confirming that ending and letting him know that I will always be watching." Lachesis, hearing this, still remained confused. However, Atropos spoke up again. "What you're saying is that even without a vow with the goddess of wisdom, Athena, Promise would still seek a grand finale of his own, right?" "Yes," Clotho confirmed. "And nothing can stop him, just as when he underwent that trial in the underworld. Even when blind and deaf, he still chose to press forward when all he needed to do was step back, and the gods would have intervened." Hearing her words, Lachesis finally began to grasp the situation. "Wait, Clotho, are you saying Promise has been seeking death this whole time? But why? Isn't it because of the vow with Athena? And we've never treated him badly, have we?" Her voice grew frantic. Even though she often resented him for the endless work he caused her, due to her bond with Clotho and her own interactions with Promise, Lachesis had long since came to accept him. "It's not about any external reason," Clotho explained calmly. "It's simply his dream." Lachesis was stunned into silence as she finally comprehended. "So, you've accepted this?" Clotho nodded without any hesitation. "Yes." "Why?" "But Promise is your promise," Lachesis exclaimed, shocked. The eldest sister glanced at Lachesis, curious about why she wasn't coughing or feeling dizzy today. After all, the eldest sister wasn't known for showing emotions. "Because I just confirmed it," Clotho's voice remained gentle and steady as she continued. "It's what he truly desires in his heart, and I don't want to do anything that would make him unhappy. Even if that wish is for a final curtain call in death. If that's what he wishes, then the goddess of fate will seize that thread of destiny for him. In the underworld, at Hecate's temple." "What, you didn't deliver the gift? And wait, how did you come back without getting beaten?" Looking at the boy who had returned intact, and the doll still in his hand, Hecate was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. "Goddess Clotho likes it very much, but she told me to hold on to it. But why should I be beaten?" Promise answered as he looked at Hecate in confusion. Hecate stayed silent, her red eyes focusing on the doll, especially its newly illuminated sky blue eyes. When she saw them, she understood what this gift truly was and the significance behind it. "It's really fun." Hecate, feeling emotional, waved her hands and said, it's okay, just pretend I didn't say anything." "Oh, by the way, now that you have given away all the gifts, could you help me with that favor now?" She swiftly changed the subject, but Promise didn't dwell on it as his mind was still occupied by another thing. That was Goddess Clotho's question about his grand ending. So he answered casually, "Sure, that's no problem, but Goddess Hecate, could you wait a bit longer? I still need to complete another trial and meet the golden horned deer." "Oh, and Hecate, there's something I wanted to ask you," before he could finish speaking. "Then hurry up and go." Hecate took out her staff and waved her hand to cast a spell. As the underworld butterflies enveloped him and the boy vanished, returning to the mortal world, Hecate raised her hand to wipe her brow and remove the non-existent sweat. "Phew, that was so close." I almost got dragged into some troublesome business. I'm not sure what it was, but avoiding it is always the safest bet. Just as Hecate congratulated herself on her quick thinking, "Teacher, I thought I heard Promise's voice just now?" Medea came running into the temple, glancing around in confusion as she asked Hecate. "Nope," Hecate responded immediately, her expression firm. "You must have been hearing things." Chapter 122, First Heroic Painting. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, as the underworld butterflies dispersed, Promise found himself standing in an ancient forest, feeling a bit exasperated. Then he quickly took out his painting and summoned Pegasus. As the winged horse emerged, Promise couldn't help but complain, "Brother Horse, do you know that Hecate really is a tricky goddess? She's been avoiding me like I'm some sort of plague. Am I really that scary? I mean, who else would dare challenge the gods, crash the wedding of Hades, or hunt Hermes? Surely, that's not too intimidating, right?" Pegasus didn't reply. Instead, it fixated its gaze on the doll in Promise's hand. "Oh, do you want to talk about this?" Promise followed Pegasus's line of sight and looked at Clodo's doll in his palms as he spoke. This was supposed to be a gift for Goddess Clodo, but she didn't take it. "No, it's not that she didn't want it, she asked me to keep it first." As he spoke, Promise just tilted his head, clearly still puzzled. "Whatever, it's not that big deal anyway," he shrugged, placing the doll in Pegasus's saddlebag. "Brother Horse, let's go find Lady Artemis. Or, actually, if we could just find the golden horned deer, that'd be fine too." Promise grinned sheepishly. Pegasus glanced at Promise and then at the doll inside the backpack, noticing how Clodo had quietly peeked her tiny head out from the bag while the boy was not paying attention. "Forget it, I'll just pretend I didn't see it and just eat grass honestly," Pegasus decided, pretending not to notice as it took to the skies, carrying Promise above the clouds. This time, Promise's luck was exceptional. It was as if he were truly blessed by the goddess of fate herself. Because this time, instead of meeting Artemis, he encountered Atalanta. It turned out that Artemis had sent Atalanta away under the pretense of having her take care of the golden horned. And the location was none other than the sacred grounds of the hunt, Artemis's sanctuary. Before long, as dusk fell, Pegasus brought Promise to the sanctuary. And when he saw Atalanta and greeted the golden horned deer rubbed against Promise happily and agreed to be carved by the boy. As night fell, the crescent moon hung in the sky, and the stars reflected in the clear stream running through the sacred forest. By the stream's edge, Promise sat down and painted the silhouette of the golden horned deer on the canvas of the sky. Pegasus, Argus the 100-eyed giant, Cerberus the hellhound, and now the golden horned hind. Gods, creatures. What's left is a hero. Looking at the completed painting before him, Promise muttered to himself and then turned his gaze toward Atalanta, who was chatting with the nymph attendants, who accompanied Goddess Artemis. Sensing his gaze, the huntress looked back at Promise as her emerald eyes met his. Seeing this, the nymph attendants, showing good sense, laughed softly and left the scene. "Is something wrong?" Atalanta asked as she walked towards the boy, brushing aside the strands of her green hair that had fallen over her shoulder. "I finished the painting. But wasn't I supposed to paint one for you too?" Promise replied with a smile. Hearing that the painting was done, the golden horned hind stood up, let out a soft call, and then ran off to join Pegasus, who was grazing nearby. "You actually remembered?" Hearing his words, Atalanta shot Promise a sidelong glance. "I don't want to get hunted down again," the latter shrugged before raising his brush once more. Seeing this, Atalanta, who had always regarded this as a trivial matter, suddenly felt a nervous stiffness in her body as she looked at the boy's intent gaze as his green eyes focused on her with complete seriousness. "What should I do?" Atalanta asked, feeling a bit nervous and somewhat at a loss. "Do whatever you like," Promise answered nonchalantly. Hearing his not-so-serious words, just as Atalanta was about to ready her bow and shoot an arrow at him, "It doesn't matter, you look beautiful either way, so the painting won't turn out badly." After a brief moment of silence, Atalanta quietly put her hand down and decided to simply lean against a nearby tree. The moonlight bathed her in its glow, and the night breeze gently tousled her hair as Promise captured this serene moment on his canvas. Then, breaking the silence, Promise. "Are you still pursuing a deathly finale?" Atalanta asked. Promise's brush paused as he lifted his head, surprised at the question. He hadn't expected her to ask this, especially since it was the same question Goddess Clodo had posed earlier that day. Two people asked him the same thing within a single day. It's a bit strange. However, with Atalanta, Promise didn't feel the same as he did when facing a goddess. So he naturally asked, "Why are you asking this? Didn't you descend the mountain to become a hero?" Atalanta asked. She still vividly remembered the legend she heard from those bandits and figured she would probably never forget it in her lifetime. Now that this wish is nearly fulfilled, what's left is the final act, right? Among all the people Promise interacted with after descending the mountain, the one who spent the most time with him and understood him the best was undoubtedly Atalanta. Unlike Medea, who also saw the paintings and knew what he had been through and what he had faced in his journey to be a hero, Atalanta was featured in many of them. She not only saw the scenes but also participated in them. So if there was anyone who knew Promise best, it was undoubtedly her. She was also the only one who witnessed the boy's transformation over the past year. Hearing this, Promise finally understood why Goddess Clotho had suddenly asked him that question. However, he didn't respond immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted slightly toward his side, where his golden cheat appeared, the servant class card. Promise had tested long ago, so he knew that only he could see it. Since the underworld incident, it hadn't surfaced again, and the reason was simple: Promise's level had only increased slightly. He had gone from a knee-rank servant to a knee rank. The rank up occurred after he defeated the Chimera and painted those 6 images. Indeed, despite everything that happened after the underworld event, recorded in full detail on the class card, Promise's rank had reached a standstill. The reason was straightforward: he had already reached a 5-star servant level. Even among the countless stars shining throughout history, Promise had undoubtedly secured his place, and not just any place, a particularly remarkable one. In this timeline, even without Hercules completing the 12 labors, participating in divine battles, aiding the Olympian gods in winning, and eventually becoming one of them, or facing the mighty Typhon, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of all Greek heroes. In this situation, quantity alone could no longer help, the key now lay in quality. Just as gods are classified as principal gods, divine kings, and lesser deities, servants also have different tiers, with the highest known rank being the Grand Servant. To progress further, ordinary legends were no longer sufficient, so what Promise needed was a truly grand epic. An event that, even among all legends, would be remarkable, a tale that could influence an entire era or involve feats like slaying gods as a mortal. That was the journey for the Golden Fleece and the paintings of the Olympian gods. This was why Athena, the goddess of wisdom, had been rushing the construction of the Argo recently. Even though she might not know about the class card, she was more aware than anyone of what Promise needed. After all, Athena had made a vow to Promise. She would witness and guide him to become a star, no, the brightest star among all constellations. And at the peak of his brilliance, she would grant him the grandest curtain call, forever capturing him in that moment. Yes, Promise withdrew his gaze as the class card disappeared in front of him as he smiled, resuming painting, saying, "I'm still pursuing that final act." "Why?" Atalanta naturally asked. "You've already become a hero with such renown, why do you still seek death? Given your current circumstances, even seeking to become a god from the gods you revere isn't out of reach, right?" This was a statement that could be considered sacrilege. Under normal circumstances, Atalanta would never utter such words and would think anyone who did was insane. But knowing everything about the boy, she had already entertained the thought that if Promise weren't so physically frail and had nothing to do with divine heritage, she would have already assumed he was a god. Either Hera's or the goddess of the arts. "I have no desire to become a god, nor will I," Promise replied firmly. "Even so, you could still become a king, enjoying supreme power, endless wealth and glory," Atalanta persisted. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but chuckle and speak. "What's this? You can't bear the thought of me dying. Wait, let's talk about this, no need to draw your bow." The golden horned deer took a bite of grass and nodded to the Pegasus beside him. Indeed, the grass was delicious. Promise pondered for a moment before saying, "Honestly, it's not about any grand reason. Wealth, power, those things aren't quite stimulating enough for me." "Stimulating?" Atalanta looked at Promise, a bit puzzled. "Atalanta, can you imagine yourself, one day, no longer hunting, returning to your homeland to become a graceful princess, eventually marrying some prince and living out your days peacefully?" "Impossible." The huntress declared decisively, "I've devoted my whole life to the goddess Artemis, this faith will never waver, so I will never marry a man." Halfway through her sentence, Atalanta suddenly froze as an image flashed through her mind, causing her to stiffen in place. Pegasus glanced at her, then at the little Clotho doll poking its head out of his luggage. "Girl, you're quite brave." Promise didn't mind and continued smiling, saying, "Yes, I'm the same way. I can't imagine that kind of future. At least not in this lifetime. After all, I have indeed climbed one peak after another, each one steeper and more treacherous than the last. Some were difficult to climb, some were nearly impossible to scale, covered in snow and threatening to avalanche at any moment, yet I still walked to the summit. And with every leap over those cliffs, I would think, the view from the other side is truly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Atalanta also understood. When she hunted extraordinary prey, she would also have the same sense of accomplishment. "So I won't stop, especially since I have made so many promises to the goddesses. I haven't avenged everything in my little notebook, so I have to continue. And when all this is done..." The young man smiled again, this time with a genuine warmth that lifted the corners of his lips. "Then, perhaps I would have earned the right to paint the most beautiful picture for myself. So, do you think that picture for me would be one of enjoying riches and luxury, or a scene of me leaping high above a cliff's edge?" As Promise finished these words, he also completed his painting. The moonlight shone down on the moon goddess Artemis's sacred grove, illuminating the scene. The beautiful huntress leaned against a tree, clasping her arms in front of her chest, gazing up at the crescent moon in the sky, her emerald green attire and flowing hair fluttering gently in the night breeze. This was Promise's first heroic painting, and it depicted Atalanta, the beautiful huntress. Chapter 123, Fisherman and the Nymph. Several days later, Pegasus soared through the sky, with the endless sea stretching below. Promise was keeping his agreement with Hecate, the goddess of crossroads, and was taking Medea along as they rode on Pegasus toward the island of Aea, home to Circe, the demi-goddess of the moon and love. The journey was smooth until they reached a narrow strait. As night began to fall, Pegasus paused mid-flight, bringing the two down to rest by the strait. Just as Promise lit a fire and the flames started illuminating the darkness, a splash of seawater extinguished it. Then, under the moonlight tonight, a beautiful goddess walked out of the sea. She wore a blue gown that matched her wavy blue hair, which fell gracefully down her back, and her eyes shone with the deep blue of the ocean. "Children, you cannot stay here. The fire will awaken Scylla, the sea monster who slumbers nearby. If she wakes, she will devour anyone who enters this place." The goddess spoke with a gentle, soothing voice, but her words faltered when her blue eyes caught sight of Promise's reflection. She blinked in surprise, then smiled softly while bowing gracefully. "But it seems my worries were unnecessary. Child of Queen Hera and student of the Centaur sage, Promise, it is an honor to meet you. I am Thetis, daughter of Nereus, the old man of the sea." Nereus, the god of the sea, was the first god to emerge from the sea in Greek mythology, a son of the earth and sea. Before the current god of the sea, Poseidon, took his place, Nereus was the ruler of the ocean. And as for the goddess standing before them, she was none other than Thetis, the mother of Achilles. Yes, this was Thetis, the wise and beautiful sea goddess known across Greek mythology for her beauty and virtue. Looking at her, Promise's first impression was one of overwhelming gentleness. In this way, she resembled Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, though Demeter's gentleness was rooted in maternal love, while Thetis's was an inherent, ocean-like grace that seemed to embrace everything. "Hello, beautiful goddess Thetis. May I ask, do you know who I am?" Promise asked, snapping out of his brief daze, curiosity lacing his voice. At that moment, he did not immediately recognize her. After all, he had been in Greece for several years now, and while Thetis was important in the Greek mythology, she did not stand on the same level as the Olympian gods. But had he met someone like Peleus or encountered Zeus, Promise would have remembered her. In ancient Greek mythology, the king of gods, Zeus, was haunted by a curse from the previous king of the gods, who prophesied that Zeus's children would be stronger than him and eventually overthrow his rule. And Thetis was destined to bear a child stronger than its father. This was also the reason why Thetis, who was so noble and beautiful that she was pursued by the gods such as Zeus, Poseidon and Apollo, eventually ended up marrying a human. And because of this reason, the king of gods Zeus issued a death order, forbidding any god to touch the goddess Thetis. Oh, and by the way, the famous event involving the golden apple, the fight for the most beautiful goddess between Queen Hera, goddess of wisdom, Athena, and goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, happened at her wedding. "I think any god would recognize you." In response to his curious inquiry, Thetis smiled gently and replied. As she spoke, she glanced again at the marks on Promise's body. The aura of Queen Hera, goddess of wisdom Athena, moon goddess Artemis, and goddess of light Apollo was unmistakable. Anyone would recognize such a collection of divine influences. Besides, expect you, what other hero would appear as delicate as a blooming flower like this? "Child, did you come here to defeat the sea monster Scylla?" Thetis naturally assumed that Promise, being a famous hero, was here for that purpose since Scylla was known as a fearsome monster. "No, that's not the case." However, the boy shook his head and looked towards Medea. Understanding his cue, Medea stepped forward and said, "Greetings, noble sea goddess Thetis. I am Medea, a student of the goddess Hecate." Promise then explained that he was escorting Medea to Aea to meet the witch Circe. Upon hearing this, Thetis blinked her ocean blue eyes, a trace of surprise briefly flashing within them. After thinking for a moment, she asked softly, "Dear girl Medea, could you tell me what your relationship is with the demi-goddess of the moon and love, Circe?" "She is my senior, and also my aunt, beautiful goddess," Medea answered without any hesitation. Just as Promise had sensed, the gentle demeanor of Thetis would naturally put anyone at ease, allowing them to lower their guard in her presence. I see. Thetis lowered her head and remained silent for a while before looking up with a soft smile. Two lovely children, would you be willing to listen to a story I'd like to share? As she spoke, the nearby seawater gathered into a lyre, which appeared in Thetis's hands. She lifted the instrument, gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and began to walk gracefully along the moonlit shore. As she played, she narrated a story for Promise and Medea. The tale was about the sea monster Scylla. In Greek mythology, Scylla was infamous, known as a source of terror in the depths of the sea, bringing death to all who ventured near. But the story Thetis told was not about the fearsome nature of this monster, it was about a forgotten past. Thetis spoke of a friend of hers, a beautiful water nymph. This kind-hearted nymph once saved a fisherman who had fallen into the water. When the fisherman awoke, he immediately fell in love with her. However, the lovely nymph did not return his affection and rejected his love. So in order to win the love of the water nymph, the fisherman finally found the witch, Circe, the demi-goddess of the moon and love, for help. The fisherman was quite handsome, so Circe decided to assist him. The fisherman received multiple opportunities to meet the nymph thanks to Circe. Over days and days of spending time together, the water nymph finally started to fall for the fisherman bit by bit. But just as the nymph started falling in love with him, the witch, Circe herself, fell in love with the fisherman during those same interactions. And before the fisherman could confess his love to the water nymph, Circe confessed her love to him first. But such a typical act of a defeated lover naturally failed to win the fisherman's affection, so out of jealousy and anger, the witch Circe cursed the kind-hearted water nymph. She cursed the water nymph into a terrifying monster, growing as tall as a small mountain, with tentacles sprouting from below, while her upper body turned hideous. Moreover, the witch Circe told the water nymph how to lift the curse, and it was very simple. All she needed was a kiss of love from the one she loved. It really was that simple, so the water nymph, full of hope, came before the fisherman, explained everything to him, and hoped to receive his love. The fisherman agreed and asked her to wait for half a day, promising he would return. The water nymph did as she was told, but half a day. No, a week passed, and the water nymph finally understood that she had been deceived. Seeing how ugly she had become, the fisherman became frightened and terrified. His original affection turned into panic, so he chose to flee. From then on, the seas were haunted by a man-eating monster, that was the sea demon Scylla. When Thetis finished her playing and told the story, even Promise was stunned, let alone the Pegasus beside him, who even forgot to keep grazing. What a melodramatic story. Promise was filled with emotion in his heart, and then he turned his head to look at Medea beside him. But he was surprised to find that she was actually crying at the moment and seemed to be quite furious. It's too despicable, my aunt is really too despicable. I've decided, from today on, I won't call her by anything else, I'll just call her aunt. And that fisherman, beautiful goddess Thetis, please tell me his name. I want to punish him, I want to turn him into a pig and make him live as one forever. Medea said fiercely. At this moment, she was nothing like her usual obedient and cute self. This made Promise, who was watching in disbelief, start to doubt whether the sweet demeanor she usually displayed in front of him was just an act. Thetis smiled gently, approaching Medea and softly stroking her hair, calming her restless heart. Don't worry, child. That human naturally received the punishment he deserved. But a heart that has been thoroughly broken cannot be easily mended. As she said this, Thetis raised her head and gazed into the distance with a somewhat sad expression. Betrayed and cursed by the witch, she truly fell into becoming a monster. By the time I learned of it and rushed over, everything was already too late. Just as she said these words, the excited Medea still wanted to say something. But the strait suddenly began to shake violently. The once calm sea now bore a massive whirlpool, and out of that whirlpool emerged a terrifying creature. Its lower body was like that of an octopus, with massive tentacles, while the upper body was in the form of a woman, though her face was twisted and monstrous, her head covered in snarling, dog-like hair. Circe. Living in the deep sea, she had emerged because she heard that name. Circe. The strait trembled with her rage, and the thrashing tentacles churned and agitated the waters around her. Circe, Circe. Chapter 124, Trial. Once again, upon seeing her appearance and terrifying form, Medea was so startled that she instinctively clung to the gentle goddess before her, and Thetis accepted her with a smile. She then raised her head and looked at her former friend in front of her, and her eyes were filled with sadness again. And Promise, who was standing on the side, looked at this sea demon Scylla. Suddenly, I kind of don't blame the fisherman, even though he was really scummy. Right, brother horse? The latter glanced at Promise and turned away, refusing to answer. Although it was mentally giving a thumbs up in his heart, with so many gods watching, it wouldn't dare to speak the truth. Brother Horse knows better than Promise what it means to suffer from saying the wrong thing. Scylla, don't do this. Thetis looked sadly at her enraged and irrational state and said, Circe is not here, and the human who betrayed you has already been punished. I've imprisoned him forever in the sea, so please stop. However, her words didn't awaken Scylla's reason. Instead, they made Scylla, who glanced at her, even more furious. She even attacked Thetis directly. Because Thetis was so beautiful, and at that moment, she herself was so hideous. The water controlled by Thetis blocked Scylla's attack. Just as she was about to use Promise's Pegasus to take them away, a melodious flute suddenly started to play. Thetis turned her head and saw Promise holding a shepherd's flute, playing the melody. That flute was a gift from Hermes to Promise regarding the matter with Io. It was a divine artifact capable of lulling even the 100 eyes of Argus to sleep. Soon, Medea, whose eyelids were drooping, fell asleep peacefully in Thetis's arms. The furious sea demon Scylla also gradually calmed down and eventually, lay down by the strait and fell asleep. Only then did Promise stop playing the flute and look at the sea goddess Thetis, who gently laid Medea under a nearby tree and walked toward him. Seeing that she hadn't been affected at all, he immediately understood that this goddess was indeed powerful. She could have easily dealt with the monster, but she just didn't want to do that. Beautiful goddess, being overly gentle isn't always a good thing. Before Thetis could say anything as she walked towards him, Promise spoke these words to her. Seeing her slightly stunned by his words, he turned his head to look at the sea demon Scylla sleeping by the strait and said, if she were once my friend, facing her in her current state, I think I would have drawn my sword without hesitation. Although Promise had saved his friend Actaeon when he turned into a giant stag, but that was because Actaeon hadn't lost his sanity and hadn't killed anyone. But the sea demon in front of him was different. Scylla had devoured countless people so far and had long lost her reason, completely turning into a monster. In this situation, Thetis's gentle protection, in Promise's eyes, was more of a harm. She clearly had the power to end Scylla's suffering, yet she let her continue to endure this torment. Hearing his words, Thetis fell silent. She understood what Promise was implying. As a wise goddess among all the sea goddesses, Thetis knew in her heart that Promise's words were true. But, I'm sorry, child. I can't do it, she replied softly, looking at her friend who had turned into a monster with sad eyes. I know she's in pain, and I want to free her too, but... Hearing this answer and seeing the goddess lower her head, Promise couldn't help but chuckle and say with some emotion, Goddess Thetis, you truly are a very gentle goddess. In that case, may I ask if you would be willing to entrust this matter to me? I believe this should be judged in a trial. A trial? Thetis looked at the young man in confusion. Yes. And as it happens, it's part of an agreement I have with a certain goddess. Although I haven't reached the end of the road yet, I think she must have been waiting a long time. Hearing this, Thetis looked at the young, who was quietly looking at the mermaid Scylla, not knowing what she was thinking. After a brief silence, she smiled slightly. Then, child, I leave it to you. Huh? Such a straightforward agreement left Promise momentarily stunned, and he looked at the goddess in surprise. I trust you, and I've heard many stories about you, Thetis replied softly. Promise's deeds had long been spread among the gods. And with those stories, along with this meeting, determining whether Promise was trustworthy was naturally not difficult for the wise sea goddess Thetis. Moreover, the one both abandoned and blessed by fate, you shall create the most beautiful future, Thetis softly spoke, revealing the most crucial reason. Understanding this, Promise said nothing further and pulled out a painting. It was an old painting, depicting a sharp sword. This was the sword of judgment of the goddess of justice, Themis. This sword would protect Promise until he reached the end of his chosen hero's path. Using it, Promise then took out a pure white brush and drew the scales of judgment. And so, holding the scales of judgment, dressed in a white robe and golden crown, with her eyes covered by a blindfold symbolizing absolute fairness, the goddess of justice Themis emerged from the painting. It's been a long time, goddess Themis. Looking at the white-robed goddess holding the scales of judgment in front of him, even Promise couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A lot had indeed happened over the past year. Not really, Themis responded in her cold voice, denying this. Because I've been watching you all along, whether it was the matter with the moon goddess Artemis, or with Demeter and Hades, the god of the underworld, I had never been absent. Then, under the shocked gaze of the sea goddess Thetis, she reached up and removed the blindfold covering her eyes, revealing eyes as beautiful as the sky. At that moment, the goddess of justice once again opened her eyes for the boy before her, shedding the heavy robe representing absolute fairness. And for the first time in a long while, she showed Promise a flawless smile, a sight rarely seen by the other gods. Themis then stepped forward, handing the gently swaying scales in her hand to his left hand. When Promise lifted the scales, which had been trembling, they became stable. At the same time, the sword of judgment that had been protecting him throughout the past year appeared in his right hand. Promise held the scales in his left hand and the sword in his right hand as Themis stepped behind him and gently covered his bright emerald eyes with the blindfold she had removed. No words were needed. The moment she sensed his call and came here, Themis understood what he intended to do. Promise wanted to present a gift to the goddess of justice Themis. And that gift was, just as before, a judgment. To be honest, she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Hera, Athena, Themis, and Clotho, these are the four goddesses intertwined with the threads of fate connected to Promise. The other three had more or less received gifts from Promise, leaving only Themis. This was because Themis's vow with Promise involved giving him the sword when he first embarked on his journey, protecting him all the way until he found his own path and answers. Now, there was no doubt that the sword could be returned. Promise had already left his mark on this world. The 7 completed paintings and his status as a 5-star heroic spirit were the best proof. For this reason, Themis had long been eagerly awaiting this moment, awaiting the young man to come before her, return the sword, and be painted onto the canvas, fulfilling their initial agreement. However, their reunion had to take place in a pure white courtroom. Now that the promise was due, it was only fitting for it to conclude with a trial. Thus, the pure white courtroom appeared once again. Chapter 125, Fisherman, Nymph and the Witch. With his eyes covered by the blindfold, Promise, empowered by Themis, temporarily held the authority of the goddess of justice. The pure white courtroom enveloped everyone within. Promise stood at the highest point of the courtroom, while Themis, just as she had before, quietly stood behind him. Under the court, there was the water nymph holding her head with a confused look in her eyes. Under the power of the goddess of justice, she had woken up from her decadent madness, but she was only temporarily free. The phantom of the sea demon still loomed behind her like an ominous presence. Next to the confused water nymph was Circe, who was rubbing her eyes in confusion. With pink hair and eyes as beautiful as a rainbow, she is a demigod in Greek mythology, overseeing the moon and love, while also being a witch of temptation and corruption. She is the student of the goddess of crossroads, Hecate, and the aunt of Medea. At this moment, she seemed to have just woken up and was still in her pajamas, drooling slightly from the corner of her mouth. One word is enough to describe her, the most famous loser in Greek mythology. Apart from the two of them, there was another person. That was the man whose body was covered with seaweed and whose hands were bound with chains. His name was Glaucus, and he was the fisherman who fell in love with the water nymph and was later loved by the witch Circe. After the sea goddess Thetis found out everything, she sought him out and punished him by permanently imprisoning the man on a stone pillar deep in the sea. Thus, the current appearance of Glaucus had nothing of the handsomeness that could once charm both the witch and the water nymph. Instead, he now looked like a prisoner who had finally seen the light of day. With this, the people on stage were all present, but the audience below was not yet complete. Since this was a trial, there must naturally be jurors and an audience as witnesses. This time, the audience was just as crowded as ever, but they were not living beings, they were the spirits of the dead. The power of the goddess of justice temporarily brought them out from the abyss of the underworld. They were the spirits who had lost their lives to the mouth of the sea monster Scylla. Besides them, there were also some spectators sitting among the relatives. The goddess of crossroads, Hecate, looked bewildered at the scene, with Medea sleeping sweetly on her lap, and the sea goddess Thetis, who was covering her mouth in shock. They were all people who should have been there, but there were a few people in the audience who shouldn't have been there. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, dressed in a pure white gown, looking immaculate, Hermes with a smile at the corner of his mouth, holding on to his feathered hat, Hera, the queen of heaven, and Demeter, who was sitting together with her daughter. Even the goddess of fate, Clotho, was here, sitting alone in a corner with her crystal ball, with a Pegasus lying beside her. Promise's lips twitched twice. Though his eyes were covered by white cloth, this actually made him see even more clearly. He didn't invite them, these guys just smelled the scent and came here on their own. Athena even waved cheerfully when she noticed the boy looking over, clearly delighted. If it weren't for Hera's intense glare from the side making her uncomfortable, she might have run directly to the trial seat to find Promise. In this way, everyone was finally gathered. In the brief silence, as everyone gradually returned to their senses, a round of inevitable commotion followed. Athena and the others were having fun watching from the sidelines while the undead began to communicate with each other, or perhaps they were screaming because they saw the phantom of the siren behind the water nymph. Ah, I knew I shouldn't have come. Hecate, scanning the scene with her red eyes and quickly figured out everything and couldn't help but pinch Medea's face with a depressed expression, causing the girl to wail in pain, feeling like she was in the midst of a terrible nightmare. On the stage, Circe? The water nymph widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at Circe. Upon confirming it was indeed her, the water nymph gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. In response, "Huh, who are you?" Circe, who was yawning and obviously not awake yet, looked at the water nymph in front of her with a confused face. Then, noticing the shadow behind her, she frowned in disgust and said, "Wow, don't come over here, stay away from me, you're so ugly." "Sirs?" Hearing the water nymph's voice, Glaucus, who couldn't stand, with seawater dripping onto the stage, his hands shackled in chains, was equally excited. "Save me, Circe, save me!" he cried out, even crawling towards Circe, frightening her so much that she retreated again and again. Hey, wait a minute. Who are you? You're so filthy. Don't come any closer or I'll turn you into a pig." After saying this with a look of disgust on her face, Circe finally had time to observe the situation on the scene. Upon noticing the gathering of gods watching the show, her body visibly stiffened. Fortunately, she quickly spotted Hecate, who was turning her head away, clearly unwilling to pay attention to her. "Hey, goddess. Isn't that my goddess? Goddess teacher, it's me, your lovely follower. What's going on here, goddess teacher?" With a face full of excitement, Circe began to move toward Hecate, but at that moment, silence. Promise finally spoke, and though his voice was soft, within this pure white courtroom, it carried the power of law, instantly quieting the once noisy courtroom. The water nymph, the fisherman, and even Circe were rendered motionless, unable to move. Promise then began to explain the circumstances and the reasons why everyone, except for the gods, who were merely watching for amusement, was gathered in this pure white courtroom. Following the words of Promise, Circe, who had been dissatisfied earlier, was left stunned, and even the water nymph, who had been glaring furiously at Circe, was equally stunned. She tilted her head and looked in disbelief at the spectators sitting on the stage around her. They were all people who had died at her hands. The water nymph's heart was naturally shaken by this, and the shadow of the sea monster behind her began to tremble continuously. When everything was explained, Promise lifted the silence, and then, How is this possible?" Circe looked in disbelief at the man covered in seaweed beside her, shock evident in her voice. "You're actually Glaucus." This girl, who had been pleading for Glaucus' help moments ago, now lowered her head, unable to say a word, as Promise's words vividly reminded her of the past and that ultimate betrayal. Circe stared intently at Glaucus, the one she once loved. The latter kept his head down, unable to muster the courage to lift it again. As for the water nymph, she no longer looked at them but instead turned her gaze toward the audience. Because of the whole story stated by Promise, the spirit recalled everything and realizing that they were dead, they kept cursing at the water nymph and venting their emotions. Amidst this noise situation, Medea woke up from Hecate's lap. Seeing her goddess teacher's helpless expression and the chaotic surroundings in front of her, she naturally found herself utterly confused. With this, the trial officially began. The case itself was not complicated, but because this was a gift for Themis, and Themis had also taken off the blindfold from her eyes, Promise had to accomplish one thing: the verdict must convince everyone present. And beyond that, the judgment must, as in the past, bring a smile to the face of the goddess of justice, Themis. Only then would it be worthy of being presented as a gift to the goddess Themis. "Glaucus, you are the root cause of everything." Promise spoke again. This time, he did not impose silence, but as soon as he began speaking, all sounds disappeared at once. Because by now, everyone clearly understood that he was the judge here. "You fell in love with the water nymph because she saved you from drowning, but you chose to betray her because of the curse of the witch Circe. Is that right?" The fisherman remained silent. When everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward him, he, now free and easy, responded with a bitter smile as he answered sincerely, "Yes, I betrayed her, even though I once loved her so deeply. I can never forget the scene. When I was drowning in the deep sea, she appeared by my side and saved me. At that moment, she was so beautiful that I couldn't breathe. I once believed that my love for her would never change until she turned into that monster and came in front of me. Even though I knew that just one kiss, a kiss from someone who still loved her, would make her return to her original form, I still ran away. Because I knew that even if I kissed her, she would never return to the way she was. When she turned into a monster, the love that once existed was already gone." The fisherman's words naturally earned disdainful glances from many in the audience as they looked at him with contempt. After all, the water nymph was his savior, and it was he who persistently pursued her afterwards. But when the water nymph truly needed him, he was afraid and ran away. However, when they looked at the monstrous shadow behind the water nymph, many fell silent once again. It's easy to speak, but if one's lover became like that and they still had to love and kiss them, how many could really do it? Even if they once loved each other, that kind of monster. Chapter 126, Judgment and Painting. Circe, out of jealousy in your heart, you cursed the water nymph and turned her into a monster with your magic potion. So, how did you feel watching it all unfold? Promise then questioned the witch, Circe. How else could I feel? Of course, it was the satisfaction of revenge. Starsea answered very straightforwardly. She didn't even think she had done anything wrong and answered in a matter-of-fact tone. Why should she get Glaucus's love? Besides, didn't she reject him at first? Why did she agree later? And it's not like I didn't give them a chance. Didn't they both say that they loved each other so much, right? Then prove it to be. I didn't lie. If Glaucus truly loved her and had kissed her that day, she would have turned back. So, how is it my fault? Am I supposed to do nothing and just watch the person I love being lovey-dovey with someone else in front of me? No way. When Starsea said this, Queen Hera in the audience couldn't help but nod in approval, giving her a thumbs up. Do you still love that fisherman now? Promise continued to ask, would you still be willing to save him from the punishment of the sea goddess Thetis? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience curiously looked over. Starsea instinctively glanced at Glaucus, then curled her lips disdainfully and said, of course, I'm not interested anymore. At first I was planning to wait for him to give up, thinking that once he gave up I would run over and make him fall in love with me again. But when I secretly saw how pathetic and ugly he looked while running away, I completely lost interest. In the family section, Medea clenched her fists angrily upon hearing Circe's words, expressing her dissatisfaction. Hecate beside her also couldn't help but cover her face, feeling too embarrassed to keep watching. At the same time, she glanced at Medea beside her and immediately made a decision in her heart. Originally Hecate was going to pass on the blame and give Medea to Starsea for nurturing, but now she has changed her mind. Because she finally understood why Medea, who was so well-behaved and sensible now, and at most a little bit mischievous, would become the treacherous witch she would be in the future. She used to think it was because of Jason, but now it's clear. Starsea, you're the real culprit. And indeed, Medea was really influenced by Starsea in this regard. Circe's love was like a forbidden sweet poison. It could make people degenerate and go crazy. I see, Promise nodded calmly without showing much emotion. Scylla, you are the complete victim in this situation. A single act of kindness brought such disaster upon you. You should have deserved the greatest sympathy, but... Do you hear them? The cries of those innocent souls who died at your hands. As his words fell, the beautiful water nymph turned her head and looked at the audience. With her movement, the shadow of the monster behind her also shifted its gaze, making the water nymph see nothing but fear and anger. Finally, her gaze rested on the sea goddess Thetis. Now that she had fully regained consciousness in this pure white court, she naturally remembered everything Thetis had done to her so far. When the two looked at each other, Thetis, who had already seen the decision in her eyes, was instantly filled with sadness. She understood the decision her friend had made. I hear them, the beautiful water nymph replied to Promise. I am willing to atone for my sins and offer my life. Even if it means descending to the abyss of the underworld and enduring the torments of hell, I will not resist. Therefore, honorable judge, please pass your judgment. After she finished speaking, I feel the same way. The fisherman, who lowered his head and dared not look at the water nymph again, gave the same answer. So now, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Starsea. Starsea opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, looking at Promise, then at the goddess of justice, Themis, behind him, and then at the group of goddesses sitting nearby. Finally, her gaze landed on her own goddess, Hecate. Hecate, who had been looking away and didn't want to deal with Starsea, struggled internally for a while under Circe's gaze, but in the end, under everyone's eyes, she stood up slowly in front of everyone. Promise, she is my student, Hecate said with a reluctant sigh, forcing herself to speak. Could you hand her over to me? I promise, from now on, I'll strictly discipline her. To be honest, Promise was quite surprised at this time, and even Medea, standing next to Hecate, looked at her teacher in shock. Because Hecate had always given them the impression of being unreliable and the kind that tends to give up terribly. Therefore, they really did not expect that when something really went wrong, even under the watchful gazes of so many gods and goddesses such as Queen Hera and Goddess Athena, she would still stand up for her students. And for that, I, Hecate, swear by my name as a goddess that if you ever need my help, no matter how difficult the task, I will assist you without hesitation. Hecate gritted her teeth and continued, as for the souls who died in this event, I will seek out Hades, the god of the underworld, and ensure they are treated well. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became very quiet. To be honest, the offer was quite tempting for Promise, especially considering how Hecate had always shown him a cold face as her expression was constantly filled with disdain whenever they met. So he was actually tempted to create a huge mess and then call Hecate to help clean it up, just to watch her struggle. However, after a brief smile, Promise began the judgment for Starsea. Starsea, in the future, you will meet someone you fall deeply in love with. He spoke calmly, but you will never be able to gain his love. Moreover, When that person stands in front of you, you will be forced to help him with all your might, ensuring he returns to the one he loves. Huh? Circe's eyes widened in disbelief at this judgment. And from today on, you are Scylla's servant, and you will serve her until she is willing to return the freedom to you. What? Why? Circe was furious and was just about to protest when, enough, be quiet. Even Hecate couldn't stand it anymore and swiftly cast a silencing spell on Circe, stopping her from speaking. This trial was obviously beyond Hecate's expectations. She originally thought that promise would directly throw Circe to the Furies to be endlessly tormented. So, in fact, Hecate was relieved. Although it wasn't endless torment, reflecting on the judgment, many couldn't help but laugh at Circe's fate, given everything she had done up to this point. Among them was Medea. And he deserved it. As the girl clapped her hands in delight. Seeing this, Hecate became even more alert. She absolutely couldn't let this girl interact with Circe. If both of her students ended up ruined, she would be too ashamed to come out of the underworld. Scylla, you will remain in this hideous form. Promise tilted his head to look at the water nymph and said, but from today onward, Circe will be your servant. You can command her as you please until you are willing to grant her freedom. Additionally, you must atone for the things you have done by saving those who are drowning or in distress. When the world recognizes that Scylla is not a sea monster but a sea nymph, you will be restored to your original form. The water nymph didn't respond to his words but instead turned her head, looking worriedly at the souls in the audience. They have already received the corresponding judgment in the underworld. They are already dead souls, so the underworld is naturally their destination. Promise said, and at these words, Clotho, who was holding her crystal ball in the corner, couldn't help but lift her head slightly. So you do know. But since they were involved in this matter, Promise continued, looking toward Persephone and said, Goddess Persephone, could I trouble you to grant them 3 days of light? During those 3 days, they may return to their loved ones, accompany them, and bid their final farewells. When Promise made this judgment, he deliberately turned his head to glance over at Clotho and smiled at her. This decision, of course, delighted the spirits, leaving them with no objections whatsoever. And as for you, Glaucus, Promise looked at the fisherman and said, to be honest, you haven't done anything gravely wrong, you simply stopped loving her. But the issue lies in the fact that she was your savior, and when she needed you, not only did you fail to save her, but you also pushed her into the abyss. Thus, your judgment is that you will naturally endure the same suffering as Scylla and will never be able to receive her forgiveness. Goddess Hecate, please give him a potion. Hecate nodded, indicating there was no problem. At this point, the scales that had been shaking in front of Promise since the beginning of the trial returned to stability, and Themis, who had been silent beside him, smiled again. The spirits cheered. They had been granted 3 days of light, the fisherman and the witch received their deserved punishments, and the pitiful yet hateful monster would atone for her mistakes while still holding on to a hopeful future. Thus, the trial came to an end. The gods laughed as they left. Athena, you stop right there. Hera, stop chasing her. Oh, more drama to watch. Hermes immediately rushed forward, only to be kicked away by Athena, who took advantage of the situation. Athena had regretted not joining the hunt against Hermes earlier, so she had been waiting for this chance. Teacher, why aren't you happy? Is it because of Auntie? Medea asked, confused, as she looked at her road goddess teacher, Hecate, who wore a troubled expression. It's not because of her, it's because of myself. Hecate said with a face full of grief and frustration as she looked at Medea. I still can't get rid of you now, and I so owe that guy a favor because of what happened today. Oh my god, can someone come and save me? Hecate was in utter despair. Amidst the noise, the pure white courtroom faded away. Everyone returned to the shores of the strait. The tall and terrifying monster, Scylla, regained her consciousness. Medea, who had been sleeping under a tree, rubbed her eyes as she woke up. They all instinctively cast their gazes toward where Promise was, witnessing the moment when the goddess of justice, Themis, fulfilled her promise with him. Promise handed back the sword of judgment to Themis, the goddess of justice, and completed the painting they had agreed upon. It was a painting divided into 2 halves. One half depicted everything that had just happened, a lively courtroom. The gods were chasing one another, the spirits were cheering, the witch being judged was furious, the fisherman was sorrowful, while the hideous monster was smiling. Though it was a sacred and pure white courtroom, everyone in the painting appeared noisy, yet this chaos brought a smile to the viewer's face. The other half naturally depicted the initial judgment, Queen Hera, the sea goddess Aegina, and the cursed fallen kingdom welcomed the dawn that tore through the dark night. Later, after removing the white cloth covering Promise's eyes, Themis departed. When the sun had just begun to rise, Scylla also left. She no longer resisted her current appearance, but she was still worried. Worried that her appearance might frighten the delicate boy who stood like a flower. Thank you, Promise. At this point, after bidding a reassuring farewell to her friend, the gentle sea goddess Thetis approached Promise and sincerely expressed her gratitude to him. "It's nothing. Besides, it's me, who should be thanking you instead," the young man said with a smile. "After all, thanks to this event, I fulfilled my agreement with the goddess Themis. There's no need to say that." Thetis looked at the delicate young man in front of her with amusement. His eyes, as beautiful as the ocean, reflected her. The sun had only just risen, casting a bright horizon over the endless sea. The breeze gently blew through Promise's black hair, and the morning light illuminated him, making his emerald eyes resemble stars. Thetis found herself lost in thought for a moment before snapping back to reality. "I don't know how I could ever repay you for this, so I will remember it in my heart and wait for the day I can return the favor. Also, Promise, may I ask you something?" After coming back to her senses, the beautiful goddess spoke in an even softer voice. "Is your fate intertwined with Queen Hera, the goddess of wisdom Athena, the goddess of justice Themis, and the goddess of fate Clotho?" The sea goddess Thetis was a wise sage of the ocean. When Promise heard her sudden question, he looked at her, a bit puzzled. Thetis smiled slightly and continued in a gentle voice, "I don't know if this will be of any use to you, but I think I should tell you everything. The fate thread of the goddess of wisdom Athena represents wisdom and life. You possess the wisdom to overcome any challenge, yet because of this fate thread, you will always walk a difficult path toward becoming a hero, facing various trials and hardships. The fate thread of the goddess of justice, Themis, represents fairness and kindness. In all the people and events you encounter, you always strive not to favor anyone, be it mortals or gods, as you endeavor to restore fairness for them. The fate thread of the goddess of fate, Clotho, represents abandonment and attachment. No fate can truly bind you. Though you are forsaken by fate and can never fully grasp your own destiny, it's this very attachment that allows you to create your own destiny. The fate thread of Queen Hera represents affection and marriage. Hera is the most revered goddess in this world. Her affection for you signifies that all other gods will also favor you. As for marriage..." At this point, Thetis suddenly hesitated. Looking at the adorable youth before her, she thought for a moment but decided not to speak the rest of her thoughts. The marriage thread represents both beauty and chaos. It's beautiful because it's tied to Hera, the Queen of Heaven. No matter who it is, as long as Promise chooses, he can have a grand wedding with the other party and receive beautiful blessings. But because of Hera's involvement, the seemingly perfect marriage would be filled with chaos. If it's like Zeus, the king of gods, Promise might end up loving many people. But if it's the other way around, Promise would be loved by many. And that kind of love would undoubtedly turn his romantic life into a mess. Chapter 127, Goddess Thetis and Helen. Come to think of it, this ocean goddess named Thetis before him seems to be the mother of the legendary hero Achilles, whose heel was his weak spot. This realization came to Promise a bit late but still struck him when Thetis finished explaining the 4 fate threads. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that Hecate was acting suspiciously. To be precise, she was currently trying to kidnap Medea, attempting to sneak her away while Promise was not paying attention. Medea was tied up by the magic of the Age of Gods. Not only were her hands and feet bound, but her mouth was also gagged as she struggled constantly in Hecate's arms. Just as Promise was stunned by this sight, Hecate, sensing his gaze, instinctively turned her head, locking eyes with the boy. The two looked at each other and the atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. At the same time, Medea struggled even harder. She muffled cries for Promise to save her. "So, what exactly are you doing, esteemed goddess Hecate?" Promise asked with an odd expression. Thetis also turned her gaze toward Hecate and, upon seeing the situation in front of her, couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Nothing much," Hecate responded awkwardly, averting her gaze. "You guys carry on, I was just passing by, just passing by." After saying this, ignoring Medea's struggles, Hecate, under the watchful eyes of Promise and Thetis, left the scene with a flutter of underworld butterflies. "Aren't you going to stop her?" Thetis asked, still smiling after Hecate's departure. Promise also found the situation amusing and replied, "Stop her for what? She's Medea's teacher. With Circe out of the picture, she has no choice but to take Medea back." The reason was clear, but Thetis wasn't referring to that. "But I noticed that the child doesn't seem willing to follow her teacher. She appears more inclined to stay with you." "Stay with me for what? Am I supposed to take her along on a Golden Fleece adventure?" Promise was answering casually when he was suddenly stunned. Then he thought about it and found that this was actually not a bad idea at all. Because she had not met the witch Circe, although Medea knew a lot of magic at this time, her best skill was not attacking, but healing. And she was, after all, the Princess of Colchis, the final destination of the Golden Fleece journey. Well, It seems that we can indeed discuss this with the goddess Hecate. Seeing the boy mumbling to himself, Thetis couldn't help but shake her head, realizing he completely missed her original point. And at the same time, she confirmed that now was not the time to inform him about the marriage represented by Queen Hera. So, where will you be heading next, Promise? Thetis continued with a smile and asked the boy. I want to express my gratitude for what you did for my friend, and since my temple is not far from here, may I ask if you are willing to come to my place as a guest? I would receive you with the utmost hospitality. This was an invitation from the wise sea goddess Thetis, and with her beauty and gentleness, few would refuse. However, the young man shook his head without hesitation as he answered, No, goddess Thetis, I must continue searching for my friends. After all, we only have 3 months left before we set sail on our voyage. I see. Thetis felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this but quickly brightened up and said, Then I'll look forward to that day. When you gather and sail under the watchful eyes of the gods, I'll be there too, to bid you farewell, protect your journey, and offer you my sincere blessings. Thank you, goddess Thetis, Promise said. No need. The latter shook her head. It's I who should be thanking you. After all, you saved my friend. However, she suddenly paused mid-sentence and gazed at the black-haired, emerald-eyed youth in front of her. Promise was undoubtedly one of the most brilliant heroes of this age, yet he was also so delicate. But it was precisely because of this that anyone who saw him couldn't help but wonder how much hardship he had endured and how many trials he had faced to reach this point. Promise, may I ask you something? Thetis asked. Though it might be a bit presumptuous, I feel like if I don't get this question answered I won't sleep well for a long time. Looking at the goddess who playfully held her chest and winked at him, Promise naturally replied, Of course, beautiful goddess. But what is it you wish to ask? It still has something to do with my friend, Thetis said, and paused for a moment, looking at the young man in front of her, and then said, And though it's a bit mischievous. Promise, if you were the fisherman, when the one you loved turned into that sea monster, would you have been willing to kiss her? And would that kiss have saved her? What a troublesome question. Looking at the goddess who, despite her slight embarrassment, was curiously awaiting his answer, Promise did not give the response immediately. Instead, he rested his hand on his chin and thought for a while. To be honest, I don't know. After a moment, Promise looked up and gave his answer, because until the situation truly arises, it's all just talk. I imagine the fisherman truly loved the water nymph back then, he just lost his courage in the face of death. The fisherman ultimately ran away. When you think about it, the reason he fled was quite simple. It wasn't just because he stopped loving her, it was more out of fear. If he had mustered the courage to kiss the sea monster only to see that she didn't turn back into her original form, then he would have faced certain death. It's like the story of the white snake and Zuzyan. Love is something that will not change all of a sudden, but when someone you love turns into a monster. Fear and terror were the key factors that drove the fisherman to make that choice. Thetis, being the wise sage of the sea, quickly understood the meaning of his words, and because she did, she couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, then I already know your answer. Seeing the man in front of her slightly stunned and looking at her in confusion, she smiled and said, Because judging by your character, you would never think of running away in a situation like that. Regardless of whether you still love the other person or not, your first thought when seeing her transformed into a monster would be figuring out how you could save her, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Promise thought about it again and then smiled. Yeah, if it were me, I guess that's what I would do. Later, under the gaze of the sea goddess Thetis, the Pegasus spread its flawless silver wings and carried the young man toward the blue skies over the ocean. The goddess looked at his departing figure and did not make any unnecessary attempts to keep him. Because she had a feeling they would meet again, and the next time they met, it probably wouldn't be as peaceful as today. So, Lord Hermes. Just past midday, after bidding farewell to Thetis and fulfilling his promise not long ago, Promise stopped at a small island and looked at Hermes, who stopped him with a smile on his face. His eyes showed clear annoyance as he asked, Are you really this bored? Hey, kid. Hermes wasn't the least bit bothered by the annoyance in Promise's eyes. He stepped forward, draped an arm over the boy's shoulder and said, There's no need to be like that. I'm just a messenger. Besides, when Athena showed up in front of you multiple times, you didn't seem to mind her. Goddess Athena gives me divine guidance and steers me toward the right path. But you, my dear Hermes, Promise said without hesitation, all you've ever brought me is trouble. Hey now, you're going too far. Where's that sweet, obedient kid I met back in Calamity? Of course, you killed him with your own hands, dear Lord Hermes. Promise rolled his eyes in front of him and said, And if you think life has gotten boring lately, I don't mind playing another round of that chase game with you. Hermes stiffened slightly and shot the young man a look of grudging respect. But he quickly shrugged it off and kept his arm around Promise's shoulder, saying, "Oh, come on, my dear Promise. Don't be so resistant. Do you know how many good things I've done for you since I became your messenger? What good things could you possibly do for me?" Promise was about to say something when Hermes continued. "All the gods want to talk to you, so they came to me. I took on the task, but you know there's an order to these things, right? Because I took on this responsibility, a lot of folks have toned it down. For instance, Artemis and Apollo won't suddenly pop up in front of you for no reason anymore. And then there's my great father. He's asked me several times to create an opportunity for him to meet you in person." Hearing this, Promise blinked and stared at Hermes, who was still grinning at him. Without missing a beat, he pulled out a golden apple from his body, then clearing his throat softly, he said with a warm smile, "Oh, esteemed, handsome, and generous Lord Hermes, you must be thirsty after running all this way. Here, this small golden apple is a humble gift to quench your thirst." Even Hermes was momentarily stunned by this act. Even the Pegasus standing by looked up in disbelief at Promise. "I am kind of thirsty." Hermes, half amused, accepted the apple from Promise only to toss it back to the young man. "Why does every meeting cost a golden apple?" Promise caught it and tucked it away smoothly, his expression calm and unaffected. "I'm really starting to like you more and more, kid." Hermes laughed heartily, giving him a playful pat on the shoulder, though he didn't dare use much force. "And I just realized that, Lord Hermes, you're much more handsome than I initially thought," Promise replied with a grin. The Pegasus couldn't help but feel exasperated. And it suddenly dawned on it that Hermes and Promise might actually get along quite well. "And now, here's a message from Hestia." Hermes continued with a grin as he spoke, "and this matter involves one of your friends. I believe this young man's name is Theseus." "Theseus?" Upon hearing this, Promise couldn't help but blink. Apart from Heracles, the person he was closest to while studying under the centaur sage Chiron wasn't Jason, but Theseus. Because it was actually by a chance encounter with Theseus that he had the opportunity to meet Chiron and become his disciple. However, Promise recalled that back in Calydon, Meleager had said that Theseus had already gone to join Jason a long time ago. In fact, Theseus had even scolded Jason for taking him down the mountain without permission. As the boy was lost in these thoughts, Hermes continued. "From what I know, he did go to find Jason early on, but after learning about your situation and worrying for you, he's been searching for you across the world ever since." Hermes, seeing through Promise's thoughts, added, "But because not many people were interested in helping him, he kept narrowly missing you. And now, he's in trouble after kidnapping a woman, which angered Aphrodite, the goddess of love. She wanted to personally punish Theseus, but Hestia intervened and asked me to relay this to you, hoping you can take care of it." At this point, Hermes paused for a moment, and couldn't help but cast a look of understanding at Promise, as he said with a mischievous smile, "And let me tell you, Promise, that woman is extraordinarily beautiful, so much so that she could even rival the goddess of beauty herself." "Well, not exactly, since Aphrodite embodies desire. This woman, on the other hand, has a pure and innocent charm. She's the kind of woman that even I can't help but want to hold in my hands and love her well." As he said those words, Hermes expected Promise to be intrigued, but he never expected that the boy's expression would turn so odd. "If I'm not mistaken, Lord Hermes, the woman you're referring to. Her name is Helen, right?" "Huh?" Hermes was taken aback. "You know her? You actually know her? How?" "I've heard about her from two other friends of mine, they're Helen's siblings," Promise explained briefly. "Oh, the twins, right." Hermes quickly understood. "Since you already know, I'll leave the matter to you. Once you bring them together, the crew for the Golden Fleece expedition will be nearly complete." With that said, he patted Promise on the shoulder again, stretched out his hand to adjust his feathered cap, and said with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to that moment, Promise." The next second, Hermes vanished before Promise's eyes. Promise didn't react to his departure. Instead, he stood there with his head down deep in thought until the curious Pegasus came over to nudge him. "I'm fine, just thinking. Isn't all of this a bit too coincidental?" Promise patted the Pegasus and said, "First it's the sea goddess Thetis, and now it's Helen. Brother Pegasus, I can't help but feel like there's a big danger sign suddenly hanging over my head. Here's oath, that grand wedding." "Nonsense." The Pegasus let out a chirp in response as if saying, "With everything you've gone through, that danger sign has never really gone away, has it?" Chapter 128, Amdius. What does it mean to be the most beautiful woman in the world? I originally thought it would be a kind of beauty that takes your breath away, especially since, according to myth, her looks even surpass those of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. But now, to be honest, all I want to do is find Theseus, gather Heracles Meleager, and the others to beat that idiot to the ground so hard that he can't get up for months. It was an afternoon on a peninsula. Near a temple made of skulls stacked by the dead, a man as brawny as Heracles stood. His name was Endius. In Greek mythology, this man was the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Gaia, the goddess of the earth. Because of his mother's love, as long as he remained in contact with the ground, he was invincible and could endlessly heal his injuries. This was a very dangerous being, for he would kill every traveler who passed through the peninsula, and take their heads as glorious trophies, to be used in building a magnificent temple dedicated to his great father, Poseidon. According to the Greek mythology, he was destined to die at the hands of Heracles. During their battle, Heracles discovered Attius's secret and lifted him off the ground before strangling him to death. This event occurred during Heracles' quest for the golden apples, but due to Athena and Hermes' interference, Heracles' original quest got sped up as completed his task early and missed this encounter. Now, 3 days after parting with Hermes, Promise had arrived here and met Antaeus. However, his words were naturally not addressed to Antaeus, and he was not coming to find Antaeus, but to find Helen, the most beautiful girl in the world. Seated on Antaeus's shoulder was a young woman. She was covered in dust from traveling, but even that couldn't conceal her beauty. Her golden hair flowed gracefully, and her water blue dress contrasted with her striking purple eyes, which carried an innate allure that could captivate any man's heart and soul with just a glance. These were, in fact, a pair of enchanted eyes, specially designed to make men submit to her, yet despite this natural bewitchment, her overall aura radiated purity and innocence. The eyes that could enchant any man also held a clear and genuine sincerity. This was Helen, the woman whose existence alone sparked the decades-long Trojan War in Greek mythology. So, looking at her, even Promise, who had encountered countless goddesses and was somewhat used to beauty, had to admit that this girl in front of him was incredibly beautiful. Yet despite that, at this moment, there wasn't a ripple of emotion in his heart. Well, except for an overwhelming urge to beat Theseus to death. Because Helen was, in fact, just a young girl now, appearing to be no more than 11 or 12 years old. Damn it. Theseus, you really deserve to die. You can even get horny for such a little girl like this and kidnap her. Promise clenched his fists. The moment he laid his eyes on Helen, his impression of Theseus instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Who are you? While Promise was contemplating how to beat his once best friend to death, Antaeus looked at the young man in front of him, who seemed fragile enough to be blown away with a breath, and frowned his brow. However, he did not attack him immediately because he sensed the presence of many gods around Promise. At the same time, the other reason was that Promise looked so delicate and weak that he had no interest in fighting him. In his mind, someone like Promise was not even worthy of existing in the temple of the skull that he had built. My name is Promise, a student of the Centaur Sage and a follower of Queen Hera. Promise paused slightly before looking up at Helen and said, by the divine command of Goddess Hestia, I am now here to bring Helen back to her rightful home. You're saying you want to take her away? The moment Promise finished speaking, Antaeus, who had been calm for a while, immediately erupted in rage as his terrifying aura filled with the stench of blood pressed down on the young man. However, at this moment, please don't, Antaeus. A soft, anxious voice rang out. Helen, who was sitting on Antaeus's shoulder, gently calmed him down, saying, I know him. He's a friend of mine. To Promise's surprise, Helen's words genuinely pacified Antaeus, who had been on the verge of going berserk, making him calm down almost instantly. Promise tilted his head, watching the scene unfold in front of him and couldn't help but tilt his head. A beast and a lie. It seems this guy isn't as bad as the legends say. Promise couldn't help but think. He knew that the person in front of him was Antaeus because, on his way here, an unknown nymph had appeared and warned him not to approach this place. However, just as he was considering this, go away. I won't kill you because someone as weak as you isn't even worthy of being a sacrifice to my great father God. Antaeus looked at Promise in front of him with disdain and added, as for Helen, she is my bride. When I offer the great sacrifice to my father God, it will be the time for me to marry her under the blessing of the gods. As soon as the boy heard this, he subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the temple in the distance, which was piled with human heads. The putrid smell, mixed with the salty tang of the sea, formed a stench so foul it made Promise feel suffocated. Ah, so he's still just a disgusting Lily-obsessed psycho. Leave this place quickly. At that moment, Helen spoke again, her alluring purple eyes fixed on the young man in front of her, and said, I appreciate you coming to find me, but I can't leave. Hearing those words, Promise understood a bit more and looked back at Helen. The moment their eyes met, the latter quickly lowered her head. Helen knew that her eyes could easily make others fall in love with her, yet she could not control this power. Troubled by this curse, she sought help from a goddess. However, she was right to seek help from a deity. Unfortunately she sought it from the wrong deity, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, whom Helen worshipped. While the goddess of beauty and lust, Aphrodite, did respond to her prayers. Instead of teaching Helen how to control her power, she intentionally made it even more potent. "It seems the Dioscuri have spoken to you about me, haven't they?" Promise asked with a thoughtful smile. Hearing his words, Helen hesitated for a moment before she nodded and replied softly, "Yes, my brother and sister often talk to me about you." "What do they say about me?" "They say you're a very good person, that you're always trustworthy no matter what situation arises. They also said you're so weak that even I could bully you." Helen didn't say the last part. Just as Helen was answering, she suddenly found that Andia's face beside her had become gloomy again, and it was obvious that he was very unhappy with her conversation with Promise. Seeing this, the girl, now flustered, was about to urge the youth to leave quickly. "They said that about me, did they? Well then, since that's the case, I have no choice but to take you home," Promise said, seemingly oblivious to Andia's anger, and directly promised Helen in front of him. He had already noticed that Helen wasn't here by choice. As for why she was here instead of being with Theseus, there were only a few possibilities. Either something happened to Theseus, or she escaped and was then captured by Andius, who, greedy for her beauty, brought her back here. Promise's assumption was mostly correct. Theseus was not in trouble, well, not for now. He had simply gone to the underworld with a friend to find Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Helen, on the other hand, did escape, aided by a sympathetic maid who couldn't bear to see her in tears. Upon hearing Promise's words, Andius finally spoke as he glared menacingly at Promise. "I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you. You might not be worthy of being an offering to my father, but now, no one can save you." "No." Hearing this, Helen's expression immediately changed. She desperately pleaded with Antius, crying, "Please don't do this, Antius. Don't kill him, he's a friend of my brother and sister. Let's just go back, and I promise I'll behave from now on." However, hearing her pleas, instead of reconsidering, Andius became even more determined to kill Promise, especially after seeing how protective Helen was of him. In his eyes, killing this guy would be as easy as crushing an ant. "Helen, watch closely. I want to show you how powerful I am. Witness with your own eyes. Great Father, gentle Mother Earth, please witness this battle." Andius ignored Helen's pleas and gently set her down on a nearby rock, then began to approach Promise, ready to crush him with his bare hands. But before he could make his move, a sharp whinny echoed through the air. In the next instant, the majestic Pegasus charged in, striking Antius, who was unable to dodge with such speed that he was sent flying. Chapter 129, Declaring through a painting, stripping away the senses. The Pegasus then landed in front of Promise, proudly neighing twice in a display of its strength. All right, I get it, you're amazing," Promise said with a chuckle, amused by the Pegasus's boastful attitude. Helen watched the scene in surprise, especially at the sight of the beautiful Pegasus, leaving her stunned for a while. But her surprise quickly turned to panic as she urgently warned Promise, her voice soft yet filled with worry, "No, it's useless. You need to leave, he can't be defeated." As she finished speaking, Andius stood up, brushing off the impact from the Pegasus's attack. Looking at the Pegasus in front of him, instead of being angry, his eyes gleamed with delight and greed as he stared at the creature. "What a magnificent Pegasus. You actually possess such a treasure, but from today, it belongs to me. Only someone as strong as I am deserves it." The Pegasus ignored Antius and tilted its head to glance back at Promise. The latter nodded in response, and with a powerful stomp of its hooves, the Pegasus spread its wings and charged at Antius again. During this period, Promise came over to Helen. "I'm sorry, Helen," he said apologetically as he reached her. "I apologize on Theseus's behalf for his recklessness. Don't worry, the next time I see him, I'll be sure to give him a good beating." Helen was slightly stunned, looking at the young man in front of her. But she didn't have time to think about that at the moment. Instead, she stood up and stretched out her hand to push the young man, wanting him to leave, saying, "No, that doesn't matter. Andius is impossible to defeat, you need to get away while you can." While they were talking, Pegasus had already fought with Andius for several rounds. Andius attempted to tame the Pegasus, but each time he tried, he was sent flying by another powerful strike. Yet no matter how many times he was knocked down to the ground, Andius could stand up quickly without any injury to his body. It's like this again. Just like before. Helen felt a wave of despair as she watched the scene in front of her. She had considered escaping from Andius before, but after spending days with him, she had abandoned that thought. She had seen many people killed by Andius, their skulls used to fill the foul-smelling temple. No matter how many people came, even entire armies, none could defeat Andius. He seemed to know no fatigue, and no matter what injuries he had, he could recover quickly. As long as he remained in contact with the ground, Andius was invincible. Promise knew this too, but as he watched Andius fall down and then, rise again and again. He did not show any flustered expression at all. No way, he had even played a hunt with a god. This scene was still too boring. Helen, let's paint the picture together. Promise looked at the little girl in front of him and said with a smile. Actually, there is one thing I have wanted to try for a long time. Without waiting for Helen's reaction, he sat down on the rock she had been seated on earlier, took out his paintbrush, and began sketching Antaeus on the canvas before him. The moment Promise started painting, Antaeus noticed, but after giving him a quick glance, he dismissed him entirely. Looking at the beautiful creature in front of him, all Antaeus cared about now was taming it and claiming it as his own. Helen watched in disbelief as Promise calmly painted in the midst of such danger. She thought he must have lost his mind. But just as she was about to urge him to stop painting, the pure white brush in the boy's hand had already fallen, and Helen, who witnessed this moment, could no longer utter a word. She was drawn into the painting, and by the time she regained her senses, more than 10 minutes had passed and Promise had already captured Antaeus's likeness on the paper. At the same time, Pegasus, now wary from the repeated clashes, knocked Antaeus away once more before turning its head toward Promise and neighing twice. "Are you done yet?" "It's done," Promise said, looking at the finished painting in his hand. The painting depicted a desolate landscape, with a temple built from skulls on barren ground, blood staining the area around it. Standing next to the temple was Antaeus. Helen, who was also observing the painting, was both amazed and confused by Promise's actions. "He's really talented." No, this isn't the time to be thinking about that." As she was about to speak, Promise suddenly stretched out his palm and lightly tapped the barren ground in the painting. "Antaeus, you are no longer standing on the earth," he declared with a calm voice. The moment he spoke, the barren earth in the painting instantly vanished. At this moment, Antaeus, who had just stood up from the ground nonchalantly and was about to continue taming the Pegasus, suddenly felt that the power of Mother Earth, which had always protected him, disappeared. It just disappeared like that. He froze in shock, then looked down in panic, realizing that while he was still physically standing on the ground, he could no longer feel the strength of Mother Earth. It was as if he had been abandoned. At this time, Pegasus, who was fighting with him, naturally first noticed that something was wrong with Antaeus and clearly felt that the divine power in his body was rapidly dissipating. It glanced at Promise, but quickly returned its focus to Antaeus. After all, it was used to its master's oddities, so nothing really surprised it anymore. With a determined stomp, Pegasus charged at Antaeus again. This time, Antaeus let out a scream as he was thrown to the ground, unable to get back up. His bones shattered, and he coughed up blood. Just as Helen watched this scene in stunned silence, "Antaeus, your eyes can no longer see the world, your ears can no longer hear the sound, and your mouth can no longer speak," Promise calmly declared, then took out his white feather brush and gently touched the ears, eyes, and mouth of Antaeus in the painting, causing them to vanish from the picture. In reality, Antaeus also lost these three senses. Due to the sudden loss of hearing, vision and language ability, and the inability to feel the embrace of Mother Earth, Antaeus suddenly became extremely panicked and frightened. In his panic, he even began to cry out of sheer terror. Pegasus looked at this scene, then glanced at Promise, who had an expression of as expected, and couldn't help but secretly make up his mind again. "Next time you graze, be sure to stay far away from your master." And it would definitely avoid getting on Promise's bad side and ending up in that dreaded little notebook of his. This white feather paintbrush was a magical artifact made by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, for Promise, and it was also one of her most perfect creations. Promise was quite clever. He had actually suspected its potential for some time, but since he had only ever painted friends and allies, like the hundred-eyed giant or Cerberus, he had never put it to this kind of use before. However, he had always wanted to test it out, and this Antaeus, who jumped in front of him, happened to be the perfect subject for his experiment. Otherwise, Promise wouldn't have let Pegasus play around with him for so long. Even if he did not ask the gods for help, it would have been more than enough for the three-headed dog of hell to come out and deal with this guy. About 10 minutes, right? Well, the stronger the person, the shorter and harder it is to control them. Promise looked at the painting in front of him, and through the feedback it gave him, he sighed thoughtfully. "It seems I'm destined to be classified as a caster, even though I don't really practice magic." Finished with his thoughts, he turned to Pegasus and said, "All right, brother Pegasus, go ahead and toss him into the sea." Antaeus was the son of Mother Earth and Poseidon, the sea god. They had just declared this battle would be fought under the watchful eyes of the gods, so Promise knew they were definitely observing. Pegasus nodded, then walked forward with a look of disgust and pushed Antaeus, who wanted to wail but couldn't make a sound, and pushed him little by little before finally throwing him into the sea. When everything was over, Promise reached out and patted the little girl, who hadn't reacted yet, on the head and said with a smile, "Let's go, Helen, I'll take you home now." Chapter 130, A Temple Made of Skulls. Promise didn't kill him after all, Hermes remarked with some disappointment as he watched Antaeus get tossed into the sea. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Athena retorted sharply. She had no patience for Hermes, who once conspired with her to steal the golden apples but now shamelessly served as Hera's lackey. Artemis, calm down, Hestia said with a smile, pretending to hold back the enraged moon goddess. Let go of me. How dare he bully little Promise? I'm going to shoot him dead. Artemis fumed, her eyes blazing with anger. I feel like the one getting bullied here was actually Antaeus. Hades mumbled quietly to himself, though no one paid attention to the usually overlooked god. Poseidon, you saw the whole process. Even though my child chose not to kill him, I don't want to see him appear on land again. Do you understand? Hera commanded, her voice laced with authority as she addressed the sea god. No problem. Poseidon said it didn't matter. His children were all over the world anyway. And because Promise did not kill Antaeus, Poseidon not only did not hate the boy because of this, but instead had some good feelings towards him. The gods witnessed the entire battle. But even long after the fight had ended, Helen was obviously unable to react and looked at Promise in a daze. Promise looked at the adorable young girl. While he wanted to ask her about Theseus and the Dioscuri right away, he knew this wasn't the right place for a conversation. Nearby, the foul stench from the temple made of human skulls hung heavily in the air. And with the departure of Antaeus, without his suppression, or more precisely, without the protection of the Mother Earth, the resentment, anger and fear gathered in the Temple of the Skulls began to get out of control little by little. It was as if something monstrous was being brewed inside. A tribute to Poseidon. Promise murmured. He then turned to the Pegasus that had returned to his side, noticing how it too was staring intently at the temple, its expression visibly tense. It had clearly sensed it too. So Promise once again took out the painting he had made earlier. In the image, the once proud Antaeus was now depicted sinking into the depths of the ocean. Above the Temple of Skulls in the painting, dark clouds had gathered, and a terrifying wraith, born of pure hatred, was starting to take shape, roaring as it manifested. Should I go ask the goddess teacher for an instruction manual? He once again deeply felt the extraordinary power of this magic weapon in his hand, and felt a little emotional in his heart. Purification? Promise muttered as he lightly tapped the white feather brush against the painting, trying to cleanse the dark energy within. The wraith's shadow in the painting flickered momentarily but quickly re-solidified. As if sensing the threat, crimson clouds began to gather over the temple, and fierce winds started howling across the peninsula, carrying within the resentment of countless souls who had met tragic ends. The intense negative emotions converged above the temple, forming a colossal skeletal monster that turned its gaze directly toward Promise and Helen. Helen, terrified by the sight, instinctively clung closer to Promise. Nay. Pegasus called out to Promise, asking if they should leave, since this wasn't really their problem to handle. Promise thought for a moment but ultimately shook his head. He understood that the gods were likely still watching this place. However, he couldn't be sure if any of them would bother dealing with the issue if he simply walked away. To be precise, given their personalities, they would most likely be too lazy to move. Moreover, this was Antaeus's offering to Poseidon, the god of the sea, making it even less likely that anyone would take action. After considering it for a bit, Promise reached into the sky and retrieved another painting. This one depicted a beautiful underworld butterfly. He gently tapped the painting, and a swarm of these butterflies flew out, gathering before him and forming the image of a flawless goddess dressed in a black gown. The goddess wore a black veil, with hair cascading like the night sky, and her striking red eyes calmly observed the young man before her. Though she appeared graceful and beautiful, in reality, Hecate was internally in turmoil. Ever since Circe's trial ended, Hecate had known things wouldn't go well for her. Despite all her precautions, she hadn't been able to avoid this. What she couldn't understand was why Promise would specifically summon her when so many major gods were watching. No way, there are so many gods watching you, you can just pull out any one of them to solve this little trouble. Is it necessary for you to call me specifically? And despite her telling him not to draw, here he was sneakily sketching another familiar. Hecate's inner emotions were extremely rich, but not a single trace of them was visible on her face. In Helen's eyes, this goddess who suddenly appeared was beautiful and mysterious. Hecate's red eyes glanced gently at the monster formed by the gathering of resentful spirits in the distance, before she pulled out the underworld lantern she had previously given to Promise and Persephone. In the dim light of the dark lamp, the shadow of an ancient door appeared in the world with the help of the dim light of the dark lamp. This was the gate of the underworld, representing the boundary between the living and the dead. As the gate creaked open, a massive three-headed dog, as large as a mountain, lumbered out. The moment it walked out, the vengeful monster obviously froze, as if it had met its natural enemy, and its whole body began to tremble, causing the entire temple on its head to shake. as if it would collapse at any time. And indeed, it had every reason to fear, for this was its natural predator, the guardian of the underworld gate, Cerberus. As Cerberus charged at the wraith, Hecate tossed the underworld lantern into the sky, where it hovered beneath the ominous red clouds. The dark lantern came to the sky and stopped, and its faint light extinguished the ominous dark clouds in the sky, plunging the area into darkness. A path appeared beneath Promise, Helen, and Pegasus, an eerie road flanked by white ghostly flowers, leading directly to the underworld. Ignoring the wailing wraith, Cerberus ferociously attacked the skull-filled temple, pushing it inch by inch onto the spectral path and toward the ancient gate. Though the wraith howled and struggled, it was utterly powerless against its natural enemy, the guardian of the underworld, and in no time, it was dragged down into the abyss. Hecate finished the work, however, before Promise could even say thank you. She jumped into the gate the next second. As she left, she didn't forget to swipe the painting of the underworld butterflies from Promise's hand. "Don't call me again," this was Hecate's silent protest. Promise didn't mind at all, watching her take the painting with a calm expression. But as soon as she left, Promise simply reached into the sky and pulled the painting back down. It was as if... No, it was obvious, he had done it on purpose. Just like when he drew Pegasus in the underworld and later retrieved it, as long as he had painted something once, he would not need to draw it again. With a divine artifact in his possession, he can summon any of his previous works at will. As soon as the painting was taken out, Hecate stretched out her hand from the underworld and snatched it back. She snatched it back and Promise took it out again, repeating the process back and forth. After the two of them fought over the painting several times, Hecate stopped moving. A satisfied smile curled on Promise's lips, knowing he had successfully worn down the goddess. Pegasus, observing this from the side, was almost speechless at its young master's antics. He actually wanted to say to the goddess Hecate, "You're doing it the wrong way." Though everyone knew Promise was a bit of a grudge holder, both Pegasus and the gods saw it as more playful than serious. Despite his so-called revenge, his friends and allies did not suffer any retaliation from Promise but often ended up receiving favors and benefits from him instead. Even Pegasus, initially thinking Promise was just playing games, had a rude awakening after the incident involving Hermes. That was when everyone realized that this young man wasn't just pretending, he was genuinely petty and would never let go of any grudge. In this way, the reason why Promise was thinking about Hecate was very simple. Every time she saw him, she could not hide the disgust on her face. At first, he didn't think it was a big deal, but as time went by and they met more often, even if it wasn't recorded in the grudge book, it was already in his heart. With the skull temple dragged into the underworld and the road disappearing alongside the goddess, the once darkened peninsula was bathed in sunlight again. Promise glanced at the painting of Endius sinking into the ocean and the one of the skull temple deep in the abyss. With a light laugh, he tossed it into the air, where it disintegrated into dust and vanished. "Sorry for wasting a bit of time," Promise said, finally done with the ordeal, then reached out and gently ruffled Helen's hair, still finding her clinging to him, not yet recovered from shock. "Let's go. I'll take you home now," he said softly, smiling at her. And hearing his gentle voice, Helen instinctively looked up at him. Her enchanting eyes, capable of stealing the hearts of any man, reflected the image of the boy before her. As the two looked at each other, the little girl was startled to realize that even though they were looking at each other like this, her powers seemed to have no effect on him. Those beautiful emerald eyes remained as clear and bright as ever. The reason was simple: the goddess of wisdom had once tied a single strand of her hair around Promise's, protecting him from having his thoughts pried into by any god or goddess and ensuring that he would retain a measure of clarity no matter what the circumstances. In fact, if Promise had felt anything toward Helen, her eyes could have ensnared him, perhaps not making him fall in love instantly, but they could have certainly stirred unfamiliar emotions within him. But right now, Promise had only one thing on his mind: finding Theseus and beating that Lily-obsessed idiot to a pulp. On the battlefield of Troy, when the war had ended, the victorious soldiers and heroes approached Helen. But their swords and spears, which had cut down countless foes to secure their triumph, could not bear to touch her. And when Helen walked toward them, every man dropped his weapon without hesitation out of fear of harming her. Such was the power of Helen. In Greek mythology, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Helen watched as the boy in front of her extended his hand toward her, and after a moment of hesitation, she reached out and placed her hand in his. Chapter 131, Helen longing to see someone. "Helen, do you know that I once met a very interesting person at Teacher Chiron's place?" Sister Pollix's laughter echoed in Helen's ears. Helen certainly knew about him, or rather, she had been aware of Promise's existence for a long time. Because back when they all emerged from that swan egg, it wasn't just her, it was also the future Dioscuri, the Gemini twins. Those twins were also Promise's friends and fellow crew members on the Argo. "His name is Promise. He's a really fragile guy, Like a girl. No, wait, that's a bit disrespectful to girls. Though it sounds a bit exaggerated, I honestly think he's so delicate that he might not even be able to beat the small animals you raise, sister. In the corridors of the Spartan palace, Pollux, the younger twin sister who had the same dazzling golden hair as Helen, once said this to the little girl with a smile. At that time, they were carrying baskets filled with freshly picked bright fruits, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Because of how frail he is, no one wanted to let him descend the mountain. He'd likely get himself killed in no time. But sister, don't look down on him just because of that, okay? Because both I and my brother truly believe he's destined to become a hero famous throughout all of Greece, maybe even more renowned than us. Why? Helen remembered clearly how surprised she was when she asked that. I don't really know. It's just a feeling, but both my brother and I share it. Pollux smiled warmly as she answered, it's an indescribable feeling. Maybe you'll understand once you meet him, Helen. Because of her enchanting eyes, Helen's movement within the palace was very restricted. Even when she went to offer prayers at the temples, she could only visit those dedicated to the virgin goddess Artemis or goddess of wisdom Athena. She was never even allowed to enter Hera's temple. It was strictly forbidden for her to meet any men. As a result, Helen thought she would never have the chance to meet Promise. But when she mentioned this to Pollux, don't worry about it, Pollux had replied with a reassuring smile. If it's Promise, then it'll work out somehow. When he finally comes down from the mountain, we'll find him and arrange a meeting between you two. You know, we actually talk to him about you quite often. Helen couldn't understand why her proud sister, who inherited the power of the gods, had such unwavering trust in this man. And from the way she described him, he sounded like someone even she could bully. She couldn't make sense of it. But from that day onward, the name Promise lingered in her heart. Pollux probably noticed it, and from then on she would often mention his promise to Helen and tell her about the interesting things they encountered while studying, sharing them with her sister, who felt as though she was imprisoned in the luxurious confines of the palace. And so, without realizing it, Helen found herself looking forward to the possibility of meeting this person named Promise. But then, both Pollux and her brother had to leave. They had heard about the Argo. They said they were going to give Jason, who brought Promise down the mountain, a good beating and join the adventure for the Golden Fleece. They told Helen to wait for their return at home. After they left, Helen's life became lonely once again. As she grew older, even her father didn't dare to be around her, while some of her sisters envied her and her brothers coveted her. In this situation, Helen had no choice but to lock herself up. Until that day, when the moon goddess Artemis was dancing alone, she met the man who was peeping at her. That person was Theseus. And it just so happened that Helen had heard of him and knew who he was. Her sister Pollux had told her that he was one of Promise's bodyguards, the other being Heracles. And so, Helen rubbed her eyes, slowly opened them, and woke up. She hadn't had a rest like this for a long time since she sneaked out of the temple that day. When she woke up, she was greeted by the soft breeze of the sunset sky. The wind gently tousled her delicate hair as Pegasus soared through the twilight, wings outstretched against the glowing horizon. Are you awake? Just as Helen was staring blankly at the sunset sky in front of her, and was stunned by the beautiful scenery, unable to come back to her senses for a moment, a sudden voice behind her brought her back to reality. Helen subconsciously turned her head and looked at the person who was holding her in his arms behind her. His face was not particularly handsome, but the increasingly poetic and artistic aura he exuded made him stand out, especially his emerald eyes, which were like stars. Helen stared at Promise, blinking in confusion. You could have slept a bit longer, you know. Seeing her eyes gradually clearing up, he smiled and said, "It's only been a few hours." Hearing this, Helen's eyes slowly widened as she fully woke up, finally remembering what had happened not long ago. By that terrifying temple made of skulls, she had been captured by that man named Andius, who intended to make her his wife. He claimed to be the son of a god. Helen had seen him kill many people, even entire armies were unable to defeat him. But in the end, he was defeated. No, not killed, but thrown into the sea. And the one who did it was the person she had always wanted to meet, the one her sister had told her about many times, a weak, delicate person. Promise. Helen called his name softly, tilted her head, and stared blankly at him, who was hugging her from behind. Promise blinked in response, smiling as he asked, "What's wrong, Helen?" "Ah, sorry." Saying this, he affectionately patted her head. "You've gone through so much, haven't you?" "Don't worry, Helen. I'll definitely find that scoundrel Theseus and give him a good beating, for you, and for your brother and sister," Promise declared with fierce determination. Although in ancient Greece, being a Lolita-complex individual wasn't considered an illness and many even saw it as something to admire, Promise couldn't help but find it utterly disgraceful. No way, How can a grown man like an underage child? Isn't it disgusting? What about Clotho, the goddess of fate, you ask? That's different. She's a goddess. Who knows how many years she'd lived? Besides, Clotho is irresistibly cute. Helen blinked, looking at Promise. She hesitated, wanting to explain as she realized Promise had misunderstood. Theseus hadn't actually kidnapped her, she had gone with him willingly. But it wasn't to meet Promise, it was because she wanted to join them in the adventure for the Golden Fleece and find her sister and brother. Of course, she also hoped to meet Promise along the way. To be honest, Theseus had actually refused at first, but no one could truly say no to her, because she was Helen. The reason she eventually ran away was due to another person, a man named Pirithous. He was a friend Theseus made later on and was immediately smitten with Helen on the first, showering her with obsessive affection. Though Theseus intervened and stopped him, this led the two to embark on a journey to the underworld together, intending to meet the goddess Persephone. After Theseus left, more and more eyes began to covet Helen, and with Theseus gone for so long, the prying stares grew more and more unscrupulous, and they even started to touch her. In this situation, Helen was so frightened that she chose to run away, but she never expected to be caught by Antaeus. Therefore, although Theseus was to blame for this incident, a large part of it was Helen's own fault. Just as she was about to explain all of this to Promise, she found herself hesitating as she looked at the gentle smile of the boy in front of her. The words got stuck in her throat, her mouth opening but no sound coming out. What if he starts to dislike me because of this? What if he decides I'm too much trouble and abandons me? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Helen grew more afraid. Only now that she was truly outside the protection of her family did she realize just how dangerous the world could be. And right now, the only person who could protect her was Promise. The sweet curse that normally plagued her seemed to have no effect on him, as if it didn't even exist. And he was Promise. Her sister and brothers had always spoken of him as someone who could be trusted, no matter the situation. So, after hesitating for a long time, Helen chose to remain silent. She lowered her head, feeling ashamed of her decision. Although Promise noticed something was off, he didn't think much of it. From his perspective, this friend's little sister had clearly gone through a lot, so it was only natural that she would be shy and hesitant to speak. This only strengthened his resolve to find Theseus and give him a good beating. I'm sorry, Helen. I should have taken you straight home, but Theseus is my friend, and he's done something terribly wrong. I need to find him and make him apologize to you and your parents first. Hearing these words, Helen glanced up at Promise's emerald eyes. She couldn't help but feel even more ashamed, lowering her head again, but at the same time. Ah, sister, I think I understand what you meant. But he's not weak, he's already a great hero. And his arms are so warm. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Helen felt her head grow heavy once more. Before she knew it, resting in Promise's arms, she drifted off to sleep again. This time, however, her expression was peaceful, with a faint smile gracing her lips. Promise, looking at her sleeping face, couldn't help but murmur to himself, so this is Helen. She truly lives up to her legend. Even before she's fully grown, she's already this dangerous. Chapter 132, The King Cuckolded by a Bull. Helen didn't know where Theseus had gone. All she knew was that on the day he left, he told her to stay safely at his friend's house and promised he'd be back soon. But who would have guessed that once Theseus left, he'd be gone for over a month? As more people learned about Helen's presence and saw her beauty, combined with the fact that Theseus and his friend hadn't returned, her situation became increasingly dangerous. Eventually, with the help of a maid, she managed to escape. The stars in the night sky and the bonfire lit up the darkness, and the light of the flame dispelled the coldness from Helen. Her golden hair was flowing, and her purple eyes had a magic that could easily capture a man. Even though she was stained by dust, she was still as exquisite as the most outstanding work forged by the god of craftsmen. She recounted everything that had happened since she left home. Except for the fact that she hadn't been kidnapped by Theseus but had actually run away willingly. Even the most beautiful songbirds yearn for the world beyond their gilded cages, but once they leave those confines, they discover just how dangerous the outside world truly is. Helen spoke softly, carefully watching Promise as she did so. Every time Promise looked up and met her gaze, Helen would shyly turn her head like a frightened rabbit, only to sneak glances back at him shortly after, as if she were trying to confirm something. Helen was indeed trying to verify whether Promise was falling under her charm. She was well aware of her own allure. After all, even the most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite, had appeared before her and praised her as a weapon capable of captivating any man. And after looking at each other again and again, Helen finally became convinced that the man in front of her was really immune to her charm. Feeling a mix of joy and slight disappointment, Helen was pulled from her thoughts when Promise, who had been silent until now, suddenly burst out laughing. Seeing her confused expression, he couldn't help but smile and say, "You were acting just like a scared little bunny just now. Don't worry, Helen. I'll protect you. You're the sister of my dear friends, after all. They've always told me about you, saying that once I came down from the mountain, they'd introduce you to me. If you don't mind, you can even call me brother. Oh, by the way, did they ever mention me to you? What did they say?" Looking at the boy in front of her, looking at her with curiosity, Helen hesitated for a moment before responding. "My sister said that, promise. Brother, promise, you're someone who can be trusted in any situation. She also said that." At this point, her voice trailed off, but with some reluctance, she added, "She said you're really weak. That even I could bully you." Helen's honest reply left Promise stunned for a moment, while Pegasus snickered loudly from the side until Promise shot him a glare that made him quickly lower his head in mock obedience. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Promise huffed in annoyance before stepping closer to Helen and holding out his hand. "What do you mean, I'm so weak that you could bully me? Your sister's got it all wrong. Come on, let's arm wrestle, I bet I'm stronger than you." Clearly frustrated, Promise challenged her, while Pegasus rolled its eyes in disbelief. "Are you a kid? Competing in strength with a little girl?" But it knew full well that Promise was just trying to ease Helen's tension. Upon hearing this, Helen obediently placed her hand in the boy's hand again. As she felt the warmth and security of his large hand, she started to wonder why he wasn't applying any strength yet and whether she should try harder herself. "Helen." Promise fought to maintain a serious expression as he looked her in the eyes and said, "Let's call off the match. I've suddenly realized that this kind of competition is meaningless." Helen tilted her head in confusion. Before she could figure out what was going on, Pegasus couldn't hold back anymore and began rolling on the ground in laughter, completely losing it. "I've had enough of you, Pegasus." Promise shouted in anger as he jumped to his feet, only to be held back by Helen, who was still clutching his hand. A brief moment of awkwardness passed as Promise cleared his throat and said, "Helen, you can let go now." Helen blinked, finally realizing what he meant, and quickly released his hand. As she watched Promise charge at Pegasus in embarrassment. "It's just like my sister said, he's so weak, even I could bully him." Helen thought to herself, but her mind wandered back to what had happened earlier that afternoon. Thinking of this, Helen suddenly recalled what happened in the afternoon, and the scene in front of the skeleton temple, in front of the terrifying Antaeus, yet he was still able to smile calmly and defeat him easily. Wait, are these two really the same person? She found herself bewildered as the contrasting images of Promise, the formidable hero and the playful boy wrestling with a winged horse, overlapped in her mind. The contrast was too much, and eventually, Helen couldn't help but laugh out loud. As she laughed, all the tension and fear that had built up inside her since she left home seemed to melt away. But as the laughter turned to tears, Helen cried until, once again, she drifted off to sleep. Helen fell asleep on Pegasus. The next day, as the sun lit up the world again, Promise woke up, only to find that Helen was nowhere in sight and even Pegasus was missing. Just as he was beginning to worry, both Pegasus and Helen came back from the forest. Her golden hair was slightly damp, and her light blue dress looked freshly cleaned. It turned out that Pegasus had taken Helen to wash her hair and clothes. Speaking of which, this Pegasus actually loved cleanliness very much. "Brother Promise, you're awake," Helen said, holding the wild fruits she had just picked in her arms, and ran towards Promise in small steps. The soft voice, which sounded a little childish, and the innocent smile made him pause for a moment. "Now I get why they always brag about having you as their sister. Theseus, just wait, no matter what you say this time, you'll get a beating," Promise muttered through gritted teeth. Looking at the boy with gritted teeth in front of her, Helen was stunned for a moment. After she came to her senses, she lowered her head slightly with guilt. Caught between wanting to confess everything to Promise and being afraid of telling him the truth, Helen remained silent as they finished breakfast. Before she knew it, they were back in the sky, flying toward where Theseus might be. Helen didn't know exactly where Theseus had gone, but that didn't really matter. Promise had gotten used to relying on Pegasus to guide the way. As for Pegasus, well, he was well accustomed to following the markers that the gods had conveniently left. Theseus wasn't far away. After about half a day of flight, Pegasus landed on an island. This was Crete, an island ruled by King Minos. If that name doesn't ring a bell, then perhaps this will. The island is home to a massive labyrinth housing the Minotaur, a creature known as Aunserious. Yes, it's the very monster destined to be defeated by Theseus. This story even inspired a famous Bible in the FGO game community. But the origin of Aunserious is where things get even more interesting. When Minos, the king of this island, became king, he sought miracles from Poseidon, the god of the sea, so that his usurpation of the throne would be illegitimate. For this purpose, he knelt for a long time in Poseidon's temple and prayed devoutly to him. Moved by his sincerity, Poseidon caused a large, beautiful white bull to emerge from the sea and appear before Minos. Poseidon then discreetly instructed Minos to sacrifice the bull to him as an offering, promising to show a miracle in return. However, Minos was so enchanted by the bull's beauty that he couldn't bear to sacrifice it. Instead, he offered a regular bull in its place, hoping Poseidon wouldn't notice. Naturally, this infuriated Poseidon, who cursed Minos' wife, causing her to fall madly in love with the white bull. Eventually, Minos' wife had a wooden cow constructed, and she approached the bull. And thus, the Minotaur, Asterius, was born. In this story, there are actually different versions of the myth. One classic version suggests that the white bull was actually Zeus in disguise, and his target was naturally the beautiful wife of King Minos. Another version claims that the white bull was initially Poseidon in disguise, intending to appear after the sacrifice to declare that King Minos had helped him, proving Minos was the rightful king. But regardless of the version, one thing is clear: King Minos ended up with a very green hat, thanks to a bull. Later, after leaving Pegasus to watch over Helen, Promise ventured into the kingdom on the island and, after revealing his identity, quickly met with King Minos. When King Minos learned of Promise's purpose, he informed him directly that Theseus had entered the labyrinth the day before. And this was the punishment given to Theseus by Hades, the god of the underworld. This also explains why Theseus was on this island instead of in the underworld. Let's first talk about how Theseus and his friends entered the underworld. The person who helped them enter the underworld was none other than Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Knowing that the two of them were so bold as to want to go to the underworld to see Persephone, Hermes, who loved to watch the fun, could not help but satisfy their desire. He escorted them into the underworld and even took them to Hades' palace. However, Persephone wasn't there. She was on vacation with her mother, Demeter, and the person who took her away was Promise himself. The two didn't get far in the palace before Hades discovered them. By then, Hermes had already slipped away. Just when Hades knew their purpose and was about to send them into the endless abyss to receive eternal punishment, Theseus hurriedly opened the treasure bag that Hermes left for him when he left. There was only one sentence in it, which was to ask Theseus to reveal his identity. Following the advice, Theseus introduced himself. Hades wasn't initially interested, but when he heard that Theseus was a student of Chiron, he asked about his relationship with Promise. Shocked to hear Promise's name from Hades, Theseus confirmed that they were friends. After a moment of silence, Hades decided to spare him and sent him to Crete, where he was thrown into the labyrinth with no weapons, leaving his survival to chance. As for his companion, Hades imprisoned him permanently. The king of this island, Minos, would later become one of the 3 judges of the underworld after his death. Promise didn't know the details of the underworld, but when he heard from King Minos that Theseus had entered the labyrinth, he wasn't too concerned at first. After all, he knew that Theseus was destined to defeat the Minotaur. But when he reached the labyrinth entrance and found no thread left behind, and heard from the guards that Theseus had entered without any weapons, fire, or tools, it began to feel wrong. Not only did he not bring any weapons, he didn't even have a torch. Rather than going in to defeat the monster, it was more like going in to die. This isn't right. I need to go in and check, Promise said with a frown, finally deciding to investigate. Chapter 133, Labyrinth with no escape. In order to get rid of this special Minotaur child and also to cover up the shame so that the world would not know about it, King Minos ordered people to build this labyrinth. The famed craftsman who built this labyrinth was Daedalus, and he had a son named Icarus. After finishing the labyrinth, Minos, satisfied with the design, decided to kill both Daedalus and his son to ensure that no one could ever escape this place. To escape, Daedalus collected feathers from all kinds of birds and crafted wings for himself and his son Icarus, allowing them to soar into the sky. It was just that Icarus was fascinated by the freedom and thrill of flying, so he forgot his father's warning, and flew higher and higher, even attempting to fly into the sun. Eventually, the high temperature melted his wings, and Icarus, who had lost his wings, fell into the deep sea and drowned. Now, Theseus finds himself inside that same labyrinth. Because of the punishment from Hades, the god of the underworld, he was not allowed to carry any weapons, so naturally he did not leave any ropes or even torches in front of the door of the maze. Theseus had been wandering the labyrinth for an entire day. He tried to leave marks on the road, but because there were no torches, even if he left marks, he might not notice them if he passed by again. So, Theseus had no idea where he was, let alone how to move forward. He even prayed for help from the gods, but no one answered him. In the dark and gloomy maze, silence and darkness gradually eroded his mind, while fatigue and hunger made his steps even heavier. And even if he managed to reach the labyrinth's end, what awaited him was not treasure or glory, but the fearsome creature known as Asterius, the Minotaur, a being blessed with the power of lightning. To defeat it, escape the labyrinth, and survive. This was the impossible trial Hades had given him for daring to intrude into the underworld. With no weapons, this trial was essentially a death sentence. But you can't really blame Hades. Theseus and his friend didn't just visit the underworld to have fun, they planned to kidnap his beautiful wife, goddess Persephone. In Hades' eyes, Theseus was already dead. Throwing him into the labyrinth wasn't about letting him escape on his own, it was merely waiting for someone else's decision. Promise came back to Pegasus and Helen, telling them that he was going to the labyrinth. However, before Pegasus could even respond, the girl protested in a terrified voice. Helen's experience with Antaeus left a profound impression on her, as she witnessed how Promise defeated the giant and saved her. But she couldn't forget the previous night's arm wrestling match, which left her with a different perspective on Promise's strength. "This is too dangerous," she insisted. Hearing her words, Promise looked at the girl in front of him who was worried about him, walked up to her, touched her head, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Helen. I'll be fine, and I'll be back quickly." However, before he could finish, Helen interrupted him with something he hadn't expected. "Big brother Theseus said the same thing to me before he left." Promise froze, surprised by her words. Tears welled up in Helen's purple eyes as she took 2 steps back, looked up at him and finally confessed what she had been holding back all this time. "That's what brother Theseus told me when he left. He will be back soon and take me to find my sister and brother. But after he left, he never came back. I waited so long. Everyone said he was dead and would never come back. They wanted to take me away, but I didn't want to go with them, so I ran away in fear." She paused, remembering how she had been captured by Antaeus before Promise saved her. Hearing her words, Promise remained silent for a moment, then softly asked, "So it wasn't Theseus who took you away, but..." "It was me. I was the one who asked big brother Theseus to take me away," Helen admitted, her voice trembling with guilt. "I'm sorry, brother Promise. I lied to you. I'm not an honest person. It was because I wanted to find my siblings. I was curious about the Golden Fleece adventure, so I begged big brother Theseus to take me with him. It's all my fault. I'm really, really sorry." Promise looked at the little girl who was crying softly in front of him and didn't say anything for a while, but he suddenly realized why Theseus had taken Helen away. As for Helen's deception, he wasn't upset about it. After all, she had gone through a lot, especially with the terrifying ordeal involving Antaeus. It was only natural that she would be afraid to tell him the truth. Well, she was just an overly frightened child, afraid of being hated and abandoned again. "If that's the case, do you hate Theseus?" Promise asked. Hearing this, Helen quickly shook her head. "Then isn't it even more important that I go find him?" Promise smiled again. "After all, he's in danger now, and besides, I promised you to bring him back so he could apologize to you. But it's not really big brother Theseus's fault." "But he still did not keep his promise to you," Promise countered gently. "He left you in danger, didn't protect you properly, and hasn't even come back yet." Even though the misunderstanding was cleared up, he still believed Theseus was a Lolita complex and had made a mistake by taking Helen along. He was determined to give Theseus a good beating. After all, no matter whether this was Helen's active request or not, you kidnapped someone else's daughter, and the key point is that she was only 11 or 12 years old. If you say that there was no element of lust, I would never believe you, even if you killed me. If Theseus knew what Promise was thinking, he'd probably feel utterly exasperated and wronged. You are noble and you are amazing. This is Helen, and with those bewitching purple eyes, not to mention a hero like Theseus, who couldn't resist her plea. Even someone as mighty as Heracles might have struggled to refuse. When someone like Helen sheds tears, even the gods would feel sympathy. But you, Promise, seem to be the only one completely unaffected by her charms. I, on the other hand, will keep my promise, Promise said as he crouched down, gently wiping away Helen's tears. I promise you, I'll come back soon, and I'll bring Theseus with me. We'll take you home. Helen looked at the boy in front of her with her purple eyes and said carefully, Brother Promise, are you not mad at me? I lied to you. I am a little mad. Promise nodded, observing how Helen's expression became visibly panicked. He then smiled softly and said, but since Helen is so adorable, I'll forgive you this time. But there won't be a next time, so no more lies, okay? That's not a good thing. Do you understand? Hearing this, Helen nodded quickly and promised him very seriously, there will definitely not be a next time. Pegasus, please take care of Helen for me. I'll be back soon. Before he could finish, Promise felt his arm being tightly held. He looked down and saw Helen clinging to his arm very tightly. As he wondered what was going on, Helen, struggling with her thoughts, suddenly declared with determined eyes, Brother Promise, if you really want to go, then I'm going with you. Helen, don't you trust me? I do, But Helen tightened her grip even more as she said. I don't want to be left behind again, waiting and doing nothing. And I know all this trouble Brother Theseus is in is because of me. Seeing her tear-streaked face mixed with a pleading look, Promise felt a headache coming on. He instinctively glanced at Pegasus for help. However, the latter, noticing his gaze, immediately turned around, presenting its back and flicking its tail as if to say, I didn't hear anything. I'm not involved. Helen, be a good girl. Promise was about to say more when Helen interrupted him. Brother Promise, I won't let go. If you don't take me, I'll just cling to you and not let you leave. Promise was left speechless. He sighed and tried reasoning with her patiently. But Helen, it's really dangerous in there. That's exactly why I can't let you go in alone, Brother Promise. Don't forget who saved you last time. It was you, Brother Promise, but you're not even as strong as me. You couldn't beat me in strength. Her words left Promise completely silent for a moment, unable to find a counter-argument. He opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out. Finding he couldn't retort at all. Seeing his state, Pegasus almost laughed out loud again, but when he thought that if he angered Promise again, he would really be put into the little notebook, he quickly lowered his head and pretended to eat grass, as if he didn't care about what was happening outside the window. There's a monster inside, after thinking about it for a while, Promise warned the girl. It devours every boy and girl who enters the labyrinth. This wasn't a lie, Asterius had indeed devoured many youths offered to him. The mention of the monster made Helen tremble with fear, but in the end, she bit her lip and kept her gaze fixed on Promise with determination. Seeing her resolve, Promise finally gave in and agreed to take her along. They reached the dark entrance of the labyrinth. Throughout the journey, Helen clung tightly to Promise's arm, gripping so hard that it hurt. She was terrified of being left behind again. When they finally arrived at the labyrinth, the imposing structure of the labyrinth loomed before them like a monstrous maw, its dark depths radiating a chilling aura. Looking at that dark aura, Helen's body stiffened as she recalled the terrifying stories about this place. Her eyes reflected fear and hesitation. Promise, noticing her reaction, asked, Are you scared? In fact, he still didn't fully intend to bring Helen inside, hoping that if she saw the entrance herself, she might reconsider and back down. But when Helen met his gaze, she shook her head firmly and said, I'm not scared. No lying, Helen. Promise had not even finished speaking when Helen abruptly cut him off, saying, I didn't lie, Brother Promise. After all, I promised Brother Promise that I wouldn't lie anymore. Her purple eyes met Promise's startled gaze as she released his arm and held his hand instead. I know you'll protect me, so as long as you're by my side, I won't be afraid. Chapter 134, Hey, wait a minute. As the torchlight illuminated the dark labyrinth and Helen held on to Promise's hand, leading him forward into the maze, the boy finally reacted belatedly. Promise glanced at the trembling Helen, who clung to his hand despite her visible fear. She was genuinely walking into the labyrinth, fully aware of the monster lurking within. Her body was shaking constantly, it was the fear that could not be concealed, but even so, the girl just held onto his hand tightly, refusing to back down. And it was Helen who held up the torch. She raised it high as hard as she could, trying to illuminate the darkness ahead for Promise. Not only did I get charmed, but I'm also being protected by a little girl now. Promise didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But at the same time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Helen had softened a lot. After all, no matter what the reason, how many people can really be like her, muster up the courage to face this inescapable labyrinth out of sheer faith in someone else? What kind of respect and trust is it? Hey, Helen. It's really dark and quiet here, isn't it? Promise said this with a smile, and exerted a little force to break free from Helen's restraints. Just as Helen was stunned and looked up at him in confusion and panic, afraid he was leaving her behind. But before she could say anything, Promise took out a painting, and from it, a golden lyre fell into his hands. Helen, let's play some music together. Let's use it to banish the darkness and light up everything around us. Promise smiled warmly at Helen, who was now staring in amazement. With a gentle motion, he strummed the first note on the lyre. And the moment that note resonated, the labyrinth was bathed in light. Helen's eyes widened as she watched the pitch-black labyrinth fill with warm, radiant light. Even the eternal darkness of the underworld had been brightened by this boy's light, guiding him through the shadows. Promise closed his eyes, playing the lyre with a peaceful expression. The notes echoed through the labyrinth, dispersing the darkness and illuminating the way forward. Soon, Theseus, who had subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands, and was wandering aimlessly, saw the light that should never have appeared in this dark maze. Just when Theseus didn't know what was happening, the light came with beautiful piano music and enveloped him. But the music and light didn't just reach Theseus. Such a sudden change naturally alarmed the existence-named Asterios in the deepest part of the labyrinth. He stood up and followed the light. No, to be exact, when he found the light coming, he was panicked and at a loss at first. He had always longed for the cool breezes and lush forests bathed in sunlight, but when the light suddenly appeared in his dark world, he was filled with panic and subconsciously fled deeper into the shadows. Asterios wanted to reach out to the light but was too scared to embrace it. However, as the light closed in, he soon found himself cornered, unable to retreat, unable to escape. Eventually, the light enveloped him, and the gentle melody reached his ears. He was stunned for a long time, then stretched out his hands, clenched his fists, opened them, and clenched them again, as if trying to catch the light. While he was astonished, the long and resounding sound of the piano was like a clear spring, clarifying his heart and soothing his emotions. For the first time, he felt something other than rage and hunger, a deep sense of peace. So naturally, Asterios followed the direction of the sound of the harp. He started out walking slowly, then walking faster, and finally running quickly. His movements and the terrifying brute force made the entire maze tremble. Similarly, Theseus, who was wandering in this maze, naturally followed the sound of the piano and the light and walked towards the direction of promise. When Theseus finally came to the source of the sound and saw the young man sitting there, playing the lyre and the beautiful Helen beside him, he was not happy. He even sat down with a bitter look on his face, sighed, and said, "Ah, it seems that it is indeed a dream before I die. After all, seeing Promise and Helen again. It can't be real. Well, I guess only dreams can satisfy me. But before I die, I can still hear the sound of Promise's piano playing, so it's not a loss." After saying that, Theseus simply leaned against the wall of the maze, closed his eyes, and rested. Helen blinked as she watched the situation. However, just when she was about to say something, she found that Promise had opened his eyes at some point and was blinking at her, signaling her to stay quiet. So, she did not say anything and simply stood by, quietly basking in the soothing melody and the sunlight that now illuminated the once dark labyrinth. Her eyes locked onto Promise as if she wanted to engrave this serene moment into her memory. But after a long time, as the ground's trembling grew more intense, Theseus snapped out of his daze, standing up with a serious expression. Helen subconsciously clutched Promise's clothes, leaning against him for comfort. Then, Asterios appeared. Promise also stopped playing and looked up at the fearsome minotaur in front of him. The two looked at each other, although Asterios's scarlet eyes were like those of a wild beast, and he could not speak, but could only roar. At this moment, Promise saw something else in Asterios's gaze, gratitude. So, he smiled. "You monster, even in my dreams, don't even think about harming." On the side, Theseus, who didn't even have any weapon but was readying himself to defend Promise and Helen barehanded with a clenched fist, could finish his sentence. Promise pointed at Theseus with a grin. "If you want to thank me, go ahead and beat him up for me." "Huh?" X2, Helen tilted her head and looked at Promise. Theseus was equally confused by his words. "No way, isn't his a dream? Why is Promise in my dreams so harsh to me?" Asterios was also stunned. He looked at Theseus and then turned back to look at Promise in confusion. "Yes, beat him." The latter nodded and said calmly and seriously, "You're welcome, as long as you don't beat him to death. Helen, if you don't feel relieved, you can still do it yourself." "Huh?" Now, not only Theseus but even Helen herself was confused. Although she kept hearing Brother Promise say along the way that he would definitely beat Theseus up, Helen always thought that he was just saying that in anger. After all, aren't you good friends? However, while she was thinking this, Asterios let out a roar, then jumped up, and caught Theseus, who was unable to dodge under Helen's dull gaze. So, a war broke out. As fate would have it, Asterios battled Theseus. However, because he always thought it was a dream and the incident was sudden, Theseus was soon pinned down by the Minotaur. It took several punches and slaps before he reacted. "This is not a dream." "Hiss, it hurts." Wait, Promise, I was wrong, please save me." Helen, save me." Without any weapons, Theseus was no match for Asterios. Coupled with exhaustion and starvation from all these days, he was completely overwhelmed in the fight, unable to put up any resistance. This. Brother Promise, that's enough." "Really, it's enough." Helen, deeply shaken by the sight, finally pleaded with Promise. "This is enough already." "Helen, you're not mad at him anymore? Let me tell you, this guy is pretty tough, he can take a lot of hits, don't worry about it." "No, really, it's fine now." Helen nodded quickly and shook her head at the same time, saying, "I'm not mad anymore, I'm really not mad anymore. What a pity." "Alright, that's enough, Asterios, you can stop now." At Promise's words, Asterius obediently let Theseus go. Promise then walked over to Theseus, who blinked in disbelief, still trying to process what was happening. This isn't a dream? It's totally a dream, isn't it? Promise replied with a smile. Guess the beating wasn't hard enough. No, I'm awake, I'm fully awake now, really. Theseus's eyes widened in panic. Whether this was a dream or not, he definitely didn't want to get hit again. Speaking of which, Theseus, where did you go after abandoning Helen? Why didn't you come back? Do you even know how much trouble she got into because of you? Promise scolded, glaring at Theseus. Still dazed and unsure if this was real or not, Theseus answered honestly, I went to the underworld. The underworld? This time, Promise was genuinely taken aback. What were you doing in the underworld? I wanted to get Pyratus to stop chasing after Helen, so I went with him to the underworld to find goddess Persephone. He said he wanted to capture this goddess and make her his wife. Theseus explained everything truthfully and was feeling depressed when he thought that his friend was still in the underworld and might never come back. When, smack. Promise suddenly kicked Theseus hard in the face. Damn it. As Theseus looked up with a puzzled look on his face. Trying to kidnap goddess Persephone? Really, Theseus? You've got guts, I'll give you that. Promise laughed angrily and said to Theseus with gritted teeth, do you know how much the goddess Persephone takes care of me on weekdays? She's like a big sister to me. And here I was thinking I misjudged you after clearing up the misunderstanding with Helen. Turns out, you're just out here causing even bigger messes. It turns out that kidnapping a little girl wasn't enough for you, you had to kidnap a goddess too, huh? Stealing someone else's wife, no less. Asterius, get back here and beat him down again. This time I want to see him in a state of despair. Asterius was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the warmth in the sunlight and heard Promise call his name, his eyes suddenly became very firm. Alright, more beating it is. So the next second, as Helen couldn't help covering her face, unable to bear to look directly at the scene, but still peeked through her fingers out of curiosity, a mixed doubles match took place on the scene, a chaotic brawl between a man and a beast. Promise mostly just added to the chaos, but without him keeping things lighthearted, Asterius might have actually broken Theseus for good. After a long while. Theseus, are you okay? Helen, feeling a bit guilty, crouched next to Theseus, who was lying on the ground, and gently poked his bruised and battered face with her finger. Theseus tried to raise his head and muster a smile, but as soon as he did, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out cold. Helen was so frightened that she stood up suddenly and took several steps back, then she tilted her head, her eyes darting between the terrifying sight of the unconscious Theseus and the calm figure of Promise. She thought to herself, it turns out that Brother Promise is not that gentle. Ah, no, Brother Promise is the gentlest, it is Brother Theseus's own fault for causing trouble. Helen said this in her heart firmly and secretly made up her mind that in the future, she would always be a good girl around Promise and never lie again. She couldn't imagine facing the anger of someone as scary as he could be. Meanwhile, Promise ignored Helen and Theseus. Instead, he turned to look at Asterius, who now sat obediently before him, with his head down, awaiting instructions. The once ferocious creature was calm, even peaceful, under Promise's gaze. After a long silence, Promise finally asked, Asterius, do you wish to leave this place? Asterius seemed puzzled, staring at Promise before shaking his head. But then, after a moment's hesitation, he nodded slowly. I see, Promise said with a warm smile. In that case, let me grant your wish. He then took out his pure white feathered canvas and began to paint. The gloomy, dark labyrinth vanished before Asterius' eyes, giving way to a lovely sacred forest. Streams flowed gently, lush greenery thrived, and butterflies danced gracefully around him. Stunned by the serene beauty, Asterius stood motionless, taking it all in. In reality, Promise strung his bow of light and drew a glowing arrow. It's time to rest now, Asterius. He whispered before releasing the arrow, letting it pierce straight through Asterius's heart. Chapter 135, his big sister. The only words Asterius's father, King Minos, ever said to him before sending him into the labyrinth were, you can only ever be a monster because you were born a beast. So even though he was not evil by nature, he did commit an evil act and crossed the line by killing and eating the boys and girls who were offered as sacrifices. From that moment on, there was no way out of the labyrinth for him. After exiting the labyrinth, Promise returned to the kingdom on Crete and informed King Minos of Asterius's defeat. The old king, seated on his throne with his long white beard flowing, sat in silent contemplation for a long time. I see. Thank you, hero of Queen Hera. Looking at the young man in front of him, the king finally said, his voice a mix of relief and sadness. Promise merely nodded. After all, he had done all he could. He ended the curse that required the kingdom to sacrifice 6 pairs of youths each year, and in the end, he gave Asterius the peaceful slumber he had always longed for. However, as he had always done before, Promise declined any rewards of gold or riches and just requested that the word of his deeds be spread to the world, and then prepared to leave. Just as he reached the palace gates, King Minos called out to him. Wait. Can I ask? What was his expression like in the end? Was it filled with hatred, anger, or? He was smiling, Promise replied, turning back to the aging king, and said in a soft voice, I gave him a picture, and he fell asleep to it. So, in the end, he was smiling. With that, Promise left the kingdom. As he walked away, King Minos removed the crown from his head and, from atop his throne, bowed his head in gratitude. Leaving the palace behind, Promise made his way to a secluded beach where Pegasus, Helen, and a battered Theseus were waiting for him. At this moment, Theseus had fully came to terms with reality. Everything that just happened was not a dream. He really had escaped the labyrinth, and he really was face to face with Promise and Helen once more. Therefore, Theseus was very excited at this moment. When he saw Promise coming back, he stood up excitedly and waved to him. However, the latter, who was watching this scene, had a look of disdain on his face and said, Theseus, you really can take a beating, huh? Guess those muscles aren't just for show. Theseus was a muscular man with blonde hair. Although his appearance was not very handsome, it was not bad. But that was not the point. Before Theseus could reply, Promise turned his attention to Pegasus beside him and pointed at Theseus before speaking without motion. Kick him into the sea, Pegasus. I don't want to see his face for a while, it's irritating just to look at him. Wait, what? Theseus exclaimed and was about to say something, but it was too late. Pegasus immediately sent him flying with a powerful kick, and under Helen's subconscious following gaze, Theseus made a perfect arc in the air before splashing down into the water. Brother Promise, what about Theseus? Shouldn't we help him? Feeling a bit concerned as she watched the scene unfold, Helen was about to beg for mercy for Theseus. When she turned around and saw Promise walking towards her with a warm smile. Although she really wanted to imagine that, but no way was that a warm smile. Seeing his cold eyes, Helen was so frightened that her words got stuck in her throat. Helen, come here. Your brother Promise has something to talk to you, Promise said, waving her over with a gentle voice that carried an underlying edge. Seeing him standing aside and waving at her, the panicked Helen subconsciously looked towards Pegasus beside her, only to find that Winged Horse had already turned away, pointedly ignoring the situation. Clearly, Pegasus was well versed in staying out of trouble, having perfected the art through eating grass day after day. Left with no choice, Helen cautiously approached Promise and asked with her nervousness in her voice. Brother Promise. Are you angry? I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? Promise replied with a smile. It's not like someone suddenly decided to stop listening, started lying, or acted all mischievous. And it's not like I'm not as strong as a little girl and was bullied by a little girl, right? No, I'm not angry, I'm not angry at all. But, Brother Promise, I'm really sorry, Helen stammered, trying to apologize, but Promise cut her off by grabbing her cheeks and pinching them firmly. Sorry? What for? You didn't do anything wrong. The only one who is wrong is me. And I'm definitely not angry. I've already said that I'm not angry. Not at all, Promise said, smiling through gritted teeth while squishing Helen's face. With her words muffled by her squished cheeks, Helen could only nod frantically. Pegasus, who was standing aside looking at the scene, looked at Promise with disdain. You hold grudges against children too? And you don't even wait until the next day to get even. However, he only dared to look when Promise wasn't watching. Otherwise, if this guy really caught his gaze, he might really write his name on that notebook. After a while, Theseus crawled back onto the shore, drenched and exhausted. However, he barely had time to cough out a mouthful of seawater and had not yet recovered before Promise, without missing a beat, ordered, Brother Pegasus, give him another kick. Wait a minute, Promise. I'm sorry. I admit it, I was wrong. Theseus pleaded desperately. Looking at Theseus begging for mercy miserably in front of her, and then looking at Promise, who was still smiling at the side, Helen rubbed her sore cheeks and turned her head away. If I feel bad when I watch, I'll just stop looking. Promise then turned to Helen with a smile. Helen, what do you think? Huh? Helen blinked in surprise as she turned to look at the young man, who was looking at her. Are you still mad at him? Hearing his words, she looked at Theseus, who was looking at her pitifully, then looked at the ever-smiling Promise. She hesitated for a while before asking cautiously, Brother Promise, do you think this is okay? I don't know, so I'm asking you. The latter said with a smile. However, seeing his smile, She swallowed her saliva and said hesitantly in a low voice, "Well, maybe one more kick should do it." "Helen?" Theseus shouted in disbelief, staring at her with wide eyes. And then, the next second, it was another perfect parabola, falling into the sea. By the time Theseus finally climbed ashore from the sea, it was already a long time later and even the sky had darkened. Promise lit a bonfire, and Helen, who had been making a lot of noise, leaned on the Pegasus, squatting on the ground. Seeing Theseus flying and flying repeatedly, this little girl, who felt a bit pitiful, could not bear it anymore and fell asleep. And Pegasus skillfully used its silver white wings to cover Helen like a quilt. While on the other side, I'm dying. If this continues, I'm really going to die." Just as Theseus was spitting out seawater frantically, feeling as if the entire world was spinning, a golden apple hit him on the head. "Are you dead or not? If you're not dead, come crawling back." As Promise's emotionless voice sounded in his ears, he looked up at the boy, then looked at the golden apple that fell beside him. After hesitating for a moment, he picked it up and ate it. Causing his energy and spirit to be restored in an instant, he then stood up, scratched his head, and sat down by the campfire. Looking at Promise in front of him, he opened his mouth hesitantly several times but didn't know what to say. "I have learned what happened from several nymphs in the underworld." Seeing him fall silent, however, Promise spoke, licking the firewood for the fire as he said, "You can come back because of the favor of Hades, the god of the underworld. As for the other guy, don't even think about it. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this guy had gone up the mountain to study with him, which led to him meeting Chiron and eventually becoming his disciple, coupled with the fact that he had always taken good care of him, Promise would have already kicked him back to the underworld." Heading his words, Theseus was silent for a while before he said, "So, I was able to come back because of you, Promise?" The latter has no answer, but the lack of denial was already a reply. "That great Hades, the god of the underworld, is also related to you. It was I who brought the goddess Persephone to the underworld," Promise said calmly. "And she is the queen of the underworld. Not only that, but the goddess Persephone is also the daughter of the goddess Demeter. Seriously, for what you wanted to do, even dying 10 times wouldn't be enough." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. If it weren't for the fact that Helen had already fallen asleep on Pegasus, Promise would have asked the latter to kick him again. Theseus did not notice the malice in his eyes at this moment, as he was completely shocked by the amount of information contained in his sentence. He remained frozen for a long while before finally snapping out of it. "I'm sorry." This time, Theseus genuinely apologized to Promise with his head bowed. "What's the point of saying sorry to me? And aren't you the one who pursues justice? First, you abducted Helen, and now you plan to approach the goddess Persephone. Theseus, is this really how you pursue justice?" Theseus did not reply, but bowed his head in shame. Seeing his battered and miserable appearance in front of him, Promise scoffed twice before saying, "Swim back by yourself, go to Helen's home, apologize to her parents, and seek their forgiveness as well as that of the goddess Persephone. Remember, you have about a month. If you can catch the departure of the Argo during this time, then good for you. If not, well, then you won't be boarding the ship." After speaking this, Promise looked at Theseus, who was stunned in front of him. "And the gods will witness this moment. During this time, you are not allowed to use any tools. So now, run." Just as the words left his mouth, Theseus hadn't even fully grasped what was happening when. "If that's the case, I shall witness this matter myself," came a voice from the shadows, beyond the light of the campfire. As the beautiful goddess Persephone emerged from the darkness. Chapter 136, already having witnessed everything, she gazed at young man in front of him with an incredibly gentle expression. After a long while, she turned her gaze to Theseus. "I am Persephone. For the sake of this child, Promise, I will grant you this opportunity." As she finished speaking, a stalk of wheat appeared in Persephone's hand. She gently waved it over Theseus before lightly tapping his body. In an instant, all of Theseus' injuries were healed. As he looked at Persephone in shock, then looked at Promise standing beside him. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he gave a deep bow to Persephone and then, with utmost seriousness, looked at Promise and said, "I will make it in time." With that said, Theseus turned and leaped directly into the sea. Theseus, in the original myths, he was actually a hero second only to Heracles. He was the future king of Athens and regarded the goddess of wisdom, Athena, as his protector. In myth and legend, Theseus was even the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and a powerful demigod. Promise watched him go away, then looked at Persephone before finally breathing a sigh of relief. "So this child is Helen. As expected, she's incredibly adorable." Then Persephone walked over, gently poked the sleeping Helen's face, and after laughing, she turned to Promise, blinked at him, and said, "By the way, child, who do you think is more beautiful, Helen or me?" Ahem, in my heart, the most beautiful goddess is, of course, the one I believe in, the most noble queen of the heavens, Hera. Promise replied righteously. Persephone wasn't angry at his words. Instead, she giggled, came over to where Promise was sitting, poked his cheek, and said with a smile, "You little trickster. By the way, without us realizing, our little Promise has grown up. Soon, you'll be getting married. When the time comes, you must make sure to invite me." Persephone, while saying this, tilted her head to glance at Helen nearby. Satisfied with what she saw, she nodded at Promise, who looked confused, and said, "And kid, thank you for punishing your friend for me. He is your friend, and you must be feeling really bad in your heart, right?" Saying this, Persephone sat down beside Promise, then reached out and gently rested the boy's head on her lap, speaking with a soft smile, "All right, I know you're also very tired. Sleep now, have a good rest." She lightly stroked Promise's hair, and her voice carried a certain magic, making his initial desire to resist slowly fade as his eyelids grew heavy. Before long, he had fallen into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Helen rubbed her eyes and woke up, her violet eyes were stunned as they took in the sight of beautiful Persephone and Promise, who was peacefully sleeping on her lap. Looking at this scene in front of her, she sat up hastily, ready to question who this woman was, but Persephone simply raised her index finger to her lips, signaling Helen to stay quiet. "I am Persephone. As for who I am, well..." Recalling what Promise had said while he was beating up Theseus, she smiled brightly and softly said to Helen, "I'm Promise's big sister." Sometime later, "Helen, what's wrong?" Under the blue sky, on Pegasus's back, Promise poked Helen's puffed-up cheek, feeling a bit confused. "Did someone bully you?" "No one bullied me, it's just..." Helen turned her head to look at Promise. As her violet, enchanting eyes reflected the boy's figure, once again realizing that her charm had no effect on him, Helen became even more dejected and lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Promise was puzzled, while Pegasus, who saw through it all, remained silent. "Cheer up," Promise said, pulling on Helen's cheek with a smile. "You'll soon be home, and you'll get to see your dear parents." However, the mention of home only made the little girl more downcast, and she looked like she was about to cry. "No." Promise tilted his head. "I don't want to go back. Brother Promise, don't abandon me, please." Helen turned her head, pleadingly looking at Promise while grabbing his hand. "I want to go on adventures with you all. Brother Promise, take me with you, please." Promise was taken aback by her words, clearly not expecting Helen to say such a thing. He was just about to refuse, when... "Of course you can." That long unheard, bell-like voice suddenly rang out and the young man immediately felt a soft body pressing against him. A pair of delicate, white arms wrapped around his waist from behind, and a head rested on his shoulder. Those long, beautiful silver hair swayed gently in the breeze. After all, how could a boy refuse such a cute girl's request? Came the same seductive, enticing voice that always seemed to lure and guide. As if charmed by the familiar voice, Promise slightly turned his head and saw the flawless face resting on his shoulder and those eyes that represented absolute wisdom. The goddess of wisdom, Athena. She had returned. Promise quietly looked at her, and Pegasus slowed its flight, treading lightly in the blue sky. "So, this was the oracle you had prepared all along?" Promise asked thoughtfully, catching the faint fragrance that wafted toward him as he gazed at the beautiful goddess before him. His words made Athena's lips curl into a small smile, though she didn't answer directly. "However, I've come to fulfill our agreement, Promise. And those 12 paintings of the Olympian gods. Let's begin again, little Promise. The journey is about to end, and the long-awaited adventure is about to begin." At that moment, in the ancient temple of fate, the little goddess of fate, Clotho, who had been cradling the crystal ball of fate in her arms, the one containing Promise's destiny, suddenly saw more and more threads of fate emerge from it. Under the astonished gaze of her sister Lachesis, an increasing number of threads began intertwining with Promise. At this moment, it was like the time when Persephone and Hades had crossed paths. But this time, it was different. Back then, they had sought Promise, but now, it was Promise's threads of fate that were actively seeking them. "Clotho, what is your Promise up to again?" Seeing this astonishing scene in front of her, Lachesis, the second sister, couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Clotho, however, didn't respond immediately, instead quietly observing everything. She calmly watched as the threads intertwined with the gods, mortals, and even the entire ancient Greek world. "The goddess of wisdom has already completed the last piece of the puzzle," Clotho murmured, with not a hint of surprise in her voice as she looked upon the scene before her. It wasn't just Clotho. In fact, once people realized Athena had gone quiet, many had already started to suspect she was up to something big again. That goddess of wisdom. If you ever find her sitting still and behaving herself, Do not doubt, do not hesitate. Pack your things and run as far as you can. Because when she's quiet, she's definitely brewing mischief. She has now set the grandest stage for promise. Claudio said softly, gazing at the crystal ball that was wrapped in threads of fate, intertwining the entire temple of destiny. And this next journey will impact the fate of the entire world. Lachesis was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at their eldest sister, who still remained expressionless. She glanced again at the crystal ball and felt a wave of dizziness. Not again. At that moment, as the threads of fate began to stir, the gods once more turned their gaze. Ah! It's happening. In the underworld, within the temple of the goddess Hecate, the goddess with an indifferent expression looked toward the temple of fate in the sky, her face showing neither joy nor sorrow. Then, get out of here. With a single swift movement, she kicked the unsuspecting Medea, who was sweeping the temple, out the door. On the holy mountain of Olympus, the goddess who wandered through the eternal gardens lifted her gaze. She was one of the Olympian gods, the most beautiful goddess in the world, the goddess of love, Aphrodite. For this once, her eyes drifted toward the mortal realm, toward the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen. On the throne of the king of gods, the ruler of ancient Greek mythology also raised his head at this moment. In his eyes, lightning flickered, and within his sight appeared a goddess. It was Thetis, the wise and gentle goddess of the sea. In the deepest depths of the ocean, within a grand temple, a towering god wielded his trident, gazing longingly at the sky. The sea churned and surged with the god's emotions. On the battlefield of the human world, the god of war, Ares, stood at the highest point of the bloody conflict between two armies, watching the fierce battle below and letting out a thunderous laugh. He was the embodiment of power, bloodlust, and disaster for mankind. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed in the air. Clap, clap. The eldest of the gods, Hestia, happily clapped her hands. Her gaze shifted toward the temple of fate, then toward the scattered Olympian gods across the world. Finally, her eyes fell upon Promise, who was sitting atop Pegasus. Sensing this, Athena, who was gently holding Promise in her embrace, looked up, meeting her gaze from afar and offering her a warm smile in return. Ah, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Hestia said, now things can finally get lively again. At that instant, it was as if something had been awakened. In the deepest part of the underworld, within the prison that suppressed ancient gods, where even the concepts of time and space ceased to exist, the eternal cage, the abyss of Tartarus. A monstrous figure slowly lifted its head. It was Typhon, the greatest enemy of Zeus, the only being in Greek mythology who nearly toppled the rule of Olympus. The father of all monsters, Typhon. Meanwhile, at the very beginning, in the kingdom of Iolcus, the homeland of Jason, a great ship, built from sacred wood that would never decay and crafted to never sink, was anchored along the coast. Jason, with his golden hair and blue eyes, stood proudly before it, his expression full of pride. Beside him were the giant deer hunter Actaeon, Meleager, the prince of Calydon, and Orpheus, the son of the god of light, Apollo. They had already arrived. They gazed upon the great ship, which would carry them far across the seas, embarking on the legendary adventure, the Argo. The eyes of all those present were filled with anticipation and excitement. This was the myth second only to the Trojan War in ancient Greek legend. This was the epic adventure where the greatest Greek heroes gathered as one. The gods turned their attention to it, and the heroes prepared to raise the sails, ready to set out on their voyage. So, Jason turned his head, looking at the gathered heroes before him. And then he asked the most pressing question of the moment, when is Promise finally coming back? Chapter 137, I'm not the petty hero. It's almost there, almost back. The journey was nearing its end, and the boy knew it. Well, there was no way around it. As the goddess of wisdom returned to the boy's side, and the majestic Argo docked in the kingdom's harbor, the gods also realized that the adventure they had been anticipating for a long time was finally about to start. The heroes had already gathered over the past year, talking, laughing, and most importantly, waiting. Yes, waiting for the boy to return. For only he could begin this mythical tale that would be famous throughout the ages to come. Only he could raise the sails to guide the gathered heroes and the Argo toward the horizon. At that moment, all eyes were set, once again on the young man, and as if sensing all this, the man in the focal point of all this, turned his head slightly while riding Pegasus, his emerald eyes gazing toward the direction of the Argo. It seems the journey should indeed end soon, the boy, known as Promise, said quietly. But the adventure has only just begun. Athena, who was lightly holding his waist, winked playfully at him and smiled. I'm really looking forward to it, Promise. Are you looking forward to it? Of course, the latter smiled back at her as he said. After all, I've been waiting a long time for this, whether it's for the adventure or for the grand ending. No further words were necessary. When Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who had been absent for so long, reappeared, and when all the legendary heroes gathered together, Promise already understood one thing. His story would end with this final adventure. And he had been waiting for this for a long time. Brother Promise. Sitting in front of him, Helen, who had been watching the two of them staring at each other without speaking anything, felt a bit out of place, and finally couldn't help but speak up, tugging on Promise's sleeve. Who was this beautiful lady? However, before the boy could answer, Athena smiled proudly and spoke on his behalf. I'm Promise's goddess. Eh? Hearing this, Helen was shocked. The great Lady Hera? Of course not. Athena puffed her cheeks. I'm the noble goddess of wisdom, not that petty Hera. Petty? You stole all the golden apples from Goddess Hera's tree and now you accuse others of being narrow-minded. Athena seemed to catch on to Promise's thoughts and shot him a glance, reaching out as she had done in the past to pinch his cheek before saying, You think this is all my fault, don't you? If it weren't for that golden apple mess, would I have abandoned my wisdom and done such a theft which would surely be discovered? The goddess of wisdom. Could it be the noble Lady Athena? Hearing her words, Helen, who was now even more shocked, looked toward Athena. But soon, confusion clouded her violet eyes, and she hesitantly asked, But isn't Brother Promise's goddess the great goddess Hera? As Helen spoke, her voice became lower and lower because she realized that she had said something very stupid. Athena didn't mind, though. This wasn't the first time she had heard something like this. So, she simply smiled brightly and replied, Well, once he's done with Hera, he'll be mine. With that said, she glared at Promise. So, when exactly are you going to stop with her? Nay. Pegasus, who had been calmly trotting along, also joined in the teasing, as if echoing Athena's question. Yes, when will you stop? When will things finally heat up? After all, Pegasus's love for eating grass began with this situation. Back during the Caledonian Boar incident, when Hera appeared and quarreled with Athena over the ownership of the Promise, Pegasus discovered for the first time that the grass was so delicious. Eating grass had never been so joyous. However, it was this look and sound that made Promise glance at Pegasus as he made a mental note. Although I can't afford to mess with the goddesses, but I can deal with you, Pegasus. Then, subtly shifting the topic, Promise asked Athena, So, noble and beautiful goddess Athena, how long will it take for the adventure to begin? Seeing him avoiding the topic once again, Athena couldn't help but pout, but she didn't continue to make trouble. After all, in her eyes, it was only a matter of time. The start of the adventure? Well, that of course, depends on you. Me? Promise looked at Athena in confusion. The latter chuckled softly before explaining, When the heroes set sail, and the gods turn their gaze toward you, it is the trial you sought from the most honored goddess of all, Hera. That's where it begins. You are the cause of all this. And throughout this journey, whether those who've encountered you or those who've heard your legend, they all came together because of you. So naturally, it can only be you who raises the sails and leads the heroes to the sea. As soon as Athena finished speaking, Helen turned her head and looked at the boy with a gaze filled with admiration. Not only that, she subtly shifted closer to him, as if wanting to stay as close as possible. Even though this beautiful woman who had just appeared was a goddess, and one even more esteemed than the previous goddess, Persephone, Helen didn't like her. Because from the moment Athena arrived, Helen realized that Brother Promise's eyes no longer focused on her. Before Athena's arrival, the way he appeared in Helen's eyes was that of a powerful hero and a gentle brother figure. Even with his slightly childish, vengeful, and mischievous tendencies, those imperfections only made her like him more. But the moment Athena showed up, Helen suddenly felt that Promise had changed. It was a feeling she didn't know and couldn't quite describe, but it made her realize one thing clearly: this goddess could easily steal him away. There was no doubt, Helen had grown fond of Promise. Although their time together had been short, because of her siblings she had known of him for a long time. And when they finally met, he had saved her. She had witnessed his bravery and charm, and had also discovered his cute side. But what made Promise even more special to her was that he was the only person who had not been affected by her magic eyes so far. So with all these factors added up, even if the emotions in her heart had not yet evolved into love, there was no doubt that Helen at this moment admired the boy very much. And, being a devotee of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, she knew exactly what to do in this situation. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, was one of the 12 Olympian gods and goddesses, renowned as the most beautiful deity. She was also the legitimate wife of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, who just so happened to be Promise's teacher. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and also of lust and desire, had indeed taught Helen well. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, had a rather problematic personality. Well, problematic was a bit of an understatement. After all, her personality could even be described as downright malicious. Though she was the goddess of love, Aphrodite herself was unable to control her own love life. She had always been toyed with by fate and never truly found her own happiness. As a result, she cursed all of humanity, ensuring that no one would ever experience the so-called perfect love. To do this, she filled the path of love with shadows of doubt, worry, pain, and sorrow. Moreover, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and desire, follows her desires without any restraint, doing as she pleased. So, if there was something or someone she wanted to get, she would reach out and take it, making them hers by any means necessary, no matter the methods, no matter the means. Chapter 138, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and Helen. Goddess Aphrodite once told Helen, "You will become the most beautiful woman on earth, and every man will fall at your feet. You have the right to enjoy everything and claim everything for yourself. Men will fight wars for your smile, and they will kill for the chance to win your favor. You can trample all men beneath your feet." Helen sought to capture Promise, or rather, she wanted to make the boy hers. Athena obviously noticed this. Her eyes, representing absolute wisdom, quietly observed the little girl for a moment before looking away. Well, this wasn't the first time she had seen someone desire Promise. So, she felt a bit uninterested and she turned her attention back to Promise. Promise, on the other hand, didn't notice Helen's actions at all. After all, in his mind, anyone who could have feelings for a lily of 11 or 12 years old should die. "So, when are you planning to go back?" Athena rested her head on his shoulder, smiling softly as she asked. Her long, silver hair gently swayed in the breeze, carrying a pleasant fragrance. "I promised Theseus I'd give him a month," Promise said, pausing briefly before continuing. "But I imagine it'll take a bit more time to prepare for the real departure. It's time for me to head back. I think Jason has probably been waiting for me for a long time now." Promise smiled. Nearby, Pegasus, upon hearing his words, seemed to hesitate as if wanting to say something. It was really curious, was this Jason guy even still alive? After all, since joining Promise on his journey, Pegasus had noticed something peculiar. Every time they found someone, the person meeting Promise would say words like, "Teacher Chiron must have lost his mind, letting you leave the mountain," or "When you see that Jason, punch him for me." So, it was a bit doubtful whether this fellow was still breathing somewhere or not. "So, before that, my final battle. The only thing that is left is your homeland, Helen." As he said that, Promise patted her head. "Wait. Brother Promise, are you really still not going to take Helen with you?" Hearing this, Helen became anxious. She blinked rapidly at the boy, desperately hoping her magic eyes would work. But Promise just looked at her, confused, wondering if she had something stuck in her eye. "No matter what, I have to take you back home," Promise responded. "That bastard Theseus kidnapped you, and your father must have been very worried. Even if you want to join us on this adventure, you'll still need your parents' permission, right?" Promise's words were quite reasonable. After all, this was Athena's oracle, so, even though he felt a bit uneasy about bringing Helen aboard because of the fact that, in the myths, she had never been on board the ship at all, Promise still accepted it. His reasoning was so straightforward that Helen couldn't argue against it. She instinctively wanted to seek help from Athena, but when she looked around to ask, the goddess had suddenly disappeared. Athena had left. In fact, she knew and understood him too deeply that even without Promise's words, she knew exactly what he intended to do next. The reason she left was simple: if she didn't, Hera was about to show up and kick her out. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Athena couldn't help herself but show a bit too much affection originally. The situation with the golden apple hadn't been fully resolved yet, but since Athena had helped build the Argo, Hera had decided to tolerate it for a while, turning a blind eye. As a result, knowing full well that Hera was watching them, Athena still continued to tease and tempt Promise right in front of her. Just because it's here doesn't mean you can get away with everything, right? Well, although it was not a green hat in a proper sense, but Promise was still her beloved follower. So now, a frustrated and angry Hera was chasing Athena all over the place. Why do I feel like Athena is actually enjoying this? Persephone, who had yet to leave, tilted her head as she watched bolts of lightning rain down on Athena, who was still running around leisurely, taunting and teasing Hera with each step. Next to her, Hermes, who was never one to miss out on such entertainment, patted her shoulder and said, "There's no doubt it's definitely intentional. And I know it's because of Promise," Hermes said, grinning, unable to hide his amusement. Persephone looked at Hermes a bit curiously. "What does this have to do with that child?" "Oh, it has everything to do with him." "You really think Athena doesn't care?" Hermes chuckled and said, "She always gets what she wants and has never failed once, but she keeps hitting a wall with Promise. Do you know many times he has rejected her? Think about it." Hearing his words, Persephone thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. She glanced back at Athena, who who was still being playful despite the chase, and couldn't help but laugh. I never would have guessed that she could be this cute. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. You should have seen her when she couldn't get her hands on the golden apple. It was like she lost her mind. Hermes hadn't even finished bragging when, in Persephone's dull eyes, he was suddenly launched like a shooting star into the distance. In the next moment, Athena, who had been running away, stood in the distance holding a spear, having just hurled it at Hermes. As Hermes flew off, Hera nonchalantly tossed a bolt of lightning in his direction, delivering a second, precise strike. Persephone, who was watching this scene in stunned silence, swallowed nervously. At this moment, she had thoroughly realized that though the gossip was sweet, only the powerful could indulge in it. So, she forced a stiff smile, then she quickly turned and left, and so, 4 more days passed. 4 days later, in the kingdom of Sparta, Promise walked out of the palace with a somewhat troubled expression on his face, while Helen followed closely behind him, looking extremely happy. It's so strange. How can there be parents like this? They agreed way too quickly. He muttered, glancing at the little girl beside him in confusion. Just a short while ago, he had met her parents, and Helen's return had brought them to tears of joy. There was no doubt that they still cared a great deal about Helen, so Promise had originally thought that getting their approval to let her leave would require significant effort. Not. To be honest, he thought they might not agree to let her leave with him. So, he was already prepared to use his impressive skills to either negotiate with them or slip away, but in fact, Helen only had to say a few words in front of them, and they agreed without hesitation, showing no concern at all. Promise found it incomprehensible but also quite shocking. Helen, however, averted her gaze guiltily when she noticed his look. She actually felt a little guilty. After all, she used her magic eye on her parents and forced them to agree to something. Brother Promise, this means I can go on the adventure with you, right? However, although she felt a little guilty, Helen was mostly filled with excitement at the thought of following Promise on an adventure alongside so many heroes. Yes. Seeing the eager look in her eyes, Promise couldn't help but smile and nod. After all, her parents had agreed, and Helen's brother and sister were also on the ship, so he wasn't much averse to her joining. Not to mention, this was an oracle given to him by Goddess Athena. With no reason to refuse, Promise agreed. As soon as he nodded, Helen's heart, which had been anxious, finally settled down. Excited, she reached out to grab his hand and was just about to say something when her eyes inadvertently caught sight of something. The moment she saw the beautiful red figure, she froze. The two looked at each other for a while as the figure gave Helen a small nod before turning to leave. Seeing this, Helen hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and said to Promise, Brother Promise, Helen just remembered. Now that I'm back, I should go visit my goddess to inform her. Promise didn't think much of it and agreed. So, Helen quickly arranged for a few palace attendants to take care of Promise, then hurriedly followed the red figure all the way to the temple. It was the temple of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. Next to the holy pool outside the temple, Helen soon found the goddess sitting there with her head tilted slightly as if lost in thought. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, the most beautiful goddess in existence. However, before Helen, who was walking towards her and looking at the goddess in front of her, could even say a word, the first sentence of the goddess of beauty Aphrodite contained so much information that he was stunned on the spot. I know him. Aphrodite lightly gritted her teeth, saying, he's a follower of Hera, and he is also the student of my dear husband, Hephaestus, who once humiliated me.